Welcome to Heavenly Panels, your gateway to the most exciting manhwa and manhua stories. From overpowered heroes and legendary cultivators to epic Murim battles, regressions, reincarnations, and fantasy adventures, we bring you the best story recaps and highlights. Subscribe and join our journey through incredible worlds, powerful characters, and unforgettable adventures. New stories are waiting for you every day, right here on Heavenly Panels.
Spotting an undercover spy from the Righteous Alliance right away, the youth disguised as Mu Jingyan has earned high praise from the red-robed envoy of the Heaven and Earth Society. Well done exposing that spy. You've done a great service. Hearing this, the youth smirked. The red-robed envoy laughed. The higher-ups will reward you. A faint curve formed at the corner of the youth's lips. No need to eliminate them myself. That's too much trouble. Reporting them directly not only earns merit and removes a stumbling block, it kills two birds with one stone. Kui Xiaohe, possessing Lin Huayang, noticed the presence of Ma Sheng. Then, with a smile, he pointed. He's just Lei Mi, a spy from the darkness. As soon as he said that, Ma Sheng, exposed, turned and fled. Mu Yutian stood frozen in shock. The red-robed envoy of the Heaven Earth Society immediately ordered his men to chase and capture him. With a sudden bang, Mu Yutian, standing in place, was bumped by a Heaven Earth Society member chasing Ma Sheng. He clenched his fists, staring hard at the youth disguised as Mu Jingyan. That face looked like it had much to say. The youth simply smiled back. Mu Yutian ground his teeth in hatred. He felt betrayed and deceived. How could Mu Jingyan betray the righteous path? As the disguised youth turned to leave, Mu Yutian grabbed his shoulder. Wait, we need to talk. The youth glanced back at Mu Yutian. Mu Yutian snapped. Is there any need? Do you know what you've done? You're a righteous disciple. The youth sneered. How naive. Mu Yutian was shocked. What? Then, the youth turned back to face Mu Yutian. Your thoughts are written on your face. Want to be dragged away as a spy too? Hearing that, Mu Yutian instantly flared up. The youth sneered repeatedly. You have the nerve to say that. Did you not expect this? Did you think the Bloodgoo Valley Lord wouldn't know their identities? Seeing the shock on Mu Yutian's face, the youth disguised as Mu Jingyan continued. Once I found they were spies, I remembered one thing. During the second trial selection, the Valley Lord stared right at them. As soon as he said that, Mu Yutian was dumbfounded. The youth smiled faintly. We both hail from the same sect, so let me give you advice. If you truly care about the Burning Wood Sword sect, don't do anything foolish, especially if you want to lie. With that attitude, you'll barely survive. After saying this, the disguised youth turned and walked away. Kui Xiao mocked Mu Yutian by sticking out his tongue, clenching his fists. Mu Yutian asked, do you even know the ultimate purpose of the Bloodgoo Valley trials? The youth looked back and dropped a line. What's that got to do with me? Then, with Kui Xiao in tow, he swaggered back to his room, leaving Mu Yutian in deep thought. He needed to consider how to act from now on. Meanwhile, King Ling, possessing the puppet, looked somewhat puzzled. Wouldn't it be better to just get rid of this brat too? The youth shook his head. Not yet. We are still maintaining our identities from the Burning Wood Sword sect. If I eliminate him, people will get suspicious. Let's leave him be for now. Who would have thought? Shortly after parting with Mu Yutian, the youth and Kui Xiao ran into a Heaven and Earth Society deacon. Then he received a message that completely baffled him. The Bloodgoo Valley Lord wanted to see him in person. For some reason, could my flaws from the second trial have been discovered? A moment later, the youth followed the deacon to the Bloodgoo Valley Lord's door. The Heaven and Earth Society deacon announced loudly, Valley Lord, he has arrived. The Valley Lord said, let him in. Then the youth was told to sit across from him. At the same time, in a low voice, he began, let's talk. In the silent room, the two sized each other up. The Valley Lord put down his cup. Mu Jingyan, I recall that you and that fellow Mu Yutian were hostages captured by the Heaven Earth Society from the Burning Wood Sword sect. Right. The youth admitted it without hesitation. At that moment, a crimson sword was pressed against the youth's neck. The master of the sword, the Bloodgoo Valley Lord, questioned him sharply. Yet how strange. Since you were forced here, why would you proactively expose the Righteous Alliance's spies? Flame Lay sword key scorched the youth's skin. The Bloodgoo Valley Lord spoke in an icy tone. Give me a reasonable explanation. After all, your life is in this Valley Lord's hands. This was the youth's first encounter with the Valley Lord, and it was a situation where he could lose his life at any second. He looked down at the crimson sword resting against his neck. So fast. Not just the speed, but also this heat that felt like it could burn his skin. This is a formidable martial artist. The youth finally understood why King Ling said his strength was still far from enough. He asked King Ling for his opinion. King Ling, what should I do? King Ling, possessing the puppet, seemed to recognize the crimson sword in the Bloodgoo Valley Lord's hand. Then he sent a telepathic message to the youth. Zhongsheng, things might be easier to resolve than you think. Repeat after me. Hearing this, the youth was slightly stunned. The Blood Goo Valley Lord urged him impatiently. What are you doing? This Valley Lord doesn't have that much patience. The next moment, the disguised youth began repeating King Ling's words word for word. Can the Lai family control Yang He? As soon as he said that, the Blood Goo Valley Lord's expression turned to shock. How do you know this, kid? The youth stood up from his chair and stared at the Blood Goo Valley Lord without a trace of fear. Are you going to ask me why I know the Scarlet Flame sword technique? Hearing this, the Blood Goo Valley Lord's heart pounded violently. A thought rushed into his mind. Including the society leader and myself. Only 4 people know about this. Could the society leader have sent him disguised as a hostage to infiltrate here? Could it be a Tet? Thinking of how the Heaven Earth Society leader made the Lai family prove their loyalty through 4 generations before allowing them to claim kingship once more, the Blood Goo Valley Lord clenched his fists in secret. I thought I proved my loyalty, yet I am still suspected. Meanwhile, the disguised youth paced around the room. The Lai family should have already received the title of king from the 3 branches. Why did you become the Valley Lord here? The Blood Goo Valley Lord glared fiercely at the youth. Speak. Did the leader send you? The youth gave the Blood Goo Valley Lord a knowing, amused look. You're dodging my question. Just as the Blood Goo Valley Lord was losing patience with the youth's mystification, the other party suddenly executed a set of sword forms, from wielding the sword to circulating Kai and launching an attack. With a sudden bang, the youth used his hand as a sword and stabbed the Blood Goo Valley Lord's chest. Though this strike didn't cause massive destructive power, the Valley Lord saw something only an insider would know. This sword form, this posture, I can feel it without him even saying a word. The trajectory, accurately targeting the 8 vital acupoints along the center line. This is a flawless move. Feeling a tingling sensation, the Valley Lord formed a guess. It carried a tangible weight. This is the bloodline technique. This truly is the martial arts bloodline sword technique my grandfather often talked about. Made the Valley Lord's heart leap. Made the Blood Goo Valley Lord's heart leap inside. You recognized it. I thought you wouldn't know. The Valley Lord shrank back. Hearing this, the Blood Goo Valley Lord shrank back. This recalled his dying words. Grandfather, the master I served. Grandfather, the master I served for most of my life, is not the despicable traitor you think he is. He remembered that day. Grandfather, is our family traitors? Grandfather, is our Li family really a family of traitors? Jian, is it the bruises? Jian, are you asking because of the bruises on your face? The Blood Goo Valley Lord's real name was Li Jian. Facing Lai Huowen's question, he looked bruised, battered, and full of grievance. When I practice martial arts at the Heaven Earth Society training hall, this happens all the time, and my family traitors. And the Lai family is a family of traitors. Not only do they look down on me in every way, they always bully me too. This was the shackle left behind by a grandfather loyal to his bloodline. It was also a price he couldn't shake off and had to pay. Then, Li Zian lowered his head and expressed his resentment to Li Huowen. Li Huowen patted his shoulder. You must trust the master. But Jian couldn't accept it. You should trust the master you swore allegiance to. But Li Zian couldn't accept what his grandfather said. He wanted to serve the leader. Had been tormenting him constantly. Then Li Jian proposed to his grandfather that he wanted to swear allegiance to the society leader. Lai Huowen stubbornly shook his head and refused. This only made the resentment in Li Xian's heart grow stronger. Yet you demand I follow the oath. I cannot accept this. Watching Xian storm off. We've even been demoted to mere Valley Lords, haven't we? Yet you're still demanding that I strictly follow that oath. I cannot accept this. Watching Li Xian storm off without looking back. But he refused to accept it. Xian stopped speaking to him, created a difficult-to-bridge rift between them. Why should we see the blame of that master together? This was the resentment a storming Li Jian could never understand, though his grandfather always said it was because they were retainers. He refused to accept it. Ever since that day, Li Jian stopped speaking to his grandfather. He just clenched his teeth to the 50% level, because he felt if he didn't focus on something, he wouldn't be able to endure at all. Even his grandfather reached 80. Li Jian became the first in his family before coming of age to cultivate the Scarlet Flame Sword technique's mental art to the 50% level. At that moment, Li Jian was full of confidence. No one in the family had mastered the Scarlet Flame Sword technique. Even his grandfather had only reached 80%. He suffered a backlash the longer it is practiced, and reach the realm of 90 or even 100%. I firmly believed I could fulfill my family's wish. Perhaps that greed turned out to be a fatal poison. Before fully mastering the 50% level, he rashly chose to challenge the 60% mark, being far too impatient. He ultimately suffered a backlash. Jian didn't dare imagine it. Lai Huowen absorbed it all. To a certain extent, it will even burn the practitioner's body. Just when Li Zian thought he was about to die like this, the burning yang heat ki suddenly began to subside. His grandfather, Li Huowen, was channeling his kai to absorb it into his own body. Neither grandfather nor father could perfectly control the yang heat kai. If he still absorbed my yang heat kai under these conditions, Li Zian didn't dare imagine the consequences. In the end, Lai Huowen absorbed all the yang heat ki. Was his most painful tragedy. Li Zian desperately tried to stop him, but everything was in vain, until he fainted from exhaustion. At the funeral, He was actually meeting his grandfather in this manner, and this meeting was a permanent farewell. He could only watch helplessly as his grandfather was burned alive. That heart-wrenching sorrow was the most painful tragedy Li Xian had ever experienced in his life. While healing, he cried his heart out for most of the day, until he finally calmed down after fainting from sheer exhaustion. Grandfather maintained his loyalty. Li Xian told his father that his grandfather died because of him. Not a single person in the family blamed him. Looking at Li Xian, who was begging for punishment, his father handed him Li Huan's belongings. Your grandfather probably wouldn't want you to be punished. The tears were born of self-loathing. Those days following the black robe feel like just yesterday. Even as time passes and the past is like a dream, even if it takes bitter years. Reading this poem left Li Xian with mixed emotions. Waiting for your return, my lord. Grandfather still maintained his loyalty to that master. Yet as the eldest grandson of the Li family, I actually insulted my grandfather's loyalty and will. At that moment, Li Xian made up his mind. Even if it's just to reclaim my grandfather's honor, I must inherit his will. Beneath the red demon mask, Li Xian's gaze was firm. The tears in the corners of his eyes were born of self-loathing for what he had done before. This unworthy grandson will inherit your loyalty, grandfather, even if it leaves a painful scar, even if it takes enduring long, bitter years. I will wear a mask to deceive them all, waiting for the day you return, my lord. That is why I could not possibly fail to recognize it, because my grandfather often spoke of it. Returning from memory to reality. Vermilion Blood Valley Lord Li Xian points his sword at the youth, posing as Mu Jingyun. How do you know that person's martial arts? Who on earth are you? The lunar vein art was long lost. Even the only manual could not be deciphered by anyone, and it went missing long ago. How did a brat like you master it? The youth chuckles softly. Seeing is believing. Why don't you see that person with your own eyes? The youth takes out the puppet sealing Kingling. Open the peach spring, seal the primordial bond. How often did grandfather mutter this? Daring to possess a beauty with crimson eyes. That person is stronger than anyone, and more beautiful than all. As Kingling appears beside him, Li Xian is certain of his identity. He silently removes his red mask, revealing his true face scarred from burn treatments. With a sudden thud, he drops to his knees in reverence. Like family head, Li Xian pays respect to the Lord of the Lunar Vein. Generations of loyalty and guarding. Inside the Vermilion Blood Valley, the moment Li Xian kneels and hails my lord, the Li family's long wait sees dawn. Kingling speaks in praise. I always believed, if they were Li Huan's kin, they would remain loyal to me. Kingling casts a smug glance. The youth posing as Mu Jingyun. Shongsheng, did you see that? The youth says nothing. He merely thinks inwardly. He's a vengeful ghost. Yet he thinks humans are so foolish. But seeing the Vermilion Blood Valley Lord on his knees, the youth feels a slight stir. I never thought someone would pledge loyal death for over a century. I wanted to see Kingling disappointed. Thinking of this, the youth takes out a puppet. Well, this does me no harm. Just as Kingling speaks up, telling Vermilion Blood Valley Lord Li Xian to raise his head, ready to wax poetic about time. The youth posing as Mu Jingyun starts chanting a spell. As names align, walk not alone, one tree, one fate, obey as commanded by Kingling. Before he hears the second word, he is sucked back into the puppet. Li Xian is left confused. Sealed inside the puppet, Kingling loudly demands of Shongsheng, you bastard, what are you doing? Shortly after, Vermilion Blood Valley Lord Li Xian asks the youth, where did that person go? The youth tucks the puppet away. Didn't you just see them? That person is with me now. Li Xian stands up and puts his crimson mask back on. Let me see him again. I have much to ask him. The youth pulls out a chair, then gives a light chuckle. Isn't he right in front of you? Li Xian and Kingling gasp in shock together. What? The youth pours some tea. That person is possessing both of us. The entire room falls silent at that moment. Vermilion Blood Valley. Li Xian looks at him in silence. While the youth has his own plans, regardless of what Kingling thinks, I cannot trust him myself. Since that's the case, it's safer to keep him under control. Thinking this, a curve forms at the corner of the youth's lips. So that cross-generational loyalty, I'll accept it on your behalf. A moment later, the youth hands a manual to the Vermilion Blood Valley Lord. Li Xian takes it with trembling hands. Is this the incantation? My lord, grandfather once said, the Yen incantation was created with him. Only before it was finished, that tragedy happened. At the thought that his family's wish is now in his hands, Li Xian eagerly starts reading, from pattern to yang, channeling the scorching energy. He figured it out effortlessly. This is truly incredible. Inside the puppet, Kingling takes a hard drag from his pipe. Effortless, my foot. I only figured that out after I died and opened my ghost eyes. Kingling mutters to himself. Damn it. When I was explaining the Li family stuff earlier, I accidentally blurted out about the pact and the incantation. Now the Vermilion Blood Valley Lord will trust this brat even more. At the same time, Li Xian notices the incantation yen seems incomplete. The youth casually replies with a single word. Correct. The youth smiles faintly. The youth smiles faintly. We must still be cautious. We must still be cautious. Weren't you too impatient for your family's revival and suffered a backlash? I am worried you might suffer a backlash again. As soon as he says this, he drops to his knees once more. Then with a thud, he drops to his knees once more. I did not kneel for the incantation. I did not kneel solely for the incantation. Even as a vengeful ghost, you still want to fulfill our family's wish. For this, I reaffirm my loyalty to the master of the lunar vein. The youth's expression shifts. Seeing this, the youth's expression shifts slightly. King Ling, possessing the puppet, speaks up then. Did you see that? They are just that kind of people. The Lai family is trustworthy. The Lai family is trustworthy. I understand why you want the Valley Lord to be loyal to you, because you don't trust him, and you only gave him half the incantation. But unlike you, I trust him completely. I can understand you, so I won't blame you. The youth falls into thought upon hearing this. King Ling then adds a threat. But if you dare play any tricks on the Lai family, I will never help you. Li Xian finishes his kowtow. Vermilion Blood Valley Lord Li Xian, having finished his kowtow, wishes to ask the youth about a doubt in his heart. My lord, if I may be so bold, the youth asks, what is it? The youth looks down at the Valley Lord. What is it? Li Xian asks with eager yearning about that secret buried deep in his heart. May I ask you about the returning spirit war? The returning spirit war, whereas Li Xian is obsessed with it, has ever heard this name, whereas Vermilion Blood, my grandfather was branded a traitor. Over 100 years ago, my grandfather was branded a traitor because of the returning spirit war. The youth looks to King Ling. I want to hear the truth of that day from you. Hearing this, the youth looks down to seek help from King Ling inside the puppet. Who would have thought the other shows no mercy at all? Why are you looking at me? Handle it yourself. Besides, I never intended. As King Ling waits for an apology, the youth diffuses the problem. He looks at Li Xian calmly. What version does the Valley Lord know? The other easily diffuses the problem instead. How does the society wreck a war? A startled King Ling pokes his head out. I am quite curious. How does the Heaven and Earth Society record the returning spirit war? At these words, the youth sits with an indifferent air. He never expected this guy to actually counter-question. Li Xian says with deep apology, I am not sure if I am permitted to speak of these contents directly to you. The youth crosses his legs with an indifferent air. It doesn't matter. Go ahead. Now it's King Ling's turn to panic. What? It doesn't matter. Hearing King Ling's anxious telepathic voice, a smile curves across the youth's lips. King Ling, see. You'd be better off giving me advice instead. He wears a smile right now. Am I learning about the past? King Ling, the former master, further into his chest pocket. What grudges do they see? Am I about to learn about King Ling's past in this manner? As the Valley Lord begins to speak, cracking sounds ring out. Cracks appear on the puppet. And why did King Ling become a vengeful ghost? The next moment, just as the Valley Lord is about to recount that day's events, cracking sounds ring out continuously. King Ling's reaction catches him off guard. What did he go through? Damn Shongsheng, I'm going to smash this puppet. The next second, King Ling. This exaggerated reaction completely catches the youth off guard. The youth turns toward the window. To be so fiercely resistant, who would have thought? The very next second, King Ling can't sense anything. The youth turns his gaze toward the outside window. Li Xian stands up, opens the window, because he is trapped inside the puppet. My lord, it seems nothing major. What's going on? What happened suddenly? Vermilion Blood Valley Lord. Li Xian stands up, pushes open the window, and looks down outside. My lord, it seems nothing major. Who would expect the youth to also stand up? A society member lies on the ground. Hearing this, Li Xian looks completely puzzled. Two people stand before him. I need to head out. Meanwhile, Kui Xiao is pinned to the ground. A Heaven-Earth Society member lies face down on the ground. Life unknown. Kui Xiao makes muffled groaning sounds. He steps before Kui Xiao. One is Yuan Sha Pavilion Master Yin Xiaoyu holding a ritual artifact 2/4 of an hour ago. At this moment, Kui Xiao has been fiercely pinned to the ground by Yin Xiaoyu. Yin Xiaoyu and Zhao Yaigong appeared. Yin Xiaoyu is quite excited right now. He takes a step forward to stand before Kui Xiao and dismounted to pay respects. 2/4 of an hour ago, Heaven and Earth Society senior warrior Feng Yang was driving a 2-horse carriage along a mountain trail. Yuan Sha Pavilion Master Yin Xiaoyu and Zhao Yaigong suddenly appeared. I am transferring a captured spy. Feng Yang recognized Yin Xiaoyu at a glance, then hurriedly dismounted to pay respects. What brings you to the valley? Yin Xiaoyu glances at him. Where are you headed? Feng Yang is slightly stunned. We might suspend the examination. Hearing this, Yin Xiaoyu walks a couple of steps closer to the carriage. There aren't any problems. May I ask what brings you to Vermilion Blood Valley? Yin Xiaoyu turns to glance at Feng Yang. I want to check if there are any anomalies at the checkpoints, even minor ones, because we might need to suspend the examination. Feng Yang rests his chin on his hand to ponder. Master, that's the kid. The one I asked you to exempt. Person named Mu Jingyan. He studied for less than a month. Upon hearing this, his talent is God-given. The Jieju was eliminated. Equally shocked is Zhao Yaigong. Master, that's the kid. He's the kid I asked you to exempt from the exam earlier. Yin Xiaoyu thinks to himself in shock. He has studied spellcraft for less than a month, yet he eliminated a Jieju. If this is true, beneath Yin Xiao's feet, it seems I really must go see him. A fellow with God-given talent is indeed worth noting, but Yuansha Pavilion Master Yin Xiao has more important matters to attend to now. Master, what is this? We can talk about that later. Yellow talismans flutter out. The next moment, under the gaze of Zhao Yaigong and Feng Yang, a golden grand array suddenly lights up beneath Yin Xiao's feet. Seeing this, Feng Yang's expression changes drastically. What are you doing? Zhao Yaigong is equally clueless. Master, what is this? The array Yin Xiao casts is called a spell barrier. Yellow talismans on his artifact flutter out in all directions, ultimately enclosing this entire area. Feng Yang can no longer even stand upright by now, while Zhao Yaigong's heart is filled with puzzlement. This is a spell barrier only usable at the spell master rank or above. This technique is on par with the eerie domain created. The barrier pressure pins him down. No matter how he struggles, he remains pinned in frustration, because an iron chain bursts through the carriage window and heads straight for Yin Xiao. Seeing this, Yin Xiao casually flicks the chain away, after which, with a loud thud, the chain's owner, Kui Xiaohe, is tossed out of the carriage. The spell barrier's pressure makes it impossible for Kui Xiao to stand. No matter how hard he struggles, he can only end up pinned to the ground in utter frustration. Yuansha Pavilion Master Yin Xiao. However, the arts he found were mostly forbidden ones. I didn't expect it to actually be true, so my sex goo poison was right here. Yin Xiao, master of Yuansha Pavilion. He had a bizarre obsession with dark esoteric arts, like spirit goo poison. Total eccentric, and near the age of 60. He discovered a cave containing secret arts of the Maoshan sect. Those were legendary secrets left by the Maoshan sect, said to have birthed 60% of existing sorcery. However, the secret arts Yin Xiao found were mostly forbidden arts in the 64 corners. Thus, to fulfill his lifelong ambition, he left 64 corner and joined heaven and earth. He eventually became one of the few strongest sorcerers. Watching Kui Xiao suppressed and unable to move, Zhao Yaigong was curious. Is this that goo poison? Thanks to Master's barrier, I see it too. Yin Xiao muttered it was correct, his tone full of regret. If it matured more, it could be a Kingling level goo. Zhao Yaigong chimed in with praise. This is impressive. Unlike the excited master and disciple, Kui Xiao, who wore a ferocious expression right now, he glared at Yin Xiao. This person is the culprit who dragged me into that hell, though I desperately want to tear him to pieces right now. He's a monster who reached the realm of talent in a human body. I must escape to my master. The next second, the desperate Kui Xiao scrambled up from the ground with all his might and bolted at lightning speed. Zhao Yaigong shouted, "Not so fast." A spell shot from his fingers. The transformation of the opposing absolute descent by imperial decree. Just a loud bang was heard, an attack radiating flames, and smashed into his back. Kui Xiao's body, which had just left the ground, crashed hard onto the dirt. The agony of the burns drove him to unleash hysterical curses. Damn you, I'll kill you. Master of Yuansha Pavilion, Yin chuckled. How rude. I am practically a birth parent to you, but no matter. You will yield to me. Then Yin Xiao fumbled around inside his robe and finally pulled out a yellow talisman called the Life Source. Because you are about to become my Shikigami. Immediately after, the Life Source talisman between Yin Xiao's fingers ignited without fire. Yaigong, watch closely. This is the process of turning a vengeful spirit into a godslayer. The Life Source talisman, after the 16 rock spirit general rite, transformed into a red thread of godslaying, one end connected to Yin Xiao's, while the other shot straight toward Kui Xiao's chest. Unable to block the godslaying thread, Kui Xiao screamed in panic. Yin whispered internally, vengeful spirits are normally almost impossible to use as divine servants, but if this succeeds, the disaster spirit might also become usable to me. The next moment, having finished the spell, Yin Xiao looked down at Kui Xiao. Quickly say, this pavilion master is your master. Who would have thought? Just as Yin Xiao reveled in rosy fantasies of the future, half-kneeling Kui Xiao snickered. Shut up. Go to hell, old man. Seeing that Kui Xiao hadn't become his godslayer, Yin Xiao's expression flashed with shock. Did the art fail? Why did this happen? Unbeknownst to them, a young figure was walking over from afar. He was quite displeased with Yin Xiao's actions. Old man, why touch someone's dog? Hearing this, Yin glanced at Zhao Yaigong and cried out in surprise, so it's you. This was probably the most depressing moment for Yuansha Pavilion Master Yin Xiao. The goo poison Kui Xiao, who belonged to him, actually had a master now, and the other party was his own disciples' previously mentioned genius, namely, Mu Jingyun from the Burning Wood Sword Manor. The youth impersonating Mu never expected to see Zhao here without dropping the facade. He called out, Master. Zhao Yaigong excitedly introduced Yin Xiao to the youth. Jingyun, greet him. This is your Grandmaster. Hearing this, the youth bowed in salute. Greetings, Grandmaster. Yin Xiao stared hard at the youth before him. Before that, say it again. The youth looked bewildered. Yin asked through gritted teeth, are you its master? Looking at the monster Yin, the youth pondered slightly before nodding in admission. Deet. Zhao Yaigong's expression shifted upon hearing this. What does this mean? Yin Xiaoyu immediately told the youth to give Kui Xiao an order. Make him do anything. Order this vengeful spirit. The youth disguised as Mu Jingdian stepped forward and told Kui Xiao to come over. Kui Xiao sneaked past between Yin Xiaoyu and Zhao Yaigong, then fearfully hid behind his own master. Seeing this scene, Zhao Yaigong sternly rebuked. What on earth did you do? Confess immediately. The youth chuckled. Well, I didn't really do anything, and I have no obligation to tell you either. Hearing this, Zhao Yaigong was instantly enraged to the point of fury. Are you trying to defy my order? No matter. I'll make you speak on your own. The next second, Zhao Yaigong pinched his fingers to form a spell seal. The spell's reverse seal quickly materialized in the void. Mirror illusion. No self-intent. The prayer beads at the youth's wrist emitted a buzzing sound. Calm, he thought to himself. Broken flame beads. There is a compulsory power. Is it the type that must obey commands? However, I swore the oath using a fake name from the start, so it has no effect. What should I do? Pondering briefly, the youth had already made up his mind inside. Then, under Kui Xiao's terrified gaze, he acted as if controlled. Yin Xiaoyu glanced at Zhao Yaigong upon seeing this. You put that on him, Zhao. Maintaining the spellcasting hand gesture. As you can see, I still can't completely control him yet. Among the children Yin Xiaoyu had taught, the one most like him was Zhao Yaigong. They were simply cut from the same craftily vicious cloth. However, Yin had experience. He suddenly lashed out, smashing his ritual implement against the youth's neck. Zhao cried out in alarm. Master, what are you doing? Yin shouted angrily. You still need to confirm if the spell actually works. Seeing Yin Xiaoyu violently stomp on the youth's neck as if venting his anger, Zhao couldn't watch anymore. Master, that's enough. The spell will work. He swore an oath to me in the name of the burning wood swordman and master. Yin Xiaoyu observed the youth's reaction for a moment, then lifted his foot. Fine, help him up. Then ask him what exactly happened. Hearing this, Zhao Yaigong said understood and helped the youth upright. Mu Jingyu, on my order, tell us how that vengeful spirit became your god-slayer. Who would have thought the youth disguised as Mu Jingdian would spit out the words Master Hui? Hearing this, Zhao Yaigong and his master were startled. Yen demanded, Master Hui? Did you say Master Hui? Why mention Master Hui? After repeating it a few times, the youth mumbled incoherently. Yin Xiaoyu grabbed a handful of his hair. What are you saying? Did Master Hui come here? Say it louder. Yet just as Yin Xiaoyu was fully concentrated on listening to the youth's mumbling, little did he know he had stepped into a fatal trap. Then, the youth, a cold smile crossing his lips, suddenly struck. With a clawed hand, he pierced straight through Yin Xiaoyu's chest. With a sickening rip, a massive trim of fresh blood gushed like a fountain in all directions from the giant hole in Yin Xiaoyu's chest. Howling in agony, he finally heard the youth's whisper clearly. Why would Master Hui come? Next, Yin Xiaoyu grabbed the youth's arm with one hand, while his other hand trembled, trying to cast a spell. How could the youth possibly let him get his way? A continuous snapping sound echoed out. Yin Xiaoyu's palm was utterly crushed by the youth. Cast your sorcery now. The pain of fractures, coupled with the huge hole in his chest, made Yin Xiaoyu's screams grow louder and louder. Seeing this, the youth couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Indeed, no matter how powerful a sorcerer's arts are, their physical body is sometimes even inferior to an ordinary person's. Watching Yin being tortured by the youth disguised as Mu Jingyan, disciple Zhao Yaigong's expression changed drastically, chanting the mirror incantation. While chanting the incantation, illusion like a mirror, the intent of no self. However, no matter how desperately Zhao Yaigong drove the secret art, that youth who should have been bound was completely unaffected in the slightest. Seeing this, Zhao Yaigong clenched his fists tightly, failing to grasp the situation. He finally admitted his own blunder, knowing the situation was bad, and naively thought I could control him. The next moment, knowing the situation was untenable, Zhao Yaigong quickly retreated to put a safe distance between himself and the youth. Then, 2 wooden puppets affixed with yellow talismans were hurled out. 5 metals, shift and divine generals. 2 willow generals appeared. By the supreme Laozi, obey this instantly. 2 willow spirit generals wielding weapons immediately appeared in the clearing. With something to rely on, Zhao Yaigong sternly rebuked. You rebellious bastard. What sorcery was that? Yet the youth was very interested in the spell Zhao Yaigong had just cast. Zhao boiled with rage. Master, it seems you still have plenty of knowledge worth learning. Hearing this, Zhao Yaigong was boiling with rage. Shut up, teacher for a day, father for life. Looking at the generals, loosened his grip on Yin Xiaoyu's deformed hand. A teacher for a day, a father for life. Isn't that right? Looking at those 2 Willowwood spirit generals, relying on Kui is not enough. The aura emanating from these 2 puppets is extraordinary. Besides, I still have to deal with Master. Relying solely on Kui Xiao will probably make it hard to cope. And right now, I cannot seek Kingling's help either. After all, because of the Bleeding Valley Lord incident. Master, here is a gift. Since there are no strong reinforcements at hand, the youth disguised as Mu Jingyan had no choice but to rely on himself. He chuckled lightly at Zhao Yaigong. Master, Let me give you a gift. Zhao Yaigong looked at the youth uncomprehendingly. What do you mean? The youth presented this gift through direct action. He yanked out the arm that had pierced through Yin Xiao's chest. The agonizingly wailing Yin Xiao immediately spat out a large mouthful of blood, losing support. He collapsed uncontrollably toward the ground. The bloody hole in his chest spurted blood upward like a fountain. Zhao Yaigong wore a self-blaming look upon seeing this. You bastard ended up doing it after all. Who would have thought the youth would utter a strange remark? Master, are you going to waste the opportunity your disciple brought you just? Lie this. Hearing this, Zhao Yaigong was startled inside. What did you say? The youth disguised as Mu Jingyan began to tempt him. Just now, wasn't the position of Yuansha Pavilion Master left vacant? This brief sentence exploded like a thunderclap in Zhao Yaigong's mind. You mean to have me take the position vacated after Master's death? Actually, Zhao Yaigong was already tempted inside. Only the reality of the situation didn't allow him to act recklessly. Although I don't really lie my master either. As a disciple, failing to protect him is a completely different matter. This won't cause you losses. He grabbed Yin's heart. Who would ever acknowledge me as Pavilion Master? Whispering incantations. My position has become unstable. Yet the youth disguised as Mu Jingyan chuckled softly. This matter won't cause Master to suffer any losses. Then, the youth grabbed Yin Xiao's bloody heart with his bare hand and crushed it, dripping the blood from the heart into the corpse's mouth while whispering incantations. Scorching peach blossoms, 5 senses viewed as void, as if in fairyland. Add 1 strength, multiply by 10,000. A long forbidden art. Instantly recognized the sorcery the youth was casting. That was actually the 6-person spirit descent art. Countless had to be killed. That was a secret art used to create living corpse ghouls. Unfallen dead person's heart blood to condense day, then execute the spell. How did he pull it off? The youth continued to entace. But the real problem was its efficiency. I'll give you the corpse. Manipulate him to be master. The youth paused meaningfully. Therefore, even if you wiped out everyone here, it would still be a hard secret art to succeed in. Looking at Yin Xiao, who had already become a living corpse ghoul, Zhao Yaigong was filled with doubt at this moment. Yet how on earth did Mu Jingyan pull it off? Unlike Zhao Yaigong's sock, the youth continued to entice him with words. No wonder I felt uneasy. I will hand over control of the living corpse ghoul to you. You just need to manipulate Grandmaster to ascend to the position of Pavilion Master. Saying this, he channeled Qi to Xiao, then looked at Zhao Yaigong with pity in his eyes. The devil's soul-piercing whisper rang out simultaneously. I have 3 conditions. Are you still unwilling to seize this opportunity? If you ask what makes people most prone to mistakes, it has to be greed and desire. Yuansha Pavilion Master. This is the throne Zhao Yaigong has always dreamed of. So he took a deep breath. Then he looked up at the youth disguised as Mu Jingyan opposite him. Very well. One last condition. I agree to your plan to make Master more at ease. At the same time, he secretly channeled Death Kai to Xiao behind his back. Xiao grinned. He clearly understood his master's wicked scheme. The next moment, Zhao Yaigong held up 3 fingers. Before that, I have 3 conditions, the youth replied. Name them. Zhao Yaigong spoke bluntly. First, tell me why the ghost bead of dawn has no effect on you. Second, how could you successfully cast the 6-person spirit summoning bamboo? Lastly, you must ensure my safety. The youth disguised as Mu Jingyan rubbed the prayer beads on his wrist. Then he said something rather bizarre. Very well, there is one last condition. I have also prepared a countermeasure. This is a way to make Master even more at ease. The next second, taking advantage of Zhao Yaigong's momentary daze, the youth tossed the curse bead fragment right into his hand. Wear this to show your loyalty. If you become my dog, I'll have no reason to harm you. Right. As he said this, Zhao Yaigong glared at the youth. He squeezed the bead until it creaked. I actually forgot there's another way. To make you wear this again. The youth disguised as Mu Jingyan narrowed his eyes. Zhao Yaigong activated the willow spirit and lunged. A continuous buzzing sound rang out. The youth nimbly dodged the willow spirit's attacks. He still found time to taunt Zhao Yaigong. The first condition. I'll tell you why the ghost bead has no effect on me. Because my real name is not Mu Jingyan, while he was casting a spell on me. Don't forget my name. Zhao Yaigong never expected to be tricked by such a low-level stunt, but now was not the time to dwell on it. Fighting with full strength was the priority. He pulled out a yellow talisman. You talk as if you've already won. At that moment, the Willow Spirit General slid and kicked straight at the youth's lower body. The youth leaped into the air, then stepped right onto the wooden sword of the Willow Spirit General and used the momentum to distance himself. Zhao Yaigong muttered to himself, there's no way this fellow can break through the encirclement of the Willow Spirit General all by himself. His goo poison has lost its spiritual energy, posing no threat anymore. I must use the Willow Spirit to apply pressure and quickly subdue him. The Willow Spirit had immense strength. After all, the youth disguised as Mu Jingyan was merely mortal flesh and blood. They exchanged a single blow, and the youth was sent flying backward, sliding across the ground a long distance, before finally stabilizing his stance. Just who would have thought? Zhao Yaigong flew up holding a talisman, forming finger incantations, crimson ink curse, thunder, protect me. Crackling lightning lit up the sky. Holding a talisman in one hand and controlling lightning, Zhao Yaigong yelled, brat, it all ends here. Yet the youth disguised as Mu Jingyun had been waiting for precisely this moment. He clenched his fists tightly and ordered Kui Xiao, Xiao, tie him up. Iron chains swept in from all directions. Before Zhao Yaigong could finish his curse, he was bound by the iron chains. The crimson ink talisman slipped away. The bound Zhao Yaigong turned toward the chains, his eyes filled with disbelief. This is impossible. How did his spiritual energy recover so fast without absorbing death Kai? This shouldn't have happened. Unlike the dumbfounded Zhao Yaigong, Kui Xiao was ecstatic. You let your guard down, crook Taoist. Having lost his balance, Zhao Yaigong slammed heavily into a tree with a bang. Deprived of a power supply, the willow wood general also began to gradually dissipate, reverting back to the form of a wooden puppet. Meanwhile, the youth strode forward amid the smoke and sparks. Now for the second reason why the six-person descent technique succeeded. My dantian is composed of death Kai. I don't need to harm others to acquire it. Kui Xiao used the iron chains to bind Zhao Yaigong tightly against the tree trunk. Hearing the youth's explanation, Zhao Yaigong cried out that it was impossible. Zhao Yaigong was thoroughly depressed. Not only was the name the fellow gave him fake, but his dantian was made of death Kai. His worldview showed signs of shattering. The youth approached holding the bead fragment. So, can you swear your oath now? When asked to swear a binding curse, Zhao Yaigong initially refused, but under the low eaves, he had no choice but to bow his head and look at the youth disguised as Mu Jingyun. Meeting those icy eyes, he had no choice than to put the ghost bead of dawn back onto his wrist. I, Zhao Yang, accept your proposal. The youth spread his arms open, a curve playing on his mouth. To think Master would go to such lengths personally for his disciple. As a disciple, I feel deeply honored. Zhao Yaigong looked deeply gloomy, cannot help sighing inwardly. I've truly taken on a devil incarnate as a disciple. A moment later, in the dense forest, Zhao Yaigong walked forward leading in Shayu, who had now been turned into a living corpse ghost. He clenched his fists tightly, failing to understand how things came to this. Furthermore, there was still a massive hurdle that needed to be resolved. Other people might be easy, but this wouldn't fool that person. A genius Taoist who reached the same square sun realm as Master at a very young age, and even commanded two fierce beasts as god slayers. Senior brother Zhao taking. Previously, Zhao Yaigong had also warned the youth disguised as Mu Jingyun, yet the other party simply put on an expression of I only care about results. Do you expect me to teach you how to do everything step by step? Once done, you'll be pavilion master. Figure out minor details on your own. At the mere thought of the pavilion master position, Zhao Yaigong clenched his fists. Things have come to this. I must risk it. Though played by that fellow, he has talent. If I succeed, I will gain the title of Supreme Taoist Master and the glory of Pavilion Master. Zhao Yaigong made his definitive choice, that he must become the Pavilion Master of Yuansha Pavilion. However, after a moment of reflection, Zhao Yaigong felt something didn't add up. It feels like I forgot something important. What did I forget? Meanwhile, the youth disguised as Mu Jingyun had already returned to the chambers of the Vermilion Blood Valley Lord. He picked up a cup of fragrant tea and took a sip. I never imagined the ghost bead had this function. It could make him forget my name when Zhao Yaigong swore the curse. Just to be safe, the youth commanded him to forget his name. To his surprise, it succeeded. That artifact contains unimaginable power. Zhao Yaigong only remembered the name Mu Jingyun. As for his actual birth name, he had completely forgotten it. Kui Xiao stood nearby, grinning. Meanwhile, the youth's mind drifted to other thoughts. Can this artifact be acquired again? Zhao Yaigong shook his head. I'd lie that, but it's difficult. This is a magical artifact crafted by the Grand Taoist Master Jin Yuan, one of the 6 directional gods. It was one of 4 gifts to my master when he attended the Central Plains Assembly of 64 sects. As a brief aside, the 6 directional gods were the title given to the 6 peak Taoist masters who reached the very pinnacle of the Central Plains Taoist organizations. Zhao Yaigong gazed at the bead on his wrist. My master Yin Shayu also desired more. He studied it for a decade, yet failed to figure it out. The youth thought it a pity. Judging by Zhao Yaigong's word, there are 3 more items. It would be great if I could get my hands on all of them given the chance. Just as the youth was lost in thought, Vermilion Blood Valley Lord Li Xian spoke up and startled. The youth snapped back to his senses, offering an apologetic smile. Kept you waiting. The Vermilion Blood Valley Lord hastily replied that she dared not. The youth chuckled lightly. Let's continue our chat about the returning spirit war. The past King Ling is hiding. The next moment, Li Xian hesitated, wanting to speak but holding back. Where should I even begin? Meanwhile, King Ling, possessing the puppet, transmitted a voice message to the youth. Hey, Shongsheng. Before King Ling could finish, the youth disguised as Mu Jingyun directly cut him off. I'm very busy right now. We'll talk later. King Ling's tone turned deep. I beg of you, don't ask about my past now. Once the time comes, you will naturally find out. If you agree to Bensua, then Bensua will tell you one of the secrets of the past. Eras. Hearing that, the youth was genuinely tempted. At this point, it naturally raised a question. Did he not want the past uncovered and wouldn't even give me clues about past errors? Did he really not want the past to be uncovered due to being sealed away? King Ling could only continue negotiating with the youth. The youth thought to himself, I don't care about your secrets. One era won't cut it. I don't care what unspeakable secrets you have. Just telling me about one era won't cut. So the next second, the youth held up 2 fingers in front of the puppet. King Ling flew into such a rage that his face turned red. You heartless bastard. How dare you try to bargain with me? When you find yourself in an extremely advantageous position, signaling he wanted 2 secrets. So the youth disguised as Mu Jingyan raised 2 fingers at King Ling, signaling that he wanted secrets regarding 2 of the past errors. Hearing this, King Ling instantly flew into a rage. I need perks too. Right, how will you choose? I need to get some perks out of this too. Right, how are you going to choose? After struggling internally for a bit, King Ling ultimately agreed to the youth's demand. While he couldn't help cursing, you crafty little scoundrel. While he couldn't help cursing, he glanced at Li Xian. The next moment, a corner of the youth's mouth curving up, he rose from his chair. Then he turned and glanced at Vermilion Blood Valley Lord Li Xian. Valley Lord, my apologies. Li Xian was baffled. Let's discuss it next time. Li Xian was somewhat baffled for a moment. Meanwhile, the youth was filled with anticipation for the secrets of the 2 past errors he was about to get. King Ling, possessing the puppet, felt rather vexed. Comprehending even just one of the past error secrets carried boundless effects and uses. However, if one didn't learn it at the appropriate time, it might fail to unleash its original efficacy. Therefore, I originally intended to tell him when the timing was right. Yet this cunning fellow complaining up to this point. King Ling paused. But honestly, I'd even less want this fellow to know about that matter. To be precise, perhaps I just didn't want to know how that matter had been twisted into rumors. The youth fabricated an excuse. Li Xian looked at the youth disguised as Mu Jingyan. My lord, you ought to at least know what on earth happened after your position stabilizes. Let's wait until my position stabilizes first. How is my cultivation level after your position stabilizes? The youth pointed at himself. In the Valley Lord's view, how is my cultivation level? Li Xian hesitated, wanting to speak. Cultivation level. The youth nodded. That's right, just speak your honest mind. Li Xian pondered for a moment, judging purely by spiritual aura. Probably first rate. Hearing this, the youth fell into contemplation. First rate. King Ling said my inner cultivation had reached the ultimate peak. Your aura is death kai. It seems others really have no idea how high my cultivation actually is. Can they not sense my aura? King Ling offered an explanation at that moment. They can't tell my cultivation. And most people are incapable of sensing death kai. I can continue concealing it. Li Xian interrupted his thoughts. They still can't accurately tell how high my cultivation is. Right. The youth chuckled lightly. Doesn't that mean I can continue concealing my martial arts realm? Then, Li Xian abruptly interrupted the youth's train of thought. My lord, could it be that you've been restraining your aura all along? You seem disappointed. Li Xian murmured. My apologies. The Vermilion Blood Valley Lord was somewhat dumbfounded. The youth disguised as Mu Jingyan stared straight at her. But I should clarify. I possessed this body half a month ago. The youth paced around the room. It's fine, I understand. I indeed failed to meet your expectations, but I should clarify. I only possessed this body half a month ago. Although the original owner of this body practiced martial arts, he hadn't even reached 3rd rate back then. Hearing this, Li Xian's jaw dropped wide open in astonishment. Hidden beneath her blood-red mask, she stared fixedly at the youth before her. Could that possibly be true? The youth smiled faintly. Right. Don't you believe me? I understand you have expectations of me. You reached top tier in half a month. Li Xian spoke with a solemn tone. No, I understand. The youth pinched his chin. King Ling never mentioned his realm. That being the case, whether it's his enemies or mine. The youth reached out and pinched his chin. King Ling had seemingly never mentioned his original realm. The time frame I give now should be the time for my revenge. To defeat them, I must become stronger. Which means the time frame I give now, patiently building up strength. At this thought, the youth disguised as Mu Jingyan looked profound. As the saying goes, a gentleman takes revenge. 10 years is not too late. This means patiently building up your strength. Are you serious? My lord, 10 years is too long. Though, having made a decision, the youth made a hand gesture. Seeing this, Li Xian's pupils constricted slightly. Are you serious? My lord, he stared in astonishment. The youth disguised as Mu Jingyan smiled. How could it be? Achieved by surpassing limits. He stared at the youth with a look of utter astonishment. Are you insane? The transformation realm. You plan to do it in just 2 years. The transformation realm, that's a supreme mastery, achieved only by surpassing limits. Entering the 3 flowers gathering and 5 converging realm. In the martial world today, only the 6 heavens and 8 stars, hailed as top masters, have ever reached that realm. Thus, hearing the youth disguised as Mu Jingyan claim he'd reach it in 2 years, Li Xian, Valley Lord of Vermilion Blood Valley, choked back tears with a trembling voice. Meanwhile, King Ling was incredulous. He even made a bold bet. You won't manage it even if you die and come back 100 times. You'll realize how great Bensuo truly is. If you actually succeed, this seat will call you master for the rest of my life. I'll serve you as master forever. Hearing this, the youth thought to himself, King Ling, you better remember those words. Meanwhile, Mu Yuqian stood dazed, holding a token. This was the item Ma Shanglin had him keep before getting captured. Recalling Ma Shanglin's look back there, Mu Yuqian punched the wall in self-blame. His face was filled with pain. Ma Shanglin, you might as well blame me to take care of my brother. I pushed Ma Shanglin to his death, yet he didn't blame me. He trusted me. What am I? Recalling Mu Jingyun's cold words of what's that got to do with me, Mu Yuqian furiously hammered his fists against the wall in blazing anger. Clearly, back at the second trial of Vermilion Blood Valley, he had already understood the other's ruthlessness. Why did he still hold illusions? Losing his reason slightly, Mu Yuqian roared hysterically. He took his frustration out on the wall, seeing it as Mu Jingyun. He only stopped when he was utterly exhausted. Mu Yuqian hung his head in sorrow. His brow was tightly furrowed. I know I'm the one in the wrong. Then Mu Yuqian slumped down to sit on the bed, just as Mu Jingyun said, I am far too cowardly. Trapped in my own inertia, I failed to see reality. Thinking to this, Mu Yuqian clenched his fist tightly. I am so foolish to actually think that just surviving would let me return to the old days. In the end, whether at Burning Wood Manor or right here, everything is decided by martial might, thinking only of survival. What a laughable notion. From now on, I must cast away all comfortable thoughts. I must survive and grow stronger, and use any means necessary. With his new gun set, Mu Yuqian sat cross-legged. He frantically circulated his heart. I'll grow strong enough to make everyone kneel before me. Pausing here for a moment, I recall that Mu Yuqian's Burning Wood heart art was actually tampered with. Can he really succeed? Elsewhere, Li Zion, Valley Lord of Vermilion Blood Valley, stared at the youth in shock. My lord, you'll reach transformation in 2 years. King Ling, possessing the puppet, made a clicking sound. What kind of international joke is that? Go ahead. If you actually succeed, this seat will sincerely acknowledge you as my master. Hearing this, the youth gave a faint smile. Are you certain I can't do it? King Ling angrily stated that reaching the transformation realm, even I took 20 years. That is not a realm to be spoken of by someone who hasn't even attained enlightenment yet. The youth disguised as Mu Jingyun scratched his head. How can you know unless you try? My grandfather used to say that. Who would have thought? Right at that moment, his grandfather's voice and expression suddenly flashed in the youth's mind. A wave of sharp pain made him unsteady on his feet. Li Zion stepped forward concerned. My lord, are you all right? Though the youth claimed he was fine, a flicker of doubt crept into his heart. What was that just now? I couldn't have forgotten anything. King Ling also sent a telepathic inquiry to Zhongsheng. What's wrong? The youth pressed his brow. I was trying to remember my grandfather, but my head felt like it was chopped off. Such intense pain, as if someone had deliberately blocked my memories. At this, a sudden thought rushed into the youth's mind. Could it be my grandfather? Meanwhile, seeing the youth frozen, Li Zion, Valley Lord of Vermilion Blood Valley, looked anxious. My lord, are you all right? Roused from his thoughts, the youth paced around the room. Don't worry. I'm just tired. That aside, I have a few things I want to ask you. Li Zion replied respectfully. Please go ahead, my lord. Yet the next second, the youth asked a question that left Li Zion utterly shocked. Do you know someone called Ghost Sword? At this moment, the youth temporarily set aside his desire to probe the cause of his headache. After all, things he couldn't remember should be left alone for now. He just needed to figure out Ghost Sword's identity first. Hearing the question, Li Zion, Valley Lord of Vermilion Blood Valley, was momentarily stunned. Then his gaze turned profound. Are you referring to Ghost Sword of the 6 heavens and 8 stars, avenging his grandfather? Finding and killing Ghost Sword. This was the ultimate goal of the youth disguised as Mu Jingyun. In coming to the Heaven and Earth Society, Li Zion could be a useful tool. So the youth asked him about the basic state of the contemporary martial world, focusing primarily on information regarding Ghost Sword. Li Zion pulled out a chair and sat opposite the youth. Ghost Sword is a notorious fellow. The youth mimicked his actions. Notorious? Li Zion nodded. Indeed, among those who sparred him, not a single person survived. Hearing this, the youth muttered under his breath. They all died. Li Zion continued. Furthermore, nobody knows Ghost Sword's sect origin, nor does anyone know who he actually is. They only know he suddenly appeared one day and began fighting to the death with experts of both righteous and evil factions. Gradually, he grew infamous. This cow reminded the youth of the intel previously provided by Mu Rendan. He felt something was strange. I recall the master of Burning Wood Manor saying the scar on his waist was inflicted by Ghost Sword. Right at that moment, Li Zion, busy pouring tea, suddenly remembered something. I suddenly recall there was someone who survived against Ghost Sword. The youth stared at Li Zion with wide eyes. Li Zion recounted a famous tale. Among the 5 kings of the Heaven and Earth Society, there was one named Poison King Bai Shi. Reputedly, before Ghost Sword vanished, he exchanged a few moves with Bai Shi. Hearing this, the youth paused his tea. So it wasn't Mana Master Murenden after all. He set down his cup. You said that person exchanged a few moves with Ghost Sword. Li Ziyan nodded. Did. Is there a problem? The youth disguised as Mu Jingyan said. Nothing. I heard Ghost Sword was a hidden expert of the Heaven and Earth Society. The reason the youth asked this, because Mu Yutian mentioned Ghost Sword might be an expert from the Heaven and Earth Society. Could that guess be wrong? Li Ziyan pondered quiet. There were such rumors. After all, the only survivor was a man of the Heaven and Earth Society. There are also rumors he is the Society Master's personal bodyguard. The youth drank his tea, muttering softly at the same time. Personal bodyguard. King Ling, possessing the puppet, chimed in. That's an illustration. That system is still going. They are a group of people guarding the Society Master at all times. The youth looked at Li Ziyan. So really, no one knows who Ghost Sword actually is. Li Ziyan, Valley Lord of Vermilion Blood Valley, thought for a moment. Indeed, though perhaps the Poison King knows Ghost Sword's identity. The youth disguised as Mu Jingyan silently noted down the name Poison King. Then he moved on to his next question. What is the purpose of running Vermilion Blood Valley? At the same time, Mu Yutian, currently practicing the burning wood heart art, was enveloped in crimson light all over. Spurt after spurt of energy surged outward from his body. The intense pain caused veins to bulge across his face. Sweat beads the size of beans incessantly dripped down his cheeks. It was practically the portrait of someone about to go into key deviation. On the other side, Li Ziyan gave the youth his answer. It is to screen and select Jade from Stone. Hearing this, the youth's gaze deepened. Jade from Stone. Li Ziyan nodded. Vermilion Blood Valley is responsible for testing if they qualify to become warriors of the Heaven and Earth Society. Those who reach the final trial get a chance to become disciples of the faction leaders, disciples, kings, and the Poison King. These newly popped up clues made the youth find things increasingly interesting. Yet the next second, Li Ziyan bowed and saluted him. Please forgive your subordinate's previous discourtesy toward you. You don't need the examination. I will immediately remove your name from the roster. The youth disguised as Mu Jingyan chuckled lightly. It's fine. You didn't know my identity, so acting that way was entirely understandable. Besides, there's no need to specially remove my name from the roster. On the contrary, we can make use of the current situation. Hearing this, Li Ziyan looked somewhat baffled. When you say make use of it, you mean? The youth held his teacup. Didn't you say the final trial lets one become a disciple of the faction leaders? A wound rotting from the inside hurts all the more, doesn't it? As soon as he said this, Li Ziyan, Valley Lord of Vermilion Blood Valley opposite him, felt a creeping sensation of chill. Meanwhile, Mu Yutian was forced to halt his practice of the burning wood heart art. Though this heart art came with certain side effects, he had to admit that it was truly powerful. If he wanted to grow strong here in a short time, this was his only option. At this moment, Mu Yutian's state was thoroughly abnormal. The muscles on his face were severely distorted. His once clear eyes had turned ferocious and violent. Mu Jingyan had completely become his obsession and inner demon. Meanwhile, the youth disguised as Mu Jingyan had made up his mind. Things reached this point. I must become the Poison King's disciple to get intel on Ghost Sword. So for now, I just need to pass the examination, right? Unlike the calm youth, Mu Yutian was grinding his teeth in deep hatred. His anger burned wildly in his heart. Mu Jingyan, the one who keeps climbing higher here won't be you. It will be me. A fine day begins with the sun. At this moment, 9 youths gathered inside a room. Occupying the central position was the youth disguised as Mu Jingyan. He raised his head and swept his gaze over the group. There's an extra person. What's going on here? Didn't they say 8 people max per group? Mao Xiaolang nearby spoke up to explain. Because Brother Yan and I went our separate ways. We accidentally recruited 1 extra person. Hearing this, the youth looked somewhat taken aback. How could you mess up something so simple? Mao Xiaolang apologized, while the demonic monk possessing Brother Yan looked thoroughly displeased. The youth pondered. Can't be helped. I only need 5. You guys decide amongst yourselves who stays and who goes. As soon as he said this, one of the punk-styled youths instantly refused to accept it. He rudely shoved aside the young man standing before him and glared at the youth. What the hell do you think you are, punk? Why should we listen to you? Faced with such audacity, Mao Xiaolang turned his head away in utter speechlessness. The youth looked somewhat surprised by this. The punk dropped harsh words. I joined this group purely because of Brother Yan. How did a pretty boy like you end up becoming the group leader? A youth in yellow nearby whispered for the punk to hold it in, yet the punk stared defiantly at the youth without a shred of submission. Damn little bastard. Why should I listen to you? Are you that strong? The yellow-clad youth interjected. Didn't you see? He's strong. Another person chimed in. Yeah. Yanji got beaten badly. The punk snapped at them. Stop talking nonsense. Look at Yanji's condition. Does he look like he got beaten? The hat guy nodded in agreement. True. Yanji has no injuries. The punk shared his guess. The clan leader can pass the exam directly, so they must have colluded. Or that kid paid Yanji a fortune. He paused for a moment, then smirked slyly. Or you used that pretty face to seduce them. Hearing this, the demon monk stepped forward. The youth stopped him. Don't. It's no surprise he's suspicious. Then the youth posing as Mu Jingyan looked at the Shamati. How do you want me to prove it? Want to spar with me? The Shamati was eager for that. Fine, let's fight. The next second, the technique was unleashed by the youth. The Shamati's body flew toward him uncontrollably. With a loud bang, his head was grabbed firmly. Then with a crash, the youth slammed his head hard into the ground. The floor cheered for the impact. At that moment, everyone froze. All stared at the scene. The youth grabbed his hair, looking annoyed. That's it. So boring. Seeing this, everyone realized his true strength. Their minds raced with thoughts. The Shamati was no met for him. Was that long-range control? How is that possible? Then the youth looked at the crowd. Anyone else need proof? Everyone shook their heads. The youth nodded slightly, since no one objects. And our team is full. Let's begin. Hearing this, Mao Xiaolang was stunned. The youth asked, begin what? The Shamati still had no idea what was happening. As he tried to get up, the youth stomped and broke his leg. The pain made him scream loudly. The hat youth felt uneasy. He demanded, what are you doing? You already beat him. Why hurt him more? The youth glanced at him calmly. Why so surprised? He's not the only one we're taking down. The hat youth frowned deeply, his young face filled with shock. Then the youth said, they never expected. From now on, we'll be busy before the exam starts, except for our Tim. Everyone's limbs will be broken. Hearing this, except for the monk and Mao, the other 5 youths' faces changed. They never imagined his ambition was so huge. A youth entered the quiet room. The 4 youths were confused. The yellow-clad man spoke. Are you looking for teammates? Then get lost. We're already full. But the youth posing as Mu Jingyan counted and said, not bad. The youth sat on the bed, then shook his leg, telling him to leave. What's not bad? We won't accept you. Before he could finish, the youth kicked and broke his leg. With a thud, the pain made him scream endlessly. The youth posing as Mu Jingyan turned to the remaining 3. They tensed up in alarm. The blue-clad youth demanded, what are you doing? Even if we didn't accept you, you can't. The youth cut him off. Our Tim is full. I'm here to break your limbs. Hearing this, the 3 youths' faces changed. The youth, with swift moves, took down 2 of them instantly. When only one remained, the youth grabbed his wrist and sneered, don't move, or I might cut off your wrist. Then a quick chop came down. All 4 youths were defeated. Their screams echoed everywhere. The youth was annoyed by the noise. He told them to be quiet. The 4 wounded animals immediately stopped crying. After handling everything, the youth walked out of the room. Let me see. 4 were spies, so they were taken away, and I handled these 4. So besides our Tim, our 64 people left. The youth wiped blood off his face. To finish all 64 quickly, I need to hurry. King Ling clicked her tongue. Shang Sheng, you're something else. Time passed by. Mu Yutian, in his room, heard something strange. He woke up. What's that? I think I heard something. But when he looked outside, a youth opened his door. Seeing him, Mu Yutian thought, you're Wu Zhangruo. Wu Zhangruo waved in greeting, then chuckled. You remember me? Mu Yutian walked up excitedly. You saved my life. How could I forget? During the second stage, Mu Yutian faced a crisis. He got separated from his Tim. Wu Zhangruo protected him. Mu Yutian always repaid favors. He guessed Wu needed something. So, do you need me? Wu scratched his head awkwardly. Well, there's a problem. Mu Yutian asked. What problem? Wu Zhangruo looked pained. My Tim never came for me, so I went to look. Their legs were all broken. Someone's eliminating competitors. He paused for a moment, then said something alarming. I heard it's the guy who won twice. Mu Yutian clenched his fists. The name Mu Jingyan enraged him again. Wu Zhangruo looked at him. So I'm here to propose something. Mu Yutian's widened. What? Wu Zhangruo extended an invitation. Want to join our team? Mu Yutian was taken aback. Wu Zhangruo continued. Your friend was a spy and taken away. Right, I'm not suspecting you. But don't you need teammates? So let's find a way to stop that guy. Mu Yutian hesitated. Is someone Lamioki? Wu Zhangruo shook his head. Of course, I even thought back then, if you had no Tim, I'd invite you to join. He extended his hand. Then I'll take that as a debt. Mu Yuchen pondered. He knew clearly. Passing required teaming up. And with his own strength alone, he couldn't stop Mu Jingyun, so he opened his eyes. He accepted the invitation. I accept your proposal. The two, sharing a gun, shook hands. Mu Yuchen smiled. Thanks for thinking of me. Wu smiled. Don't say that. Someone as strong as you. I should be the one thanking you. Those who passed the second stage were no weaklings. He shook Wu Zhangruo's hand. Mu Yuchen felt immense power. It excited him. This guy's strength is high. You're really strong. Wu Zhangruo smiled. Likewise. He added inwardly. He's definitely not weak. Wu Zhangruo coughed lightly. By the way, any way to stop that leg-breaking guy? Mu Yuchen pondered. Then a smirk appeared. I've thought of a way. 3 days later, Vermilion Blood Valley Lord Li Xian announced. First place, Team Leader Wu Zhangruo. Hearing the result, Wu Zhangruo and Mu Yuchen were thrilled. They celebrated in their own way. King Ling, in the puppet, clicked her tongue. How does it feel to be betrayed? Want me to comfort you? The youth posing as Mu Jingyun stayed silent. He glanced at the cheering Mu Yuchen. Mu Yuchen turned to look. Their eyes met. The youth narrowed his, then answered King Ling. It's quite interesting. 3 days ago, the youth left after dealing with rivals. The activity left him tired. He stretched to relax. Only 8 people left now. Others are working hard too. King Ling puffed her pipe. You ruthless bastard. Just then, the monk and Mao rushed over. They brought bad news. Mu Jingyun, there's a problem. Moments later, the youth saw something infuriating. His team members, except the demon monk and Mao Xiaoling, were all beaten black and blue. Then tied up in a row by Wu Zhangruo's group. They were hostages. The youth dug his ear. Those are my team members, he muttered to himself, annoyed. These guys are below first rate. That's why they were captured. The youth looked at his teammates. The purple hat man apologized. Can you explain what happened? They saw through our plan. Then explained. They seemed to see through our plan. We were ambushed. The youth was surprised. Ambushed. Well, them noticing that we're deliberately breaking others' limbs. That's to be expected. The next stage is different. You didn't need to go this far. Mu Jingyun, how could you do this? What's the problem? Mu Yuchen was shocked. The youth spread his hands, looking unconcerned. What's the problem? Mu Yuchen was shocked by his attitude. The youth sneered. I'm just reducing competitors. Lay you're doing now. Mu Yuchen snorted in anger. Why should I believe you? We only took them hostage. To avoid wasting effort, the youth stared at him. Except for 8 people. We automatically pass. The exam is 8 per group. In short, if we break the limbs of everyone, including my Tim and yours, except for 8 people, we automatically pass. Hearing this, we've planned our counter, then forced down his rage. Mu Yuchen opened his clothes and signaled Wu to act. Wu took out a silver needle. The youth looked curious. This is the soft bone needle, and signaled Wu Zhangruo to act. You'll limp for 10 days. I've inserted it into your Tim, and into our Tim as well. It's a secret technique of our family. If it's not pulled out accurately within half a day, Mu Xiaoling was moved. I've inserted this needle into your Tim member, even if you achieve your gun. If I don't assist you, Mu Xiaoling gained the upper hand. The needle allowed negotiation. What a brilliant move. That way, even if Mu Jingyun achieves his gun, 5 people will still limp. Even he probably has no way out of this now. This was the first time Mu Xiaoling gained the upper hand against the youth disguised as Mu Jingyun. The cartilage needle finally gave her the qualification to negotiate. A chilling aura swept the room, then stared intently ahead. What is going on? Mu Jingyun is in a dead end. Who would have thought? The youth disguised as Mu Jingyun suddenly burst out laughing. A chilling aura swept wildly through the room. Mu Xiaoling and the others all changed expression at the sight. What is going on? At that moment, Mu Xiaoling felt a suffocating sensation. It was the natural suppression of an apex predator over its prey. He suppressed his urge to kill, though he could eliminate her. Looking at Mu Xiaoling, who was getting in his way. Whether Wu would help remained unknown. just because of this annoyance. The air became filled with oppressive pressure. In that instant, the youth regarded Muxiashin as an enemy. Everyone's life and death hung on his whim. However, the youth then forcefully suppressed his urge to kill, though he could immediately eliminate Muxiashin, leaving only 8 people to finish the test. Whether Wu Zhangruo would help him remove the cartilage needle, the youth gave a light chuckle. The youth ultimately felt it wasn't worth taking that risk, so his expression turned calm once again. Let's end it here. I accept your proposal. However, we'll take away 4 of your team members. Both groups completed the array, but Wu's group was faster. Muxiashin remained silent. Hearing this, the youth gave a light chuckle. Then it's a deal. Then the next day. Can I reduce the number? Each group entered a 3-day witness and practice period. When the test came, both groups completed the sword array perfectly, but Wu Zhangruo's group had a higher completion rate. Thus, as the team leader, Wu Zhangruo took first place. He didn't really care much. Vermilion Blood Valley Lord Li Xian had a bit of a headache. However, the youth who had disguised as Mu Jingyan previously asked Li Xian, can I reduce the number of people? The 4th stage was evasion. As long as you follow the rules, it's fine. Now facing such situation, Li Xian couldn't help feeling somewhat depressed. My lord, couldn't you have kept a few more people? Although the Vermilion Blood Valley Lord complained that out loud, he didn't really care much in his heart. He figured the talents who should pass had already passed, so it was no big deal. A moment later, the next stage began. The 4th stage was to evade the hidden mechanisms set up and successfully escape from the exit. Getting out before an incense stick burned down to 1/3 counted as passing. Those who passed this stage would gain the qualification to be a Heaven and Earth Society Reserve leader. There were 6 youths who passed the exam this way, namely Yan, Wyan, Muxiashin, Muxialang, Wu Zhangruo, Yenj, who thought he was special. He once again won first place in the 4th stage when the youth disguised as Mu Jingyan. Muxiashin had a troublesome brother. The Heaven and Earth Society members on invigilation duty praised him one after another. He passed even before the incense stick burned down to 1/6. This was simply Lai running across flat ground. He broke the Vermilion Blood Valley record. Only the final stage remained, that Mu Jingyan's clearance speed would be even faster than his. Recalling the scene of confronting the youth in the 3rd stage, his palms had actually broken out in a sweat back then. At this moment, his body sent out a warning. Wu Zhangruo had always thought that among people his age, there was nothing special. This wasn't given for free. This was the first time he had that kind of feeling. Muxiashin had a rather troublesome older brother. A thought popped into Wu Zhangruo's head at that moment. It grants 15 years of power. Yan Wang thought it a pity. As the 4th stage successfully concluded, only the final stage of Vermilion Blood Valley remained. Mu and Wu each got a pill. Vermilion Blood Valley Lord Li Xian first spoke up. Congratulations to the 6 candidates who reached the final stage. From now on, you will possess the qualification to become Heaven and Earth Society Reserve leaders. Subsequently, Li Xian announced what reward the person who won first place would receive. Can enter the treasury. Looked at the round token in his hand. Is this a reward? This thing really wasn't given away for free. The next moment, Vermilion Blood Valley Lord Li Xian pulled out a small box. Whoever wins first place once will receive the Heaven and Earth pill, secretly passed down in our society. Eating this pill grants 10 to 15 years of internal cultivation. Everyone was envious. Yan Wang thought it a pity while Muxiashin was hep high. For his companion, Wu Zhangruo, however, was full of excitement. Everyone is very envious. Li Xian quickly announced the results as they wished. Mu Jingyan and Wu Zhangruo would each receive a Heaven and Earth pill. A Heaven and Earth pill that increases power by 10 to 15 years. This was merely the reward for winning first place once. And Vermilion Blood Valley Lord Li Xian's next words made everyone present gasp in astonishment. Whoever wins first place twice can enter the Vermilion Blood Valley treasury and obtain any martial art they desire from there. Hearing this, Muxiashin, being a novice, wore a look of utter confusion. Wu Zhangruo beside him began to explain. I've heard of the Vermilion Blood Valley treasury. It's said to contain many handwritten copies of supreme martial arts and other secret manuals. Such a great opportunity being won by the youth disguised as Mu Jingyan. All the candidates wore expressions of envy. After all, they wanted to go in and take a look too. The youth just smiled slightly. It seems everyone is very envious of us. King Ling remarked, one can never have too many martial arts. Although practicing many martial arts won't boost strength overnight. The more experience you have, the broader your horizons become. Hearing this, the youth pondered. Horizons will become broader. The next moment, once everyone quieted down, Vermilion Blood Valley Lord Li Xian chuckled and said, winning first place thrice is rare. Occurring every 8 years, the reward for winning first place 3 times is receiving guidance from our society's executives, the 5 kings, 3 sect masters, 4 valley lords, any of these 12 grand masters. Hearing this, except for the youth and monk, everyone else's jaws dropped. The youth disguised as Mu Jingyan softly asked Muxialang, is this good? Muxialang looked excited. Are you kidding me? Among the 5 kings of the Heaven and Earth Society, there are actually 3 of the 8 stars of the 6 heavens. The 8 stars are transformation experts. Hearing this, the youth startled. The 6 heavens and 8 stars are beings with the highest cultivation in the martial world. King Ling had said he reached transformation realm. If the 8 stars are all in the transformation realm, that guy called Ghost Sword should have reached that realm too. King Ling sighed with emotion. Even 100 years ago, none of the executives had reached transformation realm experts yet. Their standards have improved quite a bit. Right after that, Li Xian told candidates to rest for the final. Have a good rest, who would have thought? Just as he was about to turn and leave, the youth raised his hand. I have a question. What reward is there for winning first place 4 times? If a regular person asked this, the Vermilion Blood Valley Lord certainly wouldn't deign to answer. But unfortunately, the other party's current status was his master, so he could only honestly reply. Then you would get guidance from one of the 6 heaven lords among the 6 heavens and 8 stars. Having finished saying this, the Vermilion Blood Valley Lord strode away, leaving the 6 candidates behind. King Ling, possessing the puppet, fiercely bit down on his smoking pipe. Lord of the 6 heavens, a fellow lie that is a heaven lord. The youth disguised as Mu Jingyun felt his heart sink. King Ling, our path of revenge is probably going to be even harder to walk. A moment later, a Heaven and Earth Society warrior led the youth to the Vermilion Blood Valley Treasury. Vermilion Blood Valley Special Warrior Guo Wenqi pays respects to leader Yang Weiyuan. Yang Weiyuan looked at the youth curiously. You're the one who won 3 times. Welcome. I am Yang Weiyuan, gatekeeper of the secret manual treasury. After exchanging courtesies, Yang Weiyuan turned to lead the way for the youth. Follow me. I'll guide you. Guo Wenqi bowed on seeing this. Then I'll wait for the 2 of you downstairs. Footsteps echoed through the cavern. Yang Weiyuan led the youth to an entrance. Go in from there, and you will see the secret manuals. You can only take 1 manual out, and you must copy it here and take the copy away, so choose carefully. The youth took the lantern from Yang Weiyuan's hand. Can I flip through them while choosing? Yang Weiyuan nodded. That's natural. After all, you need to pick the manual you like best. Hearing this, the youth felt excited. That is truly wonderful. Who would have thought? Just as the youth intended to enter the treasury entrance, Yang Weiyuan suddenly called out. One more thing I forgot to tell you. There is a room inside with a red line drawn on it. You must absolutely not go in there. Otherwise, you will see extremely terrifying things inside. Looking at Yang Weiyuan's expression, the youth muttered. Terrifying things. Yang Weiyuan reminded him in a low voice. In the past anyway. Just remember there's that kind of thing. Having given this warning, Yang Weiyuan returned to being a qualified gatekeeper. The youth disguised as Mu Jingyun glanced back at him, then said, I understand. He pushed open the treasury doors. Never mind that room for now. Let's start choosing secret manuals. This Vermilion Blood Valley Treasury cavern really is huge. The youth disguised as Mu Jingyun looked like a mere ant in here. He carried the lantern to a bookshelf. Come to think of it, I didn't expect there to be so many secret manuals here. I won't finish reading in an hour. King Ling, possessing the puppet, reminded him. The manuals here are all useless. The youth looked surprised. Can you tell just by looking? King Ling held his pipe. Some you can tell at a glance. Go upstairs first. Hearing this, the youth nodded slightly, then walked to the 2nd floor. Yang Weiyuan was slightly stunned at the sight. He's actually choosing to go upstairs right away. Does he know this treasury? Footsteps echoed through the cavern. The youth observed his surroundings. King Ling spoke up at this moment. Look, the layout here should be the same as the main city treasury. The manuals are handwritten copies. The youth thought for a moment. Why build another identical treasury? King Ling pondered. Probably to cope with situations where the main city is invaded or catches fire. After all, keeping handwritten copies on cliffs like this should serve as a precaution against any eventuality. King Ling clicked his tongue. Though I don't know who did it, it is a good strategy. And they even used formation arrays to hide the treasury's location. The youth walked along the shelves. What you say makes sense. Which book should I start with? King Ling offered his suggestion. Start reading on the right side. The next moment, the rustling sound of flipping pages rang out continuously. King Ling was left with a dumbfounded feeling. What is going on? Is this kid Zhong Sheng actually reading properly? A manual with a yellow cover was leafed through by the youth like glancing at flowers from a running horse. The youth finished reading this book very quickly. Which one should I pick next? While giving the youth a hint about the one on the lower left, King Ling voiced his doubt. But Zhong Sheng, flipping through them so fast. How will you memorize them? The youth took out the manual King Ling mentioned, flipped through it at the same speed. While replying to King Ling, I am naturally memorizing them as long as I don't rush to comprehend. I can memorize them just by looking with my eyes. Hearing this, King Ling's face showed astonishment. He looked at the youth who was memorizing the books. Although I've long known he is very smart, I didn't expect him to be this incredible. He could stay here for 1 hour. If he relied on his brain to memorize all the manuals here within this hour, I really dare not predict how strong he will become. And just as King Ling was lost in thought, the youth disguised as Mu Jingyun memorized yet another manual. King Ling, what's next? At the same time, outside the Vermilion Blood Valley Treasury, a young man and woman appeared. The guards noticed their arrival and shouted, "Halt! Ahead lies the secret vault. Take another step forward, and you die." As the guard reached for his blade, the male visitor appeared before him. His hand reaching for the sword was firmly pinned down. The guard's expression changed drastically at this sight. "He's so fast." I couldn't react at all. The man just chuckled. "Calm down, judging by your outfit. You're a guard here, right?" The guard demanded his identity. The man spat out the grass, then pulled out a token. It was the Blade King's token. Seeing this token, the guard had a vague guess. "He is Sun Yun, Blade King's disciple." The man introduced himself. "I am Yi Weixin of the Blade King." Meanwhile, the youth disguised as Mu Jingyun was frantically cramming. Manual after manual was flipped through. Kingling could barely keep up. Where is the next one? However, as Kingling searched for manuals, he suddenly seemed to find something interesting. "Why is this manual here?" The youth pulled out that manual. Kingling nodded. "This one." It was the one he picked up. This was the flowing mystic kick. Kingling then explained why he chose this particular manual. It was contributed by a faction called the Mingshun sect, which joined when Heaven and Earth sect was first founded, with a few tweaks. This martial art could be classified as supreme tier. Hearing this, the youth's pupils constricted slightly. Supreme tier martial arts. Kingling told me before that martial arts reaching the pinnacle are top tier, while those beyond the pinnacle are supreme tier martial arts. At this, the youth hurriedly flipped through the flowing mystic kick. Kingling smiled. "Anyway, learning this will do you good. No harm. Heaven and Earth sect truly lives up to its world-renowned fame." Besides the flowing mystic kick, Kingling also found the Tai Chi soft palm manual in the treasury. Though this was a Wudang palm technique, he didn't recommend the fake Mu Jingyun to learn it. Hearing this, the youth looked puzzled. "Why?" Kingling explained, "Though this is the pinnacle of Taoist martial arts, it is based on vital energy, so any flaw will clash with your death kai." The youth uttered an "I see." Yet he decided to memorize it. Seeing this, Kingling blinked her pretty eyes. "Is that necessary?" The youth gave his reasons. "It might come in handy. Didn't you say you can tell a sect's martial art just from scars? Then couldn't I do the reverse and use this to forge evidence?" Kingling chuckled. "Shong Sheng. To think you'd come up with this. Your imagination is beyond compare. What a ruthless fellow." Who knew the very next second the youth's page turning stopped. Kingling, "Didn't you say these were all handwritten copies?" Kingling replied, "That's right." But seeing the manual in his hands, his expression paused. "But this one looks original." There, the boy posing as Mu Jingyun pondered. Could the soiled original manual have been replaced with a handwritten copy? Kingling shook her head. "No, the original was dirty, so they copied it." Hearing this, the boy asked why. Kingling's tone was stern. "Because the original has unique value, Shong Sheng. What did I tell you? Traces carry the martial arts essence." The boy had a sudden flash of insight. "So that's how it is. I understand. Within the original autographed by the founder, there must be imbued the habits of the one who created it. That is the etiquette of the moves." Who would have thought the boy's words would shock Kingling? He can actually articulate words only someone who has reached the supreme realm would say. His memory isn't just good. His comprehension is extraordinary. The boy glanced at the puppet-possessed Kingling. "Did I say something wrong?" Kingling masked her shock with a cough. Then she uttered an ambiguous remark. "Consider it understood, I suppose." Having spent time together, the boy already had a certain understanding of Kingling. He just smiled faintly. "It seems I guessed right." Her mind exposed. Kingling muttered, "Damn it." The boy flipped through the manuals rapidly. At the same time, an idea struck. Come to think of it, is this the meaning of the brushstrokes? While feeling the habits of the person who wrote the manual, pay attention to the strokes. Is reading the manual enough? At this moment, the boy seemed to see a middle-aged man in Taoist robes, holding a brush and writing. He saw the brush in his hand splashing ink across the paper, immersed in it. The boy felt as if a pair of gentle giant palms were striking towards him. With a sudden thud, the boy disguised as Mu Jingyun was struck by the middle-aged man. The soft Tai Chi palm manual snapped shut. Regaining senses, the boy breathed heavily. "What's going on?" In that instant, I felt I saw the author of this book performing palm techniques. Kingling noticed the boy's state. "Shong Sheng." Just now the boy snapped back. Did my reading speed slow down? Kingling stared at the boy. "You entered the state of selflessness." The boy disguised as Mu Jingyun murmured softly. "What is the state of selflessness?" Kingling forced down a heart's palpitation. "It's when you focus entirely on one point and forget your own stage. Don't deliberately try to enter the state of selflessness. You will naturally gain what you must." Kingling seemed to remember something. "Now I completely understand. This isn't a replica of the main city's vault at all. They moved the actual vault here. Everything here is an original." Hearing this, the boy remained silent. Kingling chuckled softly. "Then that thing should be here too. Check the third bookshelf on the right." A moment later, the boy disguised as Mu Jingyun found the manual Kingling mentioned. This is the lying bow sword technique. Kingling immediately guided him. I personally placed this book here. Open the manual and you'll find a folded piece of paper inside. Sure enough, when the boy flipped through it, he found the paper Kingling spoke of. It held a section of sword incantation. Wu Yu empty sword. The moon pays homage. Seeing the boy disguised as Mu Jingyun was deeply captivated by the sword incantation on the paper. Kingling held her pipe lyre fairy. You should consider yourself lucky, my creation, the moon swordsman. It's no exaggeration to say it all started right here. A sword immortal in red and long hair dancing with a sword. The boy disguised as Mu Jingyun was caught in a strange state. He saw the sword demon from the sword move obtained from the note. That was one of the 5 major sword techniques symbolizing the old martial arts world. The only surviving Wu Yu empty sword move. It was also a technique the boy had never seen before. A move on a completely different level. At the same time, Kingling, possessing the puppet, noticed the dead aura around the boy swaying wildly, even showing signs of form. His flow was extremely stable, just as if he were executing some sort of martial art. Seeing this scene, Kingling was slightly stunned. Zhongsheng has reached true selflessness. I hope you gain enlightenment undisturbed. At the same time, Yang Weiyuan, who was on guard duty, saw a man and woman approaching. He hastily called out to inquire, "What people are you?" Yi Weixin gave him a casual glance. "You must be in charge of the vault." "I am Yi Weixin under the Blade King." Yang Weiyuan's expression turned to Sok, a disciple of Blade King Sun Yun. "I've heard the Martial King's disciples are all group leader level experts. It truly lives up to the reputation. To think this fellow reached such a realm at a mere crown age, worthy of the Blade King's disciple." Following that, Yi Weixin stated he wanted to enter the Blood Valley Vault. Who would have thought Yang Weiyuan would raise a hand to stop him? According to association rules, even the Martial King's disciples cannot enter the secret vault. Yet facing Yang Weiyuan's refusal, Yi Weixin burst into laughter. "Do you know who is beside me?" Yang Weiyuan stated that regardless, rules are rules. Before Yang Weiyuan could finish his sentence, the woman in red pulled out a token. Seeing this token, Yang Weiyuan's expression changed drastically at once. Then he hurriedly cupped his fists and bowed in salute. Group leader Yang Weiyuan pays respect. The woman gestured for silence. "Don't fuss. I'm just looking for something." Hearing this, Yang Weiyuan secretly glanced at the woman in red. This token, could she be that legendary woman? She is right before my eyes, yet I cannot fathom her realm, though I'd heard of it. I never expected her to be this strong. Her strength far surpasses mine, and I've already reached the pinnacle realm. After a brief silence, the woman in red looked down at Yang Weiyuan from above. "Can we go in now?" Yang Weiyuan started to speak. "I'm sorry, but right now Yi Weixin directly cut off Yang Weiyuan's words. "I heard there's a disciple who got first place 3 times. Right, must we make her wait here, just for the sake of some mere disciple?" Hearing this, Yang Weiyuan still looked somewhat hesitant. Yi Weixin led her right past him, waving a hand casually at the same time. "I know, don't disturb the disciple." "Right, we'll find our thing and leave. No need to be so uptight." "All right, let's go on in." Watching the backs of this pair, Yang Weiyuan sighed inwardly. "I hope nothing happens." The next moment, with a creaking sound, Yi Weixin led the woman in red and pushed open the doors of the Blood Valley secret vault. The layout is identical to the main vault. The woman in red said, "Indeed." At this moment, Yi Weixin spotted where the boy disguised as Mu Jingyun was. She must be that number 1. Right. The woman in red offered praise. "She took first place 3 times in that Blood Valley. Is that so? Impressive." Yi Weixin curled his lip in disdain. Any Martial King disciple could do that. Who would have thought? The woman in red's next words slapped Yi Weixin in the face. "Then he'll very likely become a disciple of the Martial King, won't he?" Yi Weixin was at a loss for words. A look of curiosity appeared on the woman's face. Since he's that talented, crossing paths with him wouldn't be bad. As soon as she said this, Yi Weixin grew jealous. Milady is interested in a fellow like that. In the next second, Yi Weixin noticed the boy's state. He sneered in his heart and volunteered himself. "Milady, please wait a moment. I'll go bring him down." The woman said there was no need, but Yi Weixin had already moved. He tapped his toes on the ground and leaped up. "With your status, how could you personally go greet a mere disciple?" This excuse left the woman in red with nothing to say, and Yi Weixin had already stepped onto the second-floor corridor. The sound of pattering footsteps kept echoing. Grinning with a wicked smile, Yi Weixin closed in step by step. The boy disguised as Mu Jingyun just as expected. No wonder even though we came in, the other party didn't react at all. He really has entered the state of selflessness. If I attack now, it will likely ruin all his previous efforts, and even cause him to suffer radiation in his vitality. But what does that matter? At this moment, Yi Weixin reached out his demonic claws toward the boy. He even had a perfectly good excuse ready. "I'm following orders to bring you over. Don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame your own terrible luck." Or an epiphany achieved in the state of selflessness. The absolute taboo is being interrupted. So watching Yi Weixin approach the boy disguised as Mu Jingyun with malicious intent, Kingling, possessing the puppet, had a drastic change in expression. "Dangerous. I must wake Zhongsheng." The next second, Kingling shouted out to wake the boy. "Zhongsheng, wake up." Just as Yi Weixin's palm was about to touch the boy's body, the materialized dead aura around the boy was reabsorbed by him. Kingling understood. This meant the boy had just finished his state of selflessness, gained enlightenment. Immediately after, Kingling loudly alerted the boy who had regained consciousness. "Zhongsheng, look to your right." The boy disguised as Mu Jingyun turned his head upon hearing this. Who would have thought this glance would give Yi Weixin a huge fright? Already feeling somewhat guilty, he trembled all over. Then the boy closed the red manual in his hand while questioning Yi Weixin. "What are you doing?" Kingling let out a light snort at this. Can't you tell? He wanted to interfere. The boy looked puzzled. Interfere? Kingling explained. If you disturb someone who has entered the state of selflessness, cause them to fall into inner demons. He was trying to make you fall into inner demons. Hearing these words, the boy turned to stare straight at Yi Weixin. I heard disturbing someone in selflessness causes them to fall into inner demons. Is that so? Yi Weixin stammered and stuttered for a good while, failing to come up with a good excuse for himself. Meanwhile, the boy tucked the red-covered manual into his robe. Then you're doing this knowingly. The next moment, with a thud, the boy disguised as Mu Jingyan slammed a fist into Yi Weixin's neck. Cut the crap. Pay the price for this. Flying back, Yi Weixin gritted his teeth. Damn it. That fellow just hit me in the neck, restricting my breathing. I need to put some distance between us first. Having made up his mind, unhooked from his back that door slab-sized broadsword identical to Blade King Sun Yun's and unleashed a sweeping strike, forcing the boy to dodge, halting his pursuit. Immediately following that, the boy disguised as Mu Jingyan used the sword as a fulcrum, vaulted into the air, and chopped down with the fourth move of the descending spiral footwork. Yi Weixin raised his sword to block. The boy's shadowless flash kick slammed fiercely onto the door slab broadsword with a clang. The impact of the immense force caused Yi Weixin to cough up a mouthful of blood, and the boy, maintaining the upper hand, still held his kicking posture. Right after, Yi Weixin let out a furious roar. Get away from me. The third move of the destined blade technique, intent on the blade's return, slashed toward the boy. Seeing this, the boy sidestepped to dodge Yi Weixin's slash, which directly hacked the manuals on the bookshelf into smithereens. Rustling papers echoed continuously. A large number of manuals suffered varying degrees of damage. Yi Weixin forcefully swallowed back the blood rising in his throat, brows furrowed tightly. Master will definitely not spare me for this. It's all that kid's fault. But the young man didn't care at all. After all, this battle wasn't caused by him. He was just a victim. The two sides confronted each other from a distance. Who knew why Yi Weixin suddenly plunged his heavy broadsword into the ground, then spat out the stagnant blood from his mouth. A sharp energy gathered in his hands, eventually forming a blade that emitted a buzzing sound. Seeing this, Kingling's expression changed. This is sharp energy. Sharp energy is a master domain. If you haven't completely reached the pinnacle of the supreme realm, you can't manifest it. That means, unlike Zhongsheng, whose internal energy only has reached the level, he is a true master who has reached the ultimate peak. Following that, Yi Weixin ripped off the straw hat from his head and charged with murderous intent. Watch how I take you down. Who would have thought the boy opposite wouldn't panic at all? He manifested Sharp Aura 2. A purple blade formed entirely from dead aura instantly made its entrance. Kingling's eyes widened in shock. Zhongsheng used his ki and the instant spin technique. Zhongsheng has reached enlightenment. He has evolved from a novice to a master of the peak. However, unlike Kingling's excitement, Yi Weixin was seething with rage. You brat, you were hiding strength, but that one T changed the outcome. Go to hell. In the next second, Yi Weixin used his blade's secret art. Fatal Strike, Redemption. Yet, in the boy's vision, he could see the blade art's form. He saw how it was executed, and even spotted the flaw. With a flaw, it can be broken. The boy disguised as Mu Jingyan used the Wyu Void sword he'd just learned. A ring of light appeared out of thin air, blocking all of Yi Weixin's energy. Then, catching him off guard, the boy pierced his head with a sword of ki. At this moment, Yi Weixin had no chance to fight back. Just as he was about to die by the boy's hand, the red-clad woman finally moved. With one strike, she blocked the sword. There is always someone stronger, a mountain beyond a mountain. Watching Yi Weixin about to die, at the disguised boy's hands, the red-clad woman finally intervened. She easily blocked the boy's strike. He felt like he survived death. The boy frowned at the sight. This woman is very strong. She stared at him with curiosity. You withstood 30% of my power. You're stronger than you look. The boy looked confused. Your hands are so delicate, yet your strength is immense. Yi Weixin was instantly furious. You cannot speak so casually to this mad lady. But before he could finish, the woman snapped. Quiet. She grabbed his wrist, her cold eyes flashing with frost. Your stupidity caused me trouble. If you dare say another word, I will kill you. Understand? The pain made Yi Weixin tremble. Her overwhelming power forced him to bow his head. She turned to the boy. My apologies. He was rude. She is too loyal, and makes mistakes sometimes. The boy stared straight at her. Who are you? She chuckled softly. I am the third disciple of the Heavenly Truth sect. Hearing this, the boy's pupils constricted. Damn, I didn't expect her here. This is trouble. But more surprises were to come. As Wei Zhaoyan removed her veil, the boy looked on in disbelief. Kingling was also stunned. Wei Zhaoyan looked exactly like her. Just as she was about to ask for his info, the boy stopped her, ran aside, and whispered to Kingling in the puppet. Kingling, any descendants? Are you a married woman? Kingling roared in anger. Do you think that's possible? Watching her rage, the boy muttered, "You never tell me anything and refuse to see your past." "How would I know?" Kingling coughed in embarrassment. "Forget descendants. I've never even been married. He is not my descendant." Boy looked Wei Zhaoyan up and down. "Then why do you look so alike? Lie twins." Thinking this, the boy clicked his tongue. "There are differences if you look. The vibe is different. If Kingling is cold, then Wei Zhaoyan is bright. I look like the real Mu Jingyan. So another lookalike, isn't he strange?" Meanwhile, Wei Zhaoyan saw him staring. A blush appeared on her face. "Why are you staring? Are you charmed by my beauty?" The boy smiled. "Of course not." Hearing this, she looked annoyed. The boy bowed. "I forgot to introduce myself. I am Mu Jingyan, the group leader," while he looked at her. She was observing him too. "He is handsome, but his martial arts are even better. He looks barely 20, yet has such high cultivation. Recruiting him would be beneficial." After a silence, just as she was about to speak, the boy interrupted her. "Can I ask 2 things first?" She brushed her hair. "Go ahead." The boy bowed again. "Thank you for your generosity. I can only stay for an hour." She waved her hand. "Don't worry, I'll tell the guards." The boy smiled. "Thank you for your kindness." He pointed at Yi Weixin. "Second, he nearly killed me. I want him to pay the price." She looked at the boy. "What price?" His eyes turned cold. "I almost lost my life, so I want his life in return." Hearing this, Yi Weixin gasped. She didn't expect such a request. But as they were stuck, the boy changed his tone. "But you do lose a loyal subordinate. So, equal compensation will do." Knowing when to advance or retreat, the boy knew clearly that he couldn't kill Yi Weixin now. Wei Zhaoyan was watching, so, in the next second, he decided to settle for less. He asked for compensation. She clicked her tongue. This kid is quite bold. He is still asking for compensation. He's more than a skilled fighter. As he waited for her answer, she chuckled. She pointed at Yi Weixin. "You want his life, right? Kill him then." Yi Weixin's face turned pale. Sweat dripped down his face. The boy was also shocked. She sneered. "I already apologized for him and broke his hand. If that's not enough for you, then I can't help you." She paused. "I want to be responsible for what happens." The boy whispered. "Not responsible." She nodded. "You might not know, so let me warn you. He is the Blade King's disciple." Yi Weixin felt like a fish on a chopping block as he stood up. The boy smiled. He looked at Wei Zhaoyan. "If I understand correctly, you're warning me not to touch him, or I'll regret it." She said nothing. Her smile said it all. She looked at the thoughtful boy. "He's bold. But if he gives up now, he's just a talker. What will you do?" The boy looked disappointed. "I guess I have no choice. I do worry about the Blade King, so I'll give up." Hearing this, she sighed. Is that all he's got? A bit disappointing, but as she was distracted, the boy dashed past her and punched Yi Weixin in the face with a bang. Yi Weixin fell to the ground. He looked at him with resentment. "What are you doing?" The boy said something strange. "Oh, you spoke." Yi Weixin was confused. The boy explained. He pointed at Wei Zhaoyan. "She just said, if you dared speak again, she'd deal with you. But you spoke." The vault went deathly silent. Yi Weixin and Wei Zhaoyan could hear their own heartbeats. The boy successfully shifted the blame. "What a pity. I wanted to let you go after a beating, but now you re-dead meat." Her eyes lit up. "He's using me to kill him if I do it myself. The Blade King might retaliate, so he wants me to do it. What a bold guy." Yi Weixin begged for mercy. "My lady, if you kill me, my master." Before he could finish, the boy spat. "How pathetic." Yi Weixin glared at him. "What did you say?" The boy scoffed. "Are you using your master to make your lord break her word?" "Don't embarrass your lord. Just die quietly." Yi Weixin gritted his teeth. "You bastard." Wei Zhaoyan burst into laughter. She looked at him with satisfaction. In such a short time, he thought of this. Impressive. I thought he was just a talker. She wanted to tell him more. But haven't you thought That if I kill you, I can pretend this never happened, the boy pondered. He showed no fear. Well, go ahead then, she nodded to herself. Bold and reckless. He is the talent I want. So, in the next second, she searched her robes and threw him a token. You suit me. Take this. Yi Weixin's face changed. He knew what the token meant. She explained. That is my identity token. Giving it means any request will be granted. It will be honored. The boy was stunned. Why give me this? She chuckled. I am using it to save his life. Didn't you say you wanted compensation? Those who reach high positions are often very calculating. Seeing her use the token to save him, the boy was thoughtful. I thought she'd kill him. Or break her word. She's not stupid. The boy thanked her. She chuckled. Don't thank me. I see this as an investment. The boy's expression froze. Investment. She invited him. Mu Jingyun, come work for me. Silence fell over the vault. She explained why. You must have guessed. I want to be the sect leader. I need talented people. I'll give you the treatment you deserve. So, join me. But after thinking, the boy refused her. I am sorry. I refuse. I don't like conflict. She didn't say anything. Fiddling with her hair and talking nonsense. You don't want to get involved with me. Sadly though, my senior brothers have plenty of talent. Even if you went elsewhere, no one would offer a better deal. With that, Wei Xiaoyan stared straight at the youth. The time for a choice will arrive. Do you think the choice you make will be an opportunity for you? The youth's reply caught her off guard. With quiet confidence, he uttered 4 simple words. It will be, naturally. He added one more thing. If by that time I am still in high demand. Hearing this, Wei Xiaoyan looked the disguised youth up and down. Her gaze took him seriously. Echoing was the youth's remark. I'm still a sort after talent. Wei Xiaoyan smiled foolish. Since I started recruiting elites, this is the first time I've gone home empty-handed. You're very confident. Let's see if things turn out as you say. With those words, Wei Xiaoyan turned and left. Her little lackey Yi Weixin hurriedly followed behind. The two turned their backs to each other and gradually separated. Wei Xiaoyan left a parting remark. I'm looking forward to it. The youth remained in a salute. I won't let you down. After Wei Xiaoyan and her companion left, Kingling, possessing the puppet, looked somewhat puzzled. Zhongsheng, why didn't you do as Bensua told you? Kingling, the youth snapped his manual shut. Sincere or not, just pretend to submit to her. Kingling's pretty brows furrowed slightly. Do you think opportunities like this come often? Kingling. The youth looked down at Kingling inside the puppet. He seemed quite regretful, because this was a chance for a body that looked exactly like his own. Kingling hadn't given up. So he continued to persuade him that body's identity is the sect leader's disciple. If we acquire that body, our plan can be advanced. The youth disguised as Mu Jingyun gently shook his head. I'm sorry. Without absolute certainty, the risk is simply too high. Recalling what Vermilion Blood Valley Lord Li Xian once told him, the most likely candidate for the next sect leader was senior disciple Luo Liliang. The youth's rejection of Kingling's proposal grew firmer. It is said the eldest young master has the backing of 40% of the faction. I have no reason to provoke him. The next moment, the youth disguised as Mu Jingyun walked down the stairs. Let's drop the past. Let's get back to reciting our books. Who knew at that moment? The youth suddenly stopped. Seeing this, Kingling asked what was wrong. Kingling. The youth stared in one direction. I wasn't close before, so I didn't sense that demonic aura radiating from over there. The place he referred to was precisely the room marked with a red thread that Yang Wuan had mentioned. He had warned him never to enter. Yet the youth hadn't taken Yang Wuan's words to heart. At this moment, he was already standing at the door of the red-threaded room, following his line of sight. The room marked with the red thread was completely empty. Right in the center was something resembling an altar. Atop it sat a wooden box. Wispies of demonic ki were emanating from that wooden box. Seeing this scene, the youth felt a spark of curiosity. How bizarre. But the next second, Yang Wuyuan's crying voice interrupted the youth's thoughts, because he saw the manuals that Yi Weixin had destroyed. You must understand, this was a grave dereliction of duty. He would be held accountable. However, the youth disguised as Mu Jingyun paid it little mind. Taking advantage of his grief, he resolutely stepped forward and walked into the room. Just then, an accident occurred. For some reason, his grandfather's voice rang in his ears. His expression changed instantly. Shenga, I am here. It's too suffocating here. An empty room. The murmur of his grandfather. It's too suffocating here. Come help Grandpa quickly. The youth felt an urge to be sucked in at that moment. Fortunately, Kingling, possessing the puppet, spoke up in time. Zhongsheng, what's wrong with you? Kingling, awoken from a trance. The youth questioned Kingling. Kingling, can't you see it? Kingling blinked her pretty eyes. See what? Kingling, hearing this, the youth let out a turbid breath. So it was an illusion. Kingling let out a snicker. You surely wouldn't be fooled by mere auditory or visual hallucinations, right, Kingling? Although the youth claimed of course not with his lips. The disappointment in his eyes showed his heart wasn't at peace, though I expected as much. To think this thing would disguise itself as my grandfather. This displeases me. Seeing that the youth hadn't been bewitched, the wooden box on the altar let out a series of angry roars. You damned stray ghost. How dare you obstruct Bensua? The youth's expression shifted. It was Kingling's first time being insulted. This made him feel his dignity had been insulted. What? You thing, how dare you be so insolent? Kingling. The youth disguised as Mujinyan remained silent upon seeing this. The fiend inside the angry box began using words to lure humans into opening it. Then Bensua, ruler of remains, will grant your wish. Yet the youth didn't believe the fiend's words at all, and even let out a sneer. You're peddling snake oil quite brazenly right now. Kingling, possessing the puppet, chimed in with mockery. Exactly. You can't save yourself. So what kind of wishes can you talk about? Kingling. Hearing this exchange, the fiend looked utterly displeased. What did you say? Meanwhile, the youth inspected the wooden box on the altar. True enough. What is that thing? Kingling puffed her pipe. That box should be sealing some kind of fiend. Kingling. As time passed, cracks appeared on the box, which is why its voice leaked out. The fiend inside the wooden box observed the youth ahead. Damn it. You can hear me. I thought the heavens favored me, but you carry a stray ghost. Could you be a Taoist priest? The youth paced around the red-threaded room. If I had to say, you could call me a Fang Clan member. The fiend inside the box murmured softly. Fang Clan, it seems you're of the same ilk as that three-eyed bastard who came last time. The youth disguised as Mujinyan looked somewhat surprised. What is that? The fiend explained impatiently. You don't know what a three-eyed is, just as the name implies. Someone born with three eyes. A bizarre anomaly born with three eyes. Legend says the birth of a three-eyed brings ruin. Thus, such children are usually eliminated right at birth. The youth's mind already conjured the scene of a three-eyed child being killed. The fiend continued to recount. Anyway, after that fellow left, no one could perceive me anymore. It was as if Bensua had never existed at all. Hearing this, Kingling let out a gasp of surprise. What? How could anyone erase cognition like that? Kingling. It violates the laws of nature. The fiend in the wooden box retained its disdainful tone. A stray ghost knows a lot. Hearing this, Kingling flew into a rage. Why do you keep calling me a stray ghost? You fiend. Kingling. The youth comforted Kingling, sounding somewhat speechless. Kingling. Just bear with it. An angry Kingling questioned. How can you have the nerve to tell me to bear with it? Kingling. At this, a curve formed at the corner of the youth's lips. Because I have a better method. Hearing this, Kingling, possessing the puppet, instantly brightened up. Kingling. A gloating look appeared on her face. Oh. You brat, you're good at making divine weapons, but we should consume it after reducing its demonic key. Kingling poised. The youth extended his hand. My thoughts exactly. Seeing this, the fiend in the box still maintained its lofty airs. Humans see me trapped in a box, and so they underestimate me. Bensua is the master who commands remains. The youth disguised as Mujinyan lowered his head to look at the box. So, the fiend paused for a moment. Don't you want your grandfather? This sentence made the youth's movements pause slightly. Then he stared at the wooden box, trying to get out of there. I'll let you out now. The fiend looked like this pupil can be taught. Should have done this earlier. First, the box. Before the fiend could finish, the youth disguised as Mujinyan interrupted. Then he reached for the wooden box. The devouring technique triggered. But first, your demonic key is so strong. Why not see some with me? Wisps of demonic key flowed from the box gaps, then surged into the youth's palm. Witnessing this, the fiend lost its composure. You fellow, stop right now. Yet the youth showed no sign of stopping, and even increased his palm's suction. At the same time, he told the fiend, it's already too late now. High-end hunters often appear as prey. In just a brief moment, the youth disguised as Mujinyan had absorbed from the box death key equal to 50 people. This filled him with excitement. This fiend's key is more abundant than I thought. Subsequently, the youth greedily ramped up his technique's suction force. An even more turbulent surge of key immediately poured out from the cracks of the wooden box. The fiend, suffering damage, let out wails. My demonic key is being absorbed. Stop. While absorbing the demonic key, a strange feeling arose in him. What on earth is this guy? I feel something is off. Kingling, possessing the puppet, chimed in. Very good, Shongsheng. At this rate, the demonic key is almost absorbed, taking advantage of this fellow's weakness. Kingling, quickly turn him into a divine weapon. Kingling. The youth replied, all right. A sharp blade of death key formed at his fingertip. Yet as the blade pierced the wooden box, an unexpected event occurred. A powerful force. It blew the youth's hand away, and the death key in his grasp vanished. What is going on? A more terrifying thing was yet to come. The box, sliced by the sharp weapon, began to emit a cracking sound under the astonished gazes of the pair. A fiend was about to break out of its shell. The red-threaded room plunged into an eerie silence at this moment. Black and white key swirled in the room. The cracks on the box expanded bit by bit. Its sealing effect failed completely. The fiend's insolent voice rang out in laughter. You are a human who can manipulate death key, and to think you could wield such strong death key in a mortal body. Shattering a box of divine spirit wood. With that, a curve crossed the fiend's lips. My luck is truly great. The youth knew he had been tricked. This fiend was acting on purpose. It was clearly pretending to be weak. Immediately following this, with a bang, a scroll flew from the shattered box and unfurled before the disguised youth. Seeing this, the youth was startled. He looked at the scroll's contents. It was a beautiful landscape painting, and the entity within the next moment, the robust man inside the painting, actually showed signs of stepping out of the painting. Kingling's expression changed drastically. This is impossible. How can this be? Chongsheng, you are no met for him. Demonic ki converged onto the entity in the painting until it broke free from the scroll. This made the youth disguised as Mu Jingyan recall a certain matter. In the classic of mountains and seas, legends and spirits of the plains were recorded. The classic of mountains and seas recorded among ghosts and spirits. There are those that must never be touched, beings of a higher realm that was none other than a spirit beast class phantom that had existed for long ages. Such a thing is simply a monster. As time ticked away bit by bit, the robust white-haired old man stepping out of the painting gained a new lease on life. Only then did the youth see his appearance. Tall stature and an unkempt look. Brass-lace skin with a full head of white hair and a beard. Yet the tufts beneath his nose were black. Though he resembled a human, his nature was a fierce beast. A spirit beast class phantom of disaster. Noticing the youth's guarded expression, the white-haired man chuckled. Are you afraid of me? Xu Fangxi once said in his lifetime, spirit beasts are the highest realm of phantoms. Aside from legendary divine beasts, he is an invincible monster. The youth disguised as Mu Jingyan trembled all over at this moment. Just standing face to face made his skin sting with pain, making it hard to lift his head. Even Kingling watched his expression, not daring to make a sound. Such a spirit beast was before him, a disaster beyond imagination. So you'll do nicely to work my appetite. After a brief silence, the white-haired elder flicked his finger with a stretch of his razor-sharp claws. A loud bang echoed. The boy's body slammed uncontrollably to the ground. Seeing this, the white-haired elder looked somewhat displeased. I intended to crush you to pieces. The youth disguised as Mu Jingyan struggled to look up, sealed away for so long, yet still overflowing with power. Hearing overflowing with power, the elder sneered coldly, glancing down at the boy. His eyes were filled with disdain, though I was sealed for thousands of years, weakening my strength somewhat. To think a mirant dares judge this deity. And add a term of supreme contempt. To the white-haired elder, the youth disguised as Mu Jingyan was mere vermin. Until this moment, he realized the chasm between them. The gap between me and a spirit beast is huge, and this is while he is weakened. The elder, a true spirit beast, crooked his finger the next second. Still, you are quite special. A human harboring such a wretched ghost. A surge of demonic ki yanked the puppet out of the boy's embrace, pinned and completely immobilized. The youth took a blast to the chest. Kingling was forced out of the puppet. A flash of crimson swept past, and the puppet was in his grip. Meeting Kingling's hateful gaze, the white-haired elder sneered, quite formidable for a wretched ghost. I'm feeling hungry. This will tide me over. No sooner said than done. The elder opened his maw wide. A massive suction force pulled Kingling's ghostly form backward uncontrollably. Try as he might, he couldn't break free. Kingling had no desire to be a meal. The elder intensified his devouring suction. I am the master of these remains, born from the convergence of resentful thoughts. Offer your power to your master. Seeing Kingling pushed to the brink, perhaps due to the distraction, the youth broke free from the suppression. He launched a stealth attack with deathly ki. Little did he know, the elder's might was vast. Observing the boy's move, the elder raised a finger. The youth was hoisted into mid-air, then slammed against the ceiling. Rubble rained down from above. Before the boy could catch his breath, the elder's finger flicked repeatedly. His out-of-control body smashed wildly into floors and walls. Finally, growing bored with the game, the elder let him drop. The youth's body was covered in wounds. Witnessing this, Xiaohe hurled iron chains from the puppet, binding the elder with a rattle. At the same time, she shouted furiously, "Let go of my master." Yet her tricks, in the elder's eyes, were nothing more than child's play. With a single snap, the chains shattered instantly. You wretched ghost has plenty of tricks. This sight left Xiao's face draining of color. With a flick of his finger, "Little one, you dared touch me. You should pay the price, shouldn't you?" Xiao felt a terrible foreboding. Sure enough, her arms were blasted into bloody pulps. Had the elder not spared her life, her existence would have ended there. Recovering his wits, Xiao let out a sky-shattering scream. The pain wrung out endless wails. The crimson room ground to a halt. Kingling's face was bathed in sweat. Armless Xiao had collapsed in blood. The youth lay powerlessly face down. At the center stood the godlay elder. Inimically powerful, he feared no foe present. Who would have guessed that now? The trembling boy burst out laughing. I've poked a monster this time. Seeing the youth attempt to stand, the elder stepped forward. How amusing. You can still laugh in this situation. I want to see you tremble with fear. Just as the elder prepared to resume his torture, a man's voice cut through the room. Yang Wuyuan appeared unannounced. He gasped in shock. What is going on? Who are you? Hearing this, the elder whipped his head toward the door. He seemed familiar with Yang Wuyuan. Oh, so it's you. I've been meaning to devour you. The elder thrust a palm at Yang Wuyuan, intending to suck him in using his dark arts. Yet the pull failed to materialize. The white-haired elder, no, the Skeleton King's power, had inexplicably vanished into thin air. This left him baffled. What is happening? Moments later, the Skeleton King noticed the red thread at Yang Wuyuan's feet. Could it be the red thread? Did that three-eyed bastard tamper with it? Figuring it all out, the Skeleton King grabbed for Yang Wuyuan. At the sight, Yang Wuyuan bolted. Yet the moment the Skeleton King's foot touched the red line, a formation of golden runes flared. The Skeleton King was blasted backward through the air. This unexpected turn of events left the king's expression twisting. Realizing this was a golden opportunity to survive, the disguised youth yelled out to Kingling and Quixiao, "Run! As long as we exit this room, we can survive." A race against death. It's time to run for your life. Taking advantage of the Skeleton King being repelled by the doorway line, the youth and the two ghosts bolted toward the exit with all their might. The Skeleton King's expression darkened. With a roar, he barked, "Not so fast," and threw out his palm. Just a step away from the threshold, the boy crashed hard to the floor with a thud. Kingling and Quixiao had already escaped the red-lined room. Seeing the boy being yanked back, panic washed over their faces. What do we do now? Meanwhile, the Skeleton King suspended the boy in midair. You're quite perceptive of the situation. You figured out you needed to escape, enduring the pain racking his body. The youth locked eyes with the king. You really are a handful. The Skeleton King's face turned grim. I'm the one who finds this troublesome. To think he wasn't even an immortal, yet wielded such power. Cursed three-eyed bastard. After a silence, the boy suddenly offered the Skeleton King a smile. That proposal earlier, I accept. The Skeleton King looked baffled. The boy offered an explanation. You said if I freed you, you'd grant my wish. Does that still stand? The Skeleton King murmured in realization. The boy nodded. In the end, wasn't it thanks to me that you were able to break free? The Skeleton King sneered mockingly. How was that thanks to you? Ridiculous. You merely wanted to satisfy your greed. The boy thought to himself. Figures. He's an old monster who's lived millennia. So he gave a light chuckle. Let's just drop that matter. The Skeleton King looked surprised. How strange. Do you lack the capacity for fear? Or are you confident you'll survive? No sooner had those words fallen, the Skeleton King traced a circle in the air with his finger. With a sharp snap, the disguised youth's expression shifted drastically. His right arm was fractured. The agony of the broken bone wrung tremors from him. Yet he refused to beg the Skeleton King. First, let me be crystal clear. It's not that I'm confident I'll survive. The Skeleton King's mouth twitched. You sure can endure. Want me to rip your legs off? Glaring at him, the boy replied. Go ahead and tear them off. It matters not. But if I die, you're trapped here. The Skeleton King stroked his beard. You mean if I release you, you can get me out of here? You make it sound simple. You really do value your life after all. The youth disguised as Mu Jingyan wore a fearless face. Why should I cling to life? Mortals are destined to die, the Skeleton King asked. Then why beg me to spare you? A crazed glint flashed in his eyes. Because I have someone to kill. The Skeleton King's eyes lit up. Is this about revenge? He paced back and forth across the room with clacking steps. Now you've piqued my interest. Is one human life all you want? The youth gave a slight nod. Given my circumstances, I have no luxury to ask for more. The Skeleton King looked pleased. You know your boundaries. Suddenly, with a dull thud, the boy crashed to the ground. The Skeleton King cut his bindings, having broken his seal at last. I'm in a good mood today. I'll grant your request. Fighting the excruciating pain, the disguised youth used his left hand to pop his right arm back in place. Yet a wave of numbness radiated from the reset arm. He knew all too well that using that arm properly anytime soon was out of the question. The Skeleton King marveled at his tenacity. The disguised youth cast a sidelong glance at Kingling and Quixiao. At the door, there is only one chance, even for a fraction of a second. Just as the youth prepared to seize the moment and slip away from this red-lined room, his body was restrained again. He was yanked back up into midair uncontrollably. Lifting a finger, the king sneered. Think I'd make a deal with you? Isn't it much easier to simply control your body like this? At these words, despair welled up in his heart. This is bad. Out of the corner of his eye, the boy glanced at the Skeleton King. I don't trust humans, but this beast trusts them less. Having lived for countless ages, he possesses zero openings. Regret painted the boy's face. Looks like I need to prepare myself for death today. Grandfather, I'm afraid I cannot avenge you after all. The shift between life and death sometimes takes nothing more than a simple glance back. Catching the anxious, terrified expressions of Kingling and Quixiao, the disguised youth felt his flickering will to survive reignite inside him. He interrogated his own heart. Why think revenge is impossible? Kingling and Quixiao became vengeful spirits yet never gave up on revenge. What about me? Am I not full of hatred? Is my hatred not deep enough? The next moment, clenching his teeth, the boy balled his fist. Vast amounts of deathly ki converged in his ki-infused fist. He resolved to unleash the deepest grievances locked within his heart. Seeing this, the Skeleton King wore a look of astonishment. What is this brat up to? Kingling's expression turned to sock. That ki is far denser than the razor-sharp blade energy. This is the adamantine ki only reachable at the transcendent realm. What is going on with that color? Under Kingling's worried gaze, the boy unleashed the void-crossing art. A pitch-black crescent moon transformed into a blade edge, flourishing continuously within the boy's grip, before stabbing straight toward the Skeleton King's waist. Sidestepping, the Skeleton King felt profound confusion just lay before. How can a mortal manipulate deathly ki? Before the boy could answer, the king muttered in bewilderment. While channeling his power, a beast's claw materialized behind him. The next second, with a sweep of the Skeleton King's massive hand, that phantom beast claw slapped directly down toward the disguised youth, accompanied by the Skeleton King's wild laughter echoing out. This is so exhilarating. I'll dissect you properly and find your secrets. No backing down. The boy had no reason to retreat, though bridging the gap was entirely impossible. Even so, he would settle things with the Skeleton King right here, at this critical juncture. Crimson blood surged behind him, transforming into bloody hands that lunged at the Skeleton King. Faced with this assault, the Skeleton King was forced to halt his movements and deal with the bloody hands. That damned wretched ghost. Even until this very moment, the youth disguised as Mujinyan saw the attacker's true face. Kingling in re-entered the red-lined room. At this moment, Kingling completely erupted, using his power as a vengeful spirit. Blood turned into deadly red silk. He frantically attacked and bound the corpse king. The delicate red robes grew even more vibrant. Her round, slender thighs were already stained with blood. He was buying time with his life. Shongsheng, run. The youth froze, seeing this, then sprinted toward the door. He could not let Kingling's sacrifice go to waste. After running a few steps, the youth disguised as Mujinyan finally stopped. He looked back at Kingling fighting the corpse king. Why? He murmured inwardly. Even if he is my Shikigami, there's no need to go this far. Does he trust I'll avenge him? No way. But why do this? Due to the massive strength gap. Even with the Corpse King's powers damaged, despite Kingling's efforts, he was ultimately no match for his opponent. The victorious Corpse King grabbed Kingling by the throat. I thought you were a stray ghost, but you're quite formidable. You'll certainly help me sate my hunger. The king widened his mouth, frantically devouring Kingling's spiritual energy. The youth disguised as Mujinyan suddenly paused, doubtful. She locked eyes with the turning Kingling. From Kingling's lip movements, it was clear he was urging the youth to get out quickly. This sight sent a shudder through the youth's heart. He felt he needed to do something, so in the next second, the youth decided not to run. He turned to face the king. The Corpse King looked confused at this sight. The youth condensed a sharp blade of death aura at his fingertips. Seeing the youth's action, the king felt a bad premonition. Sure enough, under his gaze, the youth drove that blade of death aura straight into his own chest. With a muffled thud, a mouthful of blood spewed from the youth's lips, coughing up blood. The youth sneered as he looked at the Corpse King. Old man, you'll be trapped here forever. In an instant, the tide turned. The one most terrified of the youth's death became the Corpse King. He instantly released his grip on Kingling's neck and rushed toward the falling youth. At this moment, the Corpse King was filled with regret. He cupped the youth's body and grabbed her hair. This lunatic, if he dies, it's over. I'll never get out. Who knew that taking advantage of the Corpse King's distraction, the youth disguised as Mujinyan would reach out and grab his wrist. The blood-stained youth raised his head. Geez, grabbing your hand is hard. The Corpse King's brow furrowed at the sight. Could this guy have done this on purpose? Hoist by his own petard. The moment the youth touched him, grasped the Corpse King's wrist. Beyond imagination demonic, he was drawn into his body, along the palm via the scorching art. At this moment, the youth was like a warrior fighting for survival. His gaze at the Corpse King was filled with sneers. This spirit beast really kept trying to stop me from using my momentum, because this momentum makes it impossible to control one's aura properly. Though he staked his life, he won. Without him, he could never leave. The enraged king tried to pry open the hand locked around his wrist with his other hand. Right at that moment, in the room marked with red lines, blood flooded the space, and the dimension mutated. A dying Kingling had exhausted all remaining spiritual power within her to forcibly construct the bizarre blood realm domain. A splashing sound echoed, blood flowing from the realm, shot out like whips, snaring the Corpse King's left arm and both legs. The whips became tough as leather, binding him securely. Immediately after, the Corpse King tried to break free by force. Under the immense strength, the blood whips stretched vertically, yet Kingling having resolved herself to perish, had built a blood realm that was no ordinary feat. More blood turned into whips, which then coiled around the struggling Corpse King's body before the ceiling. If the Corpse King had recovered 30 or even 10% of his peak power, these mere ants, he could obliterate it easily. Yet right now, he couldn't. He didn't know what this bug-lay human had actually done. Only feeling his internal demonic chi become extremely unstable, completely impossible to control properly. His residual demonic chi had leaked by well over 30%. At this rate, the Corpse King might even struggle to maintain his current form. This was a dilemma of being caught between a rock and a hard place. If his life weren't in peril, he could have let go first. However, once he did, this frail human would surely die right here. Yet he didn't break away from this brat. His demonic key would continue to be plundered, coupled with Kingling's death pact entanglement. The Corpse King ultimately made a risky decision. He lifted the youth high with his only movable hand and smashed him onto the ground, head impacting the floor first. With a resounding bang, the youth's head hit the floor. The king intended to knock him out, to stop him from continuing to absorb demonic ki, who knew that even after his head was violently bashed and the floorboards shattered, with blood flowing endlessly, the youth disguised as Mu Jingyun still didn't lose consciousness and laughed with madness. Feeling slighted, the king repeated it. The youth, continuously thrown to the ground, coughed up blood endlessly. Even the stone-paved floor cracked and caved in deeply. Seeing this scene, Kingling wanted to stop the brutality, but being at his limit, he was ultimately powerless. In the king's mind, to this extent, the youth with his shattered body should have long since passed out. Yet when the Corpse King looked at the youth, the boy's gaze was not dimmed. That blood-stained, near-death face glared at him. At that instant, the Corpse King even felt a chill run down his spine, feeling such an emotion toward a lowly ant-lay existence. This was something the Corpse King could never accept. The majestic king of the Six Fiends actually felt terror toward this humble human. So the next second, the emotional Corpse King grabbed the youth's hair. "I've lived for thousands of years. How could I fear a mere human? I am the one who brings terror to countless beings." Now, the youth disguised as Mu Jingyun had absorbed up to half of his demonic K. In this critical situation, the Corpse King violently yanked the youth toward him. "You parasite, you stinking butt, you asked for all of this." As he finished speaking, the Corpse King pulled the youth's head toward his own forehead and slammed into him fiercely. Just as the youth disguised as Mu Jingyun wondered what kind of move this was, his eyes caught a bizarre sight. A blurry entity suddenly poured out from the Corpse King's body, taking the form of a soul. That form didn't look like a human in life, but rather radiated light outward like stars, sharp and prominent. Then, that spirit-like object, it pierced the youth's forehead and seeped inside. The moment it seeped in, the youth disguised as Mu Jingyun tilted his head back sharply, as if his head had been pierced by some sharp object. Kingling cried out in alarm. No, his spirit body is leaving to possess Shang Sheng. A spirit body infinitely close to a god invading another youth who was warning mortals. In Kingling's understanding, this should have been an effortless feat. Sure enough, just as Kingling had anticipated, the youth disguised as Mu Jingyun quickly showed signs of his physical body being possessed and controlled. Black veins bulged beneath his skin, his pupils trembled wildly, and black blood overflowed continuously from his mouth. A mortal body could never endure the willpower of a spirit beast that had lived for millennia. Seeing this, Kingling felt despair, as if everything was futile. Who would have thought that in the next second, the black veins bulging across the youth's face would gradually calm down. Those rolling, violently trembling white pupils actually returned to normal. Then, a starlight-shaped spiritual light orb burst from the youth's glabella and drilled into the king's head. Immediately after, a shrill, eerie scream escaped his mouth. Tension and fear replaced his previous arrogance. "What on earth are you, brat?" Hearing this, the youth was baffled. "What are you talking about?" At the mere thought of that red gate carved with the characters Demon Seal, the Corpse King trembled and clutched his head. "What is that thing inside your body?" The youth disguised as Mu Jingyun was clueless, and the Corpse King, having coughed up a mouthful of blood, suddenly underwent a mutation at that moment. His bones grew drastically, fur sprouted all over his body, and a tail grew out. Witnessed by Kingling and the youth, the Corpse King transformed into a giant civet cat twice the size of an ordinary person. As his form enlarged, his palm became vastly bigger than the youth's. The man and beast locked in a tight grip. Precisely because of this, the hand using the art felt lie snapping. The next moment, the Corpse King, having recovered his true form, broke the art's suction. Then he roared furiously, "You bastard! You forced me to reveal my form. I'll kill you." At this critical juncture, the Corpse King, now a monstrous civet cat, suddenly flinched because he was utterly baffled by the youth's current action. What's going on? That was a move to suck spiritual chi. But whose chi is he sucking? Following the youth's gaze, the Corpse King figured it out. That's an immortal spirit tomb fragment. Could this brat have been plotting this from the very start? Realizing things were amiss, the Corpse King tried to move and stop the youth's action, yet it was already too late. Some kind of object made of faint light bound his neck, arms, and legs. The scroll the Corpse King had broken out of was now hovering mid-air, white threads connected to the light shackles, restraining the spirit beast's neck, arms, and legs. The Corpse King panicked in disarray. This can't be. I broke the seal and got out. Before he could finish, the white light threads pulled the monstrous civet cat Corpse King toward it with astonishing speed. His body was sucked into the scroll. The youth disguised as Mu Jingyan hooked the corner of his mouth, just as I thought. I was wondering just now, since it's a treasure that seals entities, perhaps if death aura is absorbed, it might restart. I guessed right. The Corpse King, pulled by the light, tried to grab the youth's ankle. He wanted to drag him to hell. Kingling grabbed the youth's wrist in time, pulling him back. Finally, accompanied by a scream full of reluctance, the Corpse King was sucked into the scroll. Kingling and the youth bid him farewell. Spirit beast civet, farewell. Just lie there. Once the Corpse King was completely sucked into the landscape scroll beneath a cliff, a giant civet cat that originally didn't exist appeared out of nowhere. Its roaring posture was depicted so vividly, looking almost lifelike. Having fulfilled its mission, the scroll fluttered down, then dropped with a clatter into the restoring immortal spirit tomb box. Afterward, the crack-filled immortal spirit box was placed on the altar by a force. The cracks gradually faded away, returning to its original state as if nothing happened. Until this moment, the youth disguised as Mu Jingyan relaxed. He wiped the blood off his chin with his hand, a smile on his blood-stained face, while letting out a sigh. Geez, I almost got indigestion. Dim light, room with red lines. Kingling, having survived the ordeal, wore a relieved expression. He turned his head to look at the immortal spirit box, the center. How lucky. The seal restarted just in time. Kingling looks at the youth disguised as Mu Jingyan on the ground. Why are Zhongsheng's skin cracking? The youth's face is shatteringly glass. The cracks keep spreading. In a second, it covers his entire body. Lie withered branches in winter, or a dying tree. The youth's outer skin peels off. Within that broken shell, a layer of lustrous new skin is gradually emerging. Watching this scene, Kingling cannot contain her excitement. This happens when one reaches the peak, breaking limits through enlightenment, opening the main meridians. This allows them to control an incomparable vast amount of Ki. The body rapidly rebuilds itself. This is known as shedding mortal bones. Normally, this happens at the mastery realm. Kingling murmurs as she watches him. It is not Zhongsheng breaking limits, but his body automatically evolving to absorb the beast's demonic Ki. Thinking of this, Kingling sighs inwardly at the wonder of it. His path is different from others. Perhaps I am witnessing the birth of a fighter, unlike any seen in the martial world, as time ticks away. Once the dead skin peels off completely, the youth disguised as Mu Jingyan stands. Skin flakes fall all around. He feels an unprecedented lightness throughout his body. His Ki is not only abundant, it exceeds his limits. The burning pain in his internal organs is completely gone, and his fractured bones have healed. He can move without hindrance. The youth had prepared himself for the possibility of dying, contrary to his expectations. This fortuitous encounter has made him even stronger. How miraculous. A spirit beast weakened by years of imprisonment. By absorbing that civet's power, his Ki has surged to this extent. This brings the youth joy. Now, even against a peak realm fighter, he has the strength to fight. The next moment, the youth disguised as Mu Jingyan suddenly recalls his earlier conversation with Cao Yaigong. Hearing no one controlled a spirit beast as a shikigami. Seeing the youth nod, Cao Yaigong crosses his arm. I don't know who told you that, but it's not impossible. As far as I know, 2 people managed it. The youth opens his eyes wide. Cao Yaigong seems to be reminiscing. I didn't believe it either, but it truly existed. Using a spirit beast as a god-slaying method, that is, beings known as gods who reach the sixfold deity realm. Cao Yaigong adds a reminder. Don't worry about that, because they belong to the heavens. Besides, one of them is an evil spirit by nature. Let's not talk about it. You just need to know they exist. To sum it up in one sentence, among the sixfold deities, 2 sorcerers possess spirit beasts as shikigami. Recalling this, the youth disguised as Mu Jingyan looks at his palm. I'm still far behind. I can't even tame a weakened spirit beast. The youth remembers what that civet spirit beast monster said when it emerged from his body. What is inside your body? This leaves the youth disguised as Mu Jingyan full of doubt. Those vengeful souls who tried to possess him seem to have noticed something, showing shocked reactions. What could make a spirit beast say that? As the youth's doubts resurface, Kingling's call startles him. Zhongsheng. Hearing this voice, the youth turns to look at Kingling. Kingling's condition is very bad. Her ghostly body is becoming transparent. Seeing the youth walk up, Kingling speaks with effort, whispering as if leaving her last words. Shedding mortal bones. Interesting, though you look no different. Perhaps you can reach mastery in 2 years. The youth disguised as Mujingyun bends down. Your spiritual energy is weaker, tingling, fading, snaps in irritation. It's all to save you that I ended up like this. Still, you needn't pity me, because I didn't save you to earn your thanks. The youth asks the question in his heart. Why did you help me? Tingling hesitates for a moment. If you die, it's all over. What would I do? You aren't sad I'm vanishing, are you? The youth's expression freezes. You're going to vanish. Tingling knows this well. Her spiritual energy has long since waned past sustaining her spirit body. That's right. Bensua has no hope. That energy once enough to sustain a soul for centuries. Now most of it is gone. How can she linger in this world? Spiritual energy is the energy that keeps vengeful souls in this world. When that century-old energy wanes, the spirit cannot maintain its body. At death's door, she looks up at the youth disguised as Mujingyun. Shongsheng, given your personality, if a god slayer dies, you probably won't feel sad. I only ask you to promise one thing. Take revenge on the Heavenly Emperor's society. Having said this, Kingling's eyes slowly close. Due to lingering regrets, a crystal tear slips from her eye. Who would have thought that at this moment, the youth disguised as Mujingyun grabs Kingling's small hand. A powerful wave of Kai rapidly enters her body. Let's talk after you've recovered. That is the demonic Kai the youth seized from the civet spirit beast. As the demonic Ki pours in, Kingling's pupils tremble. Shongsheng, you're sharing the remaining demonic Ki with me, and not only is the quantity huge, the purity is also very high, generally speaking. Unlike evil spirits that can devour or even eat vengeful souls, demonic Ki from an upper-level entity, yet with the youth as a medium, the civet's Ki can be absorbed. The civet spirit beast's demonic Ki can actually be absorbed by Kingling. Her gradually transparent spirit body also becomes increasingly solid. Then, Kingling recovers her normal appearance at a rapid pace. Yet the youth shows no sign of stopping the transfer of demonic Ki. This forces Kingling to refine the incoming Ki for her own use, surpassing her original limit. Not only surpassing her original limit, but even elevating her grade. A crashing sound echoes. A crashing sound echoes out. The cold energy surrounding Kingling spreads like a tidal wave as her grade improves further. The spiritual energy radiating from her spirit body even has a massive impact on the physical world. Her status reached the Lanling rank. A glance fills onlookers with pressure. A single glance fills onlookers with intense pressure. Kingling cannot help letting out an exclamation. What is going on? The youth disguised as Mujingyun lets go of Kingling's hand. It seems I'm not the only one in luck. According to the Yin Yang book, it is recorded like this. Lanling is a soul of over 300 years, whose power turns illusions into reality. A disaster-lay entity, comparable to high-level evil spirits. It takes 100 Fangshi to exercise one, and success remains uncertain. Kingling, newly promoted in grade, senses her own power. Should this also be counted as a stroke of fate? As Kingling is in a daze, the youth disguised as Mujingyun speaks up to wake her. All right, now speak. What do you want me to promise? Revenge. Facing the youth's teasing, Kingling instinctively lowers her head to avoid his gaze. Her action of biting her clothes shows her heart is not calm. The youth chuckles softly. If I am not mistaken, your grade is higher now. Kingling. Should I call you Lanling? Kingling shakes her head. Just call me Kingling. Hearing this, the youth blinks. You seem to lie the name Kingling. Kingling glares at the youth in some annoyance, then lets out a snort. You dare to make fun of Bensua? Who would have thought at that very moment? A weak and helpless voice rings out. Master. Hearing this, Kingling and the youth look toward the doorway. Quixiaohe, whose arms have vanished, calls out with tears in his eyes. His spirit body is semi-transparent. Seeing Quixiao lie this, Kingling narrows her eyes and sighs. Shongsheng, have you spared demonic Ki? A short while later, at the entrance of the Blood Valley's secret treasury, the youth disguised as Mujingyun is about to pass through the array. The custodian Yang Weiyuan reiterates repeatedly, I will wait for you here. You must come back for me. From Yang Weiyuan's tone, one can tell that Quixiao has possessed him. Since Yang Weiyuan witnessed things and could not ignore them, this measure was taken, despite saying he must come back. Quixiao wears a pleased expression. Kingling, floating, smiles. Look how happy this fellow is. The youth disguised as Mujingyun gives a slight nod. Xiao also upgraded his grade and got a physical body into the bargain. Quixiao was probably originally a green spirit close to Kingling. After the youth infused him with demonic Ki, his status was instantly elevated. Then, subduing Yang Weiyuan who tried to activate the array. The trap triggered by the mechanism failed. Quixiao seized the chance to invade Yang Weiyuan's body, successfully possessing him. Just like that, Quixiao gained a physical body and advanced from green to blue spirit, so he is very happy. Speaking of the entire bloodthirsty valley treasury, who is the happiest guy right now? It must be Kui Xiao, who obtained Yang Wuyan's physical body. Looking at her gaudy and cheap appearance, King Ling was speechless and exclaimed, "How disgusting." And the young man disguised as Mu Jingyan chuckled. Not to mention anything else, Xiao He is perhaps so hep high because he can see many secret manuals here. That is why he is so hep high. After all, he was one of the 5 people during his lifetime. Afterward, the young man left with King Ling, carrying a stack of dense Kui Xiao boxes in his arms, passing by the room marked with a red line. Strong curiosity made him unable to resist peeking inside. At the same time, he exclaimed how magical it was. The box really restored the immortal spirit tome. Could it really contain the power of an immortal? Regarding how to deal with this wooden box sealing the spirit beast, civic cat, the young man disguised as Mu Jingyan thought for a long time. He finally decided to leave it here for the time being. Hearing this, Kui Xiao He was a bit confused. Is the master not planning to eat this? The young man touched his abdomen. He felt that eating it now would cause problems. Kui Xiao He did not know what to say upon hearing this. The young man gave a word of caution. In short, this thing must not be touched. If anyone comes here or looks for this thing, you must tell me immediately. Regarding this decision, Kui Xiao He could not understand it at all in his little head, although that is what the master said. But why must such a dangerous thing be left here? And what that raccoon spirit beast said, the existence with 3 eyes, will he appear again? After struggling for a while, Kui Xiao simply stopped caring. After all, if the sky falls, the tall ones will hold it up. The master must have his own ideas. Meanwhile, outside the secret vault of Blood Loss Valley, Senior Dancer Guo Wen was waiting impatiently. His heart was full of distress. Why hasn't he come out yet? Although he said he would come out late. This is too late. Could it be that he caused some trouble again? Just as Guo Wenqi was hesitating whether to trek, the boy disguised as Mu Jingyan appeared behind him out of nowhere. This gave Guo Wenqi a start, and the boy smiled at him. "Have I kept you waiting for a long time?" Guo Wenqi, looking hesitant, although he said no. He was actually full of suck inside. What on earth is going on? The aura this guy emitted before entering the secret vault was clearly just that of a first-class dancer. But now, I can't feel anything at all, and he walked past me, without making a sound or emitting any aura. What kind of enlightenment did this kid get in there? Deep in the night, inside the Heavenly Earth Society in a city, Guo Wenqi had a thought. Address terms, Mu Jingyan Master of Ordinance, Shang Kingdom, Killing These I am my lord zones, period, all character names, roles, and address terms maintained consistently across batches. In a courtyard of a massive estate southwest of the city, a short, sharp-featured man stands with hands behind his back. Just as he is lost in thoughts admiring the moon, a sudden cough comes from behind him. The short man turns around as if he expected it. He then bows respectfully. "So, one of the martial kings, the Lightning Fist King, has graced my home. I am truly at a loss for words." The person the short man is bowing to is a man who looks to be in his 50s, a middle-aged man with a beard. His sleeves are empty, revealing 2 muscular arms, adorned with strange iron rings. This man is an official of the Heaven and Earth sect. Yuan Bing, the Lightning Fist King, a Tiger King. Yuan Bing then bows to the man. "Long time, Dark Sect Master." The short man is indeed the Dark Sect Master. Although he is 1 rank below the Martial King, he is an official of the Heaven and Earth sect. The 3 sect masters are different from others. His name is kept classified, so everyone refers to him as Dark Sect Master. The Dark Sect Master giggles behind his hand. "We haven't seen each other since the tournament, have we?" Hearing the Dark Sect Master's charming voice, Yuan Bingyi frowns, feeling uncomfortable. This guy talks like a palace eunuch, and uses a tone only women use. It is truly hard to get used to. Besides, the face the Dark Sect Master wears is a mask. It is a human skin mask. A human skin mask is a thin, skin-like disguise, made from human or pig skin. It is nearly indistinguishable from a real face. The Dark Sect Master is the only one allowed to use one, even if he is in charge of intelligence. Why hide his true face from them? As far as Yuan Bing knows, the Dark Sect Master changes his mask every 3 months, so only the sect leader knows his true face. The 2 stare at each other under the moonlight. The Dark Sect Master finally breaks the silence. "To what do I owe the honor of your visit?" Yuan Bing places the jar of wine on the table. "Before that, this is Xuanyuan Red. Please, accept it." Xuanyuan Red is a type of Saxing wine. It is as famous as the Daughter's Red. The longer this wine is aged, the richer its aroma becomes, and the more mellow its flavor. It is a wine used for special occasions. The Dark Sect Master eyes the Xuanyuan Red. "Fist King, what is the meaning of this?" Yuan Bing looks directly at the Dark Sect Master. "I am bribing you regarding the Bloodthirsty Valley trial. I have a favor to ask of you." The 2 meet late at night under the moon. Upon hearing Yuan Bing wants to bribe him, the Dark Sect Master guesses his intention. "Do you want me to let you have the disciple?" Yuan Bing never expected the Dark Sect Master would guess so quickly. The Dark Sect Master covers his face and frowns. "I'm sorry. I must refuse. I have my reasons." Yuan Bingyi's expression stiffens, but the Dark Sect Master's next words change everything. He glances at the Xuanyuan Red on the table. "But since you gave me such good wine, I feel bad about refusing you like this. If we aren't looking at the same person, I can agree to your request." Yuan Bingyi frown. Is this guy waiting for me to speak first? I have no choice, since I am the one asking. The next second, Yuan Bing states his gun. "I intend to choose the child from Beijing Gate. To learn Yuan Bing's unique skill, one must have a strong body, because his secret art, the Lightning Fist, has very difficult movements. Yuan Bing's previous disciple became crippled, while practicing the final move. Hearing Yuan Bing's words, the dark sect master claps like a woman. That is great. I intend to choose a girl. Yuan Bing ponders this. A girl. Could it be from the Mao Flower House? The dark sect master nods, covering his mouth. Through their conversation, they realize there is no conflict in their choices. Yuan Bing laughs heartily. That is great. I will choose the boy. Thank you for agreeing to my request. The dark sect master says you're welcome. Yuan Bing recalls the information he received. He really is choosing the child from Mao Flower House. That is a pity. The Sanyin Valley master also said she had her eye on the child from Mao Flower House. Sect master, you might have a headache for days. Yuan Bing, feeling gleeful, takes his leave. The dark sect master's eyes are deep under the moon. One wonders what he is thinking. Meanwhile, Mao Xiaoling suddenly feels her ear itching. If she weren't in someone else's room, she would love to stick her finger in and scratch it. The youth disguised as Mu Jingyan watches her. You look like your ear is itching. Mao Xiaoling is startled, but she tries her best to keep a straight face. She asks the youth, why did you call me here? Calling me out in the middle of the night. It's hard for a girl not to overthink it. But the black-robed youth sitting across from her says something completely unexpected. It's nothing. I just wanted you to accompany me. Mao Xiaoling immediately misunderstands. Startled, she covers her chest with both hands. A sense of unease floods her mind. Calling me out late at night and asking me to accompany him, he's up to no good. The youth disguised as Mu Jingyan chuckles. Can you spar with me? Hearing the word spar, Mao Xiaoling freezes. The youth explains his reason. To prepare for tomorrow's trial, I want to warm up. Mao Xiaoling is incredibly embarrassed. Steam rises from her head. I see, that makes sense. How could he possibly see me as a girl? After a moment of embarrassment, Mao Xiaoling quickly composes herself. She looks at the youth. Sparring is a bit strange, but I do want to wash away my shame. I couldn't beat you last time because I was trying to capture you, but if I use my lethal moves, that is a different C2re. Mao Xiaoling begins to plot. If I can get him to lower his guard, I can attack him while he's distracted. The youth wakes her from her thoughts. You look very motivated. Just as Mao Xiaoling is at a loss for words, the youth stands up and smiles. Then spar with me as if you're trying to kill me. He even adds, if you can subdue me, I will explain everything to you. Mao Xiaoling's expression changes instantly. As expected, a reward is more tempting. She stares intensely at the youth. Are you serious? The youth holds up a finger. I promise, as long as you can subdue me right now. Before the youth finishes speaking, with a swish, from the sleeves of Mao Xiaoling's arms, two small dagger blades spring out. She wants to strike first before he notices. To decide the outcome, Mao Xiaoling's martial arts are based on assassination, so rather than fighting openly, disrupting the opponent's rhythm is key. However, the next second, Mao Xiaoling's expression freezes. She was the one who attacked first, but before she knew it, the youth's sword finger was at her throat. Mao Xiaoling, who thought she had the speed, is stunned. She didn't even see his movement. She didn't even perceive it. His fingertip had already reached her. The room seems to stand still. A drop of cold sweat rolls down her face, as if any slight movement would result in her throat being pierced by his finger. Before she could react, his finger was there. Mao Xiaoling from the Mao Flower House thought she would have the advantage in speed, but the youth disguised as Mu Jingyan shattered her dreams with his actions, even with her surprise attack. The youth calmly held his finger to her throat, as if a little more pressure would pierce her neck. Mao Xiaoling, realizing the danger, retreats. The youth does not continue his attack. Instead, he licks his finger and sighs, too slow. The youth disguised as Mu Jingyan sparred with her to test his current strength. After all, with many fortuitous encounters, he has entered the super excellent realm, but to what extent? He has yet to fully determine. But seeing Mao Xiaoling's current state, the youth is very satisfied. Just as Kingling said, the super excellent and excellent are in different leagues. The gap between them is truly staggering. In his vision, every one of her movements is clearer than before. It has become so visible. Kingling's voice rings in the youth's ear. Shongsheng, you still have a long way to go. Although you have shed your immaturity, there is a world of difference in the super excellent. The road ahead is long and requires diligence. The youth has no intention of relaxing. After all, his target might be a peak master, approaching the realm of perfection, so his current level is still not enough. However, besides that, another feeling arises in the youth's heart. He once thought martial arts were just tools for revenge, but as he reached a higher realm, he actually became interested in martial arts. He wants to delve deeper, to see how strong he can become. Unlike the youth's excitement, Mao Xiaoling is lost in self-doubt. A few days ago, our strength was about the same, but now, I feel he is not only strong, there is a high wall between us. Looking at the youth ahead, Mao Xiaoling cannot help but think, this is a monster that makes me feel awe. The next day at noon, the day of the final trial of the Bloodthirsty Valley, many chairs are placed around the high platform. Guests from the inner city are arriving. The Bloodthirsty Valley Master, Li Xian, stands there. A glint of surprise flashes in her eyes because an unexpected person has appeared. It is the Dark Sect Master, although he looks different from before. It is definitely the Dark Sect Master. Why would the Dark Sect Master come here? He has never attended the trial ceremony before. Just then, a sound of a zither string rings out. Several warriors in red nearby cannot help but cover their ears, as if the sound is a soul-stealing melody. Yuan Bing, sitting in his chair, shakes his head. Here we go again. The Dark Sect Master giggles. The Bloodthirsty Valley Master turns to the sound. A beautiful, bewitching woman stands there. Li Xian clicks her tongue in her heart. Senian Valley Master, Heng Ruoyao, is here too. Unlike the Dark Sect Master, Li Xian knows Heng Ruoyao very well. Throughout the righteous and evil paths, some in the martial arts world have unique styles. One is the sound art, and in the Central Plains, few can truly master the sound art. Sanian Valley Master Heng Ruoyao is one. As Heng Ruoyao plucks her paper strings, the sound waves grow stronger. Warriors with weaker internal energy are already kneeling in pain. Li Xian is speechless. This woman's bad taste never changes. Heng Ruoyao is always like this, integrating sound arts into her mudiche, putting everyone around her in a difficult spot. Even the sect master has warned her, but she ignores him. Seeing Heng Ruoyao ready to play another song, Li Xian, left with no choice, grips her sword hilt. Is there no other way? It has come to this. It seems a conflict is near. I must respond firmly. However, just as Li Xian is about to act, a rough voice rings out. Valley Master Heng, that's enough. Heng Ruoyao turns to look. The person standing there is none other than the Blade King. Sun Yun, the Blade King, one of the martial kings, carrying a large blade, staring fiercely at Heng Ruoyao. His build is larger than an average person's, covered in scars. His presence far exceeds anyone else present. He is undoubtedly the best among them. Seeing this, Heng Ruoyao, Master of Cheyenne Valley, stopped playing her paper, offered a salute. Master Sun, you came too. Sun Yun walked past her. Have I come to a place I shouldn't be? Heng Ruoyao replied nervously. How could that be? Sun Yun then sat heavily in the VA seat and reprimanded her. Stop your nonsense and sit down, because you, Shixu Master, cannot finish the final stage. Heng Ruoyao's eyes sharpened. After a moment's hesitation, she sat down obediently. The power of the Blade King is truly terrifying. Who did Heng Ruoyao first know in Tiandihui? It would certainly be the Blade King. Heng Ruoyao and Sun Yun once clashed. He nearly took her head. Therefore, to Heng Ruoyao, Sun Yun is a natural predator. What puzzled the master of Shixu Valley was, the Blade King has many disciples. Li Xian recalled he had no interest in the Shixu Valley trials. Just then, a young man below noticed the group in the VIP seats. He exclaimed in surprise, "Look, 2 martial kings are here, but the sect masters of Anzong and Shaoyin Valley are here too, for this mid-stage ceremony. Just how talented are these people?" For Sun Yun's help, Li Xian saluted him. "It is an honor to have the Blade King here. I am deeply honored." Sun Yun looked away from Heng Ruoyao and turned to Li Xian. "Long time no see, Shixu Master." The young man chuckled. "I never expected you to come." Sun Yun smiled too. "I have my reasons for coming." Hearing Nascent Soul, Li Xian looked puzzled. Blade King Sun Yun looked toward one of the 6 youths standing in the plaza. That person was none other than the youth disguised as Mu Jingyan. Seeing the smiling youth, Sun Yun's face lit up with joy. "So it's true. I thought he'd die in Blood Valley. I never expected him to be alive. Let's rewind the timeline a bit." Hearing his disciple was beaten up, a furious Sun Yun slammed the table. Yi Weixin across from him hurriedly explained, "If I hadn't let my guard down, I'd have won." Then Sun Yun stared straight at Yi Weixin. "I'm not talking about that. What's that fellow's name?" Yi Weixin answered honestly. "His name is Mu Jingyan." Hearing this, Blade King Sun Yun recalled the youth dancing with his sword under the moon. His clenched fist showed his inner turmoil. "I thought even if he learned the sword art, it would be hard to survive the Blood Valley. I even regretted that the bloodline heritage would end here. Heaven truly blesses us. He actually survived." Immediately after, Sun Yun asked Yi Weixin why they fought. "Why did you two start fighting?" Yi Weixin stammered for a while. "Well, I don't know. That guy entered selflessness. I just wanted to touch him." Before Yi Weixin could finish, Sun Yun already guessed his disciple's intentions. Always known for his firm and decisive nature, he slammed his fist on his head. Yi Weixin cried out for mercy. How could Sun Yun stop? A thorough beating was inevitable. After disciplining him, Blade King Sun Yun regained composure. The youth's image filled his mind. The guy he thought dead not only survived, but made the final trial. That fellow is extraordinary. The next moment, sitting in the VIP seat, Sun Yun had a thought. If he displays talent beyond expectations, even if I face blame from executives, I will take this righteous disciple under my wing. Besides that, Blade King Sun Yun also noticed Mu Yutin's figure. That kid survived as well. Mu Yutin lacks natural talent, so I figured he might survive. But I didn't expect him to reach the final trial as well, having endured so much hardship. Mu Yutin's gaze is much sharper. Seeing this, a smile curved up the corner of Sun Yun's mouth. Coming here was worth it. This final trial will be exciting. A moment later, Blood Valley Master Li Xian stepped up. Since all observers arrived, from this moment on, the final trial officially begins. Li Xian flicked her fingers, and guards in red leather carried over a huge wooden board. Many lines crisscrossed the board. Blank spaces were everywhere. The disciples' gazes sharpened. It's the tournament bracket. Just as everyone vaguely sensed the final trial's assessment method, Blood Valley Master Li Xian called out loudly. I'm sure you've all guessed it. The final trial of Blood Valley is combat. You disciples have passed multiple trials so far, proving your limits to stand right here. And this final trial is to showcase your potential to all the observers. Li Xian paused for a moment. Also, winning the final trial grants you a choice of executive. As soon as she said this, the disciples started murmuring. In other words, first place can become a master's disciple and join their faction. That's right, exactly what that means. That is so awesome. Li Xian ignored the commotion and looked at the 6 people. I hope you give it your all. Hearing this, a burly man from the Beijing sect muttered to himself. So that's how it is. Wu Zhangguo chuckled. How interesting. The demonic monk possessing Yan Ji and Mao Xiaolang from Maofang said nothing. Mu Yutin glanced at the youth disguised as Mu Jingyan. I don't need any choice rights. As long as I stop you, that's enough. Speaking of the youth disguised as Mu Jingyan, who did he want to see in the VIP seats? That would be the Venom King, Bai Shi, because he wanted to get clues about the ghost sword from him. However, the Dark Sect Master and Xiaoyan Valley Master, who weren't expected to show up, they actually came to the trial. Apart from Thunder Fist King Yuan Bing, none of the figures anticipated by the youth and Li Xian matched up. Thinking of this, the youth felt a bit troubled. Do I need to change my plan? He originally planned to use the rewards from 3 first-place finishes to pick one of the 2 sword masters among the 8 stars, but there's no help for it now. The next moment, looking at the tournament bracket on the huge board, the youth disguised as Mu Jingyan muttered under his breath. How boring. Mu Yutin noticed something amiss. Because the head count is wrong, there are 6 examinees total. If they hold matches, 8 would be the ideal number. But with only 6 people, 2 examinees will inevitably get a bye and advance straight to the championship. At this moment, senior disciple Gowenki appeared carrying a wooden box with a circular hole on top. Blood Valley Master Li Xian shouted loudly. Those whose names are called, come out and draw your numbers. Mu Yutin and Yan Wuyin. As expected, Mu Yutin, acting like a righteous protagonist, drew the Bai group. Seeing the number 6 token in his hand, he let out a disdainful snort. Should I call this good luck? Yan Wuyin, looking envious, watched Mu Yutin turn and leave. Continuing his draw, he pulled a round token carved with the number 4. Next up, Wu Zhangguo drew number 2. Mao Xiaolang drew number 3. The youth disguised as Mu Jingyan drew number 1. As for Yan Ji, the demonic monk, he didn't need to choose and luckily blundered into the Bai group. The bracket was thus finalized. Looking at his opponent, Wu Zhangguo felt helpless. How did it turn out like this? Out of all people, my first met has to be against the opponent I find most tricky. Wu Zhangguo was no ordinary person. Composed, he pulled himself together. Whatever. I won't lose to anyone anyway. Because I have a secret weapon, Kingling, possessing the puppet, sent a voice transmission to the youth. This final trial seems boring. Master, the youth disguised as Mu Jingyan heartily agreed. At this moment, Wu Zhangguo suddenly walked up in front of the youth. He extended his palm with a smile. Looks like we're fighting each other in the end, regardless of who wins. Let's do our best. The youth shook his head with a troubled look. That might be difficult. Wu Zhangguo was startled. What? The youth disguised as Mu Jingyan spoke in a serious tone. If I went all out, this met would be too boring. I'll go easy on you, so you should do your best. As soon as he said this, Wu Zhangguo clenched his fists. What is this guy spouting? He knows how to provoke people. Then, Blood Valley Master Li Xian called Wu Zhangguo and the youth onto the arena. Wu Zhangguo, walking ahead, issued a challenge to the youth. Mu Jingyun, since you're confident, how about we make a bet? The youth asked. What kind of bet do you want to make? Wu Zhangguo looked back at the youth with a provocative look. Loser obeys. Winner is the bot. We can establish seniority. Right. Seeing the youth didn't reply, Wu Zhangguo sneered. If you're not confident, don't bet. Who knew the youth disguised as Mu Jingyan would choose to raise the stakes? Too boring. Let's spice it up. Wu Zhangguo's expression turned startled at those words. A smile curved the youth's mouth. Instead of calling the winner bot, How about becoming the other person's dog instead? Hearing the youth's words, Wu Zhangruo could hardly laugh. Mu Jingyun is good at provoking. He's going too far. At this moment, momentum reversed. The youth disguised as Mu Jingyun successfully took the initiative. He looked at Wu Zhangruo playfully. What? Lack confidence. Meanwhile, watching on the stage, the Dark Sect Master covered her mouth and chuckled. Heng Ruoyao frowned slightly. Blade King Sun Yun muttered to himself, "Oh no, I wanted to confirm the Mu family sans cultivation, but he's out of luck." Thunder Fist King Yuan Bing's jaw dropped wide open at that moment. He exclaimed in shock, "There's a kid lie that too. Which martial family does this Wu Zhangruo come from?" A Heaven and Earth Alliance warrior nearby answered honestly, "He seems from a minor faction. I'm not sure about the rest." Just as Yuan Bing was wondering if he had made up his mind too early when picking disciples. Blade King Sun Yun's face was filled with gravity. Wu Zhangruo reached the peak level and is even on the verge of reaching the transcendent state. The highly anticipated final trial of Blood Valley had finally arrived. As Li Ziyang loudly announced the start of the Met, both sides on the arena stood on guard. Wu Zhangruo looked at the youth with confidence. "The loser has to be the dog." "That's what you said, but you'll be the one acting like a dog." Saying this, a smile curved up the corner of Wu Zhangruo's mouth. "Because the winner will be me." The next second, Wu Zhangruo, having primed his internal energy, pushed off hard. He shot toward the youth like a sword. Mu Yutin and others gasped. So fast, couldn't help gasping. So fast. Wu Zhangruo instantly dashed in front of the youth disguised as Mu Jingyun, unleashing the palm technique flowing ripple. Wu Zhangruo's palm shadows were as smooth as calm water ripples, interweaving into a net, aiming straight for the youth's upper vital points. The youth pulled back half a step. Flexibly dodging with his body, he actually evaded every single palm strike to dodge the illusory flowing ripple. This reaction exceeded Wu Zhangruo's expectations. Right after, the youth who had avoided all palm strikes threw a punch, aiming for Wu Zhangruo's face. Wu Zhangruo flew back to dodge, then kicked off the ground, striking at the youth's chin with a kick, with a loud thud, while blocking the instep. The youth tried to grab his ankle. However, at that moment, Wu Zhangruo twisted and spun, kicking the youth in the shoulder. The youth was knocked back 5 steps. Landing on his feet, Wu Zhangruo let out an imperceptible smirk. At this point, he was certain the opponent's internal ki was inferior to his. That being the case, it's time to settle this. The next second, Wu Zhangruo kicked off the ground again, unleashing his full technique on the retreating youth. Fist and palm strikes layered on top of each other, accompanied by several feints fluttering like moths. They swooped in. The youth tried to create distance, employed footwork to try and create distance. Yet Wu Zhangruo's full strikes carried internal energy like the shale in 100 Step. Divine fist piercing through the air and whistling straight toward the distance he had opened up. With no other choice, the youth had to take the blow head on. He gathered his breath and thrust his palm out to block the full strike. Who knew that exact instant, Wu Zhangruo's palm struck from a completely unexpected angle, hitting the youth's ribs. Taking advantage of the youth's body twisting to the right, Wu Zhangruo's full-force punch and palm combo violently struck his chest. Under the barrage of blows, the youth retreated a dozen steps. Seeing this, the surrounding spectators immediately gasped in amazement. Right fist, left palm. Wu Zhangruo still maintained his right fist, left palm posture, smiling at the youth like a king. "Scared you?" The youth disguised as Mu Jingyun said nothing. Wu Zhangruo spread his arms while boasting of his power. "This is my secret. Right fist, left palm." The Blade King in the VIP seats narrowed his eyes. Right fist, left palm. Anyone who has practiced martial arts knows this is an impossible feat, because it requires multitasking while channeling internal ki, a mistake that could easily cause mishaps during circulation. Such a near impossible technique meant even supreme masters wouldn't dare casually try this bizarre method. Thinking of this, Sun Yun sighed in emotion. Still, if one could pull it off, they'd unleash double the moves. Meanwhile, Wu Zhangruo demonstrated to the youth, using his right hand for fist techniques and left for palm arts. It feels like fighting 2 masters. Seeing this, Sun Yun shakes his head. Mu Jingyun's luck is too bad. Wu Zhangruo is the most talented prodigy I've seen. The scales of victory have tipped. Yet, facing Wu Zhangruo's dual attack, the youth disguised as Mu Jingyun is calm. He chuckles. Dual fists and palms. My, what a neat trick. Wu Zhangruo freezes. A bad premonition hits him. He gathers his energy, readying his fists and palms. "What are you bluffing about? I'll wipe that look off your face." With a sudden whoosh, Wu Zhangruo flashes forward, soaring toward the youth. With his trump card exposed, he intends to unleash everything. Combining Quanquan Rushu and Liushui Xinyan, Wu Zhangruo executes his dual fist move. It hits like 2 masters attacking as one. Yet just when Wu Zhangruo thinks the met is decided, the youth disguised as Mu Jingyun gives a slight nod, and much like Wu Zhangruo, He uses different forms with each hand. At this moment, the youth's right hand wields a sword stance, while his left executes fists. This is no mere illusion, it is pure, perfected mastery. And at this very moment, the battle dynamic shifts dramatically. Wu Zhangruo's skill is no longer fatal. The youth now has the strength to fight him on equal terms. After all, they are both using dual fists and palms. Victory now depends on who holds the stronger trump card. The world is full of wonders. Even legendary masters wouldn't dare attempt this dual style lightly. Yet the two youths standing on the final Blood Valley arena today have both mastered this feat. It has pushed the Met to its climax. Everyone wears a look of shock. Yuan Bing breaks out in a cold sweat, crying out, "What is happening?" Sun Yun's eyes widen in dismay. Wu Jingyun watched that technique once, and he actually learned it. Dark Sect Master giggles, liar woman. This is getting interesting. Turns out the real genius was someone else all along. Shaoyan Valley Master Heng Royale's eyes gleam with greed. He has one thought now. I must make him mine. Next, an unhinged Wu Zhangruo throws his attacks straight at the youth, convinced the opponent is mimicking him. Seeing this, the youth disguised as Mu Jingyun fires back with his own dual strike. Thud, thud, thud. The impacts ring out continuously. A powerful, heavy blow smashes into Wu Zhangruo's face. A sharp sword finger instantly slices open his cheek. Crimson blood immediately splatters through the air in a spray. The youth even adds his own innovation to the dual technique. A revolving kick. He sends Wu Zhangruo flying with a single kick. A mouthful of fresh blood gushes from Wu Zhangruo's lips. Under the youth's relentless onslaught, he is reduced to passive fence. At the same time, a harsh reality dawns on him. Mu Jingyun's stance has changed too fast. This isn't something that can be copied in just a split second. He has surpassed mere imitation. His technical application far exceeds mine in every way. As if toying with an ant, he completely crushes me. Witnessing this, Mu Yutian clenches his teeth in frustration. How could Mu Jingyun be this talented? Compared to Zhangruo, my strength is insignificant, yet he handles Zhangruo effortlessly. Sun Yun wears a grave expression, a technique grandmasters struggle with. He displays with effortless ease. He is easily one of the top geniuses in Central Plains history. To be precise, a monster. Unwilling to lose, Wu Zhangruo risks it all. He cannot accept being beaten this easily. The next second, Wu Zhangruo channels his inner ki to shatter the arena floor. A barrage of Ki-infused rubble forces the youth to step back. Taking advantage of the youth dodging the flying debris, Wu Zhangruo blinks behind him. Then he seizes the opening to throw a sneak punch. The dog is you. Hempt, you're the dog. Little does he know, the disguised youth was prepared all along. The instant Wu Zhangruo's fist swings toward him, his body bends at an impossible angle. Wu Zhangruo never expected that the opponent could dodge this punch of his. Using his hand as a pivot point on the ground, the youth unleashes a kick, straight into the chin. Thick, crimson blood splatters from Wu Zhangruo's mouth until the second he blacks out. He is tormented by one thought. How on earth did Mu Jingyun counterattack from that posture? With a heavy thud, Wu Zhangruo collapses onto the arena. Blood Valley Master Li Zhan promptly announces the end of the Met. Two Heavenly Alliance guards carry the defeated Wu Zhangruo off for treatment, and Li Zhan officially declares the Met result. The winner of this Met is Mu Jingyun. At this moment, the disguised youth becomes the absolute star of the arena. The high-ranking executives in the VIP gallery start a subtle battle of wits. Thunder Fist King Yuan Bing glances at Blade King Sun Yun. Senior son, it looks like I'll have to take that boy Mu Jingyun as my disciple. Sun Yun raises an eyebrow. What do you mean? Didn't you say you wanted to pick the kid from the Beijing gate? Yuan Bing wears the face of a man who has nothing to lose. I only said I was considering him. Let me be straight. If I miss Mu Jingyun today, I'll likely regret it for a long time. With that said, Yuan Bing looks at Sun Yun. Besides, Brother Sun already has plenty of brilliant disciples. How can you be so greedy? Hearing this, Sun Yun flies into a rage, smashing his seat to pieces with one punch. Then he glares menacingly at Yuan Bing. You calling me greedy? Yuan Bing refuses to back down. If this isn't greed, what is? Before they know it, the atmosphere between them became unusually tense. As the host of the Blood Valley, Li Zhan looks troubled. He never expected a psychological war to break out here between two of the most influential upper executives and martial kings present. Yet thinking of the talent displayed by the disguised youth, Li Zhan clicks his tongue. Good thing he knows the master's soul possesses that body. Otherwise, facing such a freak talent, he would be just as desperate as Sun Yun and Yuan Bing to take him in as a disciple. Merely the first Met of the final Blood Valley round has set Thunder Fist King Yuan Bing and Blade King Sun Yun at each other's throats in the VIP gallery. The allure of a genius is extraordinary. Blood Valley Master Li Zhan, as the host of the tournament, to ensure the examinations proceed smoothly, no matter what, he must stop this psychological warfare between the martial kings, just as he prepares to mediate. The Dark Sect Master's voice suddenly rings out. Pardon me, interrupting the two of you for a moment. May I cut in? As he says this, the two martial kings, whose tempers were about to flare, simultaneously turn their gazes toward the dark sect master. Sun Yun, the more belligerent one, speaks with a sharp, cutting edge in his voice. What do you want to say? The dark sect master covers his mouth, giggling like a woman. Why are you arguing? Hearing this, Yuan Bingyi and Sun Yun are momentarily baffled. Their goal is obviously to take the boy as a disciple. Yet the dark sect master breaks into a brilliant smile. Isn't the choice up to the winner? At these words, an uproar breaks out among the crowd. The Thunder Fist King and Blade King fall silent. Sun Yun frowns. Now that I think about it, true, he is bound to take first place. What were we fighting over? Yuan Bingyi clears his throat to mask his awkwardness. A thought pops into his mind. Have I been bewitched by an excessively charming talent? After a brief silence, the dark sect master smilingly gives the two martial kings an out. Let's continue watching. Who knows? There might be other exceptionally gifted children. Yuan Bingyi calmly settles back into his seat. A Heavenly Alliance guard quickly and perceptively brings a new chair over for Sun Yun. Shaolin Valley Master Heng Royale, who has remained silent thus far, keeps her gaze fixed in a specific direction. That is the location of the youth disguised as Mu Jingyun. Regarding this talented youth, the deeply seductive Heng Royale's eyes sparkle brightly. She gently nibbles her finger with sexy red lips. It is a look of determination. Next up is a met between the third-ranked Mao Xiaolang and the fourth-ranked Yan Weiying. As the Blood Valley Master announces the start of the duel, the two of them quickly engage in fierce combat. Mao Xiaolang relies on speed and assassinating throwing knives, while Yan Weiying wields steel fists powered by the Iron Swan skill. The dynamic of their duel is quite fascinating. Calling it a clash of speed and weight might be more fitting. Thud, thud, thud. The impacts ring out continuously. Inner ki consumption is minimal, and stamina is ample. The duel between the two is evenly matched. However, judging purely from the combat stance, Mao is exceptionally fast, moving 2 to 3 times quicker than Yan Weiying, which seems likely to wear him out faster. Yet as time goes on, the skill gap between the two gradually reveals itself. Though Yan Weiying has exchanged over 20 blows with Mao Xiaolang, he still cannot keep up with his opponent's movements. Meanwhile, Mao Xiaolang continuously targets Yan Weiying's opening. Yet, just as the disguised youth is watching the met, a woman's voice sounds by his ear. Hello there. The youth knows instantly this isn't Kingling's voice, so he looks around. The woman chuckles. Looking for me. It won't be easy to find me. Yet the very next second, alongside the subtle vibration of the voice he heard, the youth senses the faint form of inner ki contained within it. Then, with a swish, he turns his head to look toward the VIP platform. At Shaolin Valley Master Heng Royale, who is observing from the side. Seeing this, Heng Royale's expression flashes with surprise, followed by a brilliant sparkle in her eyes. He actually spotted me in one go. He truly exceeds expectations. A satisfied Heng Royale lightly licks her finger with her tongue, a stirring in her heart. I must win this brat over. He is definitely not a talent to be easily given up. With her mind made up, Heng Royale sends a voice transmission to the youth. You've got skills. Finding me just like that. The youth disguised as Mu Jingyun simply watches her quietly. Heng Royale lets out a light laugh. Do you find it miraculous that I speak without moving lips? Seeing the youth nod, Heng Royale bursts into laughter. You're quite honest. Since that's the case, I'll teach you this trick. As a reward. Hearing this, the youth's pupils contract slightly. Heng Royale begins instruction. There is a Lianquan acupoint between your Adam's apple and the root of your tongue. Cause a vibration there, as if touching it with cotton. With your strength, you should be able to master it immediately. Right, sure enough. The youth disguised as Mu Jingyun tries it just once, and then his voice rings out by Heng Royale's ear. Is this how it's done? Hearing the transmitted voice, her lips curve. Truly brilliant. Though it sounds simple, to understand it at once and put it into practice is actually no easy feat. It shows he possesses the extraordinary cleverness to grasp principles with such ease. What a fun child to teach. Then, the youth asks Heng Royale, what is this technique called? Heng Royale strikes a pose. This is called voice transmission into secret. Voice sound transmission. Simply put, it's a way to transmit your voice. Speaking this way prevents others from hearing you. Perfect for discussing secrets. At the same time, different figures across the arena. Many things progress at once. While Mao Xiaolang and Yan Weiying fight fiercely in the ring, Shaolin Valley Master Heng Royale invites the youth disguised as Mu Jingyun. So let me be completely straight with you. Become this Valley Master's disciple. Opportunities like this are rare. Hearing this, the youth falls silent. Heng Royale guides him. If you're still considering either of the two kings, that's a very foolish choice. The Blade King has a successor, and the Thunder Fist King's disciple was crippled while learning his secret ultimate technique. Saying this, Heng Royale pauses for a moment. Her tone fills with enticement. But if you choose this Valley Master, you can enjoy the treatment of a harem of 3,000 within the Shaolin Valley. Yet because she hasn't heard a satisfactory reply from the youth, a cold flash cuts through Heng Royale's eyes. If you dare to refuse, I hear that boy is your brother. I'll take him as my subordinate. Then, Heng Royale sinisterly licks the edge of her lips, dropping a harsh threat. I'll toy with him appropriately and kill him once I lose interest. Yet just when Heng Royao expects the opponent to compromise, the youth disguised as Mu Jingyun simply lets out a light chuckle. So please go ahead. This reply shocked Heng Royao, who had thought it was in the bag. She nearly bit her delicate tongue with her own teeth. The young man transmitted his voice. Have fun to your heart's content playing with him. Consider it your reward for teaching me voice transmission. Hearing this, instead of flying into a rage, Heng Royao was dumbfounded. Although the distance was far, he had already reached the realm of supreme mastery, so he could more or less see the young man's face clearly. How could he say with a smile that killing his lackey was fine, and leaving him crippled didn't matter? This wasn't a feigned calmness or a look of internal deliberation. His face showed he truly didn't care. Seeing this, Heng Royao muttered to herself, Mu Jingyun, has he lost his mind? Meanwhile, Mao Xiaolang and Yan Wuyan's duel continued. The unconscious Wu Zhangguo opened his eyes. Then he bolted upright from the bed. The dying, miraculously recovering Mu Yutian, who had been taking care of him, stepped forward to ask, Zhangguo, are you alright? Wu Zhangguo fell silent for a long time. Finally, he asked that question. Did I lose? Mu Yutian lowered his head regretfully. You were already very impressive. Following that, Wu Zhangguo struggled to get up from the ground. Seeing this, Mu Yutian tried to stop him. Don't push yourself. Sit down and regulate your breath. Your chin and face took heavy hits. You must be very dizzy right now. Hearing Mu Yutian's persuasion, Wu Zhangguo shook his head. He indicated he was fine. He walked toward the girl disguised as Mu Jingyun. Mu Yutian looked at him in confusion. Does he refuse to accept defeat? As Mu Yutian worried something might happen, and stepped forward to dissuade him. With a thump, Wu Zhangguo knelt before the young man. I have lost. As per our agreement, from now on, I am your dog. As he spoke, Wu Zhangguo bowed deeply to the ground to fulfill his promise. I lost to you. I will treat you as my master. Seeing this scene, Mu Yutian was filled with shock and bewilderment. An angry demand escaped his lips. Wu Zhangguo, what are you saying? At this moment, the two on the ring finally decided the victor. Yan Wuyan from the Beijing sect was already sprawled on the ground. The victorious Mao Xiaolang panted heavily. Clearly, this battle was not easy to win. The third met was about to begin. Li Xiang called Mu Yutian and Yan to the arena. Mu Yutian angrily blocked Mao Xiaolang. Though I don't know why you've chosen to follow that guy, but watch out. That bastard has turned everyone into servants. Mao Xiaolang walked past Mu Yutian, leaving a cold. It's already too late. Mu Yutian was momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, Mao Xiaolang walked up to the young man and cupped his fists. I have returned. Seeing this, Mu Yutian flew into a rage and rushed the youth. Full of confusion, Mu Jingyun, what have you done? The youth disguised as Mu Jingyun blinked. What are you referring to? Mu Yutian roared. Stop evading. Why is everyone around you? Before Mu Yutian could finish, Blood Valley Master Li Xiang loudly urged Mu Yutian, get on the stage already. Hearing this, the corner of the youth's lips curled into a smile. After a moment of struggle, Mu Yutian finally walked toward the ring with heavy steps. His mind was filled with doubts. What is going on? Where did things go wrong? This guy Mu Jingyun, he is completely different from when he was at the Burning Wood Sword Manor. At this moment, Mu Yutian was filled with internal conflict. I only wanted to bring him back onto the right path after he strayed, but now there is no hope at all. With his talent, everyone wants Mu Jingyun. Everyone is drawn to him. Compared to him, I'm practically a clown. Mu Yutian was already standing on the stage by now. A cascade of unfortunate events, his flesh and blood changing, plus the tampered heart method. With his unstable state of mind, signs of Kai deviation finally surfaced. Why does it always feel like the whole world is against me? Purplish-black veins bulged one by one all over Mu Yutian's body, eventually climbing up his tender, ferocious face. His obsession echoed in his heart. Can I really stop a monster like Mu Jingyun? This episode starts with a sock in Blood Valley. Yan Jie, the final bot, fell to one knee, then collapsed face first onto the ground with a thump. Dark blood oozed from his mouth. On the opposite side, Mu Yutian was panting heavily. Li Xiang then loudly announced the winner of this match. The winner is Mu Yutian. In the VIP box, the leader of the Yanmo troop gazed on with eyes full of praise. Both are truly formidable. Beside him, Chixu nodded slightly to the group leader. Indeed, that kid named Ninji utilized his martial arts brilliantly, like a seasoned expert. As for the kid Mu Yutian, though less experienced than Yanji, he reacted with extraordinary perception. I thought victory would lie in experience. Instead, he surpassed the veteran Yanji and snatched victory. Truly impressive. Mu Yutian's appearance right now was bizarre in the extreme. Red energy radiated around his body, and his skin had turned completely brown. Even the whites of his eyes had taken on a yellowish-brown hue. This sight caused the expressions of all the Heavenly Alliance experts present to shift, even with their relatively open-minded views on martial arts. This was the first time they'd ever witnessed such a spectacle. Murmurs broke out among them. Blade King Sun Yun muttered darkly. His inner power has doubled. Among this crowd, Sun Yun's sensitivity to energy was superior, making him feel it with clarity. Just a moment ago, Mu Yuten's power was merely at the entry level of mastery, but ever since he transformed into this state, his power soared drastically, almost surpassing the absolute limit of the mastery realm. Thunder Fist King Yuanbing frowned, puzzlement in his tone. Did that boy practice an evil art? An evil art refers to a martial arts practice, not following established paths, but acquired through unconventional means. Among demonic faction experts, one occasionally finds those who practice evil arts and achieve rapid progress in their martial prowess. However, because it bypasses channels, the side effects are immense. For instance, due to growing too fast, they hit a wall and can no longer progress past a certain point, or improper circulation tangles meridian. While falling into a chi deviation is also a common occurrence, Sun Yun looked at Mu Yuten's pupils. If he mastered an evil art, we may need to suppress him. One of the biggest problems with evil arts is that while power surges rapidly, it affects the brain, causing people to lose their sanity and spiral out of control. Judging by Mu Yuten's current condition, his state is not normal. Kingling's voice then rang in the ear of the youth disguised as Mu Jingyun. This masterpiece of yours has put on quite a show. The youth nodded in response. Although the original Burning Wood Heart method is a top-tier martial art, it is certainly no evil art. It follows orthodox life-nourishing methods. The problem is that Mu Yutian practiced the altered incantation. Therefore, it's no surprise whenever something like this happens. That it only turned out this way can rather be considered good luck. Kingling, possessing the puppet, observed closely. Judging by his appearance, he is on the verge of berserk. If his luck turns bad, I'm afraid all the blood vessels in his body will rupture completely, killing him on the spot. Hearing this, the youth's mouth twitched slightly, and he dropped an ambiguous remark. He's dead. Kingling didn't understand the meaning behind the youth's words at first. After all, Mu Yutian was still alive. Then the youth emphasized, I wasn't talking about Mu Yutian. As soon as those words left his mouth, Kingling understood his meaning. Blood Valley Master Li Jian then announced Yanji's death. Hearing of Yanji's death, whether it was the Alliance experts or the disciples in the duel, they were all utterly stunned by this revelation. The youth disguised as Mu Jingyun wore a gloomy expression. So the reason the demon monk abandoned his physical body was because Guyan's physical vessel had already breathed its last. According to the demon monk Sokao, he thought the mate was decided, and just as he was about to wrap things up, he was suddenly ambushed. Ever since then, the blood vessels around his chest suddenly began to rupture. He tried to heal his injuries, but the rate of the rupturing blood vessels was simply too fast, leaving him helpless to save himself. Mu Yutian, brimming with bloodlust, widened his eyes. His gaze was filled with disbelief. Yanji, he's dead. Shortly after, Li Xian stepped forward to check Yanji's body. This is not an ordinary death. The area that was struck, his vessels burst in a bizarre way. How could such a wound appear? Kingling, possessing the puppet, looked somewhat puzzled. Is this a blind cat hitting a dead mouse? The fake heart method you created actually produced that kind of effect on him. Hearing this, the youth looked toward Mu Yuten's position. At this moment, with his bizarre appearance, he was about to approach Yanji's body. Senior warrior Guo Wenqi nervously blocked his way with a tense expression. The victor is decided. Stop there. Yet as Guo Wenqi braced himself for Mu Yutian to go berserk, Mu Yutian took 2 steps back. This made him breathe a silent sigh of relief. Mu Yutian still had his sanity. Meanwhile, Mu Yutian's tender face was currently filled with utter confusion. From beginning to end, he had never intended to kill Yanji, and yet now, Yanji was dead, killed by his own hands. The condemnation of his conscience caused Mu Yutian's bizarre state to continuously worsen. A murderous intent was gradually seizing control of his reason. Seeing this scene, Li Xian felt a jolt of alarm. Is Mu Yutian about to go berserk? A mental breakdown for a child who has barely seen the world is a devastating catastrophe. Mu Yutian was trapped precisely in that state right now. He felt his soul being tainted, and the reason in his mind was being devoured by killing intent, repeating over and over again, take him down, take him down. At this moment, Mu Yutian finally realized a problem that had been lurking all along. The Burning Wood Heart method given by Mu Jingyun really did have side effects. The first time he used this mental technique, it felt as though something pent up in his heart had exploded instantly and then subsided. The joyful emotion left behind after that dispersion turned out to be killing intent. Realizing all this, Mu Yutian burst into wild, unbridled laughter. The red mist of blood around him surged frantically. His bizarre state escalated by another 3 notches. The people witnessing this scene changed color drastically. At this rate, it wouldn't be strange for Mu Yutian to go berserk at any moment. Blade King Sun Yun roared at the top of his lungs. Blood Valley Master, subdue him. However, right then, a token slipped from his bosom and clattered to the ground. This was the keepsake left behind by Mu Jingyun when he was captured. Catching sight of this token, Mu, sinking into frenzy, recovered a shred of sanity. Then he began trying his utmost to suppress the rampaging killing intent inside his body. His raspy voice proclaimed his resolve. Stop. Make it stop. Blade King Sun Yun widened his eyes at the sight. Mu Yutian actually still retains a sliver of rationality. Following that intense killing intent thrashed violently within Mu Yutian's body, dying to burst out and vent. For some reason, he suddenly recalled his days spent with Mu Jingyun at the Burning Wood Sword Manor. Back then, how kind and gentle Mu Jingyun used to be. Ultimately, the obsession to restore Mu Jingyun to his original self became the core driving force that helped Mu Yutian suppress the killing intent within. With a constant hissing sound, Mu Yutian's skin color began to fade gradually, returning little by little to normal. Seeing this development, a brilliant light flashed in the eyes of several Heavenly Alliance executives. For Mu Yutian to still find his way back in a situation like that truly impressive. If he were ordinary, he would have fallen long ago. In the eyes of these experts, judging from his soaring power and the bizarre discoloration of his skin, this was clearly the sign of an evil art side effects pushing him to the brink of a rampage. Yet the boy actually suppressed and controlled it himself. Such a display was genuinely eye-opening to them. After all, even with a fairly formidable spiritual force, it is difficult to conquer the impulse of such killing intent. And yet Mu Yutian, at his age, could exhibit this endurance. Kingling, possessing the puppet, took a puff from her pipe. The person you'll ultimately have to compete with for the top spot is likely going to be him. The youth disguised as Mu Jingyun didn't speak, though his expression was regretful. He expected Mu Yutian to die on the spot. Unexpectedly, the fellow actually pulled through. Kingling expressed her deep agreement with this. What a remarkably lucky fellow. A moment later, the next met rolled around for the youth disguised as Mu Jingyun, and Mao Xiaoling from the Cap Flower House very prudently chose to forfeit. This led to the final showdown happening earlier than expected. As spectators, the arriving officials could not help but feel surprised. Who could have imagined that there would be two brothers from the same Mu family competing for the position of chief? This is the first time in the history of the Blood Loss Valley checkpoint. The Dark Sect Master, who knew the identity of the Mu brothers, showed great interest in this situation. The two brothers who were brought in as hostages are actually going to compete against each other. On the other hand, Sun Yu, the King of Life Blade, who personally brought Mu Yutian and the others here, clicked his tongue in secret. How could such a thing happen? At first, he thought these two would die in the Blood Loss Valley. Who would have thought it would end up like this? If this fact spreads within the Heaven and Earth Society, it will surely cause a huge uproar. The two were neither members of the Heaven and Earth Society, nor captives from the righteous paths, are actually competing for the position of Chief of the Blood Loss Valley checkpoint. This in itself, in a sense, is quite a blow to their pride. Thinking of this, Sun Yu could not help but complain. The leader's move was truly a bad one. If they hadn't been sent here in the first place, this wouldn't have happened. However, these two insisted on surviving, and according to the laws of the Blood Loss Valley, gained the opportunity to become disciples of the Heaven and Earth Society. Perhaps even the leader did not foresee this. Now that things have come to this, there is no other way. In this situation, it is a better choice to fully cultivate those two into talents for the Heaven and Earth Society. In this way, they could instead become a symbol. As rising stars of the righteous path, they have abandoned their righteous roots and grown into talents for the Heaven and Earth Society. This is simply an excellent symbol of betrayal. And as the boy disguised as Mu Jingyun stepped onto the ring, the Blood Loss Valley examiner Li Jian announced loudly, "So, the final stage is next. Mu Yutian, Mu Jingyun, prepare to begin the duel." The highly anticipated final stage of the Bloodthirsty Valley is coming to an end. No one expected that, nor were they. Practitioners of the Burning Woods Sword Stay and held captive by the Heaven and Earth Society would become the final candidates for the chief battle. Seeing this, Sun Yun, the King of Life Blades, twitched his mouth. Fortunately, this matter was not made public. Otherwise, such a thing would be a huge blow to the reputation of the Heaven and Earth Society. The Dark Sect leader, who also knew the inside Citari, was full of anticipation. He wanted to see which of the Mu brothers was more skilled. The boy disguised as Mu Jingyun and Mu Yutian are now standing on the arena. Mu Yutian stared at his opponent with burning eyes. "Mu Jingyun, you have already crossed the bottom line that a member of the righteous faction should uphold, so I must stop you." The boy did not reply upon hearing this. Mu Yutian continued, "Although I cannot beat you in terms of raw strengths, the Burning Wood Heart method you taught me has developed some issues for some reason. It has side effects on both me and the target I attack." Mu Yutian clenched his fists as he said this. "I am afraid I might accidentally kill you, so I beg you, Mu Jingyun, stop here." The boy disguised as Mu Jingyun murmured upon hearing this. "A heart method, you say?" Then, he silently activated his ghost eyes. These were the ghost eyes he activated after seeing Fang Shishua's unique glasses earlier. They allow one to see things that ordinary people cannot. They can even see the flow of Ki. The profound principles of Mu Yutian's heart method were captured by the boy's ghost eyes. It can increase one's Ki more than double in an instant, and once this Ki flows into the opponent's blood vessels, it can cause their blood vessels to burst. The boy was extremely excited to see all of this. just changing a few sentences actually brought about such mysterious results. Interesting. It is truly very interesting. Martial arts are truly profound. At this moment, the young man developed a strong interest in the new technique. He conceived a bold idea in his heart. What would happen if it continued to increase rapidly? But Mu Yutian would subconsciously want to save my life. Then I have no choice but to provoke him again. The next moment, the young man disguised as Mu Jingyan opened his mouth slightly. That technique is quite interesting. I never expected you to become like this. It is only natural that there are side effects. Hearing this, Mu Yutian frowned. He did not understand the meaning of the other party for a moment, and the young man revealed an inside sea to Rai that shocked him extremely, because that mental cultivation method is fake. As soon as these words were spoken, it was like a bolt from the blue for Mu Yutian. His body hesitated for a moment, then he looked at the young man with a blank stare. What did you just say? You said the mental cultivation method you told me is fake. Mu Yutian, with an expression of disbelief in his eyes, trembled all over. Beads of sweat the size of beans kept appearing on his face. He felt that his soul had been impacted. Could it be that Mu Jingyan really doesn't care about my life or death at all? However, just at this moment, the master of the Blood Loss Valley, Li Jiyan, announced the start of the duel. In a fit of rage, Mu Yutian raised his fist and smashed it toward the young man. This was his silent accusation against the betrayal of brotherly affection. Who knew? The young man disguised as Mu Jingyan punched Mu Yutian in the chin. Then he followed up with a flash kick. A mouthful of blood instantly sprayed from Mu Yutian's mouth. The young man sneered. You still haven't realized it yet. Immediately after, Mu Yutian, kneeling on one knee, adjusted his internal energy. The young man chuckled. You have already been defeated by me. However, just in the next second, Mu Yutian, having regrouped, launched another fierce attack on the young man. The sound of whooshing could be heard continuously. It was the sound of fists colliding with the air. The young man posing as Mu Jingyan dodged calmly, while mocking Mu Yutian with his words. With only this much skill, how could you possibly cause me any harm? Why don't you try using that mental cultivation technique instead? Upon hearing this, inside Mu Yutian's chest, a furnace lay. Scorching rage began to burn fiercely. Gritting his teeth, his face was filled with unwillingness. Why can't I land it on Mu Jingyan? Has the gap between him and me really become this large? Just a month ago, for Mu Yutian, Mu Jingyan was nothing more than a despicable, shameless, and talentless loser in martial arts. But in just a short month, the situation has actually reversed. Mu Yutian never imagined that he would be the one now falling behind. How could this be happening? After all, to overcome his so-called lowly background, Mu Yutian had put in blood, sweat, and effort that far exceeded his natural talent. This rage, uncontrollable due to the sense of humiliation, was on the verge of releasing the murderous intent he had worked so hard to suppress. But at the final moment, Mu Yutian forcibly suppressed his anger. I must hold back. I must not let Mu Jingyan get what he wants. After all, once he falls into that impulsive state, he would be unable to control what he might do, because without the support of the evil arts, Mu Yutian, unable to meet the young man, could only take a beating. This also caused that murderous intent to show signs of resurfacing. The next second, a somewhat irrational Mu Yutian swung his fist and then threw a punch toward the young man. Seeing this, the young man assumed a blocking stance. Then, a loud bang was heard. He slid straight backward several steps. Then he looked at his wrist that had been touched by Mu Yutian. It was emitting sizzling grey smoke. The young man disguised as Mu Jingyan saw this. A smirk appeared on the corner of his mouth. He knew he had to further provoke Mu Yutian. Is this really all you are capable of? A son born to a lowly prostitute is truly useless. To drive someone into madness, one must find their inner weakness. Mu Yutian's background was exactly what he cared about most. The young man disguised as Mu Jingyan used this point and successfully enraged his opponent. Although Mu Yutian did not know why Mu Jingyan was doing this, he was now indeed controlled by the killing intent within him. However, his remaining sanity kept Mu Yutian from attacking immediately. He stared fixedly at the young man. Actually, at first I did not believe it. The young man was confused upon hearing this, but through his ghost eyes, he was very clear about Mu Yutian's changes. At this moment, Mu Yutian's energy showed signs of condensing. Streaks of ominous red steam emanated from Mu Yutian's entire body. His skin turned brown and his eyes turned white, making his aura appear dangerous and eerie. I said at first I did not believe you would honestly teach me the mental cultivation method. The young man disguised as Mu Jingyan did not pay attention to what Mu Yutian said. His ghost eyes were filled with the surge of the opponent's aura. Mu Yutian's power had doubled, and it was still growing. Following that, Mu Yutian's transformation continued. His upper body kept expanding. Muscles covered in black veins tore through his clothes. He used his remaining sanity to tell the young man, but even so, I still believed in this mental cultivation method. To be precise, I had no choice but to believe it, because the first time I used it, I felt how powerful this mental cultivation method was. The boy who was watching Mu Yutian closely with his ghost eyes, seeing this, he became increasingly excited. He knew that the opponent was about to push his mental cultivation technique to the limit. In the blink of an eye, Mu Yutian completely finished his transformation. His skin was no longer brown, but had turned entirely black. Veins bulged and muscles expanded. The upper body that was previously partially covered by clothes was now completely exposed to everyone. Feeling the surging energy from Mu Yutian, all the executives stood up abruptly from their chairs. His power did not just double. It soared by nearly 3 times. It could be said that he reached the early stage of the Super Peak realm. Lifeblade King Sun Yun and Thunderbolt Fist King Yuan Bing were both astonished by Mu Yutian's current state. What kind of evil technique is this? How could his energy surge to such an extent? This is a bizarre phenomenon that even the term evil technique cannot describe. The Heaven and Earth Society is not a righteous sect, so evil techniques are not prohibited here. But this has gone beyond that concept. He himself is the embodiment of danger. The next moment, Sun Yun, realizing something was wrong, shouted loudly, "Master Li, stop the Met immediately." Who knew that before Li Xian could announce the end of the Met, a continuous rumbling sound was heard. Debris from the arena floor flew everywhere. The rampaging Mu Yutian rushed towards the boy disguised as Mu Jingyun. Seeing this, Sun Yun and Yuan Bing hurriedly jumped down from the VIP seats. Master Li Xian also moved at the same time to launch a rescue, and Mu Yutian had already reached the boy's front. Immediately after, Mu Yutian's thick and powerful right arm tore through the air and then slammed a punch into the boy's face, who did not dodge. From a perspective invisible to the crowd, the boy even showed an expression of anticipation. Then, only a loud bang was heard. Mu Yutian's fist sent the young man flying directly. The young man's body fell through the air in a parabolic arc. Finally, after crashing through many stone buildings, he fell into the crowd and hit the ground. At the same time, the Blade King and the Thunder Fist King had successfully suppressed Mu Yutian, having completely lost his sanity. Mu Yutian was still struggling wildly. He kept cursing incessantly, "Go to hell. Go to hell," although the surging power made Mu Yutian's whole body tremble uncontrollably. But no matter how much stronger he became, Sun Yun pressed hard on Ki's neck. The Fist King grabbed Yuan Bing tightly, increasing the force in his hands. At the same time, he replied, "I know." Following everyone's gaze, we saw the young man lying on the ground, his life status unknown. Scarlet blood stained his neck. Mao Xiaolang, Wu Zhangruo, and the others, for a moment, they did not know what to do. Kingling, who was possessing the puppet, asked the young man about his condition. "Are you still alive?" The young man disguised as Mu Jingyun coughed up blood and sighed. "That punch really hurt." While replying to Kingling's question, "I can barely say I am half dead right now." Immediately after, for some reason, the young man raised his arm. Who would have thought that at this moment, a sudden change occurred? The veins in his left hand bulged out. Even the muscles at his wrist began to swell. His skin turned pitch black. This scene was exactly the same as the phenomenon that occurred on Mu Yutian's body when he lost control and went berserk. Of course, there was still a difference. The difference was that this phenomenon only appeared on the young man's wrist. Then, looking at his left hand covered in black veins, the young man disguised as Mu Jingyun smiled with satisfaction. "I have obtained what I wanted." This is a situation that has never occurred in the final level of the Bloodthirsty Valley. Almost all the high-ranking officials present have come to the side of the rampaging Mu Yutian. Yet Mu Yutian, suppressed by the two kings, laughed wildly, although he cannot move at all right now. This does not hinder him from venting the hysterical madness in his eyes. Seeing this, the Lifeblade King Sun Yun pressed hard on Mu Yutian's neck. "If this continues, he will die from a deviation in his cultivation. Behave yourself." With a loud bang, Sun Yun's raised fist struck heavily on Mu Yutian's neck. He wanted to knock the opponent unconscious, but to his surprise, this action had no effect on Mu Yutian at all. Seeing this, the Thunderbolt Fist King Yuan Bing asked the Dark Sect leader for help. Dark Sect leader, quickly seal his pressure points. Hearing this, the Dark Sect leader brought his fingers together. However, after observing for a long time, he still could not find an opportunity to strike. Because Mu Yutian's pressure points are all distorted at this moment, it is impossible to locate them. The current situation is, it seems very hard to knock Yutian out via acupoints. If this keeps going, he'll be destroyed by dark arts. Heng Ruoyao, Valley Master of Shaoyan, stepped forward. "Well then, let me handle this." Under everyone's puzzled gazes, Heng Ruoyao brought her hands to the struggling Mu Yutian's ears. She clenched her fists, then released. Suddenly, a fierce shockwave burst. Mu Yutian's eyes rolled back as he tried to resist. Then, his movements calmed down. Yuan Bing frowned and looked at Heng Ruoyao. "What did you do?" Heng Ruoyao smiled and pointed at her head. "Simply put, I rattled his brain." Heng Ruoyao used her internal energy to trigger vibrations, shaking his brain through his ears. This is a cerebral concussion. No matter how strong he is, he couldn't withstand the shockwave. After losing consciousness, Mu Yutian's swollen muscles gradually subsided. Her blackened skin returned to normal. Sun Yun was surprised, so he checked Mu Yutian's acupoints. The surging Qi is fading, but as expected, some meridians are swollen from the Qi. Some have even ruptured. His dantian is quite unstable. At this point, it wouldn't be surprising if all his meridians shattered. It's a miracle the damage is partial. After all, if not for this, Mu Yutian might have lost his arts. He'd be completely crippled, reduced to a useless cripple. Thank goodness we acted in time. Sun Yun pulled his hand away from Mu Yutian's acupoints, then looked where Mu Jingyun was blown. Right, what about that kid? Mu Jingyun wobbled as he stood up. Blood Valley Master Li Xian had already arrived. Seeing this, the high-ranking officials, including Sun Yun, flashed a look of surprise in their eyes. After such a brutal blow, this kid is still alive. Although Mu Jingyun looked wretched, and his body was swaying, he stood up without any help. Li Xian asked anxiously with a pounding heart, "Master, are you alright? Any injuries?" Mu Jingyun smiled faintly as if completely unharmed. "I'm fine." Fine, Li Jian thought to herself. At this current level, it would be normal for the master not to be able to dodge it. Could it be? It was actually pretty hard to let Mu Yutian hit me on purpose. Pretending to be in pain was a hassle. It took effort to fake the pain. As soon as he said that, Li Xian's heart shook violently, as expected of master. To have the spare capacity to think of this in such a situation. But master, why did you have to provoke that kid? You didn't really have to do that, did you? Mu Jingyun paused for a moment, then stopped rubbing his nose. I did it for this. Then, under the Blood Valley Master's watchful eyes, his right hand's vessels began to bulge. Then the muscles from his wrist to his arm expanded as well. His skin took on a dark hue. Li Xian's eyes widened in shock. "Master, this looks almost identical to Mu Yutian's berserk state," Mu Jingyun explained casually. "This is a method to drastically boost one's ki, but puts a burden on the body, as long as you don't go berserk. Using a fraction is pretty good." Li Xian was left speechless. Mu Jingyun looked up and asked, "What? Do you think it's useless?" Li Xian stammered. "No, master, I didn't mean that." Inwardly, she was frustrated by his flex. "I really don't know how to describe master anymore, just by watching once. He mastered the mental art of Mu Yutian's dark technique. Master is beyond mortal comprehension. He once said he'd reach the realm of transformation in 2 years, but he might surpass it sooner." At this moment, Li Xian was filled with longing for the future. "I'm looking forward to his future." Merely through observation, he grasped the dark arts operation. To Blood Valley Master Li Xian, this was beyond mortal logic. Kingling inside the puppet clicked her tongue. "Jingyun, your mind is shocking and truly terrifying. I didn't expect you to utilize this mental art right away." Mu Jingyun slowly restored his blackened right hand to normal, while murmuring to himself, "What's a good name for this art?" Kingling cupped her chin and thought about it. "Since it's a dark art and alters acupoints at will, call it the mutable dark art." Hearing that name, Mu Jingyun glanced at his palm. "The mutable dark art. Let's go with that." Mu Jingyun gained a secret technique. For ordinary martial artists, this was no different than a shortcut to Kai deviation or crippling, but for Mu Jingyun, he possessed the ability to rapidly recover both inside and out, and already knew the technique to reverse his blood flow, as long as he could properly control it. This was an exclusive secret technique with 0 drawbacks. Seeing this, Blood Valley Master Li Xian clicked her tongue repeatedly. "Master always manages to sock me." Mu Jingyun smiled at Li Xian. "Is that so? Anyway, how is Mu Yutian?" At this moment, Mu Yutian was being checked by 2 Heavenly Alliance guards. Li Xian told Mu Jingyun with an expression of relief, although he almost lost his life. Luckily, he was subdued before it was too late. Hearing this, Mu Jingyun couldn't help feeling a bit regretful. This guy is pretty tough. Oh well, it doesn't matter. I got the mutable dark. The Blood Valley's final trial thus came to an end, but the most important question remained unresolved between Mu Yutian and Jingyun, who was the ultimate victor. Blood Valley Master Li Xian deliberated deeply, planning to announce Mu Yutian lost due to severe internal injuries from forcing the dark art. But Thunder Fist King Yuan Bing objected to this. Mu Yutian won. Some agreed, while others opposed. Blade King Sun Yun directly slammed his massive slab sword into the ground. He roared at Yuan Bing. Nonsense. If it had continued, Mu Yutian would dead. The 2 kings of the Heavenly Alliance were at loggerheads. Yuan Bing and Sun Yun were at each other's throats. A duel isn't about staying alive, but whose strength collapses first. Whoever falls first loses. Right, the winner of the final trial could choose an executive as their master. Because of this rule, to win over Mu Jingyun, a dispute broke out between the faction trying to stop him from taking first, trying to curry favor with him, in hopes he would choose them. Seeing the 2 sides deadlocked, Shaoyan Valley Master Heng Royao chimed in. "The Alliance allows dark arts." "Right, then the winner is Mu Yutian." Yuan Bing immediately chimed in. "I admit the kid is strong, but aside from the result, no one can prove his strength." Hearing this, Sun Yun's tiger eyes widened. He gripped the hilt of his massive sword. "You've been spouting sophistry this whole time." At that moment, a seductive giggle rang out, and Zhongzhu gracefully covered her mouth with her palm. "Pardon the interruption. May I say a few words?" Everyone's gaze, all eyes focused on her. and Zhongju clapped her hands. I think we should reach a proper conclusion first, Yuan Bingyu muttered in confusion. A proper conclusion? And Zhongju nodded slightly. Nobody can be certain who would have won the duel if we hadn't intervened. Everyone agrees. Right, Blade King muttered, naturally, and Zhongju raised a finger. It's impossible to determine a winner, so let's just call it a draw. As soon as she said that, Yuan Bingyu thought, damn it, if this happens. Just as Yuan Bingyu was about to voice his objection, Blood Valley Master Li Xian spoke up. Since we can't tell who won, I'll report they both took first. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. The leaders of the Crimson Blood Team and Flame Demon Unit nodded. Inwardly, the Valley Master holds authority. Since she said so, we can't dispute it. Thunder Fist King Yuan Bingyu felt distressed. Damn it. If it's like this, won't I look like a villain who blocked Mu Jingyan from taking first place? Shaoyan Valley Master Heng Royao looked extremely displeased. Blade King Sun Yun let out a light snort, and Zhongju covered her mouth with a chuckle. Thus, the Blood Valley's final trial saw a tie for first place for the very first time. Then, Li Xian had Mu Jingyan stand on the ring. All the higher-ups of the Heavenly Alliance were curious. The choice ultimately fell into that kid's hands. Who will he choose next? Under the tense and expectant gazes of the executives, Mu Jingyan respectfully cupped his fists at everyone. I am truly sorry. You are all impressive people. I don't know who to choose. The higher-ups in the VIP seats were momentarily filled with confusion. Unexpectedly, Mu Jingyan smiled faintly. Let's be straightforward. Will those who want to be my master please state in turn what benefits you can offer me? As soon as he said that, the entire martial arena plunged into an eerie silence. People felt like they could even hear heartbeats. In the next second, Blade King Sun Yun laughed so hard he leaned back. Thunder Fist King Yuan Bingyu was sweating profusely. This kid is bargaining. Down below, Mu Jingyan made a welcoming gesture. To keep things fair, please, esteemed executives, explain one by one what benefits you can bring me. This was perhaps the boldest winner in Blood Valley's final trial history. Facing the recruitment of many Heavenly Alliance higher-ups, Mu Jingyan actually asked them to state one by one the benefits of his discipleship to make a better comparison. Hearing this, Blade King Sun Yun laughed out loud. He let out an exclamation, as expected of this fellow. Thunder Fist King Yuan Bing gave a cold chuckle. He's truly audacious, daring to bargain with the Heavenly Alliance executives. But they had to play along. For now, they could only play along. Next, Flame Demon Unit Leader Bai Hechao spoke up first. Mu Jingyan, if you come to our Flame Demon Unit. Dai Zhao followed closely. Crimson Blood Unit Leader Dai Zhao followed closely behind. If you come with me, I can offer you the position of Crimson Blood Vice Unit Leader. The Crimson Blood Mystic Palm. Bai Hechao's mouth twitched. Hearing this, Bai Hechao's mouth twitched. He felt he had been outdone by Dai Zhao. Shaoyan Valley Master Heng Royao suddenly chimed in. Only I can teach you that. The only person here who can teach you swordsmanship is this valley master. As soon as she said that, the Flame Demon and Crimson Blood leaders thought inwardly, damn it. Heng Royao seductively dragged a finger across her collarbone. My swordsmanship is good too, though this valley master practices dark arts. My swordsmanship isn't bad either, so come with me. Thunder Fist King Yuan Bing pondered to himself. Such talent is rare. The executives are completely being played in the palm of his hand. Such martial talent is indeed a rare sight. As Jingyan considered her offer, but he certainly can't refuse me. One of the martial kings. Just as Mu Jingyan was considering whether to accept Heng Royao's recruitment, Yuan Bingyu raised a question. Is learning swordsmanship the path you want to take? As soon as the Thunder Fist King spoke, the Heavenly Alliance executives all cast their gazes on him. You can reach Grandmaster level. With your martial talent, you can reach the Grandmaster level in any martial art. Is swordsmanship truly the path you've chosen? No matter the martial art, my goal is always the same. No matter which martial art I choose, my goal is always the same, to become stronger. Hearing this, Shaoyan Valley Master Heng Royao's eyes instantly turned sharp. Mu Jingyan's reply was undoubtedly a clear line drawn against her. Yuan Bingyu laughed heartily, standing up from his chair. It seems you not only have exceptional martial talent, if you can still understand human language, then you should become my apprentice, he said. Yuan Bingyu opened his arms towards Mu Jingyan. If you can become my disciple, not only will you become my successor, I will also pass on everything I have learned in my life to you. If you can master the true essence Thunderbolt Fist of our sect, then with your bare hands, no one will be your met. At this moment, Yuan Bingyu was already certain, seeming convinced that Mu Jingyan would surely join his sect. His expression was saying one thing: come, become my apprentice. Who knew that at this moment, the Silent Blade King finally spoke up. It is truly surprising, child of the Mu family. Yuan Bingyu looked at the Blade King upon hearing this. Sun Yun did not care at all. Instead, he stared intensely at Mu Jingyan. The fate between you and me is truly deep. Hearing the word fate, everyone present looked at the Blade King Sun Yun with confusion. Mu Jingyan then cupped his hands in a salute. Thanks to you, Senior Blade King, I was able to come here. I did not expect to meet you here again. Hearing this, Yuan Bing immediately frowned. This is troublesome. Mu Jingyun actually knows Sun Yun. Just as Yuan Bing was wondering what to do next, Blade King Sun Yun grinned. At that time, I felt you had extraordinary talent, but I did not expect you to reach this stage. Mu Jingyun chuckled. You could say that. Thanks to you, I had a very good experience. Hearing this, a flash of brilliance appeared in Sun Yun's eyes. He originally thought Mu Jingyun would resent him for suffering in the Blood Loss Valley. He did not expect the other party to say these words so calmly. It was truly unexpected. Then Sun Yun asked the question he wanted to confirm. If you had the chance, would you have the desire to return? Mu Jingyun answered in a calm tone. I don't really think returning to the mortal world has any special meaning. Besides, I came here of my own volition. This conversation between the Blade King and Mu Jingyun left the surrounding executives completely confused. Sun Yun, however, raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Mu Jingyun is not only gifted in martial arts, but has also transformed into a talent suitable for this organization. That is excellent. Then you shall become my disciple. In this way, even if your background becomes an issue in this organization later, I will do my best to protect you. You should understand what this implies. Secmaster, who knew the inside citery, covered her mouth and chuckled. Valley Master Heng Royao of Shaoyin Valley turned to us. The Blade King, what background? What did you mean by that just now? Sun Yun replied casually. Just as you heard. Heng Royao exclaimed in surprise. Are you saying that the child's background is problematic? Hearing the discussions of the crowd around them, Valley Master Li Jian of Blood Loss Valley looked troubled. Although the Lord has possessed Mu Jingming's body, this shell is indeed from a righteous sect, a disciple of the Ranmu sword manor. If his true identity is exposed, it will inevitably cause a huge uproar. Thinking of this, Li Jian turned to look at Sun Yun. Is the Blade King doing this on purpose? He cleverly avoided revealing Mu Jingyun's true identity, but created a sense of crisis. If this continues, the Lord's situation will become awkward. He will only be led by the nose by the other party. A righteous background for the Tiandi society, which is known to the world as a cult, is a deadly threat. The Life Blade King Sun Yun wants to use this to force Mu Jingyun to become his apprentice, and thereby provide protection for the other party. This scheme can be described as very clever. The Dark Sect leader, who knows the inside citery, smiles and covers his mouth with his sleeve. It seems the Life Blade King is more of a strategist than I imagined. That child Mu Jingyun comes from a righteous sect. Only I and the Valley Master of the Bloodthirsty Valley know about this, as well as the Life Blade King. And this place is the territory of the Haven and Earth Society. The righteous sects are enemies that must be eliminated. If Mu Jingyun's identity is exposed, he will definitely be forced into a desperate situation. The Dark Sect leader, having figured all this out, glances at Sun Yun out of the corner of his eye. Oh, Life Blade King, although you look rough and burly, I didn't expect you to be so insidious and cunning. At this moment, the Life Blade King Sun Yun is already certain that Mu Jingyun will submit to him. After all, to overcome the weakness of his background, he is the best choice for the other party. Who would have thought that at this moment? Mu Jingyun just smiles faintly and says, oh, that's right, I almost forgot. Seeing this, Sun Yun is somewhat stunned. Mu Jingyun then looks at everyone. If this matter is going to become a stumbling block for me, then it is better to settle it now. Hearing this, the Life Blade King Sun Yun's pupils shrink. What is this child trying to do now? Then, just as Sun Yun tries to dissuade him, Mu Jingyun bows with his hands cupped and declares loudly, let me reintroduce myself. I am Mu Jingrong, the third son of the Burning Wood Sword Sect to the Righteous Path. As soon as these words are spoken, including the executives, all the unaware Bloodthirsty Valley warriors and students become restless. This is something no one expected. From the long-term perspective of the Heaven and Earth Society, the Bloodthirsty Valley checkpoint that has cultivated the most outstanding junior experts, the final chief actually comes from the righteous and prestigious Burning Wood Sword Manor. But how could he be involved in this Corpse Blood Valley trial? Mu Yush, who had just regained consciousness, opened his mouth wide. He truly did not expect this. Mu Jingyun would actually, in front of everyone at the Heaven and Earth Society, reveal his true identity. Mu Jingyun smiled slightly at this moment. If I were to add one more thing, I was brought here by the senior known as the Life Blade King before me. Upon hearing this, a fatal weakness and something that could invite controversy, this madman actually handed his own leverage over to others voluntarily. What on earth is he thinking? However, this is also a problem for us. Upon hearing that Mu Jingyun was actually from a righteous sect, the atmosphere all around suddenly became heated. Even the fellow disciples were whispering among themselves. Wu Zhangruo, who had forcibly sworn allegiance to Mu Jingyun, and Mao Xiaolang from the Flower House, both seemed shocked beyond measure. At the same time, they showed expressions of disbelief. They had originally thought that even if Mu Jingyun was unknown, but who would have thought that the other party actually came from a righteous sect? A thought simultaneously arose in their minds. Doesn't that mean I swore allegiance to someone from a righteous sect? Seeing this, the Dark Sect leader covered her mouth and chuckled. This child Mu Jingyun is truly a headache for the warriors of the Heaven and Earth Society. The righteous sects are enemies that must be eliminated. The righteous faction is an enemy that must be eliminated. Now there is a good show to watch. Sure enough, Bai Hezhao, the grand leader of the Flame Demon Group, stood up abruptly. Burning Wood Sword Manor. Did he just say Burning Wood Sword Manor? Is that the one that killed my father? Damn it. The Grand Leader of the Righteous Red Blood Tim, Dai Zhao. Damn it. The leader of the righteous faction's Red Blood Tim is attacking. With a clatter, he drew his weapon. Just a mere lackey from the righteous faction. Kneel down before me immediately. As the two group leaders, Flame Demon and Crimson Blood, were about to attack Mu Jingyan, just as Li Jian, the master of Blood Loss Valley, tried to intervene. The Lifeblade King, Sun Yu, shouted angrily, "This is the order from above. No one is allowed to raise any objections." Faced with Sun Yu's warning, the two group leaders, Flame Demon and Crimson Blood, had to stop their actions because the Heaven and Earth Society has a strict hierarchy. Orders from the Martial King and those of higher status are things they have no right to oppose. Valley Master Heng Royao of Shoyin Valley let out an unhappy snort at this moment. "I find it very hard to accept this." Sun Yu looked at Heng Royao. "What is so hard to accept?" Heng Royao, who was previously determined to have Mu Jingyan, was now glaring at him with hostile eyes. "Even if it is the order from above, we were unaware of it just now, and we almost took a righteous hostage as our disciple." Thunder Fist King Yuan Bing also took the opportunity to express his dissatisfaction. "The Valley Master of Shoyin is right. His sister died at the hands of the righteous faction. How could you not even give us a warning?" Heng Royao sneered. Could it be that those above wanted him to die here? But his strength exceeded expectations. Lifeblade King Sun Yu shouted loudly, "Do not overstep your bounds, Valley Master of Shoyin." Upon hearing this, Heng Royao folded her hand and then bowed slightly. "How would I dare to defy the orders of those above? But I have no intention of taking someone who killed my sister, and who can be considered an eternal enemy of our society, as a disciple or subordinate." The next second, Heng Royao turned her chair around, just lay in the voice. Finally, they sat down with their backs turned. Afterwards, including Yuan Bing, many disgruntled officials followed suit. They were showing their superiors their firm determination to reject the righteous people. Seeing this scene, Mu Yutian opened his eyes wide. "Do they hate each other just like we do?" Subsequently, Mu Yutian looked at Mu Jingyan. "Even so, Mu Jingyan still made public the fact that he was from the righteous faction. You did not abandon your identity as a righteous person." Who would have thought that just as Mu Yutian was thinking of desperately rushing up to protect him, Mu Jingyan shouted in a loud voice that everyone could hear, "Although I, Mu Jingyan, was born into the righteous faction. During my upbringing, I have always despised their non-righteous, extremely evil, hypocritical, and corrupt state of following black and white logic." In an instant, Mu Yutian was dumbfounded. What did this kid Mu Jingyan just say? He thought he had misunderstood him before, but the other party was now actually insulting the righteous faction. Everyone's eyes were focused on Mu Jingyan at this moment. Mu Jingyan seemed not to care about their gaze at all. "Therefore, I have admired the heroes of the Tiandihui since I was a child. The reason I revealed my identity to the heroes of the Tiandihui is to bid farewell to my past self." Sweating profusely, Mu Yutian had a guess he dared not believe at this moment. Mu Jingyan solemnly cupped his hands and announced to the crowd, "I swear to the heaven and earth gods, I, Mu Jingyan, will burn the wooden stakes of my family and even sever ties with the righteous faction. I will become a member of the Tiandihui and fight those detestable guys to the end." As soon as these words were spoken, the whole place became terrifyingly quiet. Then, everyone started discussing it heatedly. Thunder Fist King Yuan Bing looked astonished. Lifeblade King Sun Yun's eyes lit. Mu Yutian lowered his head in disappointment. "I knew that Mu Jingyan had completely betrayed the righteous path." Immediately after, Sun Yun looked at Mu Jingyan and laughed out loud. "You have actually abandoned your own origins." At the same time, he marveled in his heart. I didn't expect him to solve the problem this way. What an outrageous guy. The next moment, while the crowd was making a commotion, Mu Jingyan looked up at the Kajas of the Heaven and Earth Society. He spread his hands out, then he chuckled and said, "All right, is there no problem now?" The moon was very round that night. A white-haired man whose whole body was bound by iron chains. He was choking the jailer by the neck, pinning him down underneath. The breathless jailer struggled desperately. His wide-eyed gaze was filled with the fear of death. At this moment, a figure in a black robe appeared. He looked the white-haired man up and down, slaughtering 1,000 members of the Xu family, and built a tower with their heads. "I heard that you are to be executed tomorrow. I didn't expect that on the last day of your life. You are still killing people." Seeing that the white-haired man did not react, the black-robed man asked, "Young man, why did you do such a thing?" The white-haired man turned his head to look at the black-robed man. "Are the Huoxin guards and the Tiexin guards just blacksmiths? And why did you sneak into the prison?" Glimmer of interest flashed in the black-robed man's eyes. "Did you guess that by your sense of smell? If you answer my question, I will tell you." The white-haired man looked up, revealing his calm and weathered face. "I do not understand what emotions are. Since I was a child, I have never known what joy, anger, sorrow, or happiness are. I want to understand what that feeling is like. That is why I keep harming people." By this time, the jailer had stopped breathing. The white-haired man's gaze narrowed, because emotions of fear and terror are easier to capture than joy and happiness. After all, when a person is on the verge of death, everyone reveals such emotions, don't they? Speaking of this, the white-haired man sighed softly. "But I still don't understand. Can one feel it at the moment of death?" At this moment, the white-haired man seemed to be covered in loneliness. His heart was filled with doubt. "Why did I speak out?" Hearing this, the figure in the black robe couldn't help but click his tongue, although I cannot understand it. But if you possess such twisted desires and obsessions, you, young man, have sufficient qualifications. The white-haired man was slightly stunned. Qualification. The black-haired man nodded and said, young man, since you are going to die anyway, why not offer your life to me? Speaking of this, the eyes of the man in the black robe burned with intensity. Let me create something unique in this world, a magic sword that possesses its own will. The white-haired man's pupils constricted upon hearing this. He seemed to understand the robed man's intent. After a brief while, the boiling brine bubbled intensely, steaming away. Yet the white-haired man jumping in laughed heartily. So this is what emotion is. The wild joy on her face revealed her inner self. So this is what emotion truly is. His soul became the sword's will. The fleshless, white-haired man was forged into a long sword. I want to understand desires. Back to the Blood Valley arena, hearing Jingyan renounce his status. Next, let's shift our view back to the Blood Valley arena. Upon hearing Mu Jingyan willingly renounce his righteous status, you discarded your background. What an outrageous fellow. The officials were speechless. That way, no one can pick faults with your origins. Hearing this, the officials who had turned away were left speechless. They had previously made it clear that they would reject him due to his background. If they changed their stance now because of this declaration, Sun Yun felt it was good. Seeing the Thunder Fist King, Shaoyan Valley Master and others lie this, only a genius like me can take him. Now the issue of background is settled, and only a genius like me can take him away. An androgynous voice rang out. Who would have thought at that moment? An androgynous voice suddenly rang out. Sect Master and chuckled. Since that's the case, Sun Yun furrowed his brow. Hearing that uniquely charming voice, Blade Sun Yun furrowed his brow. After all, besides him, Sect Master was the only one who hadn't turned his chair. Sect Master stood, eyeing Mu Jing. If I offered to teach you, you wouldn't be interested. Besides, in terms of rank, I'm below Lord Blade King, so this might actually move you. Then, with a snap, Sect Master clicked his fingers. His two subordinates brought a box sealed with yellow talismans. If you choose me, I can gift you one of the supreme demonic swords, the Ezek sword. Seeing this scene, the Heavenly Alliance higher-ups present all changed their expressions. They looked as if they had seen something terrifying, as if the Ezek sword were a demon. Right after, the box holding the Ezek sword was placed before Mu Jingyan. Blade King Sun Yun drew his broadsword and questioned Sect Master. Sect Master, you lunatic, what are you thinking? To bring such a dangerous thing here. Looking at the sword emitting eerie black Kai and Mu Jingyan whispering, is that the demonic Ezek sword? Facing the enraged Blade King, Sect Master remained unfazed. This is one of 3 demonic swords forged by the Master Swordsman, Oyezi. Legend says an official and a merchant found it in ruined tombs. And this sword once sparked a bloody storm in the martial world because it makes people incomparably greedy. Saying this, Sect Master paused, then with a deep gaze, more importantly, there is a fascinating to read. A rumor once circulated that sacrificing living humans to quench a sword creates a legendary blade, meaning Oyezi threw people into iron, forging it with flesh and blood. And the sword he forged using this method back then was none other than this Ezek sword. Living sacrifice, forging with the blood of the obsessed. That is how the Ezek sword was born. However, it is not a righteous blade, but a demonic one. Just glancing at it, Blade King Sun Yun felt an urge well up. The sword wasn't even unsealed, and my heart already surged with the desire to wield it. Beads of sweat broke on his face. Sun Yun glanced at Sect Master out of the corner of his eye. Sect Master, is this okay? Earlier, the furious Blade King had slashed apart Sect Master's chair with a single blow. That ancient blade stirred up a gale all around. He gritted his teeth and demanded, give me an explanation. Why bring this dangerous thing? Yet Sect Master's expression remained calm. Forgive me, I cannot say. Blade King Sun Yun's gaze narrowed. You've grown tired of living. Seeing that the 2 high-ranking figures were about to fight, Yuan Bing stepped in to intervene. Brother Sun, calm down. Seeing this, and knew he couldn't hide it anymore. So he had no choice but to reveal some of his thoughts. Though I cannot tell you why, I can tell you this. This sword can reveal the desires hidden deep within one's heart. Hearing this, Sun Yun was slightly taken aback. What did you say? Sect Master chuckled lightly. Just as you heard. Once one grasps the Ezek sword, they will swing it frantically, unreservedly venting emotions like hidden desires and inner conflicts, letting it all out without reservation. As soon as those words were spoken, Blade King Sun Yun wore a serious expression. Sect Master blinked. Aren't you curious whether the person who just swore to abandon his family did so with true sincerity? Though this persuaded Blade King Sun Yun, his heart was still filled with dread. Watching Mu Jingyan before the box, Sect Master looked curious. Let's see the outcome. If this kid reveals desires related to the righteous path, then he was lying earlier. Either way, he's joined us. After all, lying in the Heavenly Alliance is useless. Mu Jingyan, what are your truest thoughts? Meanwhile, Mu Jingyan crouched down. Kingling looked at the sword and all present. This sword. Mu Jingyun then spoke the words Kingling hadn't voiced. This sword carries demonic key. It feels artificially crafted, as if this sword is tempting me to draw it. How interesting, Kingling pondered. Surely you won't choose him just for a mere sword. Mu Jingyun thought about it. How should I put it? I think it's quite a coincidence. Hearing the word coincidence, Kingling looked puzzled. Mu Jingyun explained, if it's the intelligence-gathering sect, I might be able to find news of the ghost sword who killed my grandfather, and I can use my Ashura stance to absorb the demonic key on the sword. The next second, with a clatter, Mu Jingyun opened the box. The sealing yellow talisman was torn apart on the spot. The Ezek sword, known as a demonic sword, reappeared in the world. The blade of the Ezek sword was half black and half white, adorned with unique patterns, resembling an antique yet exquisite work of art. Only, there was something eerie about it. An eyeball was carved onto the end of the hilt, as if staring right at you. At the same time, the moment the sword was drawn, the Blade King's fear came true, including several warriors from Blood Valley, as well as people brought by various officials. Their eyes glazed over, as if they had been mesmerized by something, and they unconsciously drew closer to the Ezek sword, sensing grave danger. Sun Yun immediately channeled his true ki, and let out a lion's roar that resonated across the entire venue. Almost instantly, those who were bewitched, captured by their desires, instinctively covered their ears. Their wits were reawakened by that single lion's roar. The sword's might is terrifying, yet Mu Jingyun, holding the sword, gazed at it with a calm expression. Who would have thought just as he was about to circulate his power and absorb the demonic key within the sword, a plume of purple mist suddenly erupted from the Ezek sword's blade. Immediately after, the entire Ezek sword seemed to come alive. An eyeball radiating intent eerily appeared on the sword body amid humming sounds. A chilling wind blew. It was dragging Mu Jingyun's consciousness into the abyss. My, what a fascinating human has come along. Show me the desires hidden deep within your heart. If a righteous sword is justice, then a demonic sword is the embodiment of evil. The sword displayed its ability, dragging Mu Jingyun's consciousness into the abyss, eager to unearth the desires hidden in his heart. Returning to the mountaintop, the house of thatch and wood was burning in a raging fire. Grandfather, who should have been weeding in the vegetable plot, was left with only his torso, while his torn lower limbs were discarded like rubbish. Fragments of entrails and a nauseating stench of blood were everywhere. The scene was terrifyingly gruesome. Gazing at this sight, Jingyun's face, beyond, was twisted like a ghost's. The deep-seated murderous intent in his chest filled his entire mind. At that instant, everything stood still. Then, a monster covered all over in eyes appeared behind the youths. It scrutinized him with the tree pupil on its face. Well, is this your desire? The anger and murderous intent toward the one who killed your grandfather. Is it revenge? It pondered. The giant-eyed monster inspecting the memory shook its head. Murderous intent from revenge is not your fundamental desire. The giant-eyed monster sought the desire closest to the origin and highest in purity. That very desire was the reason for its birth. Next, delving deep into the realms of consciousness, the giant-eyed monster discovered a massive barrier filling all directions. This left it puzzled. Though powerful mental strength sometimes projects as a barrier in this way, this was not Mu Jingyun's will. Or rather, not by the will of this person called Jingyun. It looked as though it had been implanted by someone else. So this wall hid your true desire. So this wall was what made you only able to see revenge. It is not your ingrained desire, and is a genuine emotion, and walked past the high wall. And so the next second, wanting to understand more, the giant-eyed monster walked along the gap past the high wall. The boundless grassland outside made its brow furrow as mysteries grew in its heart. Then, it noticed a red door, because the mysteries in its heart only grew. Then, the giant-eyed monster noticed a closed red door. Lurked his deepest desire. The monster was desire itself. Lurked the youth's most deeply rooted desire. At this moment, the giant-eyed monster was the embodiment of desire itself. Every eye radiated longing, compelled it to place its palm upon the red gate, is to witness the truest desire. Show me your truest desire. Just as it prepared to pull on the red gate's knocker. Who would have thought? Just as the giant-eyed monster prepared to pull hard, the monster turned its head. A fair palm suddenly grabbed its wrist. The monster shook off his grip. The one stopping it turned out to be Mu Jingyun. The next second, the giant-eyed monster shook off Mu Jingyun's grip and sock. You were still back there, looking back at the wall. Jingyun stood there motionless, yet when the giant-eyed monster looked back at the world inside the wall, its golden pupils filled with panic. Realizing things were taking a bad turn, the giant-eyed monster looked back at Mu Jingyun. Its golden tree pupils were filled with panic. Have I provoked something I shouldn't have? At this moment, the once azure sky suddenly turned blood red. Mu Jingyun slowly raised his head. His crimson pupils lacked white. He seemed the very incarnation of an Ashura from hell. His crimson pupils lacked a single trace of white as he pulled out the sword. Meanwhile, in the Blood Valley arena, as Mu Jingyun pulled out the Ezek sword, the higher-ups changed complexion. The eerie aura emitted by the Ezek's sword kept spreading all around. The Heavenly Alliance higher-ups in the VIP seats all drastically changed complexion. Blade King Sun Yun wore a nervous expression, beads of sweat rolling down his cheeks. Sectmasterin, does this sword naturally turn people like that? My first time seeing this too. Sectmasterin shook his head slightly. This is my first time encountering such a situation too. Sun Yun's eyes widened. The Ezek sword's bizarre energy wreaked havoc across the entire arena. Sun Yun's eyes widened to the mat as the Blade King locked eyes. The sky shifted to dark. Who would have thought the moment the Blade King locked eyes with Mu Jingyun? The sky shifted from red to dark as if time were flying past. The surrounding ground was stained with thick, viscous blood. Everyone around had their necks severed, every single breathing soul issuing agonizing screams. Within this plaza, Sun Yun looked around. Crackling echoed continuously, or struggled in agony on the brink of mortality. The flames took a bluish tint. Then the sound of crackling echoed continuously. The bodies of the dead and dying simultaneously began to burn fiercely. These flames morphed into a demon, trying to devour everything. It finally turned into black flames. These black flames rapidly morphed into a fire demon, unable to move at all. Sun Yun felt danger for the first time. However, his body felt as if it were grabbed by someone, unable to move at all. Sun Yun, who never feared death. The black flames encroached, running rampant across the arena. He sensed a hair-raising, ominous aura. If the sword of Evil Master's power was already terrifying, Sun Yun struggled desperately, could simply be called a natural disaster. The black flames encroaching on all sides. As a monster of black flames, right now, it slowly closed in on Blade King for some reason. The immobilized Sun Yun struggled desperately, yet it was all to no avail. He could only watch helplessly. Heaven and earth fell silent. Nothing could be heard. Though Sun Yun wasn't too afraid of death, that sight was simply too horrifying. He could only instinctively close his eyes. The sight filled him with confusion. The plaza had returned to normal. Then, with a swoosh, and Zhongzhu looked shocked. Immediately after, Blade King Sun Yun opened his tightly shut eyes. Next, the sight before him filled Sun Yun's face with confusion, because before he knew it, the plaza scorched by black flames had long returned to normal. Thunder Fist King Yuan Bingyi was sweating and panting heavily, and Zhongzhu seemed to have suffered some kind of shock. The sword exposes one's desires, as if he had also seen something. Seeing this, Blade King Sun Yun felt a jolt in his heart. Could they have seen that illusion too? Then, Sun Yun cast his gaze bound to Mu Jingyun. What just happened? The moment we saw that boy's eyes, we all fell into a bizarre illusion. Rumor has it the sword of Evil Mars exposes one's desires. So was the illusion we saw, that boy's desire. Yet the next second, Sun Yun dismissed this. This is different. Something that should never exist was let out. Right at that moment, a strange buzzing sound suddenly rang out. Blade King Sun Yun identified it. It came from the Evil Mars sword. The blade itself was shaking violently all on its own. This resonance seemed to come from the groove in the middle. The sight looked as if the sword were enduring immense pain. At the same time, the giant-eyed monster in the starry vision was panic-stricken. It instinctively stepped back, putting distance between itself and Mu Jingyun. Its original greed had long been replaced by fear and terror. A mistake. I picked the wrong person. Why is such an entity in a human? Then, looking at the dark-eyed youth walking slowly toward it, the giant-eyed monster shook madly. I, who know no emotion, am terrified out of my mind. It felt as though I were facing the embodiment of chaos itself. Who would have thought that at this moment, a loud clank rang out near the towering wall. The giant-eyed monster tripped. Its eyes, filling half its face, were full of panic. Deep within its heart was sheer terror of this entity. It's going to swallow me. It's definitely going to swallow me. Yet in the next second, Mu Jingyun, with ink-black pupils, walked right past the giant-eyed monster. He finally stopped by a crack in the sealed high wall. Seeing this, the giant-eyed monster wore a look of utter shock. Mu Jingyun looked back at it and let out a soft sigh. So many guests lately, but now is not the time. Next, Mu Jingyun flicked his finger gently, and the evil will of the marsh sword invading the stars instantly vanished. The giant-eyed monster vanished on the spot. Only the wind echoed across the grass. Facing death, the sword's will, the monster itself felt deep regret. Having lived invincible, it met something far more terrifying. Those consumed by desire turned to smoke. A moment later, Mu Jingyun's jade black eyes returned to normal. As if nothing had happened, Mu Jingyun frowned, regaining sense, then scratched his head. What just happened? I seem to have lost consciousness. Who would have thought that now? The sword in his hand hummed. Mu Jingyun looked at the sword. Its blade was trembling violently, shaking as if paralyzed by fear. It had submitted. Seeing this, the corners of Mu Jingyun's mouth curved up slightly. Has it surrendered? Yet just as Mu Jingyun wondered why this was happening, He was stunned by the scenery, because everyone in the entire arena was staring right at him. The scene was bizarre to the extreme. The plaza was frighteningly quiet, meeting everyone's strange gazes. Mu Jingyun had to temporarily drop his inquiry into the marsh sword. He had more important things to face. Why is everyone looking at me? During those moments I lost consciousness. What on earth happened? The wide-open arena, the humming marsh sword, and Mu Jingyun, who just opened his eyes. King Ling, inhabiting the puppet, spoke in a panicked tone. Jingyun, are you alright? Mu Jingyun maintained his stance holding the sword. What just happened? King Ling exhaled. Just now, things suddenly got chaotic around here, and you just stood there like you passed out, unmoving. What is going on? Mu Jingyun recalled. The moment I wielded that knowledge, I lost consciousness. Then a memory was passed into my mind through the sword. Mu Jingyun was certain those were not his memories, but this sword's. The most intense memory must have been the memory of the human sacrifice to the sword, though his body melted by iron. He was still smiling happily. Was it because that was the first emotion he felt in his life? Perhaps because of that, he wanted to feel more. Thinking of this, Mu Jingyun stared fixedly at the marsh sword. Also, among the memories passed into my mind were those of everyone who had ever touched this sword. Mu Jingyun looked toward the dark sect leader, who looked like he had just lived through a nightmare. That included the dark sect leader's memories too, though it was just a fleeting glimpse in an instant. That skill was truly mesmerizing. At the same time, the upper echelons of the Heavenly Earth Society and the VIP seats all looked downcast. Their condition was very wrong. The sect leader looked around, horrified. What on earth is going on? The dark sect leader had experienced a vision similar to the Blade King's. Countless swords filled the sky, turning everyone into a honeycomb. And then their executed corpses were reduced to ashes by dark flames. The illusion was too real. The sect leader's mask was soaked in sweat. It felt like unstoppable destruction. A strange look flashed across the dark sect leader's eyes. Could an illusion make hearts beat this fast? Did they feel such profound fear? In fact, not just them. All the surrounding executives looked as though they had been bewitched. Their faces carried expressions of terror. Even Puhisa, the whole master, was clutching his neck, panting heavily. The dark sect leader was utterly baffled by this bizarre situation. Could they have seen an illusion of their necks being slashed? At this moment, a doubt arose in the dark sect leader's heart. Is the marsh sword this powerful? Yet the next second, the dark sect leader shook their head slightly. That shouldn't be. The sword only affects the holder. An illusion covering this many people is simply abnormal. Then, the dark sect leader looked up at Mu Jingyun. Earlier, Mu Jingyun's eyes had turned into smooth black jade, yet now they were fine. Could that have been an illusion? Yet the one holding the demonic marsh sword was Mu Jingyun. Why did I see such an illusion? Still finding no answers, the sect leader formed a bold guess. Could it be that reason? At the same time, Mu Jingyun gently swung the sword, producing a hum. That crisp sound tearing the void made the sect leader's eyes widen. Blade King Sun Yun was the same, though they didn't know what that terrifying illusion they just saw really was. Looking at Mu Jingyun now, he seemed completely unaffected by the demonic blade. Moreover, that ominous aura felt from the sword had vanished without a trace. Sun Yun looked at Mu Jingyun with some astonishment. Are you alright? Mu Jingyun nodded. I am completely fine. Sun Yun couldn't help frowning. After pondering a moment, he suddenly stood up. Mu Jingyun, would you lend this sword for me to inspect? Mu Jingyun readily pressed his palm against the blade, then respectfully offered the marsh sword with both hands. Of course. Seeing this, the dark sect leader hurriedly spoke out to stop him. Sun Yun jumped from the VIP seats, waving a hand. No matter. I want to verify something. Hearing this, the dark sect leader cast a worried look. They naturally understood why the Blade King wanted to hold the sword. Even with their genuine perfection at the Supreme Master level, they had once lost their sanity to this sword in an instant and accidentally killed his adjutant. They still couldn't forget the look their adjutant gave them as he died. Although Blade King Sun Yun was a powerhouse about to break through his bottleneck and reach the peak of the Supreme Realm, the danger he faced was no less. Who would have thought the next scene would stun everyone present? Sun Yun grasped the hilt and lifted the sword that seemed ominous. The sword that had seemed so ominous just moments ago had somehow become like an ordinary legendary sword, emitting sword light. Sun Yun swung it a few times. Sun Yun gripped the sword and swung it gently a few times, then looked perplexedly at the dark sect leader. The sect leader gazed in confusion. The dark sect leader gazed at the marsh sword with incomprehension. Finally, they let out an exclamation. Lord Blade King. It seems the marsh sword has found its master. No one could have imagined that this year's Blood Valley final trial would end in such a manner. Mu Jingyun, a newcomer, had actually become the master of this Western demonic sword forged by Master Oyezi, the marsh sword. Though they saw bizarre illusions, everyone present, though they had all seen extremely bizarre illusions during the process, as if by mutual agreement not to raise questions about it, all kept silent, admitting one was bewitched. That they had all seen a destructive illusion was truly somewhat improper, and though it was just a fleeting moment, admitting one was bewitched by the evil key of a demonic weapon if they had to oppose Mu Jingyan. Yet precisely because of this, Sun Yun was extremely regretful. If one day in the future they had to oppose that kid, Mu Jingyan, they must find a way to make him let go of the marsh sword. Seeing Mu Jingyan snatched away by the dark sect leader, Sun Yun was extremely regretful. He never expected a demonic sword to completely change the situation. With no other choice, Sun Yun had to take Mu Yutian as a disciple as a secondary option to become stronger than Jingyan. And similar faces of these two, being master and disciple, was inevitable. They believed he used wicked techniques because he wanted to become stronger than Mu Jingyan. Hearing Mu Yutian's words, most of the Heavenly Earth Society executives chose to avoid him. They believed Mu Yutian had practiced a wicked technique, making him a bomb ready to go off at any time. Blade King Sun Yun was the only one who didn't avoid it. Hearing these words, as long as you properly follow the teachings I give you, perhaps you can get your wish. Hearing these words, Mu Yutian chose the Blade King without hesitation. In fact, the Blade King had another motive for taking Mu Yutian as a disciple. He wanted to groom him into a pawn to keep Mu Jingyan in check. Mu Yutian remained completely unaware of this, and restoring his reputation, he still hadn't forgotten the request made by the Righteous Path member. During the incident, Yuan Bing took Wu Zhangrua. He believed his talent was great, was Mu Yutian's gun, thus, and placed expectations on him. Thunder Fist King Yuan Bing took Wu Zhangrua as a disciple. He believed Wu Zhangruo's talent wasn't much inferior to Mu Jingyan's and placed all his expectations on him. Shaoyan Valley Master Heng Ruoyao, following her original plan, took Mao Xiaoling from Mahua House as a disciple. Heng Ruoyao had previously hesitated over Mu Yutian, much like Blade King Sun Yun, but for her, Righteous Path members, whether submissive or not, were utterly detestable. Therefore, she decided to stay true to her initial purpose. Yan Wu from Beijing Gate was taken in by the Crimson Blood Legion. Due to Brother Yan's tragic demise, those who failed to secure disciples could only return empty-handed. The Blood Valley trials came to a successful close. A moment later, with a creak, the giant gates of the Heavenly Earth Society slowly opened. Mu Jingyun followed the dark sect leader and officially stepped inside. I must say, the Heavenly Earth Society covered an immense area, with various functional buildings rising one after another. Passers-by on the main street were bustling about. The dark sect is nearby. Then, thinking of something, is this your first time coming to the Heavenly Earth Society? Mu Jingyan nodded. The dark sect leader led the way ahead. The dark sect is right around here. We'll be there soon. The dark sect is right near here. We're almost there. Mu Jingyan smiled faintly. The dark sect leader let out an exclamation. How ironic, though. I never expected that I, Daoist practitioner, would choose a disciple practicing other martial arts. The sect leader showed joy. I am not particularly picky. As long as you are willing to impart sword or blade techniques, I can learn them at any time. Hearing this, the dark sect leader's face showed joy. Really? Mu Jingyan nodded. The dark sect leader covered their mouth with a light laugh, then said, good, then made a cutting gesture. Mu Jingyan muttered inwardly, pay a price if a man wants to learn it. The dark sect leader glanced down at Mu Jingyan's lower body. Mu Jingyan's eyes widened. My unique martial art is based on powerful yin qi. Therefore, if a man wants to learn this martial art, he must first castrate himself. As soon as these words were said, this plot twist is hilarious. Candles flickered in the wind. Lying lifelessly on the bed, stripped of all will to lie, King Ling, inhabiting the puppet, was laughing so hard he was almost in tears, and a cloth was stained with blood. Meanwhile, in a spacious room, a beardless man sat before the bed. All kinds of weapons were placed on either side. A bowl of medicinal broth sat on a round stool, and a silk handkerchief was stained with specks of red blood. A white-haired, beardless man in his early 40s sat before the bed. He was none other than the Heavenly Earth Society's second-in-command, Vice Master Meng Sikin. Hearing the person on the couch coughing continuously, who would have imagined the master would belie this? The person in the bamboo grove stopped coughing then, on the sickbed behind curtains. Who would have ever imagined that the master of the Heavenly Earth Society would be in such a condition now? The spacious room, the flickering candlelight, should we call the physician? The physician was the greatest. Heavenly Earth Society Vice Master Meng Sikin wore a face full of worry. Master, how do you feel now? Shouldn't we invite the Divine Physician Huaishan to take a look? Divine Physician Huaishan was on par with Sai Ying Yoxin, who vanished long ago, hailed as the greatest physician of the current era. Unlike Sai Ying Yoxin, who reached the pinnacle of pharmacology, he was skilled in both internal and external medicine. In his youth, he had served as an imperial physician in the palace, showing just how extraordinary his medical skills were. Meng Sikin murmured softly, Divine Physician Huaishan might be able to cure your illness. Yet from behind the gauze curtain came a resolute voice. No need. Meng Sikin trembled slightly. Why be so stubborn? Did something unusual happen? If the pent-up breath inside cannot be expelled, do you remember? Sir, the society master then asked. More importantly, are the final rankings for Blood Valley out? The master stroked his chin. Burning Wood Manor. I remember. Did something unusual happen? Meng Sikin let out a sigh. Do you remember, sir, when you sent the hostages from Burning Wood Sword Manor to Blood Valley? That was the master's way. Burning Wood Sword Manor. Ah, I remember. That did happen. Seeing this, Meng Xiqin sighed inwardly, sending them to Blood Valley. Was it really just on a whim? That was just the kind of person the master was. Yet the backlash triggered by that casual whim seemed impossible to avoid now. The society master coughed. Did they die? Meng Xiqin honestly replied, no. The society master was taken aback. Meng Xiqin chose his words. Not only did they survive, they cleared all trials tied for first place. Hearing this answer, the figure behind the screen froze. Seemingly stunned by this unexpected outcome, the very next second, the society master burst into laughter. Those captives cleared the final trial, and in first place. How very amusing. Meng Xiqin spoke gravely. This is no laughing matter. Righteous sect members taking first is a supreme humiliation for our heavenly earth society. Meng Xiqin changed the subject. Master, since matters reached this point, we might as well admit they mastered the blood sword manual. Before Meng Xiqin could finish, the society master cut him off. 4 words made his stance clear. We cannot reveal it. An overwhelming aura spilled from the curtain. The room's temperature dropped drastically. The society master's gaze burned with fury. Meeting that gaze, Meng Xiqin stiffened. Cold sweat dripped down his face. The master hasn't lost his edge. Even bedridden for so long, he projects such terrifying pressure. It is truly astonishing. He is truly one of the 6 extremes of the martial world. Even on the verge of death, no one could stand against him, not even myself. Meng Xiqin clenched his fists. He steadied his breathing to calm himself. The oppressive aura vanished. The society master spoke next. Pay no mind to those hostages. Lowering his head, Meng Xiqin acknowledged the order. No matter his doubts, he had to stay silent. The society master's word was absolute. The master on the couch suddenly recalled something. By the way, has that been found? Meng Xiqin shook his head. Not yet. However, in the following moments, both spoke in hushed tones. After hearing the report, the master's expression darkened. I see. A moment later, Meng Xiqin left the private quarters. Just as he left the courtyard, someone called, Vice Master. By the voice alone, Meng Xiqin recognized who it was. Yet he hadn't sensed their presence. It seems their martial arts have improved. It seems their arts improved again. Truly astonishing. Meng Xiqin turned his head. Standing there was a handsome, curly-haired youth in his 20s, wearing a wicked smile. He was Zhang Lingyu, the society master's second disciple. Among the 3 disciples, though considered slightly inferior, that was only by comparison. Compared to his peers, his talent was overwhelming, surpassing everyone by far. Zhang Lingyu asked with his characteristic playful smile, is the master still driving himself crazy looking for that? To Zhang Lingyu's question, Meng Xiqin smiled silently. Conversations with the master could never be revealed to anyone, not even to his disciples. Zhang Lingyu sighed teasingly. I don't understand why the master is obsessed with nonsense. With that time, he'd be better off finding the divine physician Huaishan, though Meng Xiqin agreed deeply. Who could stop the master's stubbornness? Meng Xiqin gave a vague reply. The master surely has his own plans. Absolute strength represents status. In the Heavenly Earth Society, no one could question the master's decisions. He was one of the 6 extremes, the greatest martial myth. So even if Meng Xiqin agreed with Zhang Lingyu, he had to defend the master. The master has his reasons. Hearing the vague reply, Zhang Lingyu shook his head with a soft sigh. You're dodging the question. Meng Xiqin turned away, with his back turned. It was clear he didn't want to pursue the topic. Zhang Lingyu changed tack. I heard interesting news. Care to hear it? Meng Xiqin muttered. Interesting news. Zhang Lingyu nodded. I heard the righteous hostages took first in the Blood Valley exams. Is that true? Hearing this, Meng Xiqin sighed silent. Word had gotten out. As the second disciple, Zhang Lingyu had a following, so gathering info was easy. Since the other already knew so much, no need to hide it. Meng Xiqin nodded. Meng Xiqin nodded in confirmation. A wicked smile crept onto his lips. Seeing this, worry flashed in Meng Xiqin's eyes. Is he interested in the hostages? This is bad. Feeling the need to issue a warning. Second young master, just in case, let me warn you, Zhang Lingyu interrupted. Are you worried I'll move on them? I just think those 2 righteous youths have a lot of grit. Hearing this made Meng Xiqin even more uneasy. I watched the disciples grow up, so I know their natures. Zhang Lingyu loved talent, but he divided people into 2 categories, those who were useful to him, and those who weren't. He would recruit the useful, and utterly destroy the useless one. Meng Xiqin looked straight at Zhang Lingyu. In the future, they will become the society's strength. Greed filled Zhang Lingyu's eyes, rubbing his chin. His gaze sharpened. I hope that strength helps me too. Meanwhile, Mu Jingyun followed the dark sect leader to a corner of the southeastern outer garden in the inner city. This was the dark sect's base. Stepping through the gates, a strange look flashed in his eyes. It was a natural reaction. Dozens of carrier pigeons flew overhead continuously. Masked figures moved back and forth across the courtyard. Some were feeding pigeons, others sending messages via carrier pigeons, and some removing notes tied to their legs. The intelligence was then compiled and sorted. Everything operated with efficiency. King Ling, possessing the puppet, appeared then. He stretched with a grunt. Haven't used this body in a while. King Ling looked at the scene in the courtyard. They're more orderly than expected. Mu Jingyun asked quietly, is it really fine to come out like this? King Ling chuckled. As long as I don't use Kai, it's fine. Mu Jingyun observed the actions of the members. What are they doing? King Ling smiled. As you see, they're managing pigeons, burning coded reports to ensure secrets don't leak. Mu Jingyun gave a faint smile. Truly an organization handling intelligence and secrets. Just then, a voice suddenly echoed in King Ling's ear. Is talking lie this convenient? Startled, King Ling demanded. What is this? How did you do that? Mu Jingyun followed the dark sect leader with an unconcerned face. It's called voice transmission. I learned it from Valley Master Heng. Hearing this, Heng Royao's imaged in King Ling's mind. That girl who uses yin arts. You actually learned this. I seem to recall. Those stinky monks from Shaolin use a similar method. Next, the dark sect leader led Mu Jingyun into a room. This wasn't where pigeons and classified files were handled. A place for weapons and training. With a creak, the dark sect leader pushed the door open, revealing a spacious training ground. This is my private ground. Mu Jingyun walked to the rack and drew a clear wind sword from its scabbard. The leader repeated the question. So, do you want to learn my unique martial arts now? Mu Jingyun frowned at the question. I'm afraid I cannot. King Ling snickered. What's wrong with the truth? Hearing the response, the dark sect leader looked somewhat disappointed, still unable to accept it. Then you're just a subordinate, not my disciple. Can you accept this? Mu Jingyun looked straight at the dark sect leader. I cannot be your disciple. The dark sect leader covered his mouth and asked, if you won't learn our sect's martial arts, how can you be my disciple? Mu Jingyun felt a headache. Troublesome. Knowing this would happen, I should have gone with Yuan Bing. With lingering reluctance, Mu Jingyun parted his lips. Is physical contact necessary? The dark sect leader smiled and said, that's right, because my martial art is ghost sound arts, based on strong majestic. Without practicing ghost sound arts, you cannot wield ghost shadow blade or ghost claw techniques. Yin and yang are opposing forces. Men are born with yang kai and must diminish their yang ki through physical contact to wield yin energy. With that, the leader extended a hand. A chilling, icy aura rose from his palm. Once close, you can use yin energy. Mu Jingyun was stunned. Then a smirk curved his lips. The opposite of yang. In that case, would something even more yin than yin energy work? The leader's expression froze. More yin than yin energy? What do you mean? Accompanied by a humming sound, a bone-chilling aura suddenly burst forth from Mu Jingyun's body. This aura surpassed coldness, resembling the heavy death aura only felt from monarchs. The dark sect leader dropped his jaw in shock. How did you cultivate this aura? Mu Jingyun pondered. To be honest, I'm not sure. Every time I practice ki, this yin energy accumulates. Perhaps it's my constitution. Hearing this, the dark sect leader narrowed his eyes. I've met countless people, yet never anyone like you. You know how to sock people. Seeing this, King Ling couldn't help teasing. Looks like you want to avoid contact. Mu Jingyun expressed his stance in silence. After all, as a man, no one wants to become incomplete. Unique martial arts sometimes require specific kai to guide them. Looking at Mu Jingyun radiating death aura, the dark sect leader was utterly astonished. He placed fingers on his wrist, sending yin ki through his veins. You said you were born with it, which had me worried. Luckily, your organs are healthy. Besides, the dark sect leader felt an uncontrollable excitement. If I unlock the secret to this lucky child's body, maybe I can find a way to manifest yin ki stably without needing castration. Mu Jingyun asked, then can I be your disciple? The dark sect leader giggled behind his hand. Naturally. Actually, even if you couldn't be an official disciple, I had already planned to take you as my prospective disciple. Hearing this, Mu Jingyun looked puzzled. Prospective disciple. The leader nodded. I have 3 disciples who haven't taken the vow. First disciple Huan Yuming, second Ming Xuo, third Rongqiu. All have reached the pinnacle. They are capable children. I will introduce you shortly. Just at that moment, pattering footsteps echoed outside the room. The training room doors opened. A man with a mustache walked in. Sect leader, urgent report. You need to go trek Dongguan immediately. The dark sect leader looked at the bearded man. Chief steward, why so urgent? The steward reported loudly. An urgent report from Yiming 19. Hearing this, The previously smiling dark sect leader frowned. Yaming 19 Palace intelligence is mostly in code. Thus, upon hearing words related to Jia, I, Bing, Ding, the dark sect leader could accurately know their location. The chief steward walked up to the dark sect leader. It seems they found Baihu hiding in the underground. At this, the chief steward's voice abruptly stopped because the dark sect leader made a hushed gesture. Nearby, Mu Jingyun whispered to himself, Baihu. The dark sect leader took a scroll and handed it to Mu Jingyun. Jingyun, I'll be right back. Memorize this in the meantime. Mu Jingyun said, I understand. Then he reached out and took the scroll. The dark sect leader hurried away with the chief steward. At the same time, whispering, now speak. The chief steward respectfully began, Sect leader, no mistake this time. It matches the legends. Didn't the palace want to uproot them? The leader quickened his pace. Then there is no mistake. It's what the master searched for. After the leader left, Mu Jingyun opened the scroll. Inside was one of the opponent's unique martial arts, the ghost shadow tracking method. In a short moment, he had memorized the manual. At the same time, he praised, this tracking is interesting. King Ling flew out of the puppet, her fingers holding the smoking pipe, swaying gently. You memorized it that fast. First of all, I certainly envy your brain. Who would have thought? Just then, a loud crash sounded. The training room door was shoved open. 3 men in purple robes walked in. The dark sect leader's disciple sized up Mu Jingyun. So that's the righteous faction hostage. Rongshu spat a mouthful of phlegm on the floor. He looks like an idiot. As for the eldest, Huan Yuming, he didn't speak. His eyes were full of contempt. Mu Jingyun looked at the 3 youths. May I ask who you are? King Ling puffed her pipe. Likely the quasi-disciples the eunuch mentioned. They seem to have grievances against you. Rongshu then noticed the wicked marsh sword beside Mu Jingyun. His face filled with an absurd expression. So you're the brat who took the sword? Merely a righteous faction hostage. How dare you take that sword? That's a sword our eldest senior brother risked his life to bring back. It's not something a guy like you can covet. Wen Yuming maintained his arrogant posture. Mingzuo and Rongshu attacked Mu Jingyun. I'll cripple you now and snatch it back. Facing the 2 youths suddenly attacking, Mu Jingyun tilted his head in confusion. Then he deftly reached out and grabbed Mingzuo's face with lightning speed. With a loud thud, Mingzuo was slammed into the ground. Rongshu's fist followed closely, yet he was no met for Mu Jingyun. Soon he met the same fate. Huan Yuming's expression turned startled. This brat actually subdued his fellow disciples of the pinnacle realm in one move. Mu Jingyun casually stepped on Rongshu's back, then pressed the wicked marsh sword against the other's neck. Fighting on our first meeting. Do you want this that badly? Rongshu was so scared he didn't even dare breathe loudly. Mu Jingyun wore a provocative look. If so, then take it if you have the ability. Feeling his dignity insulted, Huan Yuming's face twisted in malice. As the eldest quasi-disciple, he felt he ought to do something. This youth was Huan Yuming. He was the eldest among the dark sect leader's quasi-disciples, abandoned by his parents in the slums on the outskirts of the Heavenly Earth Society since childhood. At the age of 10, by a stroke of luck, he was taken by the sect leader. Yet Huan Yuming never had the courage to take the vow, so he remained a quasi-disciple. Filled with resentment, he often sighed, damn it, if only I had never experienced the land of tenderness. Fearing his status would be lost, Huan Yuming led the subsequently joined junior brothers to brothels, letting them experience carnal affairs. This also led to them being unable to accept taking the vow. Huan Yuming's gun was simple. As long as the dark sect leader never recognized any formal disciples, even without the vow, he could be the successor. However, things did not go as Huan Yuming wished. Rongshu brought terrible news. Eldest brother, something terrible happened. Master took that bloodthirsty valley brat as a formal disciple. Hearing this, Huan Yuming was startled. What? Did that brat say he took the vow? Rongshu's eyes were full of resentment. No, they say he's naturally born with a Yinki constitution. Huan Yuming's expression froze upon hearing this, and Rongshu's next words made him even more miserable. Not only that, Master also bestowed the wicked marsh sword you risked your life to bring back upon that brat as well. At this moment, Huan Yuming's face was filled with fury, his eyes split with rage, looking like an evil ghost. I was the one who brought back the wicked marsh sword, yet Master gave the formal discipleship and the sword to him. This is unforgivable. It's mine. Everything is mine. Suddenly, the wicked marsh sword somehow appeared in Huan Yuming's hand. He was frantically venting rage. The successor position and the wicked marsh sword are mine. I will get rid of him and take back what is mine. After ranting madly for a while, Huan Yuming suddenly sensed something was wrong. Why is the sword in my hand? Mu Jingyun clapped his hands and chuckled. You really are interesting. Can you take it back by killing me? Hearing this, Huan Yuming's body paused. Rongshu looked up at his eldest senior brother. What are you talking about? Huan Yuming then recalled how the wicked marsh sword ended up in his hands. Then he suddenly realized the sect leader had warned, do not touch the wicked sword. It exposes your inner desires and make you lose your mind. Did I say that out loud? In the very next second, due to excruciating pain, he looked at his right hand. On the back of his right hand holding the wicked marsh sword, veins bulged and burst. Black blood flowed out. The sight seemed to be spreading up his entire arm. Panicking, Huan Yuming hurriedly tried to let go of the wicked marsh sword. However, the hilt of the wicked marsh sword seemed melted into his palm, completely unable to be shaken off, causing even greater pain. Then, Huan Yuming channeled his internal energy with his other hand, trying no matter what to force the wicked marsh sword out of his hand. The harder he tried, the more it hurt, hurting so much he couldn't bear it. Mu Jingyun asked at that moment, "Do you need me to help you take the sword away?" Huan Yuming nodded. "Hurry up, I'm dying of pain." Who would have thought at that moment? Mu Jingyun said something nonsensical. "You were the one who asked me to help you take it away." Seeing the malicious smile, Huan Yuming shuddered. Just as he wanted to speak, a sharp blade of energy flashed across his sword-holding right wrist. With a snap, blood spluttered. Cries of agony echoed through the training room. At the same time, in the Dark Sect's secret special agency, the steward looked at the leader. "Sect leader, what is your plan?" The leader frowned deeply. Why did it have to be during the vow? The chief steward offered a suggestion. "Shall we plant an insider in the brocaded guards?" Before the chief steward could finish speaking, knocking came from outside the tightly shut door. "Sect leader, something terrible happened." The Dark Sect leader opened the door. "What happened?" The red-robed subordinate reporting was extremely respectful. "Apologies for interrupting. You need to go look at the training room immediately." Thus, the moment the Dark Sect leader returned to the training room, witnessing a shocking scene, Mingzuo and Rongshu were kneeling on the ground wailing. Huan Yuming's arm was gushing blood, and his chopped-off right hand lay quietly in a pool of blood. As for Mu Jingyun, the perpetrator, he stood in the center. Seeing the leader appear, he sheathed the sword with a clang, simultaneously chuckling soft. "You guys are really lucky." The Dark Sect leader's expression turned heavy upon seeing this, expecting conflict. He hadn't expected 3 Pinnacle Realm experts to be beaten this miserably. Just as the Dark Sect leader's mind was racing with thoughts, Huan Yuming, his right hand severed, crawled toward him. "Master, I want to take the vow." Hearing this request, the Dark Sect leader was somewhat surprised. Mingzuo and Rongshu joined in. "Master, let us take the vow too." Hearing this, the corners of the Dark Sect leader's mouth curved upward. He glanced at Mu Jingyun. "This is truly interesting." The 3 quasi-disciples who previously resisted self-castration are now scrambling to take the vow. This was a situation the Dark Sect leader never expected. Therefore, his interest in his former disciple Mu Jingyun grew stronger. Meanwhile, Huan Yuming looked back at Mu Jingyun with icy eyes. The excruciating pain of his severed hand twisted his face in agony. "I'll see how long you stay calm." A short while earlier, before the Dark Sect leader arrived, Mu Jingyun held the wicked marsh sword in one hand and grabbed Huan Yuming's severed hand with the other. A spine-chilling chuckle rang out. Probably because it was just cut off. "It looks quite fresh." Huan Yuming clutched his severed arm, trembling all over. "Do you think that after doing something like this, the sect leader will let you off?" Mu Jingyun carelessly tossed the severed hand aside. "I think it'll be fine. Maybe because I dealt with someone rebelling against superiors. Master will even praise me for doing a good job." Hearing this, Huan Yuming gritted his teeth secretly. He's right. After all, in terms of rank, we are only quasi-disciples, while he is a formal disciple. But Mu Jingyun doesn't know this. Mu Jingyun certainly doesn't know this. We joined the Dark Sect before him, meaning once we take the vow and become formal disciples. He looked at the leader. Thinking of this, Huan Yuming looked up at the Dark Sect leader. "Master, please accept me as a formal disciple. Are you sure you won't regret it?" They repeatedly assured him. Mingzuo and Rongshu repeatedly assured him, "We won't regret it." Hearing this, the Dark Sect leader covered his mouth and chuckled. "Very well, I must grant your wish." "Of course I must grant your wish." Hearing these words, the quasi-disciples all prostrated themselves on the ground, kowtowing in gratitude, but gave up things for desires. These people weren't special cases like him. Why would the leader accept them? As Mu Jingyun felt puzzled, Huan Yuming flashed a wicked smile. However, just as Mu Jingyun felt puzzled, Huan Yuming flashed a triumphant, wicked smile at him. "Bastard, you're done for." Who would have thought at that moment the Dark Sect leader suddenly looked at Mu Jingyun. "Of course. Please speak." The leader chuckled. "You're lucky." Mu Jingyun smiled and nodded. "Of course. Please speak." The Dark Sect leader chuckled. "You're so lucky. You just joined the Dark Sect and already have 3 junior brothers. Why is he the eldest brother?" The faces of the 3 on the ground instantly twisted. What kind of bolt from the blue was this? Why did that Mu Jingyun become the eldest senior brother? Become the eldest brother? The leader narrowed his eyes. "What are you talking about?" "Jingyun is a formal disciple, so he is your eldest brother." Huan Yuming frowned, as if chewing on dog shit. "So naturally he should be your eldest senior brother." Never expecting this outcome, as if chewing on dog shit. He had thought that once he became a formal disciple, junior brother greets eldest brother. That turn was faster than anyone's. Who knew an even more shocking matter was yet to come? Mingzuo actually bowed with cupped fists to Mu Jingyun at this moment. Junior brother Mingzuo greets eldest senior brother Mu Jingyun. That face turn was faster than anyone's. Master didn't ask what happened. Yet Mingzuo didn't care about them at all. His heart was full of utter contempt. He is the next sect leader. Steward Yen escorted the men. The leader looked at Mu Jingyun. "Why aren't you asking anything?" Which means this guy is definitely the next sect leader. Afterwards, Chief Steward Yan escorted the 3 injured men to the infirmary. Left in the martial arts room, the sect leader looked at Mu Jingyun. Question what happened here. Mu Jingyun turned his head. What do you mean, Master? Mu Jingyun looked at him. Aren't you curious why I didn't question what happened here, and why I made you the newest arrival, senior disciple? Mu Jingyun looked straight at the sect leader. A smile curved his mouth. How could this disciple dare question your decision? Hearing this, the sect leader's lips moved. No need to hide your thoughts. As a disciple, Mu Jingyun gathered his thoughts. But before me, did you let them off out of affection? If you have something to say, just say it. A flicker crossed his mind. Did you let them off out of affection for your disciples? The sect leader fell silent. The opponent used a trick, recalling what Huan Yuming said when he drew the wicked sword. It seems you two talked a lot. The opponent used a trick to avoid close combat. The sect leader let out a soft sigh. You don't have to answer. Mu Jingyun blinked. It's not that I can't say. If I must answer. The sect leader paced around the martial arts room. But having said that, if I must answer. Mu Jingyun looked bewildered. But having said that, sometimes one must pretend not to know what they clearly do. Hearing this, Mu Jingyun looked utterly bewildered. Once you lead an organization. What is that supposed to mean? The sect leader covered his mouth and smiled. You probably can't understand yet. Once you stand in a position of leading an organization, you'll understand what I mean. Hearing this, Mu Jingyun nodded gently. I will keep it in mind. Today's trouble was my fault. Different standpoints bring vastly different answers. The sect leader didn't immediately expect Mu Jingyun to understand. Instead, he felt apologetic about what happened earlier. Anyway, today's trouble happened because I didn't brief them beforehand. I owe you an apology. Mu Jingyun said it was nothing. The sect leader changed the subject. You probably haven't fully memorized the cultivation chants yet. Right, I'll arrange your room today. You should rest first. Mu Jingyun made a startling statement. I've memorized them. Hearing this, the sect leader looked completely stunned. Mu Jingyun wore a calm smile. If you mean the ghost shadow chants, I have already memorized all of them. The sect leader shot him a look. A look of disbelief. Mu Jingyun began reciting under his breath. Reversing currents, defying the realm, utmost compliance, 5 martial honors. Listening to Mu Jingyun recite the chants, a flash crossed the sect leader's eyes. Having observed the final trial of Bloodthirsty Valley, he knew well, Mu Jingyun's talent surpassed all mortals. He never expected such excellence. This far exceeded the sect leader's expectations. He couldn't help drawing a sharp breath. In such short time, you memorized the chants. An ancient sage once said, when a family has a prodigy, one feels 1,000 emotions. Right now, I truly see that feeling. The more he understood him, the more the sect leader felt regret. If he had grown up under the Heavenly Earth Society, he would surely have a smooth and brilliant future. Though his mindset still needed some adjustment, he was definitely worth cultivating for the future. The next second, the sect leader smiled at Mu Jingyun. I want to withhold my praise, but I simply can't. You did very well. Mu Jingyun cupped his fists in salute. Thank you for your appreciation, Master. The sect leader pondered. I'd love to teach you more now. But today's mess hasn't been fully dealt with. Perhaps not today. Mu Jingyun nodded. The sect leader gave a robe. I've already instructed the chief steward. He'll show your quarters. You must be exhausted. From the Bloodthirsty Valley trials, take a good rest. Take this, the sect leader's robe. Mu Jingyun took it. Understood. Thank you, Master. But right at that moment, a familiar aura suddenly made Mu Jingyun's expression shift. He asked the sect leader, forgive my presumption, but might I take a stroll around the area? The sect leader was surprised. A stroll. Mu Jingyun nodded. Deet. I've been cooped up in the mountains lately. I'd like to see the city. Hearing this, a flicker of light crossed the sect leader's eyes. He nonchalantly agreed. Of course, go ahead. Mu Jingyun bowed in gratitude. However, the sect leader added, to ensure you don't get lost, I'll have someone guide you. Mu Jingyun clicked his tongue inwardly. Even though he was officially accepted as a disciple, and the tone had grown much softer and kinder, the sect leader's guard remained high. He only wanted to walk nearby. Yet sending a guard said it all. Troublesome as it was, there was nothing he could do. Master of Concealment, Mu Jingyun bowed respectfully. Thank you for your care, Master. At the same time, a cold gleam flashed as he lowered his head. It seems he doesn't completely trust me yet. The inner city of the Heavenly Earth Society was vast, with countless intersecting buildings and streets. Mu Jingyun glanced around the outside of the courtyard, then let out a sigh. The inner city is huge. Walking through it all would probably take quite a while. Plus, there was a guard, watching his every move right behind him. Even if Mu Jingyun wanted to stir up trouble, it'd be hard. Seeming to notice Mu Jingyun's gaze, the guard, Shaizong, spoke. Please don't mind this subordinate. Mu Jingyun smiled. King Ling then flew out the puppet. Why on earth did you come out for a walk? We should have listened to that eunuch and gone back to rest. Hearing this, Mu Jingyun uttered a curious remark. I sensed. King Ling asked. Sensed? Mu Jingyun looked ahead. Not far from here, I sensed Gukan's aura. King Ling was surprised. You mean that fellow possessing the female assassin? Mu Jingyun nodded. Dit. He seems to still be inhabiting that body. King Ling hovered in midair. He brought that body here. Impressive strength for the inner city. That body is quite decent, though. Mu Jingyun smiled. He was an assassin. He used those memories. Qingling crossed her arms. Regardless, the more pawns we can use, the better. If it's a godslayer, at least you don't have to worry about betrayal. Mu Jingyun agreed. I was thinking the same thing. However, right at that moment, Mu Jingyun sensed that alongside Gukan's aura, there were other auras as well. Is that down the stairs? Men and women approached from below. Seeing this, Mu Jingyun felt a jolt inside. Who are these people? Most of them have reached the transcendent realm. The leaders or rival's Blade King. Shezhong reminded him. Hearing him gasp, "Young master, go greet him." Mu Jingyun looked ahead. Who is he? Shezhong whispered. He is the society leader's second disciple, Zhang Lingyu, young master. Hearing this, a ripple stirred in Mu Jingyun's heart. The second young master, Zhang Lingyu. I didn't expect to meet him this way. Yet Mu Jingyun wasn't paying much attention to Zhang Lingyu right now. Because he was drinking, he felt a familiar aura coming from the woman on the brawny man's shoulder. Gukan happened to regain consciousness at that moment. Their eyes met. Mo Seng and Qingling burst into roaring laughter. Did she get in using looks? Look at that outfit. She really became a maid. Gukan covered his face upon being spotted by acquaintances. Sometimes people break down that easily. He wailed inwardly. I'd rather just die. Nothing is more depressing than having your most embarrassing moments by acquaintances. Listening to the two ghosts and one person laughing mockingly, along with the guess that he sneaked in using feminine charms. Gukan was so embarrassed he wanted to die. His face hidden behind his hands was twisted in agony. He screamed frantically inside. Why did it end like this? 3 days ago, at the notorious high-end brothel, Red Society Pavilion, there was a room called Mayu Room, reserved exclusively for VIP guests. Every courtesan yearned to climb the social ladder through this place, and Gukan, unfortunately, had been assigned right here. Gukan, in Xiaokailing's body, was utterly speechless at this moment. He let out a sigh. How did I sink this low? Gukan had originally entered the Red Society Pavilion to find Mu Jingyun of his own free will, who knew he'd walk right into the frantic preparations to welcome a VIP, the disciple of one of the 5 kings. The striking-looking Gukan was thus temporarily drafted to serve the VIP. The Mayu Room had a special ritual. The courtesans took turns demonstrating their singing, dancing, instruments, or talents before the distinguished guest. His turn was coming up. Gukan had an impulse to just run away. At that moment, a courtesan was gracefully dancing before the VIP, her long sleeves fluttering, showing off her skills. When Gukan originally entered the Red Society Pavilion, he had qualified by playing the Hukin, so he planned to win with that this time too. As a godslayer, he smiled. Never thought I'd be reduced to competing with courtesans in talent. My ghost life is seriously so damn bumpy. Yet right at that moment, the VIP in the Mayu Room seemed less than impressed with the dancing courtesan. How boring. Next, call the next one. The brothel madam walked out with a smile and a gasp. You're certainly picky. Please wait a moment. With that, the madam stepped outside and called Gan to the front. Seeing his lazy demeanor, she scolded him. Straighten your back. Don't lose your manners once you're inside. If the guest dislikes you, get right back out here. Gukan muttered assent, then glanced at the girls lined up behind him. Everyone was racking their brains to catch the VIP's eye and become a concubine. But to me, that's a disaster, so I have zero interest. Yet as things stood, I couldn't just refuse to work. Still, who on earth could this Martial King's disciple be? With a fluttering heart, Gukan clutched his Hukin and stepped into the Mayu Room. In the main seat sat a man gulping down wine. He caught sight of Gukan, and his gaze sharpened. Then he spat out a single word, not bad. Gukan shivered under the man's stare, sensing an unnerving, piercing scrutiny, while the man in the main seat grinned broadly. Little girl, you know martial arts. Hearing that, Gukan's heart leaped into his throat, and the man across from him kept questioning, where did you learn martial arts? Gukan cheered himself up. I must stay calm. He delivered his prepared excuse. The next second, Gukan deployed his pre-prepared first move. A woman's tears. She dropped to her knees in tears right in the middle of the stage. My late father was a lowly guard in the society. I learned a bit of self-defense from him, but they were trivial tricks. Hearing this, the man let out an exclamation. A guard's daughter in a brothel. Your life is tragic. Gukan faked a low sob. Right in the middle of his stellar acting, thinking he bought the Xay to re. The man smirked foolishly. You think I'm going to say something to comfort you? There are plenty of people in this world worse off than you. Isn't this just the result of your own choices? Hearing this, Gukan's expression froze. Looks like there's no need to waste effort acting. Suddenly, the man shrugged his shoulders. However, fortune favors the bold sometimes. If that little martial trick of yours can pique my interest, I will take you as my own. The man was teary-eyed at that moment. Gukan never expected her plan to work. The man gave a haughty hum. Don't think you're a concubine. It's just that my guards are all men. It's dull. A female guard would be nigh to look at. Gukan beamed with joy upon hearing this. Does she want to take me as a guard? Being a guard is much better than a concubine. Filled with hope, Gukan decided to act. My lord, before I show skills, may I ask your name? The man opposite her whispered softly. You want to know? Gukan nodded with a smile. Since you are taking me as your guard, I should at least know your honorable name. Hearing the inquiry, the man picked up a bottle. He gulped down several mouthfuls. He drove an axe into the ground. That could split a person in two. His bold laughter echoed through the room. My name. Seeing this axe, Gukan recalled someone among the 5 kings, the top expert of the Heaven and Earth Society who kills with an axe. One of the 5 kings and one of the 8 stars, King Hu Taigang. He is Hu Taigang's disciple. The man then swung the giant axe quite showily. He struck a coup pose. I am Hu Zongxin, confident to Zhang Linyu. And so, just like that, Gukan successfully became Hu Zongxin's guard, but although she was a guard, he treated her like a concubine. Not only did she have to wear revealing clothes, but she also had to serve him drinks all day. Thinking back on that experience, Gukan's heart was filled with bitterness, and now, he has put her in such a shameful spot. If not for fear of exposure, and the fact that she couldn't beat him, she would have rushed to fight Hu Zongxian. Meeting an old friend in a foreign land. This is one of life's 3 greatest joys. Just as Qingling and Mo Seng laughed heartily, and Gukan felt gloom, Mu Jingyan fixed his gaze on the group ahead, on the man in the center. Zhang Linyu, the second disciple of the society leader. Mu Jingyan heard rumors from Li Xiaoyan. They weren't good, so I advise you to avoid meeting him. His personality is violent. He is the type who must possess anything he sets his eyes on. If he becomes interested in me, things will be troublesome. Since that is the case, then there is no need to provoke him. Mu Jingyan bowed respectfully and lowered his head in greeting. A disciple greets Master Zhang Linyu. Zhang Linyu gave no response. Instead, as if he didn't care at all, he walked straight past Mu Jingyan and the guards. Qingling's eyes narrowed. He didn't look at you. Gukan is also pretending not to know you. Mu Jingyan felt this was better. Who knew that the next second, Zhang Linyu, who had just passed, suddenly stopped. Then he turned to look at Mu Jingyan. I haven't seen you before. Are you the sect leader's disciple? Mu Jingyan kept his bowing posture. I am Mu Jingyan, disciple of the sect leader. Zhang Linyu suddenly remembered something. He recalled his talk with Meng Xiqan. Then he flashed before Mu Jingyan. So you're the righteous sect hostage. Qingling warned him to be careful. Try to appear as submissive as possible. You're no met for him now. Zhang Linyu folded his fen and tucked it into his belt. The two stood in a standoff. Mu Jingyan whispered to himself, once he finds out, I'll become his toy, or be torn to pieces. Zhang Linyu placed his hand on Mu Jingyan's head and patted it a few times. You're quite interesting. Kid, you seem to have peak level strength. How did you win in Blood Valley? Mu Jingyan pondered slightly. I was just lucky. However, in that very instant, Zhang Linyu's fingers lunged toward his eyes. At that split second, Mu Jingyan made a quick judgment. He is testing my strength. He pretended to close his eyes in fear. He recoiled as if terrified. Zhang Linyu stopped upon seeing this. Then he let out a laugh. Mu Jingyan thought he had gotten away with it. Suddenly, Zhang Linyu grabbed his throat and threw him to the ground. Mu Jingyan acted completely terrified. Zhang Linyu drew his fen from his waist. A mocking smirk appeared on his lips. Just reached peak level. Exactly as it appears. A woman in the group chuckled. My lord, this guy isn't that strong. Zhang Linyu nodded. Indeed. Let's go. Qingling felt Mu Jingyan did well. You did very well. Mu Jingyan brushed off his clothes. However, someone spoke up. Although he recoiled in fear, his heartbeat was very steady. Mu Jingyan's expression changed upon hearing this. Zhang Linyu turned to the speaker. What did you say? Mu Jingyan had overlooked one thing, the 5-month association. As a candidate for the next leader, Zhang Linyu gained 3 factions, including 5 new generation talents. Zhang Linyu calls them the 5-month association, lie 5 massive mountain peaks. He ranked them from month 1 to 5. One of them, a blind man, surpassed the Axe King Hu Zongxian and took the rank of month 2. That person is month 2, Wai Mangxian. Facing Zhang Linyu's inquiry, Wai Mangxian pointed to his ears. As you can see, my hearing is great. Unless my ears are wrong, I can guarantee this person was not scared at all. This is Wai Mangxian's heightened sense. The most prominent is his hearing. He identifies people by their heartbeats and the sounds they habitually make. Judging by the sounds and reactions, Mu Jingyan seemed startled. But in Wai Mangxian's perception, the opponent's heartbeat never changed at all. It was as calm as if he were living his daily life. This was the first time Wai Mangxian saw such a person. Nothing reveals emotions like a heartbeat. Hearing Wai Mangxian's words, Zhang Linyu looked sharply at him. Were you really not scared? Mu Jingyan was shocked inside. His pupils constricted in his deep eyes. Things have become troublesome. Zhang Linyu is the society leader's disciple. He is a candidate for leader. Opinions on his background vary. Many have criticized his character. However, despite his greed, those who support Zhang Linyu believe his skills can restore the society. Also, among the disciples, Zhang Linyu is known for his temper, but what makes him infamous is his obsession with talent. Now, because of the blind Wei Mangxian, Zhang Linyu's gaze fell on Mu Jingyan. He pressed the tip of his pen against Mu Jingyan's chest. Your heartbeat is actually steady. Zhang Linyu lacks Wei Mangxian's senses, but even without direct contact, he can judge a heartbeat through a fen. Mu Jingyan thought acting would work, and controlling his expressions, but that blind man is trickier. Someone who can hear heartbeats. This is the first time I've met one. Qingling's voice sounded in Mu Jingyan's ear. Stay calm. He hasn't discovered your strength yet. Mu Jingyan suppressed his agitation. Then he bowed with hands clasped. A master once taught me to remain calm facing a great fire. Zhang Linyu's lips curled up. A great fire. Good description, but you need the strength for it. Zhang Linyu snapped his fingers. The burly man behind him vanished. He reappeared behind Mu Jingyan. With a loud bang, a powerful fist struck down. Mu Jingyan blocked and was pushed back. Zhang Linyu chuckled. Month 5, Zhu Moba. I want to see this guy's strength. Zhu Moba replied, as you command. Then he loosened his wrists. Mu Jingyan's eyes narrowed. Qingling urged him to endure. You must hold back for now. Blood spluttered onto the plants. Zhu Moba punched Mu Jingyan's nose. Then he swept his leg, striking the opponent's face. Mu Jingyan leaned back to dodge, acting as if he couldn't fight back. The sounds of thuds continued. Every punch from Zhu Moba drew blood. Watching Mu Jingyan's state, the thick-lipped woman in the group clicked her tongue. He's going to be killed at this rate. Zhang Linyu said nothing. Disappointment appeared in his eyes. Is Mu Jingyan only this strong? Well, even the top of Blood Valley can hardly beat the peak-level Zhu Moba. Just as Zhang Linyu was about to stop him, Wei Mangxian suddenly spoke up. That guy's heartbeat is still steady. Zhang Linyu was stunned. Wei Mangxian's figure darted out. Let me try. The next second, Wei Mangxian drew his sword from his bamboo staff, then flew toward him in an instant, aiming at Mu Jingyan's neck, who was being beaten by Zhu Moba. He slashed with his sword. Wei Mangxian radiated killing intent. He didn't believe that even near death, the opponent could hide his strength. At that very moment, Zhu Moba's eyes widened in shock. Mu Jingyan caught his fist with his left hand. His sword was drawn at some point, and blocked Wei Mangxian's blade. This scene stunned everyone. The area fell into eerie silence. Zhu Moba looked bewildered. Before he could threaten him, his fist was crushed by Mu Jingyan. The excruciating pain made him howl. After finishing one opponent, Mu Jingyan fixed his gaze on Wei Mangxian. I've been gritting my teeth, but you keep pushing me. Wei Mangxian frowned upon hearing this. He wondered what he was thinking. Zhang Linyu's clapping broke the tense atmosphere. His smile was wide. His eyes were filled with satisfaction. Amazing. Then, Zhang Linyu rested his fen on the sword. That's right. This is what I wanted. A hostage from the righteous sect who passed the Blood Valley exam as number 1. It couldn't just be for show. Zhang Linyu looked at him with a smile. You reached the Supeak realm before even reaching adulthood. Once these words were spoken, everyone present was shocked. The woman gasped. Super Peak. Is that for real? Zhang Linyu nodded thoughtfully. Although it's only the entry stage of Super Peak, this is still a very rare genius. As a youth not yet 20, to reach the Super Peak realm. For everyone here, that is a very rare thing. Even Hu Zongxian, the Axe King's talent, only reached this realm at age 30. But the most shocked was Gu Kan. She knew Mu Jingyan's background best. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. Her beliefs seemed to be collapsing. Super Peak realm. What is Zhang Linyu talking about? You know that guy a month ago was just an ordinary person who couldn't fight. Looking at the three in the arena, Gu Kan had a terrifying thought. A monster has infiltrated the society, and no one has discovered it. Wei Mangxian lowered his head. Qingling looks at him with curiosity. Turns out he is a hidden expert. She never expected he could hear heartbeats. Zhang Linyu walks up with anticipation. Then I'll cut to the chase. I lay you a lot. Swear allegiance to me. Hearing Zhang Linyu's words, Qingling turns to look at him. There's nothing else for it. It seems he has to accept the offer. Gu Kan is still in deep shock. He finally understands Mu Jingyan's previous actions. After all, drawing more attention now would only be more dangerous. If they discovered Mu Jingyan's extraordinary strength, they'd become wary. Who would have thought Mu Jingyan would cup his fists? Second young master, please forgive me. As soon as he spoke, the whole place fell so quiet you could hear heartbeats. King Ling beside Mo Seng clicks a tongue in amazement. He never listens to me. Sure enough, hearing the refusal, Zhang Lingyu's expression changes. As he takes a step forward, his terrifying power instantly shatters the ground. Then he stares at Mu Jingyan. Did you just take my words as blowing in the wind? Energy centered around Zhang Lingyu stirs up howling gusts. Gukan, the former assassin, is nearly scared to death. Hysterical screams roar in his heart. Is he crazy? Wei Mangxian frowns. His heart is filled with confusion. What is this guy thinking? Yet facing the oppressive aura, Mu Jingyan's expression remains calm. To win the dark sect, doing nothing is right. Hearing this, a flash of light crosses the minds of Zhang Lingyu and Wei Mangxian. Then Zhang Lingyu opens his folding fen with interest. Let's hear it then. Mu Jingyan places a hand on his chest. Although I could swear loyalty to you right now. Coming from a righteous background and joining power struggles so fast, would the leader trust me? Zhang Lingyu wears a look that says you're quite cunning. Of course not. He'd suspect a spy. Mu Jingyan nods gently. That is why I hope you wait. Zhang Lingyu gazes straight at Mu Jingyan. If I wait, what's in it for me? Mu Jingyan ponders slightly. I can make a deal with you. Zhang Lingyu's mouth curls up. What deal? Mu Jingyan cups his fists again. I heard you are the most likely candidate to inherit the leadership. If you are willing to wait until I gain the dark sect, leaders trust. Once I control the dark sect, I will hand it over to you. These words strike right at Zhang Lingyu's heart. He laughs out loud and pats Mu Jingyan's shoulder. What you say makes sense. If I took you in now, the dark sect leader would definitely be suspicious. If I want you to serve me, I should indeed wait. Then Zhang Lingyu turns to leave. Well, though it's regrettable, we'll let it go for today. I look forward to you joining. I hope when we meet again, you've won the leader's trust. Leaving these words behind, Zhang Lingyu calls his subordinates and leaves. Zhu Ba, come here. Let's go back and have a good drink. The thick-lipped woman didn't expect second young master Zhang Lingyu to just leave like that. This is different from usual. Meanwhile, Wei Mangxian stands, watching Mu Jingyan's retreating figure. This guy not only has unfathomable martial arts cultivation and is extremely cunning, he knows what the master wants most right now and makes great use of it. Using nothing but his silver tongue, he resolved this crisis. And just then, I felt it. He was hiding something terrifying. Thinking of this, Wei Mangxian shivers all over. He feels that Zhang Lingyu's decision to let Mu Jingyan go might not be wise. Mu Jingyan is also glancing at Wei Mangxian out of the corner of his eye. Then he calls out, King Ling, waiting for her response. In the distance, Wei Mangxian finally makes a decision. That guy named Mu Jingyan must be eliminated. At the same time, a cold gleam flashes in Mu Jingyan's eyes. King Ling, that blind man must be eliminated. The two reach a consensus at this moment. Both consider the other an obstacle. Making them disappear is the best choice. The sun sets behind the western hills, casting residual rays. Buildings of the Heavenly Earth Society headquarters rise one after another. Two people and a ghost walk along a stone-paved path. King Ling, holding the puppet, floats, thinking about it. What about that guy? Mu Jingyan looks puzzled. Which guy? Gukan's figure pops into King Ling's mind. The guy who possessed that girl's body. Hearing this, Mu Jingyan understands. You mean Gukan? I used voice transmission to tell him to spy on second young Master Zhang Lingyu's group. Hearing this, King Ling nods gently. That's a good idea. She seems less repelled by being a girl now. Mu Jingyan tilts his head. Is that so? Mu Jingyan remembers Gukan looking gloomy, never meeting his gaze. However, since he promised him to change his body back soon, he believes Gukan will do the mission. King Ling glances at Mu Jingyan. Anyway, I was quite worried at first. I didn't expect you to handle it quietly. How rare. Mu Jingyan chuckles softly. After all, people are watching me. King Ling glances sideways at Shizhong. You mean the guard sent by the eunuch? Who would have thought? Mu Jingyan shakes his head. I don't mean him. Hearing this, King Ling looks startled. Mu Jingyan glances somewhere above. Then a smile curls up the corner of his mouth. Finally, he walks away with Shizhong. Behind at a courtyard wall more than 10 yards away. Two people are hiding there. One is a bearded, short-statured man. The other is Wei Zhaoyan, who appeared earlier in the Bleeding Valley treasury. Her pretty eyebrows are tightly knitted, wearing an expression of not knowing what to do. The short man asks a question. Miss, didn't you want to find him? Why let him leave just like that? Wei Zhaoyan lets out a sigh, at a loss for how to reply. Just because she recently heard Mu Jingyan is a righteous man and won the Bleeding Valley trial. This puts Wei Zhaoyan in a subtle mood. Why on earth must the talent she fancies come from a righteous background? Pondering this throughout the entire Central Plains martial arts world, whether righteous or demonic, martial families surnamed Mu are only the Burning Wood Sword manner. Mu Jingyan was someone Wei Zhaoyan was willing to entrust her token to just to recruit. His true identity is unexpected. Because of this, upon learning the news, Wei Zhaoyan feels quite regretful. She only gave him the token because she fancied Mu Jingyan, but hearing he's a righteous hostage, She worries it might be used against her. Yet how can something already given be taken back? Besides, he's the dark sect leader's disciple, and even Zhang Lingyu wants him. Wei Xiaoyan is reluctant to hand him over, yet she doesn't know what to do. Her thoughts are in complete chaos. The short man interrupts her thoughts. Other matters aside, was what he said earlier true? Wei Xiaoyan turns. What do you mean? The short man strokes his chin. I mean young Master Zhang Lingyu saying, that righteous kid reached the super supreme realm. Hearing this, Wei Xiaoyan narrows her eyes. This is very strange. Mu Jingyan was only supreme realm recently, and judging from their fight that day, he didn't seem to be hiding strength. But second senior brother Zhang Lingyu wouldn't lie to everyone. Suspicious. Wei Xiaoyan decides to confirm it, although she doesn't know if Mu Jingyan hid his strength before. If he really is in the super supreme realm, then regardless of whether he's from a righteous background, I must recruit him. Nothing is more convincing than seeing it myself. However, just as she is about to move, her body suddenly pauses because she runs into a new problem. How am I supposed to confirm it? Dusk falls and night descends. When arriving at the quarters in the dark sect with Shizhong, Mu Jingyan and King Ling are all stunned by the sight before them. The dark sect disciple treatment is lavish. Mu Jingyan is allowed to use an entire courtyard with a garden, all to himself. Several guards and servants are stationed there. Yet looking at these people, King Ling gives Mu Jingyan a look. Mu Jingyan clicks his tongue inwardly. There are people watching me everywhere. Even though guards were assigned, it's just to watch me. Even the servants are martial artists. The dark sect leader doesn't trust me. King Ling looks these people over, though they only have second or third rate cultivation. If you want to move around freely, won't be easy either. A cold flash crosses Mu Jingyan's eye. In that case, I'll make them stop watching me. King Ling freezes. What do you mean? Mu Jingyan pushes the door and walks in. Didn't I promise the second young master to take over the dark sect? Of course I have to keep that agreement. King Ling realizes he has a new plan. She is always very interested in this ruthless fellow's schemes. Time for a favorite villainous moment. Seeing Mu Jingyan walk into the room, Shizong bids farewell. My mission is complete, so I will take my leave. Mu Jingyan suddenly calls out to it. Wait, your name is Shizong, right? I'd like to ask you something quietly. Can we talk alone? Shizong can't hide his surprise. He turns back to look at Mu Jingyan. What is this guy trying to do? Shizong glances at the guards nearby. There are other people around, so he shouldn't dare pull anything. Having made up his mind, Shizong follows Mu Jingyan into the house. Closing the door, he asks directly, what do you want to ask? Mu Jingyan sits calmly on the couch. You'll report my affairs to the leader, right? This startling question freezes Shizong's expression. Mu Jingyan stares right at him. I advise you not to do that. You can monitor me, but only report to master. Here is what I allow you to report. He didn't expect Mu Jingyan to spell it out so bluntly. His heart is filled with confusion. Since he knows he's being watched, shouldn't he be cautious and prudent? Harboring this question, Shizong cups his fists at Mu Jingyan. I'll just pretend I never heard what you just said. Mu Jingyan's gaze hardened. You'll regret this. Shizong grits his teeth. Simply arrogant. He dares to threaten someone monitoring him. Shizong seems unable to hold back. You subdued 3 quasi-disciples, so acting arrogant is something I understand. Of course, there's another thing he didn't say out loud. The sect leader can kick you out of the dark sect with a single word. Therefore, I follow the leader's orders. Thinking this, Shizong turns to leave. I don't think there's any need to keep listening to the rest. This subordinate takes his leave, just as Shizong is about to report this matter to the dark sect leader as well. Mu Jingyan suddenly extends his palm toward the pillar, executing a pulling technique, unleashing a huge suction force. He pulls the man backward. Right after, with a thud, Mu Jingyan grabs Shizong by the neck and pins him to the ground. Shizong turns his head, wanting to demand why Mu Jingyan is doing this, but Mu Jingyan draws the evil marsh sword with a clang. Yet just when Shizong thinks this madman is going to kill him, Mu Jingyan places the sword in his hands. Almost in an instant, Shizong's consciousness falls into a haze. When he regains clarity, he has no idea how much time has. Awakening, Shizong leans against the door. Mu Jingyan smiles as he sheathes his sword. I see. You want to marry your guard lover and build a manor outside to spend your lives together. Ah, turns out your desires are simple. Shizong's eyes widen in sarcasm. How do you know that? Mu Jingyan shakes the evil marsh sword in his hand. The evil marsh sword has the interesting function of making people blurt out their inner desires. However, if your lover dies, that simple wish of yours won't come true anymore. Right. Hearing these words, Shizong feels a tightness in his chest. Having worked as a spy for a long time, he forces himself to stay calm. I must hold it in. I must pretend to submit for now. Then I'll report to the sect master. I must never take him as a disciple. Yet, in the next second, something popped with a soft sound. A hole was poked in the window pane. It was a butterfly-shaped ornament. Shizong's eyes trembled with madness. It was a gift he gave his lover. Under Shizong's nervous gaze, Mu Jingyan shifted his feet, picked up the butterfly ornament, and flicked off a corner. A demon's whisper echoed. If you aren't sensible, the next thing I send won't be jewelry, but that woman's head. Hearing this, Shizong felt a chill down his spine, wishing he could spit everything out. Mu Jingyun patted his back gently, then helped him stand up. Don't report my fight to the master. Just say I met the vice master's disciple, and left after rejecting his proposal. Shizong's legs went weak as he stumbled. Mu Jingyun winked at him meaningfully. Just say that. Understand? Shizong nodded in a daze. Mu Jingyun's tone turned cold. Why the long face? About to cry. Is someone going to eat you? Looking at the broken butterfly ornament in Mu Jingyun's palm, Shizong had one thought. This guy is a demon. After a friendly negotiation, Shizong, now deeply subdued, walked out of the room. The guards outside stepped forward. Are you all right? You look pale. Shizong didn't care. Just asked one thing. Did the young master go out? The guard shook his head. No. Haven't you been talking inside? As soon as he said this, Shizong looked at the ornament remains. Then who brought this jewelry? Unbeknownst to him, out of his sight, the demon monk's eyes were staring. Everything stems from this. The next moment, Shizong walked away with heavy steps, leaving the two red-clad guards standing there in confusion. Just then, Mu Jingyun spoke from inside. Thank you for your hard work, since we'll be living here together. Why not have some hot tea? The two guards exchanged glances, then gladly agreed. The door was closed once again. No one knew what happened inside. At nightfall, the crescent moon hung high over a 6 or 7-seater building. The lit candles flickered gently. The dark sect master read the report. The second disciple met Jingyun and left after only a few words. Shizong nodded. That is correct. The master snorted upon hearing this. It seems Zhang Lingyu wants to use the boy to bribe the dark sect. I have rejected him several times, but he actually left directly. How surprising. The master looked up at Shizong. Did he leave without any conflict? Shizong's face was covered in sweat. He finally said dead. In his heart, Shizong wanted to deny it and tell the master and warn him about the boy. He is a devious person hiding his true strength. But Shizong felt something watching, making him unable to speak. He could only follow orders. Nothing happened. Little did he know, Shizong's feeling was right. The demon monk was following him, and in those blood-red eyes was loyalty to Mu Jingyun. If Shizong tried to leak info, the demon monk would stop him. Hearing the answer, the master pondered slightly, then covered his mouth and laughed. That's great. It would be troublesome if things went wrong. You may go. Shizong bowed and left. He walked away gently, not forgetting to close the door behind him. Watching Shizong leave, the master narrowed his eyes. A voice came from the room. Master, Shizong is hiding something. The dark sect master nodded. I agree. Shizong's face was anxious. The report felt incomplete. Something was missing, considering the disciple's personality. The master didn't believe Zhang Lingyu would leave easily. Perhaps he did something to Shizong. The next moment, the master placed his hand on the desk. Send someone to follow Shizong and everyone else in the villa. Report every single one of their moves to me. A voice from the ceiling replied, understood. Then the presence vanished. The master calmed his mood, then reached out to open a drawer. Inside lay a scroll. The master opened it with a swish. The scroll's characters were unique. It could hardly be considered a code, yet the dark sect master was drawn to it. Behind his expression, his thoughts were unknown. In a blink, 7 days passed. During these 7 days, the dark sect master was troubled. First was Mu Jingyun's talent. The dark sect master initially just let him demonstrate the ghost shadow palm technique. His movements were perfect, as if practiced for years. Every move was precise and flawless. This made the dark sect master suspect if Mu Jingyun had secretly learned the technique overnight. However, the attendant's answer left the master stunned. Young Master Mu just read in his room, facing the fact that Mu Jingyun mastered techniques in a day. The master couldn't help but marvel. Is he truly a genius? It's simply unbelievable. To verify this, he let him try other manuals. Who knew the result would be the same? Although the dark sect master already knew, Mu Jingyun had innate talent. It exceeded his expectations. He needed no guidance. Mu Jingyun's talent moved beyond astonishment to the point of fear. The master began answering his questions. However, a problem arose. I heard the mask on your face is a human skin mask. How is that made? Mu Jingyun asked nothing of cultivation, but showed great interest in the dark sect's secret arts. The dark sect master frowned. Is he only interested in non-martial things? This was the second trouble, because to teach dark sect's secret arts, there must be trust. Since he didn't trust him yet, he withheld the ghost blade's final secret. The third form and mask making. 3 days ago, the master investigated the burning wood manor. He thought if Mu had such talent, the manor should have cultivated him. but his reputation in the family was very poor, completely different from the image he now presented. His martial talent was mediocre, only at a third-rate level. Instead, Mu Yuten, the one captured as a hostage, he was rumored to be the gifted one. The report was quite surprising. It was unexpected. The only conclusion that could be drawn was that Mu was dissatisfied with his status. But that wasn't enough. More information was needed. The master ordered his warriors. It's hard to confirm betrayal with this. Find more secrets. Though his talent was attractive, trust was key to taking a disciple and teaching all the secret arts. But the more he investigated, the more doubts filled his mind, aside from the status discrepancy. He faced a third trouble, the biggest of all. The master sent people to monitor him, but strangely, there was no news at all. Mu Jingyun's routine was liar program, cultivation, meals, meditation, and reading, nothing more. He hadn't deviated for 7 days. This raised the master's suspicion to the peak. It was fixed to the point of being suspicious. Did Mu threaten the observers, even after changing them? The result was the same. If the results were the same, after changing observers, the report might be true. But this created a sense of dissonance. This led the master to an answer. He rubbed his aching forehead. The observers were discovered. Up to now, the master sent 18 observers. They couldn't all have been persuaded or threatened. Moreover, that boy isn't just good at martial arts. He must have sensed the watch. The master thought to himself, Mu Jingyun acted this way to put me at ease. This only increased my wariness. Changing observers is meaningless. There's no other way. The master summoned the man named Bai. His guard and confidant. Bai's martial arts were at the peak, a top-tier assassin. From one of the 4 major assassin sects, as the master's subordinate, he had reached the level of stealth. Hearing the summons, Bai paused and slowly appeared. Master, did you call me? The master's eyes narrowed. Bai, replace attendants with ordinary people, except for the 2 guards. Remove everyone else, so ready to trouble you personally. This was the master's move. Reduce observers to lower his guard, while letting Bai monitor him in secret. Kneeling, Bai replied, understood. Then his figure vanished. After Bai left, the master picked up his tea. If a top-tier assassin Lai Bai decides to hide, even a master of the highest level cannot sense him. Mu Jingyun will reveal his colors. If the target knows they are watched, they will hide their intentions. Once he drops his guard, she will definitely reveal her true colors after a moment. Bai Yiwen set up a hidden aura and arrived at Mu Jingyun's villa. She carefully peered through the roof tiles. Peeking at Mu Jingyun inside the room, he was grabbing a man's head, muttering some kind of strange incantation. Fire, stealing medicine, and Wujin tend together, as if one pill in a fairyland is worth 100,000 jade. Watching all this with a solemn expression, she waited for a moment. Then she jumped down from the ceiling. She then quietly pulled something out from her bosom. She jumped behind the unsuspecting Mu Jingyun. However, just when everyone thought Bai would launch a sneak attack, he handed Mu Jingyun an old scroll instead. King Ling appeared holding a smoking pipe at this moment. Mu Jingyun chuckled. The demon monk arrived very quickly, didn't he? That's right. At this time, Bai had already been possessed by the demon monk. His eyes were full of loyalty to Mu Jingyun. King Lin took a puff from his pipe, then he exhaled a cloud of smoke. 3 days ago, the masses sent me and the bald man to investigate the combat. Power of the dark sect. That was when we discovered this man named B as a subordinate of the dark sect leader. Although he is good at hiding his tracks, it is of no use against vengeful spirits. That is how we subdued this man. Low-key bribery and threats to the people around, and the result is the masses. In the 7 days since entering the dark sect, he has already mastered most of the dark sect. No matter how much the dark sect leader thinks, he would never imagine. His most trusted subordinate, the special grade assassin named B, is now prostrating himself before the person being monitored. Even the old scroll he flips through every day has now fallen into the hands of Mu Jingyun. The night at the manor where the dark sect is located is quiet. Little did they know that there were undercurrents behind this calm. As more and more dark sect members are controlled by Mu Jingyun, the dark sect master being sidelined is an inevitable outcome. A complete transformation is about to unfold. A half-moon hangs in the sky, with scattered clouds and twinkling stars. The dark sect's headquarters is brightly lit under the cover of night. Mu Jingyun lets out a soft chuckle in the courtyard. So, how does the demon monk's new body feel? Gave a thumbs up. Indicated he was satisfied. Mu Jingyun shook the old scroll. Is this what the leader reads daily? Seeing Mo Seng nod, Mu Jingyun grew even more curious about its contents. What is written inside, regardless of what's written above. He could memorize it all with just a single glance. Mo Seng then glanced over at the man whose head Mu Jingyun was grabbing. The man was covered in blood and trembling all over. Noticing the question in the other's eyes, Mu answered, "You mean him?" You can probably tell he's not a dark sect warrior. If I had to say, King Ling offered a guess, sent by that blind swordsman. Mo Seng was speechless. Probably sent by that blind swordsman we saw earlier, the confidant of the second disciple. Why Mangxian flashed through Mu Jinyan's mind. The confidant of Zhang Lingyu, the second disciple. They must be planning something. With that, Mu Jingyan shook the man's head around for a bit. They must be planning something lately, which is why they sent someone like this. Do you know what this guy said at first? He said he was from the Justice League. A puzzled Mo Seng scratched the back of his head. Since the alliance is righteous, you don't get it. Use your brain, bold guy. Since the alliance belongs to the righteous path. Mu Jingyan's gaze narrowed. Use your brain, bold guy. Mo Seng felt a bit embarrassed by King Ling's scolding. Mu Jingyan's gaze narrowed. It only took some simple interrogation, and he readily confessed that the mastermind was Wei Mangxian. He betrayed him without any hesitation. I must say, this interrogation is truly cruel. The man's fingers were all broken. Needles were stuck under his nails. Mu Jingyan planned to use needles, then pull out every single nail. Who knew the man would only last until the sixth nail was pulled, with his internal energy sealed. He couldn't bear the torture. This made Mu Jingyan, the executioner, feel quite disappointed. He hadn't had enough fun. Mu Jingyan touched his chin. Thinking about it, it is strange. Why Mangxian should have known. A guy like this couldn't kill me. Why send him to assassinate me? And this is the Dark Sect, which handles intelligence. It is one of the most heavily guarded places in the inner city. How did this guy break in without being discovered? This series of clues made Mu Jingyan's expression freeze. Then, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He said, "Oops, we've been tricked." King Ling frowned slightly upon hearing this. However, the sky-high flames and footsteps outside soon interrupted his thoughts. Mu Jingyan sat very calmly. This guy didn't sneak in. Remember what he said at first. King Ling thought for a moment. He is from the Justice Alliance. The words Justice Alliance were not spoken out loud. King Ling now understood the meaning behind Mu Jingyan's words. At this moment, figures were moving outside the courtyard. A large number of red-clothed warriors surrounded the place. Mu Jingyan smiled faintly. Why Mangxian wants to make it look like I'm meeting a spy. The next moment, a fierce-faced man appeared in front of Mu Jingyan's courtyard door. The Dark Sect's chief steward. He asked loudly toward inside. "Young master, are you alright? I heard there was an intruder. Please cooperate." Sure enough, Wei Mangxian stood on high ground, overlooking the Dark Sect. Mu Jingyan sneered. The man's gun wasn't to kill me. He wanted to frame me from start, planning to frame me as a Justice Alliance spy. Unlike the silence of the vast Heavenly Earth Society headquarters, the place where the Dark Sect is located was bright as day. Wei Mangxian, standing higher, leaned on his bamboo staff. How is the situation now? The masked man looked ahead, just as you expected. The Dark Sect warriors broke into that guy's courtyard. Hearing this, Wei Mangxian chuckled. Everything is proceeding as planned. He imagined Mu Jingyan's helplessness. But that guy is too cunning. Presumably by now, he might have already realized his true intention. Just a day ago, the man who broke into Mu Jingyan's courtyard was talking to Wei Mangxian. He was surprised. What? You want me to say I'm from the Justice Alliance at first, and then say I was sent by the leader after being interrogated? Wei Mangxian nodded. That's right. He will definitely interrogate you. Everything is to delay time. A trap within a trap. A spy within a spy. The best plan to confuse him is one custom made. Just now, after hearing the instructions, the man who broke into Mu Jingyan's courtyard was slightly stunned. Doesn't have to be the leader. I could also disguise myself as being sent by someone else. Right. Wei Mangxian shook his head. No. The other party is very shrewd. He will definitely be able to tell you are lying. If you say I sent you, he won't kill you immediately. The man was suspicious. Will it work? Wei Mangxian nodded. Trust me. Just delay the time. The man pondered slightly. I see. After delaying time, the Dark Sect will be dispatched. After all, the Dark Sect is a place that handles confidential matters. Therefore, its internal and external security is quite strict. If someone tries to invade from the outside, they will notice immediately. Wei Mangxian hesitated to speak. The man said the words he hadn't uttered for him. If the Dark Sect's alert warriors are dispatched in large numbers, by then, I will die as a spy for the Justice Alliance. Returning to reality from the memory, two figures were one after another in the night. Wei Mangxian threw his hat away. Interrogation and balance. Mu Jingyan will become a spy. Just in case. I put in Jiheng's arms, a badge belonging to the Justice Alliance. I also bribed the chief steward of the Dark Sect. This is within 7 days. The plan Wei Mangxian came up with after dozens of simulations. No matter how shrewd he is, he cannot escape successfully, and the checks and balances will soon publicly point out Mu Jingyan is a spy for the Justice Alliance. In this way, that guy will collapse or be interrogated to death. Thinking of that scene, a cold smile appeared on Wei Mangxian's mouth. I feel sorry for the master, but that guy Mu Jingyan is not someone worth trusting. If you keep him, he will only become a tumor, no benefit. It's better he dies. It's better for him to die. After confirming that the Dark Sect warriors were rushing to Mu Jingyan's courtyard, Wei Mangxian returned home. He sat on the bed with a relaxed mood. I believe in my intuition, especially the sound. There is nothing more accurate than a heartbeat. His heartbeat was very strange. It didn't change at all. No matter what happened, such existence defies common sense. Wei Mangxian had suggested several times to Zhang Lingyu to eliminate Mu Jingyan, but he ignored me. In desperation, I had to deal with him myself. Once the trouble is removed, Mangxian felt comfortable. His mood lightened up. Who knew that as soon as he took off his shoes to rest, his face suddenly changed. The vegetation outside was swaying in the wind for some reason. A rustling sound came. Sensing something was wrong, walked barefoot on the floor. His heart was full of unease. What's going on? Too quiet, so quiet, it feels strange. Little did he know that the guards at this moment were lying on the ground. Clearly, someone had invaded here. The next second, Mangxian reached out and picked up his bamboo staff. Then he opened the door, whispering in his heart at the same time, there should be warriors standing guard around the residence, but I can't feel them at all. Could they all be asleep? Beads of sweat the size of beans appeared on Mangxian's face, full of tension. He drew his sword. He pulled out the long sword hidden in the bamboo staff. He was sure guards were unconscious. Who knew that just then, a figure walked from shadows. Mangxian, hearing the footsteps, frowned tightly. I've only heard it once, but I can tell. But how could it be him? Mujingyun, this guy should be locked in the dark sect's prison, being interrogated. Right. Mangxian, unable to accept this reality, shouted at Mujingyun, how did you get in? However, Mujingyun, with blood on his face, had no expression. He threw what was in his hand. It was a human head. Mangxian subconsciously caught the thing that flew over through the touch of his fingertips. He had identified that this was Zhiheng's head. Who knew that while Mangxian was stunned, Mujingyun took the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. In an instant, an aura arrived in front of Mangxian at an amazing speed. Mangxian, sensing danger, blocked with his sword, but Mujingyun's sharp sword energy still caused him great pain. At the same time, metal clashed from the swords, violently shook his eardrums. He had no choice but to throw away Zhiheng's head, otherwise, he couldn't deal with Mujingyun's attack. And Mujingyun, who launched the sneak attack, had a cold glint in his eyes. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Everything you did to me, I will return it all. Mangxian, who was at a disadvantage, gritted his teeth. His heart was full of doubts. In Mujingyun's courtyard, what on earth happened? People sometimes get a feeling. Everything looks harmonious, but the heart is like a lake, rippled for no reason. It's that strange feeling different from usual. Sword energy was overflowing in the dim corridor. The floor and walls were scratched with a loud noise. Two figures engaging in combat, looking like they both wanted to kill each other. Metal clashed from the swords, violently shook his eardrums. They exchanged moves like lightning. Finally, they distanced. His mind was in chaos. What on earth is going on? My plan was clearly perfect. Mujingyun should have been seen as a spy by the chief steward. As a Justice Alliance spy, there shouldn't be variables. Why did he escape the trap and threw the head over? Situation exceeded expectations, making him a bit panicked. He urgently wanted to know, in Mujingyun's courtyard, what on earth happened. An hour ago, Dark Sect Chief Steward Cao Yangsun led the guard team, surrounded the courtyard where Mujingyun was. Firelight made it like daylight. Young master, are you alright? I heard there was an intruder. Please come out and cooperate. Although Cao Yangsun's tone sounded very respectful, but his face was full of schemes. I was half believing at first. Now there really is an intruder. A while ago, Mangxian sent someone to inform me, saying Mujingyun is a spy for the Justice Alliance, and someone from the Alliance would contact him soon. Cao Yangsun thought, even without the tip-off, just the fact that Mujingyun was watching the hostages was suspicious. I didn't expect an intruder to really go to the courtyard. Cao Yangsun, who already disliked Mujingyun, had made up his mind. He wanted to confirm Mujingyun's identity as a spy and take the opportunity to get rid of this kid. The next moment, Cao Yangsun gave an order to the warriors beside him. If he doesn't come out, drag him out by force. The warriors said, "Dit." Mujingyun walked out carrying the blood-stained Zhiheng. He said, "Oh, so the chief steward arrived. The intruder came in, but wasn't stopped at all. I thought you didn't know." Cao Yangsun's eyes flickered. How could we have just found out? The intruder was just to understand his purpose, so we let him be for a while. Mujingyun threw Zhiheng on the ground upon hearing this. So that's how it is. Caused an unnecessary misunderstanding. I'll believe you for now. Looking at his arrogant look, Cao Yangsun frowned tightly. Then he changed the subject. I thought the intruder was after confidential documents, but I didn't expect him to go straight to your courtyard. Mujingyun nodded calmly. As you can see, that is true. Cao Yangsun looked burning, so I'm very curious. Why would this intruder go directly to your courtyard? Mujingyun pointed at Zhiheng, who was being helped up by the warriors. Wake him up. We'll know after interrogation. I was interrogating him too, but he wouldn't open his mouth. His understated attitude made Cao Yangsun a bit confused. Generally speaking, if an intruder is caught and it's not about oneself, shouldn't one call someone else to interrogate? But he interrogated him himself. Doesn't the other party know this will add to the suspicion? Doesn't the other party know this will only add fuel to the fire? Then Cao Yangsun chuckled and said, "Interrogation? Huh, then things will be difficult to handle." Mujingyun was slightly stunned. Difficult to handle? Is there any problem? Cao Yangsun's eyes turned gloomy. It's a pity. This could be an act you perform just to avoid suspicion. Having said that, Cao Yangsun reached out and grabbed Mujingyun's shoulder. For example, this person is a spy. He is here to make contact with you. you. At this moment, Zhao Yangtze sneered in his heart. Now all the circumstances point to you. You will soon be interrogated to death. Unexpectedly, the corners of Mu Jinyan's mouth suddenly curled into a smile. This made Zhao Yangtze's expression stiffen. Was he just smiling? The voice of the sect master suddenly rang out at this moment. To think that a guest would visit so late at night. Seeing the dark sect master appear on the scene, everyone bowed respectfully. The dark sect master stepped forward and came before Zhao Yangtze. What brings you here? Zhao Yangtze didn't know how to respond. The captive held by guards suddenly woke up at this very moment. He tried to struggle free, but was slammed heavily to the ground by two red-robed guards. Zhao Yangtze wore a look of sheer astonishment at the sight. Why would this brat go crazy? Who would have thought? In the next second, Zhiheng looked at Zhao Yangtze. Chief Steward. I am so sorry. I've already confessed everything to that righteous hostage. As soon as those words were said, the crowd erupted in a tumult. Almost everyone locked their eyes right onto Zhao Yangtze. His expression froze instantly. Zhiheng's words continued. Lord Steward, please, spare my family. Little did they know, from an angle hidden from everyone, as Qingling's lips moved, Zhiheng tearfully pleaded with Zhao. Please show mercy. It doesn't matter if I die. Originally an inspector, he was now a target of suspicion. Faced with the plea, a panicked Zhao snapped harshly. Scoundrel, when did you see me? How dare you utter such lies? Are you tired of living? Then, Zhao Yangtze anxiously explained to the dark sect master. Master, this is framed. Your subordinate doesn't even know this brat. Possessed. Zhiheng's eyes split with rage. Lord Steward, why pretend not to know? Why abandon your own man? With a sharp clang, Zhao Yangtze drew the long sword at his waist. Brat, will you shut your mouth already? Seeing that Zhao Yangtze was about to commit murder, someone stepped in to stop him. Chief Steward, calm down. Shocked and enraged, Zhao Yangtze looked ahead. The one blocking him was the sect master's personal guard. Bai, what do you think you're doing? Possessed. Bai's tone was casual. Why get so worked up? If you really didn't collude with the intruder, stay calm. Hearing collusion, Zhao could no longer contain his fury, while also feeling it was utterly absurd. Collusion? Are you saying I colluded? That intruder was framing him. Instead of helping, the guard pulled a stunt lie. What nonsense is this? A noisy murmur instantly broke out among the surrounding guards. Collusion. Is this true? Young Master Mu is good. Everything was orchestrated by the Chief Steward. So the Chief Steward captured the intruder's family to force him to frame Mu. Hearing these whispers, Zhao felt he was losing his mind. He felt more wronged than Dui. This was a blatant frame-up. Yet just as Zhao Yangtze was shaking with anger, Zhiheng, possessed by Qingling, further fanned the flames among the crowd. Seeing him turn to look at the dark sect master. Master, I only acted on the Chief Steward's orders. Zhao Yangtze raised the long sword in his hand, desperate to instantly kill this wretch who had framed him. Bai blocked Zhao's path again. Master, should we subdue him? Hearing this, Zhao Yangtze shouted in self-defense. God, Bai, how could you treat me like this? It wasn't me. I didn't do it. The atmosphere in the arena turned murderous at that moment. The red-robed guards already had their hands on the cold blades at their waists. Zhao Yangtze was still crying out his innocence. Zhiheng, possessed by Qingling, cast a chilling gaze. Just then, unexpectedly, accompanied by the sound of something being severed, a heavy object fell to the ground. It was the head of the intruder. The surroundings fell into dead silence in an instant. Everyone showed an expression of shock, and the one who had lopped off the intruder's head was none other than the dark sect master. Then, the dark sect master looked expressionlessly at the crowd. The intruder who attempted to cause internal chaos in our sect is dead. From now on, everyone is forbidden to speak of this matter. Under the Dark Sect Master's overwhelming coercion, the crowd had no choice but to obey the command. The matter ended there. The Dark Sect Master, who had swiftly quelled the chaos, wore a heavy gaze, though he had used his authority to forcibly suppress the situation. Everything before him filled him with deep unease. The intruder's framing, the agitation among certain guards, and even Guard Bai, who always only took orders from him, had suddenly stepped forward to protect the intruder, and pressuring the steward. Everything felt so utterly unnatural and wrong. Thinking this, the Dark Sect Master narrowed his eyes and turned his head. In his line of sight, under the flickering shadows of the torchlight, Mu Jingyan came into view, a smile spreading almost to his ears. At that instant, the Dark Sect Master, locking eyes with Mu Jingyan, and swallowed hard, because the source of this indescribable sense of wrongness was none other than Mu Jingyan himself. Let us pull the timeline back to the present. Watching Mu Jingyan charge straight at him, Wai was filled with doubt. This brat just radiates this strange, unsettling vibe. In the blink of an eye, the two clashed again for several rounds. Having the upper hand, Mu Jingyan kicked Wai Mangxian flying with a single blow. Thud, thud, thud sounds echoed continuously. Flying backward, Wai Mangxian smashed through several doors, and ultimately left several deep trails in the ground with his fingers, before finally steadying his footing with his sword. And Mu Jingyan didn't give his enemy a single chance to catch his breath. He pressed forward step by step toward Wai Mangxian. Time to return this to you. The scene at this moment reverted to how it started. Only this time, Wai Mangxian was kneeling on one knee, while Mu Jingyan still advanced with his sword drawn. Whatever you gave me, I'll return it all to you. Wai gritted his teeth. Right, that unsettling feeling. In the past, I would also welcome new talent into our ranks, but this guy is different. Something feels off. It's this eerie feeling that makes me want to get rid of him right now. Then Wai Mangxian gripped his bamboo sword tighter. Since the original plan wasn't working, killing him with his own hands was the only option left. Otherwise, things would spiral out of his control. The next moment, Wai Mangxian spoke coldly. I don't know how you shook off the suspicion, but coming here is the biggest mistake you've ever made. Taking a drag from her pipe, Qingling offered a reminder. Little one, be careful. Mu Jingyan muttered softly. The biggest mistake. Before Mu Jingyan's voice even faded, Wei Mangxian's sword had already sliced through the air. At the critical moment, Mu Jingyan quickly stepped back half a pace. The blade missed his throat, leaving a scratch on his cheek. Seeing this, Kingling gazed at Wei Mangxian. That blind man is stronger. Mu didn't reply. Crimson blood welled up from the wound on his cheek. Wei Mangxian stood tall with his sword, the blade still stained with Mu Jingyan's blood. I have to admit, you are indeed very strong, cunning, and full of tricks. But you shouldn't be here. You will die by my hand. Mu Jingyan calmly wiped the blood off his face. The moment he looked up, his eyes burned with fighting spirit. A curve formed on his lips. This is getting really interesting. A dark and windy night fit for murder. The moment of the heavenly demon's revenge has arrived. Watching Mu Jingyan wield the evil resentment sword, Wei Mangxian stood up from the ground and assumed a defensive stance. Mu Jingyan, I admit that you are indeed very strong to reach the same early super peak stage as me, at an age not yet crowned. Your martial arts talent is truly undeniable. Saying this, Wei Mangxian's gaze hardened, while the longsword in his hand flashed with a cold light. But you bastard, you are definitely going to die today. The next instant, with a sharp swoosh, Wei Mangxian closed in on Mu Jingyan with intricate, devious moves. Faced with the increasingly fierce swordsman, Mu's pupils darted. Ever since gaining his fortune in the blood-drinking valley, this was his first duel against a truly top-tier master. Wei Mangxian's swordplay truly exceeded imagination. It wasn't something he could easily dodge anymore. Seeing this, Mu Jingyan relied on parrying and defending to counter Wei Mangxian's ferocious onslaught. Their swords clashed over a dozen times in a flash. Sparks flew in the darkness. With every collision of the blades, Mu Jingyan's figure was pushed back slightly. This clearly meant he was at a disadvantage in inner ki. Wei Mangxian knew Mu Jingyan's shortcomings all too well. Although he had reached the super peak realm thanks to his innate martial talent, he ultimately couldn't bypass two major flaws, and one of them was inner ki. Speaking of inner ki cultivation, there is the concept of years, because as time passes, the accumulated volume of inner keeps growing. No matter how outstanding Mu Jingyan's martial talent was, or what profound realm he had reached, he still couldn't compare to Wei Mangxian, who had decades of accumulated inner ki. Then, amidst an evenly matched exchange, Wei Mangxian's sword suddenly deviated from its trajectory and thrust toward Mu Jingyan's thigh at an unexpected angle. Thus, Mu Jingyan was forced to alter his sword path to block the blow. Who would have thought that at this very moment, Wei Mangxian's heavy kick slammed fiercely into Mu Jingyan's abdomen, while his sword cut a wound. As Mu Jingyan was once again blasted back about 4 paces, Wei Mangxian, sensing this through his hearing, twitched his lips. The second flaw is experience. Although Mu Jingyan's moves were impeccably flawless, he seemed lacking in actual combat experience and dueling masters, unable to handle sudden changes. Mu Jingyan's form was very orthodox, while he could respond with appropriate moves, but that wasn't enough. In the world of life and death duels, experience cannot be ignored. The next instant, Wei Mangxian chased after the retreating Mu Jingyan. He elevated his power and pressed relentlessly. Having discovered his opponent's weakness, he intended to thoroughly suppress him and decide the victor. The fourth form of the profound mind sword, flowing constellation flash, was instantly unleashed. Wei Mangxian's sword created countless images, pressing down on Mu Jingyan with flamboyant trickery. This sword technique was exquisite beyond compare, making it hard to believe he was a blind man. Even Mu Jingyan couldn't help but praise him inwardly. Mu Jingyan had seen countless secret manuals in the blood-drinking valley's vault, so his eye for swordplay had risen. Wei Mangxian's sword moves barely had any flaws. Their completion was extremely high, and precisely because of that, Mu Jingyan wanted even more to have a proper duel with him. Clang after clang rang out. Mu Jingyan's evil resentment sword collided with Wei Mangxian's bambooming sword, the metallic ringing echoing all around. The speed of both swords was so fast that ordinary people couldn't capture it with their naked eyes at all. The blade grazed Mu's cheek, leaving a wound. Wei Mangxian's shifted stance successfully suppressed his opponent once more. Yet Mu Jingyan wasn't intimidated in the least. He beamed with excitement. This is way more fun than sparring with the disciples in blood-drinking valley. The disciples' attacks were much more direct and simple, while Wei Mangxian's sword always shifted in unexpected places, constantly applying pressure on Mu Jingyan. The sword tip once again brushed past Mu Jingyan's ribs, narrowly missing vital spots. Wei's swordplay grew refined, as if he could decide the outcome at any moment. Tightening his grip around Mu Jingyan's neck, Wei Mangxian, who had long since decided Mu Jingyan wasn't normal, gradually wore a smug look on his face. The winner of this duel was already set. In 5 or 10 years, perhaps Mu Jingyan would have a chance. But right now he was no match for Wei Mangxian at all. In terms of both experience and inner power, Wei Mangxian was confident he held the absolute advantage. Mu, you're too foolish. You shouldn't have come alone. Though your strength is high, you picked the wrong target for your revenge. If you were smart, you should have used the dead Zhiheng as an excuse to exert pressure through your master, the Dark Sect master. Blame your own foolishness. Then, just as Wei Mangxian flicked Mu Jingyan's sword upward, Mu Jingyan finally revealed a fatal opening. Seeing this, cold smirk curled the corner of Wei Mangxian's lips. Your arrogance will kill you. At this moment, Wei Mangxian was certain he had secured victory, and thrust his sword hard toward Mu's exposed neck. Given Mu Jingyan's current posture, it was utterly impossible to dodge or block. Kingling's expression changed drastically at the sight. Yet just as Wei Mangxian's sword was about to pierce Mu Jingyan's throat, a strange scene occurred. The tip of the bambooming sword, the exact moment it touched Mu Jingyan's neck, seemed to glide off, merely brushing past the surface and sliding away. This sword stroke, which should have ended it perfectly, failed in a miraculous way, failing to pierce Mu Jingyan's fatal throat. This sword that should have cleanly pierced his throat ended up suddenly sliding off as if blocked by something. This was a phenomenon Wei Mangxian couldn't understand, and a fact he simply couldn't accept. What is happening here? While Wei was stunned, Mu executed a spinning kick, aiming for his chest. Wei blocked with his sword, stumbling back several steps. Wei Mangxian was still in shock. He couldn't fathom how this happened. That move just now, it was far beyond Mu Jingyan's skill. Meanwhile, watching Mu Jingyan escape, Qingling gasped in surprise. The reason for his shock was simple. Mu Jingyan had used the repelling force. If knowledge can pull all things, then the repelling force pushes everything away. Unlike the pulling technique, it requires precise contact. Timing the moment of blade impact is incredibly difficult. Qingling looked at Mu. This move relies heavily on internal energy. The stronger the foe, the harder. Wei's sword wasn't deflected, but pushed aside. Mu felt the move incomplete, so he hadn't told Qingling, but even so, it was quite useful. It neutralized a strike. Next, Mu licked a drop of blood off his finger from his neck. Though the fight was fun, he had no desire to continue. He didn't want to waste time to end this. Wei Mangxian frowned. Mu Jingyan, you have hidden tricks, but the same move won't work twice. As he spoke, his sword glowed with blue light. It was sword. He believed this condensed energy would break Mu Jingyan's technique. Wei hadn't used sword before. Protecting his neck, Mu's sword was sharper than his own, damaging his blade with every clash, but by shifting all energy to offense. They clashed blades again. Mu Jingyan was pushed back 3 steps. However, cracks appeared on Wei's sword. Though the shift hurt his weapon, it could hold for a few moves. Wei felt he could win now. He unleashed the 7th form, Void Strike. Wei launched a fierce assault. Mu Jingyan gave a cold smile. Seems you've run out of tricks. Wei Mangxian froze at those words. Mu Jingyan chuckled. Your moves are repeating. Facing Wei's attack, Mu Jingyan used the same move. It was the 7th form, Void Strike. Their swords collided. Wei Mangxian's expression changed. Mu Jingyan didn't budge. They were evenly matched. Lay looking into a mirror. Wei Mangxian was in disbelief. How is this possible? Wei's heart mirror sword was a secret, unique stay. No one outside knew it. It was a hidden technique. Yet Mu Jingyan was mimicking him. Without the breathing method, he shouldn't have learned it fast. Why was this happening? Excluding the impossible, a thought crossed Wei's mind. Did Mu Jingyan learn his sword stay during this life or death duel? How could that be? Does such a thing exist? Even with high talent, there is a limit. This is simply absurd. Mu used Death Kai for his next move. The 4th form of Heart Mirror. Countless purple-black beams surged. Wei Mangxian desperately blocked, cursing in his heart. This is ridiculous. Even the changes I added. Mu Jingyan mimics perfectly, or even better. Wei Mangxian's heart raced, copying moves and using them better. Mu is a monster growing in battle. Wei swallowed hard, nervous. My intuition was right. This boy is too dangerous. If I don't kill him here, his blade will target the master. Mu's sword grazed Wei's shoulder. Wei grabbed Mu's wrist and thrust his sword toward Mu's head. I admit your natural talent, but you can't beat my power. Die. Wei was betting his life on this. He had to destroy this unease. Their figures crossed. A trail of blood drifted. Time seemed to stand still. Darkness filled the room. Wei clutched his neck in pain. A red line wrapped his throat. Scarlet blood began to seep out. His sword was broken in 2. Purple veins covered Mu Jingyan. Wei Mangxian looked ferocious. Mu Jingyan's power tripled. How is this possible? Was he holding back the whole time? The next moment, Mu Jingyan walked up to Wei. He reached for Wei's forehead. Why would a blind man interfere? If you had stayed put, you might have lived longer. Feeling the power in Mu's fingertips, Wei Mangxian screamed in despair. Stop, please, stop. But the cold-blooded Mu didn't stop. Wei Mangxian's consciousness faded, a flash of cold steel. And as the sword returned to its sheath, a headless body hit the ground. A fountain of blood erupted. From Wei's severed neck, Mu Jingyan walked away calmly, leaving behind a quiet, rest in peace. Wei Mangxian was dead. He died plotting against Mu. Usually so composed, his final look was pure despair. The corpse slumped to the floor. Blood flowed in the dark, with his wide-eyed stare. Anyone faint of heart would have been terrified, but Mu Jingyan remained indifferent. His black, swollen hand returned to normal. This was his medical art secret, though it had side effects, and couldn't be maintained for long. It boosted his power 2 or 3 times. Mu saved it for the final moment, successfully taking Wei's head. Afterward, Mu Jingyan sighed. Tougher than expected. He was stronger than I imagined. Kingling commented, Tieska, you have a long way to go. Keep working hard. Though she said that, she was amazed by his growth speed. Strictly speaking, Wei Mangxian was a cut above Mu. He was superior in both internal power and experience. That was the truth. Wei had used his experience to change his tactics, suppressing Mu for a time. Yet Mu Jingyan learned and improved mid-battle. This monstrous talent was truly shocking. Suddenly, a cold wind swept the room. A glint appeared in Kingling's eyes. Things are getting interesting. Mu Jingyan looked puzzled. Death Kai's gathering. What's going on? Kingling giggled. Come to think of it, this is your first time, right? When someone dies with obsession. Death Ki forms a human shape. Mu Jingyan had a vague guess. Kingling looked intrigued. His grudge is quite deep. A spirit tries to stay using a medium. The broken sword became Wei's anchor. His spirit form manifested. With glowing white eyes, he glared at Mu. What an injustice. I intended to serve the master and achieve greatness, to open the heavenly eye, yet I die lie this. Wei, now a vengeful spirit, kept his gaze on Mu Jingyan. To see my enemy's face after death. Mu Jingyan, I curse you. I will haunt you, until you die. I will never let you have peace. But halfway through, Wei felt something was wrong. He was a spirit of natural law, so he knew he was dead. Understanding the realm's laws, so why did he feel? Mu was looking right at him. Mu Jingyan's lips parted. You have a lot to say. So talkative for a new ghost. Wei Mangxian looked stunned. Can you see me? Mu Jingyan nodded slightly. That's why I'm answering. Realizing Mu could see him, Wei Mangxian was enraged. He lunged with murderous intent. You bastard, you did this. But in that instant, Wei's white pupils trembled. Mu Jingyan had grabbed his throat. Wei felt his spirit doubting reality. He was a dead soul. So how could Mu grab his neck? Kingling's voice rang out. Little ghost, be quiet. Your body isn't cold yet, and you're full of energy. Spirits can sense power levels instinctively. The massive spiritual pressure from Kingling made Wei lose consciousness. This wasn't a normal spirit. It was a disaster-level existence. Wei fell into despair and fear. Unable to close his mouth, Mu asked Kingling for advice. I've never seen a spirit like this. What should I do? Kingling smirked. Absorb the death Kai. Then perform an exorcism. Wei didn't know what that meant, but the strange pain and the threat of fading filled him with terror. What kind of monster is he? Mu Jingyan tightened his grip, a smirk playing on his lips. Behave. A moment later, a figure approached. Mu returned to the courtyard. As he passed the hall, his eyes turned sharp. The guards were gone. Even the maids were silent, though everything felt wrong. Mu walked in nonchalantly. As he reached the door to his room, a familiar voice came from inside. You're late. Seeing the sect master there, Mu Jingyan's eyes flashed. Why did he dismiss everyone and wait here alone? And there was no aura within 20 yards. With these doubts, just as Mu prepared to bow, the master asked, where were you so late? Mu Jingyan answered flatly, training. The master looked up at him, his voice deeper and colder than usual. I went to the training grounds. Stop with the pathetic lies. The room went silent. The tension between them spiked. A battle could break out at any moment. In the quiet, tense room, facing the master's suspicion, Mu Jingyan replied calmly, I am not lying. Ask the guards. They saw me at the grounds. The master sighed. The guards feel different. Mu's alarm bells rang. What? The master looked puzzled. At first, it was faint, but now, everything around you is being eroded by strangeness. My members are strictly trained and would never betray me. But in just 7 days, in this short time, how could they turn to you, a righteous pawn? Mu Jingyan shrugged his shoulders. I haven't known what you're talking about since just now. But just then, Mu's words were cut short. The leader held a blade to his throat. Although I don't know your methods, on the sect warriors, even if you have become an official disciple. This matter clearly crosses the line of what I can ignore. Mu narrowed his eyes. He thought to himself, so fast. The sect leader's strength is far beyond Mangxian's. Even if I used all my strength, I couldn't beat him, even without evidence. He guessed it by feeling. He is truly the leader of the shadows. Thinking this, a smirk appeared on Mu Jingyan's lips. Since I can't escape, and I can't argue my way out, I have to use that. Right. The candles in the room flickered gently. The dark sect leader's eyes were filled with killing intent. Just as he prepared to decide how to deal with him based on his answer, Mu smiled faintly. Over 100 years ago, they spread doctrines that confused the world and deceived the people. A religion suppressed for its beliefs. Hearing this, the dark sect leader's pupils constricted. He gripped his weapon tighter, and Mu Jingyan continued. Even now, it's a group that gets expelled once discovered. A fire-worshipping organization from the western regions. Mu Jingyan looked provocative as he spoke. Master, you wouldn't want your identity as a fire cultist exposed, would you? The dark sect leader was horrified upon hearing this. How could he possibly know these things? 1 hour and 45 minutes ago. Mu Jingyan looked at the window paper illuminated by torches. Then he sighed softly. They're going to break in soon. I'd better take a look. Kingling glanced at what Mu held. The sect leader's scroll. Mu Jingyan nodded. This is the demon monk possessing Bai. I stole it when he wasn't looking. The dark sect leader reads this every day at the same time. What is written inside? With a rustle, the scroll, which had been touched countless times, was unfolded by Mu. The scroll wasn't in Chinese, but characters impossible to read. Mu pondered slightly. This is the Persian language. Kingling was shocked that Mu Jingyan could read Persian. Persia, or the Bolasi kingdom, is not in the central plains. It is beyond the western regions, a country on the northern coast. But Chongsheng. How do you know? Mu scratched his head. I learned it when my grandfather taught me Western herbalism. Kingling was curious. Just to learn herbalism. He taught you a language you'd never use. I don't know who his grandfather was. But that's not the point. So, what does it say? Mu Jingyan carefully translated the scroll's content. It seems to be a chant. Lie a poem. Holy fire consumes. Life and death forgotten. Do good. Remove evil. Reveal the light. Kingling was dazed after hearing these lines. I think I know. This isn't a chant. Or a poem. Mu's eyes shifted. Then what is it? Kingling voiced her guess. These are scriptures. Mu Jingyan was puzzled upon hearing this. Aren't scriptures lie sutras? Are they for religious prayer? What kind of scripture is this? Kingling gathered her thoughts. Time is short. I'll be brief. There is a group called the Fire Cult. They were massively suppressed by the government and martial arts world 100 years ago. Many were exiled then. It's the same now. If the sect leader is discovered to be a fire cultist, Mu smiled coldly. That would be his weakness. Right. Kingling frowned. As Chongsheng thought, the fact that the sect leader is a fire cultist will become a weakness. But Chongsheng, he doesn't know. Returning to reality from the memory. Hearing Mu mention the fire cult, the leader's hand on his throat tightened with more force. He aimed his blade at his head. I didn't want to kill you, but now it's better to kill you. Kingling's unfinished words from before surfaced. The reason the fire cult is ostracized, the biggest reason is, as long as it's for their faith, they will stop at nothing. Sensing the leader's intent to kill, Kingling couldn't help but complain. Didn't I tell you? Don't provoke the fire cult. You shouldn't have brought this up. The dark sect leader gripped his sword. I don't know if anyone else knows, but it's safer to have one less die. Seeing the sect leader's blade strike, Mu Jingyan recited the scroll's scripture. Holy fire consumes. Life and death fade. Do good. Remove evil. Reveal the light. Joy, sorrow, sadness return to dust. Pity the people, for they suffer much. Once these words were spoken, the dark sect leader froze instantly. He and Kingling were both shocked. Mu Jingyan recited. The next moment, the dark sect leader released his grip on Mu Jingyan's throat. Then he stumbled back a few steps. How do you know the scripture? The dark sect leader was confused. Sweat poured down. This boy never saw my scriptures. Even so, he shouldn't understand them. The scriptures were in Persian. Few in the Central Plains read them. Even the survivors of the suppression still couldn't understand them. But how could this boy recite them so fluently and accurately? Kingling guessed Mu Jingyan's plan. Mu Jingyan straightened his clothes. I told you, this is a weakness. Then, the dark sect leader stared at Mu Jingyan in disbelief. Are you a member of our sect? Kingling's voice echoed in his ear. Planning to pose as a member. Mu Jingyan rubbed his sore neck. His firm gaze stated the answer. This will be the biggest weakness in the sect leader's heart. After all, when you're away from home, people define their own identities. As the night haze is dispelled, the sun of a new beginning emerges. The sect leader, in the courtyard, laughed behind his hand at this moment. Today is truly a good day. Jingyun, you are also a member. Delightful. From now on, we are in the same boat. Mu Jingyan cupped his hands. I will keep it in mind and contribute to the revival of the sect. The dark sect leader nodded in satisfaction at Mu Jingyan's performance. Then he reached out and grabbed his arm. He prayed in a pious tone. May the holy fire protect us. Mu Jingyan repeated it too. May the holy fire protect us. Both sides ended their grudges. The sect leader told him to rest. Then he pushed the door and left the room. Kingling rested her arm on his head. Your brain really turns fast. Mu Jingyan chuckled. More help is better, right? Kingling bit her pipe. Hearing this, her furrowed brows showed she was deep in thought. I must admit this time, Zhongsheng's method was excellent. He made the sect leader an accomplice, and used that to manipulate him. 2 hours ago, hearing the fire cult scripture Mu Jingyan recited, the sect leader released his hand on his throat and quickly pulled away. Are you a member of our sect? Kingling reminded Mu Jingyan in his ear. Zhongsheng, it looks like you're planning to pose as a member to deceive the sect leader. I advise against that. He is the leader of the sect in charge of secret intelligence and reconnaissance. Kingling glanced at Mu Jingyan. If your act isn't perfect, he will definitely find out. Mu Jingyan's expression held firm. If that were the only way, it might be possible. Then, just as Kingling wondered what he was planning, Mu Jingyan spread his hands toward the sect leader. I have dabbled in the scriptures, but calling me a member is perhaps a bit far-fetched. The sect leader raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Mu Jingyan explained exactly what I said. I was taught the scriptures, but I'm not a member. If I had to categorize, perhaps I should be called a believer. There is a strict distinction between members and believers. Members are those who fully obey and work for the sect. Believers are those who believe in the sect and its doctrines. After hearing this, the dark sect leader continued to ask with full suspicion. You say you are a believer. Who taught you the scriptures? Mu Jingyan shrugged. An ordinary old man with age spots. He didn't give his name. Said it would cause trouble. The sect leader narrowed his eyes. That makes some sense, but there is no evidence. Based on words alone, do you think I'll believe you? Mu Jingyan looked directly at the sect leader. You wouldn't believe easily. The sect leader's gaze burned. Then how do you want me to believe you? Mu Jingyan said something next. That shocked the sect leader. I learned from the original scripture from that old gentleman. The sect leader's pupils constricted. Kingling's eyes lit up. I see. Zhongsheng memorizes everything just by reading it once. The sect leader would never guess he memorized it after seeing it. The sect leader whispered, if he used the original, then he should be a member above a godfather. The room fell into silence at this moment. The sect leader stared at Mu Jingyan for a long while. Then write down the characteristics you heard or learned from that person. Mu Jingyan nodded slightly. He walked to the desk and dipped his brush. Characteristics, let me think. That document isn't a scripture. It's an alternative document. Watching Mu Jingyan write methodically on the paper, Kingling was speechless. Luckily, Zhongsheng's grandfather taught him the Persian language. This plan layered lie upon lie, and used his own weapons to package them as facts. When the target is a fanatic, he couldn't possibly not fall for it. The next moment, Mu Jingyan handed over the paper. The sect leader took it, trembling when he saw the contents on the paper. His heart filled with horror. Is this the Holy Fire revelation? Just as Kingling expected. The sect leader now completely believed Mu Jingyan. He was so excited that he was in tears. Only that person could say this. You must have been taught. Kingling couldn't help but sigh. So faith is truly terrifying. Then, the sect leader grabbed Mu Jingyan's shoulders with burning eyes. If you were taught, then you are also a member of our sect. Do you know where he is? Mu Jingyan shook his head. Sorry, I don't know. He disappeared one day. The sect leader couldn't hide his regret upon hearing this. But even so, knowing he is alive is a comfort itself. Kingling complained from the side. Zhongsheng, you don't even know who you're talking about. But this eunuch fell for it. Luckily, we survived this crisis. Who knew Mu Jingyan would add one more sentence at this time? He did leave something behind. At this moment, both the sect leader and Kingling were in shock, but their focuses were completely different. The sect leader was curious about the clues the old man left behind. Kingling was confused by the move. What does this mean? Isn't the person Zhongsheng is talking about made up? It's impossible for anything to be left behind. What is Zhongsheng planning? Mu Jingyan dipped his brush and wrote on the paper. It was a sentence written in Persian, but the content was vague. I don't quite understand what he means. Please take a look at these words. The dark sect master frowned slightly. He muttered, Sword of the Soul. That is the Persian translation. But what on earth does this mean? Pondering for a moment, the dark sect master seemed to realize. He muttered, Ghost sword. Sword of the soul. In other words, the sword of a ghost. If that is true, then the only thing I can think of is the ghost sword of the 8 stars. Hearing the dark sect master's guess, Mu Jingyan's lips curved up. Kingling couldn't help but praise him. Zhongsheng is truly a clever little guy. Nothing is mine, yet all serves me. Mu Jingyan truly lays out those words in action. Kingling clicked her tongue. The ghost sword is his enemy. Based on the dark sect master's reaction, he fabricated a logical lie and linked the ghost sword to the search. If it's tied to the ghost sword, given his fanatical stay, the dark sect master will surely use all his might to find it. Kingling almost pitied the master. Not only does Zhongsheng bully him, he uses him to find his enemy. This is all too absurd. Returning to reality, the warm morning sun spills into the room. Mu Jingyan changes clothes. Kingling reminds him, still, even if you win over the dark sect master, you must be careful. Mu Jingyan continues dressing. Why? Kingling, sitting on the bed. You saw it too. The dark sect master is a zealot of his faith. As long as it's for his religion, he stops at nothing. I hope you don't get entangled. Hearing this, Mu Jingyan sets his clothes aside. He sighs. How fascinating. Kingling freezes. What? Mu Jingyan puts on new robes. You hated black and white thinking. Why hold such deep prejudice against a religion from the western regions? This hits the nail on the head. Speechless, Kingling struggles. He bites his smoking pipe, stammering for a while. Finally, he collapses onto the bed. Right, that truly is a preconceived prejudice. Mu Jingyan smiles. That's a good trait of Kingling. He admits when wrong. Taking a deep puff, Kingling changes the subject. I lived through that era. They view others as heretics. You'd better be careful. Even with the sect leader moving, you must act yourself. That hasn't changed. Mu Jingyan's eyes dark. Indeed, I thought I'd hear of the ghost sword. Mu Jingyan expected the master to give info on the ghost sword. He knew nothing at all. The ghost sword might be a dead lead. How troublesome. Pity I have no intel on the ghost sword here. Mu Jingyan probes further. I once heard the ghost sword was the master's personal guard. The sect leader is surprised. You've barely joined the society, yet you've heard rumors. Such rumors have existed. But I cannot give you a definitive answer. Only the master knows the true identity of his guard. Even vice masters know nothing. Mu Jingyan finds it suspicious. Rumors aren't baseless, even if there are doubts now. It's hard to approach the ghost sword directly, though Mu considered sending Kingling and other spirits. Super peak masters have keen senses. He cannot act rashly, and rumored within the master's main hall is a sorcery expert guarding it, surpassing the Death Pavilion master. No matter how you look at it, his current power is still not enough. Yet Mu Jingyan cannot just rely on blindly growing stronger and waiting, so he carefully tells the Dark Sect master. It's said Poison King Bai Shay once fought the ghost sword. He's the only one who survived their fight. Perhaps he knows something. Should we contact him? The master ponders. Bad timing. His mother passed away last year. He is in his 3-year mourning. He lives in seclusion. Unless in special cases, he sees no one. No choice. Mu places 3 tokens on the desk. How about this? These are 3 first-place tokens from Bloodthirsty Valley. I hear they can request executive guidance. Let's use these. The sect leader is startled. Using something so important. You could use these tokens to learn from the 8-star elders. Isn't it a waste to use them now? Mu Jingyan's gaze is firm. Perhaps so. I want to help the fire cult. Please help me. The master can't hide his emotion. To have a loyal disciple working for the fire cult. Which leader wouldn't be pleased? Watching the show, Kingling tightens her grip on her pipe. The Dark Sect master decides, since you say so, I'd be glad to help. Strike while the iron's hot. Leave tomorrow. Mu Jingyan's eyes shift. Tomorrow. The master nods. Indeed, it's the Poison King's grandson's birthday. They're celebrating. I can arrange a seat. I was planning to send the Poison King a gift anyway. You can take the gift along and present the first place token. That way, meet the Poison King. Hearing this, Mu Jingyan's gaze deepens. The moment has come, though he must act personally. Getting intel is already great. All clues surface in Mu Jingyan's mind. His enemy, the Ghost Sword, and Poison King Bai Shay who fought him. The veil of revenge is being torn away. The ship of truth sets sail again. Early the next morning, before dawn, God Shizong packs the prepared gifts onto his back. Then he asks Mu Jingyan, shall we set off? Mu Jingyan nods. The 2 and 1 spirit head out, walking toward the Bai family estate of Poison King Bai Shay. At noon, under the bright sun, Mu Jingyan follows Shizong to the residence of Poison King Bai Shay. A magnificent manor comes into view, smaller than the Dark Sect, but as an upper executive and one of the Poison Kings, this residence is quite grand. Looking at the estate, Mu Jingyan's mind races. Is this where the Poison King who fought the Ghost Sword resides? Pausing slightly as Mu Jingyan calms his mind and prepares to walk forward, another group approaches from the side. Walking in front is a woman in a bamboo hat and veil. She is none other than Wei Xiaoyan, the master's disciple. Spotting Mu Jingyan, Wei Xiaoyan's eyes light up. She remembers this promising talent. While Xiaoyan wonders, why is he here? Who would have thought? In the next second, Zhang Lingyu and his faction. Zhang Lingyu, the master's second disciple, with his faction. No, now his trusted confidants from the 4th faction are walking over together. Zhang Lingyu is surprised by Mu Jingyan. He mutters under his breath, the Dark Sect master's disciple. The groups stop on either side of him. The atmosphere turns tense. Shizong breaks out in cold sweat. Mu Jingyan is inwardly helpless. This really is awkward. Wei Xiaoyan and Zhang Lingyu are glaring at each other. Neither intends to back down. Wei Xiaoyan's heart tightens. Senior brother is here too. Naturally, he'd come. He could not come. During this 3-year mourning, no one can successfully contact Poison King Bai Shay. If one gains his support, they'll instantly gain the upper hand in the succession race. Yet, seeing Zhang Lingyu's face, Wei Xiaoyan starts to sweat. Why is he radiating such intense killing intent toward me? Zhang Lingyu's face is ferocious. Auras surge around him. He might snap at any second. An hour ago, receiving an urgent message, Zhang Lingyu rushed to the scene. The gruesome sight before him makes his blood boil, for what he saw was Wei Mangxian's decapitated head. This is a bombshell. Desperate to know what happened, Zhang Lingyu grabs Wei Mangxian's confidant Zhongning by the collar. What the hell were you doing? Why did this happen? Xiong is speechless and can only apologize profusely. Zhang Lingyu violently throws Xiong to the ground. Then he scans with sharp eyes the guards kneeling in submission to confess their sins. Trash who couldn't protect your master. What use are you? Off with your heads. Hearing this, Hu Zong lifts the huge axe on his shoulder high up. No matter how the despairing guards cry and beg, the ending remains unchanged. Their heads part ways with their bodies. Crimson blood instantly stains the ground cinnabar red. Still, this fails to calm Zhang Lingyu's anger. He even considers whether to kill Zhong, known as Wei Mangxian's right arm. Luckily, other confidants manage to stop Zhang Lingyu. Lord, please calm down. Zhong cannot die. If he dies, no one can lead Mangxian's 50 elite warriors. Knowing he can't go against them, Zhang Lingyu grinds his teeth. At this moment, someone touches the sliced surface of Wei Mangxian's neck. This person is extraordinary. Hearing this, Zhang Lingyu's attention is instantly grabbed. A square-jawed, fierce-looking man points at the broken zooming sword of Wei Mangxian on the ground. The killer sliced both the sword and neck with a single strike. This is one of the four masters, the Overlord Demon Fist, Gao Yanho. Gao Yanho's father is one of the 3 sect masters in charge of all security. Sect master Gao Yanbai is skilled at deducing from evidence. Gao Yanhao looks at the corpse, though the killer carefully wiped away all footprints, making the fight hard to trace. From the broken sword and neck cut, we can deduce it must be a swordsman who has reached the mature stage of the super peak realm, or perhaps even beyond. A plump-lipped woman in luxurious robes speaks next. In that case, the suspects narrow down. Zhang Lingyu gnashes his teeth. The first people he thinks of are naturally his senior brother and junior sister fighting for succession, but Luo Luliang and Wei Xiaoyan are unlikely to kill a mere subordinate. It was likely their subordinates. Those 2 men and women Luo Luliang is proud of, and the guy known as Wei Xiaoyan's right arm. The next second, Zhang Lingyu barks angrily. Find the killer, at any cost. Avenge him with the same method. Hu Zongyi and the others quickly cut their fists and shout, understood. Now the target of suspicion is right before his eyes. Zhang Lingyu's gaze is fierce, and one of those suspects is that man, Yu Haoran, leader of the Giant Gate Regiment. Following Zhang's gaze, Wei Xiaoyan glances at Yu Haoran. Yu Haoran is shocked. He has no idea when he provoked this second young master. Yu Haoran, Giant Gate leader, not only a poison king and top disciple of Sun Yun, he is Wei Xiaoyan's confidant, one of the 5 tigers, top rising stars of the Heavenly Earth Society. In his mid-20s, Yu Haoran had already reached the true super peak realm. His prowess reaches executive rank. Even if there are other experts behind Wei Xiaoyan, Zhang Lingyu's eyes right now hold only Yu Haoran. At the same time, he resolves inwardly, if you killed Wei Mangxian, I will cut off your head and stain the bed of that bitch Wei Xiaoyan with your blood. Sensing the intense killing intent and hostility, Yu Haoran raises his guard. He instinctively reaches for his sword hilt. Wei Xiaoyan warns, keep composure. Hearing this, Yu Haoran lowers his hand. After all, if trouble starts here due to a provocation, the plan will be ruined. The plump-lipped nobler woman still advises Zhang, young master, calm down. We haven't confirmed the killer. It won't benefit you. Zhang Lingyu bites his lip. Knowing the stakes, he snorts. He turns to the stairs, walking toward the gate, watching his back. Mu Jingyun smiles faintly. Wei Xiaoyan looks confused. Why the sudden silence? Senior. Wei Xiaoyan looks at Mu Jingyun. By the way, Mu Jingyun, not joining him. You said you dislike conflict. Mu Jingyun shakes his head. My views haven't changed. Wei Xiaoyan steps up. I have much more to say. But time is urgent. If he gets there first, it's bad. Let's talk later. Wei Xiaoyan is determined. I cannot lose this chance, especially with my weak vision. It is my only chance. Zhang Lingyu thinks the same. Mangxian, when I lead the sect, I will avenge you. I cannot miss this chance. As the 2 disciples, the guards know who they are. A loud welcome echoes inside. Lady Wei Xiaoyan and Master Shang. Mu Jingyun prepares to end, but the guard blocks his power. Stop. State your name and purpose. Why do you seek entry? Mu Jingyun speaks calmly. I am the Dark Sect disciple. My master sent me with a gift. The god nods slightly. The Dark Sect disciple. Forgive my rudeness. He points to the register. Sign your name and your master's. Just your name will do. Mu Jingyun looks troubled. Just leaving the gift doesn't seem right. The guard explains. It is a joyous day, but we are in mourning. Except for kin and guests. We are not seeing anyone. Please forgive me. Moose scratches head. Is that so? The guard apologizes. Please return later. Hearing this, the clock doesn't know what to do. Mu Jingyan looks deep. He considers using that item. Meanwhile, inside the estate, because of the birthday, the family is gathered, drinking and celebrating. Midway through the party, Madame Zhang leaves for news, followed by her son, Bai Xiaojiang. The guests are in the courtyard. Madame Zhang whispers as they walk. It has finally come. Bai Xiaojiang nods. During the mourning period, today is the only day to visit. Madame Zhang knows well. Since the rumors of illness, the hairs are moving fast. Her husband hasn't picked a side. They are here to lobby. Bai Xiaojiang sighs. Should we ask father to declare? Madame Zhang stops. You know your father. Once he decides, he never changes. She looks troubled. We must ask for understanding and ask them to leave. In a little while, they reach the reception room. As the door opens, upon seeing them, the guests stand and bow. Greetings, Madame Zhang. She nods. Wei Xiaoyan speaks first. A fine day. Chang Lingyu glares at her and interrupts with a smile. Happy birthday to your grandson. Facing their greetings, Madame Zhang sighs inwardly. They are here to congratulate but play psychological games. Their rivalry is obvious. They are rivals. She understands, but it gives her a headache. She rubs her temples. Thank you for coming. I am honored. Before she can finish, a guard runs in to report. Madame, there is trouble. The dark sect disciple is here. She glares at the guard. Didn't I say to turn everyone away? The guard hesitates. He opens his hand, holding 3 tokens. Knowing what this means, Madame Zhang turns pale. Back at the estate gate, Mu Jingyan smiles. Can't enter. Too bad. I'll change my approach. The guard is stunned. Mu Jingyan nods. He takes out the tokens. I seek guidance from Bai Shi. By the right of the tournament. This equals the leader's order. You cannot refuse. Madame Zhang looks at them. Please forgive me. Wei and Zhang are confused. They hide their doubt. She coughs. You must sit with the disciple. At these words, they both turn pale. How did he get in? Footsteps echo in the hall. A familiar figure appears. The room goes silent. Mu Jingyan scans the room. He bows to Madame Zhang. Greetings, Madame Zhang. Clouds rise at the pavilion. Storms gather in the hall. The sun shines at the gate. Light hits the stone floor, but the tension remains. The guard is worried, sitting on the steps, fiddling with his blade. Elsewhere, Mu Jingyan enters the room. While waiting for her, Wei Xiaoyan approaches him, whispering low, "We had trouble getting in." "How did you get in?" Before he can answer, Shang Lingyu laughs loudly. His eyes show approval. Truly my brother. He is pleased with Mo. Wei Xiaoyan is stunned, looking between them. Curious. You seem close. Shang puts an arm on Mu. Close, aren't we? We are dear friends. Wei Xiaoyan twitches, but smiles brightly. By the way, Mu Jingyan, the token I gave you, keep it safe. Zhang's smile freezes. His eyes turn sharp. He never expected the talent he wanted. Already had her token. That is no small matter. The implications are huge. As Zhang prepares to speak, his aide stops him. The woman whispers, "My lord, we must attend to congratulate the host. No trouble now." Zhang takes a breath, suppressing his anger. The argument stops. 2 figures watch from the door. Bai Xiaojiang frowns, asking his mother, "Mother, what now?" She doesn't answer. Eyes on Mu Jingyan. That boy is trouble. She mutters, "I cannot refuse the token, but if I let him in, the others will protest." She sighs. She decides, no other way. The door opens. All eyes turn to them. Madame Zhang speaks. "I will take you to him." Bai is stunned. Why change her mind? He wants to argue, but she walks away. It is done. Let them experience it. It is for the best, she whispers. Your father is a poison master. Liar thunderbolt. Bai wakes up. He understands her intent. Next, they follow her inside. To the deep courtyard. There is an ancestral hall and a small building. At the door, Bai stops, bowing slightly. Please wait here. After a while, Bai returns, speaking calmly. Father will see you. They look at each other. Hep Bai. Before they relax, Bai changes tone, but there is a condition. They wait. Bai walks to the gate, grabbing the ring. You must enter yourselves. As the door opens, poison gas pours out. They cover their faces. Shocked, Bai looks back. Indifferent. The room is full of gas. If you want to see him, walk through it. At these words, they are terrified. Sweating. Only Mu is calm, thinking. Zhang is shocked, disgusted. Walk through poison. Atit. Y fixes her hair. Hesitating. Bai's poison. One of the 3 great poisons. Forget the cure. Can we even survive? Silence falls. They are stuck. Unsure what to do. Madame Zhang sighs. Thinking, no one dares. Understandable. Without our training, you need great internal power. She prepares to send them away, but Mu steps forward, walking to the door, pushing the door open. Oh no, she is shocked. I forgot. With his level, he will die. Crippled, or dead. She shouts. Mu, stop. It's too much, too reckless. Bai is also shocked, planning to call a doctor, but the next second, Mu Jingyun breathes in the toxic fog. His tone is calm, even praising such a rich fragrance. This unusual reaction freezes everyone present instantly. The expressions on their faces completely stiffen. Mu Jingyun closes his eyes to feel it for a moment. He slowly opens his mouth, his tone resolute. This poison has arsenic and oleander, lactary toxin, blue shellfish, visceral poison, dogwood, angelica, and datura, white poison, grass-harming deer, maiden's weed, red scorpion venom, fire and poison, arrow frog poison, and hornet venom. Then it's blended with the yellow seeds of monkshood flowers. Bai Shei's pupils shrink. His eyes almost pop out of his head. What Mu Jingyun named matches the toxic formula down to the exact detail. You must know, the main ingredients of this formula are known only to the Poison King Bai Shei and his direct descendants. Even top poison masters would need to spend several days of careful analysis to identify it. Yet Mu Jingyun took one breath and rattled it off. Thinking of this, Bai Shei's look at Mu Jingyun is filled with shock and wariness. Yet Mu Jingyun acts as if he didn't see everyone's reaction, turning to give the people at the door a faint smile. Can I go in now? At the end of arts, who is peak? A sword of the demon ends in emptiness. With just a casual sniff at a few poisons, Mu Jingyun has effortlessly unraveled that tricky formula. This miraculous skill. The Bai family, Zhang Lingyu, and Wei Zhaoyun shrink back. Their faces show utter disbelief. Even though Bai Shei is deeply unwilling to believe it, the facts leave no room for debate. Could someone in this world really see through the mystery of poison just by scent? So he cannot help but blurt out a question. Young Master Mu, do you practice poison? Wind brushes Mu Jingyun's ears. His grandfather's figure suddenly flashes in his mind. The corners of his lips lift in a calm tone. How could that be? It's just that this junior has been quite interested in herbs, poisons since childhood, and studied them in my spare time. A fierce light bursts in Madame Zhang's eyes. She cannot help letting out a low gasp, knowing an altering poison is already difficult enough. Identifying it by scent is pure talent. There is a world of difference. He gazes at the unperturbed youth within the toxic fog, sighing inwardly. Such astonishing talent is rare even in the Bai family, who built their name on poisons. He is a rare prodigy of a century. Madame Zhang lets out a peep. What a comfortable child. Bai Sha secretly nods for a moment. At this moment, she finally understands why Mu Jingyun made a special trip to pay respects to her husband. Madame Zhang ponders for a moment, a glint of gold in her eye. I thought it was a waste of time. I underestimated this young man. Even without a formal disciple bond, if he gets pointers from my husband, our Bai family and the dark set might just forge a good connection through this. Bai Shai then turns her gaze to the shifting Zhang Lingyu, Wei Zhaoyan. She asks about the remaining 2. Have your subordinates already made their move? How can a master retreat when that is the case? Zhang Lingyu laughs out loud, stepping forward. Who is your subordinate? Wei Zhaoyan knits her brows, unwilling to fall behind as she follows closely. Bai Shai gives a slight nod. Circulate your kind to protect yourselves. This junior will lead you to see my father now. Before his voice fades, the guarded door is pushed open. In an instant, thick, almost impenetrable toxic fog surges out. The winding corridor is shrouded everywhere in poisonous mist. The patter of the few people's footsteps echoing break the silence of this place. Time passes bit by bit. Zhang Lingyu and Wei Xiaoyan, who are exerting all their kai to resist the gas. Drenched in heavy sweat, cold sweat rolls down their temples, suffering from the poison's invasion. Qingling's heart tightens, moving to Mu Jingyan's side, her voice full of anxiety. The gas is overbearing. Zongsheng, are you truly unharmed? Mu Jingyan acts as if tasting a delicacy, showing no shred of distress, instead casually peeping. Not bad at all. Qingling is instantly speechless, rebuking helplessly. I am not asking for your review of this toxic gas. The group walks slowly deeper along the corridor. Ahead, a secret chamber made of strange stone gradually appears. Bai Shay stops in her tracks, raising a hand to point into the distance. My father is inside that specially made training room. Everyone, please be careful. The closer we get to the training room, the thicker the toxic gas becomes. The gas gets even thicker. Zhang Lingyu's brow locks tightly as his heart sinks. Bai Shay nods, tone solemn. Our family transmits the poison scripture. If cultivated past the 6th layer, the toxic emitted from the body is enough to corrode metal and stone. Therefore, the walls of this training room are all forged from precious materials like sepal stone, barely able to confine it. Zhang Lingyu grits his teeth upon hearing this. He understands why his master said, among the martial kings of the Heaven and Earth Society, the Poison King is most dangerous. Wei Xiaoyan feels lingering fear. He had heard of the prestige of this poison scripture. Rumor has it that a master of this art can slaughter 100 martial artists in an instant. It lives up to its reputation. Bai Shay walks up to the seemingly seamless stone wall, bowing and speaking clearly. Father, this child has brought the 3 distinguished guests. All 3 have come beyond this old man's expectations. A deep, resounding voice echoes from behind the stone wall, flat in tone yet carrying formidable true ki that makes eardrums buzz. He truly is the Poison King. Zhang Lingyu forcefully suppresses the churning blood within his body, resisting the discomfort as he cups his hands and bows deeply. Greetings, Senior Poison King. This junior is Zhang Lingyu, second disciple of the Society Master, here to pay respects today. I request your senior's assistance. The voice behind the stone wall remains unperturbed. You are a straightforward person. Beside you, this young lady. She is here for the same matter. Wei Xiaoyan bites her lower lip hard, raising her gaze to speak clearly. This junior does not deny it. Then the 2 raise their voices almost simultaneously, every word ringing with steel. Please, Senior, help this junior ascend to the position of Society Master and achieve great things. I earnestly beg Senior Poison King to extend a helping hand. Bai Shay's laughter resounds. With a dull mechanical clatter, the heavy stone door opens a crack. Toxic gust, more potent than before, surges out like a wild dragon. Chang and Wei are caught off guard, feeling a rush of visceral ki surge straight to their lungs. Their complexions change drastically as sweetness fills their throats, almost causing them to spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. At this very moment, 2 sharp green glints suddenly flash inside the stone door. Those eyes open abruptly, their fierce gaze seeming to pierce through the toxic fog. When the door swings open, Bai Shay sits cross-legged in the center of the stone room, his voice like a giant bell, every word striking firmly. If you want me, Bai Shay, to assist you, mere lip service is not enough. If you truly wish to gain this old man's support, prove it with your actions. He raises his eyes, sweeping over everyone, his tone carrying mockery. Today, whoever can help this old man up with their own hands will have any request granted. Father. Bai Shay covers her nose, knitting her brows and cursing bad luck inwardly. Father is clearly making things difficult on purpose. This tit is impossible to complete. Zhang Lingyu remains completely unaware of the crisis, throwing his head back in laughter, helping Senior stand up. How hard can that be? Before he fades, he and Wei Xiaoyan feel the true ki in their dantians violently clash. A heart-piercing, bone-eroding agony instantly sweeps over their entire bodies. The 2 cannot hold on, their throats tasting of iron and fresh blood once more. As it gushes straight out, their eyes are filled with terror. Such powerful toxic ki. We must circulate our tai to expel the poison immediately. Watching the 2 sit cross-legged and desperately circulate energy to resist the poison, Bai Shay sighs inwardly. Father never intended to support anyone. What fills this stone room is the wave poison, mist condensed from the 7th layer of the grinding poison scripture. Even a pinnacle martial artist could never possibly hold out within it for even a moment. Bai Shay sits upright on the stone bed, letting out a cold snort, his gaze looking down with disdain on the 2 wretched figures. What? Weren't you both full of high spirits just a moment ago? Come on in. Don't you have requests for this old man? This mocking speech comes to an abrupt halt. Bai Shay's pupils contract. The fierce look on his face instantly freezes, simply because there is still one person standing tall within the toxic fog. Mu Jingyan ignores the poison, walking steadily step by step toward the center of the stone room. This is impossible. Bai Shay is stunned into a daze, gasping in disbelief. Bai Shay's eyes are completely filled with shock, staring at the youth walking over, shouting, "What being are you?" To be able to withstand this old man's wave poison mist, Mu Jingyan pays no mind, his gaze locked firmly onto the scar across Bai Shay's chest. The shape and familiar pattern of that scar is the mark of the ghost sword, who murdered his grandfather. Monstrous hatred burns like raging fire within his chest. He completely disregards the toxic gas raging around him, closing in on Bai Shay step by step. He cannot figure out for the life of him why this youth who looks barely 20 can ignore the poison arts he spent decades bitterly cultivating, and Mu Jingyan has already reached the stone bed by now. He forcefully suppresses the surging obsession for revenge in his heart, cupping his hands and bowing. That pair of eyes is filled with an obsession and resolve that others cannot fathom. Saying word by word, this junior has specially come today to seek guidance from the Poison King. Inside that room filled with poisonous fog, even though Poison King Bai She only released some toxic gas, Zhang Lingyu and Wei Zhaoyan had no choice but to stop, simultaneously sitting cross-legged to circulate their kind and expel the poison. Even Bai She, who possesses poison arts, had to cover his nose and mouth. Only a single youth strolled as if in his own backyard, without using protective techniques. He is none other than Mu Jingyun. Mu Jingyun's gaze at this moment is firmly locked onto the Poison King, his cheeks filled with persistence. Then he cups his fists toward the other party word by word. Senior Poison King Bai She, this junior has come for your guidance. In the next second, his expression changes slightly as his body is mysteriously controlled by some unknown force. His entire person floats up into midair. Bai She instinctively steps. The culprit is none other than Bai She sitting on the couch. At this moment, Bai She extends both hands forward, then immediately makes a pulling gesture backward. Kid, I'll ask you once more. Wave poison mist is not something your realm can resist with poison arts. How on earth were you able to persist for so long in such formidable gas? Mu Jingyun lets himself pulled by Bai She's true. Curious about his methods. Is this telekinetic manipulation? The Poison King title is deserved. He can wield true Kai as naturally as breathing. Hearing the Poison King's question, Mu Jingyun laughs softly. You call this gas formidable? In my eyes, it's lay weeds. As these words are spoken, cold sweat streams down Bai She's face. He never expected the dark sect leader's disciple to be so bold. Bai She laughs. How interesting. You call this not formidable? He simply flicks his fingers slightly, and Mu Jingyun flies toward him. Then, an aura pushes Bai She out of the room. The stone door made of sea-pale stone closes from the inside with a clang. That stone room once again becomes completely isolated from the world. Then, Bai She's hands suddenly die with purple palm force, carrying a venomous force even more solid than the mist as he strikes his chest. Then try and withstand this wave poison palm technique of mine. With a loud bang, right at that very instant, the back of Mu Jingyun's clothes rips open, and gas gushes from his back. This is internal force piercing. Poison King Bai She's mouth curls into a slight smile. The poisonous gas has pierced through your body. I suppose your internal organs have already been severely damaged. Do you still dare to underestimate my poison arts now? Unexpectedly, Mu Jingyun suddenly asked a question. How long must I persist to pass the test? The scene before him left Bai She completely astonished, simply because the toxic gas contained in that palm technique just now is difficult for even experts to resist, and a moment of carelessness leads to death by asphyxiation. Yet this guy speaks easily. Mu Jingyun straightens his clothes. My physique is special. Ignore it. If it were an attack of Kai, this junior would have died in your hands long ago. Bai She pauses. The question is, why is the gas having no effect? How could a body resistant to poison even exist in this world? Mu Jingyun pressed his index and middle fingers together. A sharp energy surged forth. He sliced his own palm. Fresh blood dripped onto the ground from the wound. Bai She frowned and asked, What are you doing? Mu Jingyun smiled. Nothing much. I just wanted to show you the poison I possess. Bai She stared at Mu Jingyun in shock, the blood on his palm, suddenly realizing something. He had an unbelievable, vague suspicion. Are you talking nonsense? Those who study poison deeply devote themselves to the arts. The ultimate realm they pursue is to become flesh and blood, a poison human by toxins. This achievement of becoming poison is the highest realm they seek their whole lives. The Poison King felt absurdity. Even I, having practiced for decades, cannot reach that realm. You wet behind the ears, brat. How could you be a poison human? Do you think that's possible? Mu Jingyun smiled slightly. The #1 master of poison. Are you afraid to taste my blood? Your denial is truly amusing. Provoked, Bai She narrowed his eyes. If this boy's blood is truly poison, it would be a massive shock to him. Driven by an intense desire to know, he finally reached out his hand. He dipped his finger into Mu Jingyun's blood. Then he put it into his mouth. The moment the blood touched his tongue, the Poison King's pupils dilated sharp. Having lived with poison his life, the moment he tasted the blood, he instinctively realized this was undoubtedly poison. The toxic blood touched his tongue. A burning sensation followed, spreading with a complex flavor. This taste was singular and full of countless changes, a poison he had never experienced. Seeing this, Mu Jingyun understood. He then smiled lightly. See, I was right, wasn't I? This is my constitution. After a long silence, Bai She spoke. How did you reach the poison human realm? Mu Jingyun looked confused. What is a poison human? Bai She's face twisted. What? Are you joking with me? Making the body into poison itself. That is the poison human realm. Watching Mu Jingyun's nonchalant attitude, Bai She felt absurd and helpless. A kid who hasn't practiced toxic arts and can't use poison properly has reached the poison human realm. It made his years of effort feel meaningless. It's like finding a pearl on a pig. A waste, with just a little guidance. This kid could reach the 8th level. Suddenly, an accident occurred. Bai She clutched his chest, eyes bloodshot. He stared at Mu Jingyun. What on earth is happening? The reason for his confusion was simple. A burning, sharp pain surged in his chest. It was a sign of poisoning. Bai She, who had reached a high realm of toxic arts, possessed hundreds of poisons within, capable of neutralizing any toxin. Yet, black blood flowed from his mouth. At this moment, his pupils trembled. Known as the Poison King, he couldn't neutralize this poison. This was absolutely absurd. the master of poisons, could not use his internal toxins to neutralize Mujinyan's blood. It reminded him of the boy's earlier taunts. As the poison spread through his body, he finally understood this wasn't just that brat putting on an act to provoke him. Realizing danger, he rushed to circulate arts, trying to neutralize the spreading toxin. Black steam rose from his shoulders. This was a sign of neutralizing poison. With his deep internal energy, although a bit late, he still had the power to expel it. However, the problem lay elsewhere. A cracking sound echoed while circulating energy. He clutched his neck. Mujinyan watched him in confusion. Could a master of toxic arts really neutralize my poison alone? But Mujinyan felt something wrong. Baishahi's eyes grew cloudy as he grabbed his neck. Something had gone wrong. Mujinyan tried to lay Baishahi down to check his condition, but then a rattling sound rang out. Baishahi's crossed legs wouldn't budge. Not only that, perhaps from holding the pose too long, his lower body's muscles had become weak. Mujinyan reached to touch his pressure points. Is this why he's always sitting? By touching his acupoints, Mujinyan found Baishahi's secret. His lower body acupoints were blocked as the backlash of poison collided with his inner ki. This caused paralysis and numbness. Has he been blocking the surging poison with his ki all this time? I see. He's been unable to move all along. Then, Mujinyan slowly traced the toxins up along Baishahi's acupoints, following the main pathways of his inner ki in reverse. It seems to have finally reached the brain. The cause is my blood. If left unattended, Baishahi will either become a vegetative state or die. It must be one of the two. If I inject inner ki now to stop the surging poison, there might still be a glimmer of hope. The problem is, my death ki will make the inner ki dissipate instead. It might backfire. If that happens, I won't be able to get any news about the ghost sword. As Mujinyan agonized over this, Kingling's voice rang out. Don't you have the Moonbright pill? Mujinyan looked at Kingling, his eyes full of doubt. Kingling explained it was the reward for first place in the Bloodthirsty Valley, an elixir known as the Heavenly Union pill. Mujinyan hasn't practiced longevity, so eating it would be useless anyway. He kept it in his pocket and carried it with him. Kingling instructed Mujinyan on what to do. Put the pill in the old man's mouth. Then find a way to block the poison that has rushed to the brain acupoints. Mujinyan looked at the back of Baishahi's neck. Poison rushing to the brain. He pulled Baishahi's hand away from the back of his neck and placed his finger on the acupoint connected to the brain. Then he channeled his knowledge. With the poison concentrated on a single finger, the venom gathered into one point and surprisingly entered Mujinyan's body through his finger. At that moment, Baishahi, who had lost consciousness, woke up. Mujinyan shoved the pill in his mouth. This elixir will help you. Baishahi instinctively realized this was a miraculous medicine. Left with no choice, he originally wanted to refine this medicinal power for himself, but had to use the elixir's power to force out the poison. Otherwise he wouldn't just be paralyzed in his lower body, or become a vegetable, or even become a vegetable. Who would have thought? Just as Baishahi was desperately struggling with the elixir's power, Mujinyan chimed in. How strange. Why fight the poison? Why not just accept it? Baishahi's pupils trembled violently. Because 50 years ago, his father also used to say, let nature take its course. Countless memories surfaced in Baishahi's mind. He had been chasing that figure, none other than his father, Baiyu. Baiyu was the first patriarch who created the Bomo poison scripture, and one of the 5 who cultivated it to the 8th layer, the Poison Man realm. He broke the ironclad rule that poison could not defeat the Sichuan, Tang and Aoyang families, using his poisonous arts to kill Tangnan patriarch Huacan and poison Han Tang Yingzong, becoming a Grand Master of poison. However, path of cultivating the Bomo poison scripture was too arduous. None of Baiyu's descendants could step into the 8th layer realm. His eldest son, a genius, while cultivating the 8th layer, suffered a cerebral blood flow blockage due to poison backlash and died of paralysis. His 3rd son was paralyzed from the waist down. At 25, Baishahi started doubting the scripture. He went to find his father and knelt before him. Father, is there really no way for us to reach the 8th layer? The 8th layer of the scripture. Baiyu said nothing. Baishahi asked solemnly, will I end up dying too, or crippled like my brother? Please answer me. Baiyu kept his back turned. The Bomo poison scripture is the way of cultivation to become a poison man. Let nature take its course. Baishahi suddenly stood up from the ground, then asked hysterically, damn, let nature take its course. What nonsense about letting nature take its course. Ever since I started cultivating poisonous arts, I haven't been able to sleep well. Once I failed to resist toxicity, the only 2 paths left are becoming crippled or dying. Don't talk to me about letting nature take its course now. Please tell me clearly. What should I do? Who would have thought Baiyu's answer would still be so ambiguous? When the time comes, you'll know. Returning to reality from his memories, Baishahi murmured softly, when was the time father meant? Filled with confusion, Baishahi squeezed his legs hard. Long-term waiting was exchanged for lower body paralysis. Even after reaching the realm of freely wielding inner ki, he was powerless. what to do. Bai Yu's figure suddenly appeared at this moment. He and Mu Jingyun were positioned in front of and behind Bai Shay respectively. What they said was identical. Why fight the poison? Why not just accept it? Bai Yu, with his back to Bai Shay, turned around gently. Shay, the time has long come. A flash of golden light crossed Bai Shay's mind. His previously paralyzed body was now lying flat on the stone bed, with faint seven-colored radiance flickering before his eyes. I see. So that's how it is. That phrase, let nature take its course, spoken by my father, that sentence I deliberately buried, has come full circle and returned to me through this child. My body was ready all along. It was always just me stubbornly resisting it all. Endless radiance burst from Bai Shay's body, as if his entire being was ascending. Mu Jingyun realized the other party was starting to accept the poison. Now, seeing this, Qingling couldn't help clicking her tongue. This old man has good luck. Hearing this, Mu Jingyun was a bit confused. Qingling looked at Bai Shay. His body is undergoing changes due to a brand new enlightenment. It's just that he himself kept resisting it. His body was ready long ago. Mu Jingyun's eyes widened. Bai Shay's inner ki and poison, previously live fire and water, started to blend together. Cracks appeared on his skin. Seeing these changes, the corners of Qingling's mouth curved into a look of approval, a poison man transcending. He is undergoing a rebirth on his way to the transformation realm, listening to the night drums after backing out, washing the clouds and walking with the embrace of the moon. At this moment, inside that secret chamber built of sepal stone, both Mu Jingyun and Qingling were captivated by the sight before them. That was the Poison King, going through the entire process of rebirth. Madder flower brilliance representing rebirth covered him in layers. For martial artists, rebirth is a dreamlike realm. That is the physical body's phenomenon of reshaping itself. According to the realm, after breaking through a bottleneck, the reshaped body can be said to be the most ideal state of mind, oneself. In a blink of an eye, the rebirth was nearing its end. A sigh escaped from Bai Shay's lips. He had now completely become a poison man. The clothes on his body had almost completely melted, leaving him stark naked. However, the upturned corners of his mouth showed Bai Shay didn't care, because he actually stood up on his own two legs. This feeling of regaining what was lost is too complicated. Excitement and thrills made his heart beat violently. Mu Jingyun's voice reached Bai Shay's ears at this moment. Congratulations. Hearing this, Bai Shay turned his head to look at Mu Jingyun, looking at the sincere gaze. He didn't know what to say. Meanwhile, Mu Jingyun took off his outer robe. I was worried you'd kick the bucket straight away after drinking my blood. Never expected you to actually complete a rebirth. Bai Shay took the clothes from Mu Jingyun's hand and covered his lower body. He had actually already realized the rebirth himself, but hearing it from another gave him a completely different feeling. Mu Jingyun smiled faintly, then dropped a bombshell. And you've grown younger. Hearing this, a flash of brilliant light crossed Bai Shay's eyes. He instinctively touched his own face. The wrinkles on his face had almost vanished, and his skin had become elastic as well. This change reminded Bai Shay of the two martial kings who obtained the 8-star title. Their appearances truly looked much younger than their actual ages. I thought it would be enough just to be able to walk. Never expected to become a poison man and break through my realm, reaching the 8-star realm. Just as Bai Shay couldn't suppress his inner excitement, Mu Jingyun interrupted his thoughts. You got the result you wanted. In that case, then just now's proposal is as good as void. Bai Shay looked at Mu Jingyun with some confusion. Mu Jingyun's tone was calm. You stood up by your strength. Bai Shay raised an eyebrow. You think this old man is someone without any sense of shame. If it weren't for you, this old man would have been half paralyzed for life today. How could I forget your kindness? This old man sincerely thanks you. Mu Jingyun bowed low. Thank you for saying so. Bai Shay was stunned for a moment upon seeing this, then burst out laughing. Kid, it seems now you said those insincere words to make me say it myself. You are an arrogant fellow. Mu Jingyun bowed again. If you feel that way, I am deeply sorry. Bai Shay spoke decisively. I'll be direct. You are my benefactor. Hope flickered in his eyes. Then would you be willing to grant my request? Bai Shay replied readily. Whether it's arts or treasures, or gold and treasures, just name it. Who would have thought Mu Jingyun would spit out 4 words? It's a question, Bai Shay muttered. A question. Mu Jingyun's tone was so. Please tell me about the ghost sword. Hearing this, Bai Shay instantly knitted his brows. He thought he'd ask for something else. Never expected this question. Mu Jingyun's gaze burned. Everything else doesn't matter. I heard you crossed swords with him. Please tell me about him. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Bai Shay hesitated for a long time, finally nodding in agreement. I can tell you about my fight with the ghost sword. The room fell silent at this moment. Mu Jingyun clenched his fists. Can I finally know the ghost sword? However, what he said next poured cold water on him. Before I tell you, I must say one thing. Actually, this old man doesn't know the ghost sword's true face either. As soon as these words were said, Mu Jingyun's pupils contracted slightly. Bai Shay crossed his arms. I did indeed cross swords with the ghost sword, but he wore a mask, so it was impossible to know his age and appearance. Bai Shay paused slightly. then seemed to recall the scene back then, and that couldn't even be considered a fight at all. Otherwise, how would I belie this? Ever since Bai Shay became a master of poison arts, that was the first time I felt powerless. Even when sparring with Hu Taegang, one of the 8 stars, I never felt this helpless. The poison I poured head on was neutralized by the ghost sword, using an even higher tier art of moving flowers and grafting wood. This made me doubt my life. How could the opponent possess such terrifying strength? It could be said that the ghost swords might far surpass the world's evaluation. However, just as Bai Shay was clearly suffering a crushing defeat, the ghost sword took the initiative to stop the fight. Poison King, let's end it here. Clearly fighting for their lives, clearly holding the advantage, he suddenly proposed a truce. This felt like an insult. What do you mean? Are you pitying me? Who would have thought the ghost sword would say? Poison King, do you want to fight a wounded man? Bai Shay, having been asked back, widened his eyes. What wounded man? What does that mean? The ghost sword tore open his upper garment to reveal his chest. To everyone's shock, there was a mark resembling a palm print left on his chest. That area was pitch black and deeply sunken in, centered around the wound. His blood vessels appeared a pitch black color, looking as if he had been struck by a poisonous palm print. This discovery made Bai Shay feel utterly absurd. The ghost sword actually fought me with a body lie that, turns out from the start, I was no match for him. Extreme shame left Bai Shay with no further thought of fighting the ghost sword to the death. He stood up from the ground. Who injured you? Aoyang or Sichuan Tang family. Who knew the ghost sword would speak? A name that shocked the king. Xi Yinyox. A thunderous strike on flat land. Hearing that unexpected name from the ghost sword, Poison King Bai Shay's pupils shrank. Isn't Xi Yinyoxian as famous as the doctor, known as the strongest healer of the time? He isn't one of the 5. How could he severely wound the ghost sword? Yet, as Bai Shay felt puzzled, the ghost sword tossed him a token. Take it. Bai Shay caught it instinctively. When he saw the token clearly, he was startled. This is. The ghost sword spoke calmly. Now you see, we don't need to fight. Bai Shay questioned him. How on earth did you get this? But the ghost sword only left one sentence. Give this to its owner, and tell him I'm injured, and was obstructed. After saying this, the ghost sword left. Back in reality, Bai Shay rubbed his chin. I knew the ghost sword was stronger than rumored, and Xi Yinyoxian is a better poison master. Mu Jingyan quickly grasped the point. Then what is the item he gave you? Bai Shay hesitated, struggling internally. He finally let out a long sigh. Do not tell anyone else. That is the sect leader's token. Mu Jingyan frowned upon hearing this. The sect leader's token. Is the ghost sword the leader's bodyguard? Bai Shay shook his head slightly. I have no way of knowing. I just returned the token to the leader, and after relaying the ghost sword's words, the leader gave a warning. This matter must not be spread. Mu Jingyan blinked. So, the person who knows the ghost sword, Bai Shay continued, should only be the leader. Hearing this, Mu Jingyan's expression turned grave. He wanted to learn the ghost sword's identity, but unexpectedly found a link to the Heaven sect leader. Kingling, listening nearby, felt relieved. He had been worried. If the ghost sword had no Heaven sect ties, Mu Jingyan might leave this place. However, by coincidence, the ghost sword is linked to the leader. This gives Mu Jingyan more reason to stay. For Kingling, this is a fortunate turn of events. It seems our goals align to some extent. Mu Jingyan's gazed cold. Things have become more complicated. The clues now involve the Heaven sect leader. That person is one of the 8 stars, one of the 6 supreme martial masters. The difficulty of meeting him cannot compare to meeting Poison King Bai Shay. Thinking this, Mu Jingyan whispered, I must find a way to get close to the Heaven sect leader naturally. After a moment of silence, Mu Jingyan bid farewell to Bai Shay. Anyway, thank you very much. I will take my leave now. Bai Shay was surprised. What? You are leaving already? Didn't you want to use the Blood Valley prize to receive my guidance? Mu Jingyan finally remembered the excuse he made to find the Poison King. Bai Shay realized and laughed. He held his forehead and laughed. So that's how it is. You never intended to learn from me. How interesting. There are such bold, strange people here. Caught. Mu Jingyan scratched his head. Please forgive this junior's audacity. Bai Shay put his arm around his neck. Then he said, it's fine, but I cannot forget your kindness. I will teach you a great martial art. Mu Jingyan's eyes lit up. A great art. What kind of art? Bai Shay's lips curled mysteriously. Look forward to it. Meanwhile, outside the stone room, poison fog lingered, except for Bai Shoujian, who knows poison. The other 2 struggled to suppress toxins. Zhang Lingyu's face was covered in sweat. His grim expression hid his anger, because Wei Zhaoyan's detox was faster. In terms of internal energy alone, Wei Zhaoyan had far surpassed him. Realizing this, Zhang Lingyu felt urgent. He worried that if this continued, Wei Zhaoyan might become unstoppable. Perhaps as time passes, the gap between them will only shrink. Worry made Zhang Lingyu clench his fists. Maybe before that happens, he must take action. Who knew that in the next second, the stone door opened from within. Zhang Lingju and Wei Zhaoyan brightened. Someone is coming out. We can talk again. However, a familiar figure surprised the three people outside. It was Mu Jingyun. As they prepared to question Mu Jingyun, another figure walked out of the stone room. He laughed, so noisy. When they saw the person's face, Bai Xiaojiang thought it was his father. He suddenly realized, "Father, have you achieved a breakthrough?" A breakthrough means a new realm. This news made Zhang Lingyu and Wei Zhaoyan's faces change. This means the sect has a new expert. I must gain his support. Almost at the same time, Zhang Lingyu and Wei Zhaoyan congratulated. Congratulations on your success. Then, Zhang Lingyu shoved Wei aside and approached Bai Shi. Senior, how can we not celebrate? Wei Zhaoyan, having lost the lead, was resentful. However, Bai Shi waved his hand. No need. Zhang Lingyu wanted more, but Bai Shi interrupted him. Thank you for your congratulations, but wasn't our business settled? My condition was to help me up, but neither of you did it. Zhang Lingyu and Wei Zhaoyan were speechless. Bai Shi turned to look at Bai Xiaojiang while holding Mu Jinyun's neck. And Xiaojiang, from now on, this kid is my official disciple. He is also our new family member. Treat him like your younger brother. Once these words were spoken, everyone present was shocked. Even Bai Xiaojiang was shocked. Mu Jingyun, however, looked troubled. This reward for being first is too much. Bai Shi gave his own reason. If you want your poison to peak, I must teach you my wave demon manual. But that is a family secret. You must become our family. Bai Xiaojiang was stunned. Father, the demon poison manual, that is for family heirs only. Bai Shi's tone was firm and unyielding. That is why he must join our family. Mu Jingyun bowed with cupped hands. Junior already has a master. How can I? Bai Shi patted Mu Jingyun's shoulder. Is there a rule against two masters? As for the sect leader, I will explain it to him myself and get his understanding. You don't need to worry about that. Hearing this, Mu Jingyun couldn't argue. It seems no matter what he said, the man was determined to take him. However, noticing Zhang Lingyu and Wei Zhaoyan's gazes, the subtle looks made Mu Jingyun click his tongue. So that's it. Is this why you took me as a disciple? In this way, my status becomes a disciple of both the leader and Poison King. For them, there is no talent more desirable. Thinking this, Mu Jinyun's mouth twitched. He glanced at Bai Shi from the corner of his eye. In the end, all attention shifts to me. You said you'd repay my kindness, but you just dumped trouble on me. I really fell for your trap, you old man. Clouds press down on all living things. 1,000 peaks fill the collar. At this moment, in a manor in the southwest of the Heaven Sect, this is the Yuansha Pavilion headquarters. Zhao Yaigong hurried into the hall. Although he tried to suppress emotions, his nervous state could not be hidden. Zhao Yaigong felt heavy-hearted because the thing he feared had come. That is his senior brother, Zhao Taking. He is upstairs right now. Zhao Taking had left on a secret mission, but now he has returned without warning. Zhao Yaigong guessed that he must have heard the news of him becoming the pavilion master and rushed back. Following the plan with Mu Jingyun, Zhao Yaigong used becoming the pavilion master as a condition to cover up the murder of Yin Xiaoyu. The biggest obstacle to this scheme is Zhao Yaigong's senior brother, Zhao Taking, who reached the Sun Realm. Now, he has finally returned. With a trembling heart, Zhao Yaigong gripped his cane tightly. He kept telling himself not to worry. After all, everything was prepared. After using the corpse of Yin Xiaoyu to become pavilion master, Zhao Yaigong sank the body into a lake 20 miles away. Seeing Zhao Yaigong approach, the guards at the door bowed in respect. Zhao Yaigong asked immediately, "Is the senior brother inside?" The guard nodded. "He is waiting for you in the room." Hearing this, Zhao Yaigong waved them away. He grabbed the bronze ring on the door. Now, status and evidence are in my favor. Bring it on. But when he opened the door, Zhao Yaigong was about to greet him. But his words stopped abruptly. The man was sitting in the master's chair. Zhao Taking had his feet on the desk. Wearing grey robes with the yin-yang pattern, he was slumped, sleeping with head back. He looked lazy and arrogant. The room fell into silence. Zhao Yaigong narrowed his eyes. There were seats prepared for guests, but Zhao Taking chose the master's chair. This was clearly a provocation, but Zhao Yaigong could guess his thoughts. He forced himself to stay calm, then coughed deliberately. "Senior brother, you have returned." Zhao Taking opened his eyes. "You're here." Zhao Yaigong bowed. "I heard you left on a secret mission." Zhao Taking's lips curled. "Since you know that, it seems the handover is complete." Zhao Taking's words were sharp. Zhao Yaigong felt a hint of nervousness. After all, he was the intended successor. He had long expected him to resist because of this. In the next second, Zhao Yaigong replied, "Although there are many shortcomings, I will slowly adapt." Zhao Taking whispered, "Slowly adapt." Zhao Yaigong spoke in a low tone. "I understand your disappointment, but I am only following the master's order." Zhao Taking sneered. "The master's order. Zhao Yaigong stepped up. I tried to decline the master then. After all, the senior brother was there, but the master said you must guard him. So he passed the position to me. The sound of footsteps echoed. Zhao Yaigong asked sternly, do you want to defy the master's order? Zhao Taking did not reply, as if pondering the truth of these words. Did the master really say that? Zhao Yaigong nodded with a smile. If you don't believe me, you can ask others. Hearing this, Zhao Taking seemed convinced. The room fell into silence again. But in the next second, a scene that shocked Zhao Yaigong occurred. Zhao Taking gritted his teeth sharply. Do you covet that position so much? Then, with a loud bang, Zhao Taking slammed his cane down. The coffin lay box beside him opened. Inside was the corpse of the former master, Yin Xiaoyu, now a living corpse, was pale. A seal talisman was on his forehead. Seeing this, Zhao Yaigong was confused, but this was not the time to dwell. He quickly formed a simple hand seal with his left hand. This was to activate the four-seal barrier. No matter how he found the body, Zhao Yaigong knew clearly he must suppress him now. However, the barrier did not activate. This left Zhao Yaigong completely baffled. Zhao Taking clicked his tongue, quite well prepared. Did you think I'd just let this go? Hearing this, Zhao Yaigong bit his lip. Zhao Taking formed hand seals too, calling out his two shikigami, Tulu and Kinyuan. Fierce auras rise like battle clouds. The howling wind brings bone-chilling calls. Right here at the Yuansha pavilion, a piercing screech echoed outside. Zhao Yaigong turned to look. It was a ferocious, monstrous raptor. Then came a loud crash. The pavilion window shattered into a huge hole. Amid flying wood chips, the furniture was overturned by shock waves, smashing into a chaotic mess. Zhao Yaigong's heart tightened. He stepped back to avoid the brunt, unaware an ambush was in the shadows. Another monster was poised for action. Its fierce eyes locked onto him. In an instant, two behemoths closed in from both sides. Under their shadows, Zhao Yaigong looked like a fragile chip, utterly insignificant and helpless. The raptor monster flapped its wings and charged. Its sharp claws tore through the air, slamming fiercely into Zhao Yaigong's chest, sending him flying into midair. Before he could fall, the crimson monster behind him lunged with sharp claws, pinning him straight to the ground. The crushing force felt like a collapsing mountain. Flesh and bone sank where he was pinned. The crunch of breaking bones, mixed with Zhao Yaigong's screams, echoed through the empty pavilion. Overwhelmed by pain, Zhao Yaigong instinctively turned to grab. It was a four-legged giant beast, with bizarre crimson horns. Its body radiated a murderous aura. Every breath exhaled a foul stench. At that moment, Zhao Yaigong's heart sank, because he recognized this monster. It is Tulu, a demon of Kunlun, capital of heaven and earth. Though resembling a goat, it is extremely ferocious. It preys on humans in Kunlun's valleys, a demon-class evil spirit, also known as the Red Falling Star. The other raptor is Kinyuan, equal to Tulu, both are Zhao Taking's proudest shikigami. Next, Zhao Taking, at the fiery rank, strode toward him. Then he coldly spat out two words, who? Enduring the piercing pain in his back, Zhao Yaigong let out a hoarse murmur. What are you talking about? Zhao Taking crouched down in front of him. His gaze was sharp as a knife, piercing the heart. With your strength, it's impossible to use the six-spirit ritual to harm a fairy rank master like this. Someone must have helped you. So, who on earth is that person? Pushed to the brink, Zhao Yaigong's expression darkened. Resentment and doubt churned in his eyes. He thought he had everything prepared, but he was outmatched in the end. Even now, he couldn't figure out how Zhao Taking found Yin Xiaoyu, or how he saw through his layout. Zhao Taking grabbed Zhao Yaigong's right wrist, tracing the wrinkles on his hand. He sneered, cursed flame-locking array. I never thought you'd be led by such things. Tulu, pinned down the beast. Tulu responded by increasing the pressure of its paw. Zhao Yaigong felt as if his upper body was about to be crushed. A smirk curved Zhao Taking's mouth. If you want me to stop, you better confess right now. That way, I'll grant you a quick death. Zhao Yaigong clenched his fingertips. His nails dug into his palms, blood seeping out. At the same time, he gave a bitter smile inside. A wave of helplessness washed over him. As expected, I can't beat senior brother. Mu Jingyun's figure flashed in his mind. He looked up and called, senior brother. Zhao Taking thought he'd come clean. Who knew Zhao Yaigong would say, ever since I became master's disciple, I gave up on being the successor. Hearing this, Zhao Taking frowned. Zhao Yaigong stood up with all his strength. Because my strength can't compare to yours, but I still have dreams. Zhao Yaigong recalled meeting Mu Jingyun. Though I was set up by that kid, after taking him as a dissol, I felt it, even if I can't achieve it. He can reach realms I never could. As he spoke, Zhao Yaigong took out a puppet. Then he formed seals, As a master, how could I betray my disciple? Brilliant golden light shone from the puppet. The 4 puppets grew in size. The willow spirit gods charged at Zhao Taking with a fearless, do-or-die aura. Zhao Taking's expression changed. He didn't expect Zhao Yigong to make such a choice. What a disappointing fellow. Knowing he couldn't win, Zhao Yigong struck with determination. Zhao Taking cast spells to counter. Almost in an instant, Zhao Yigong was overwhelmingly suppressed. The two were not on the same level. There was no qualification to contend. Defeated instantly by Zhao Taking, Zhao Yigong's gaze gradually dimmed. He prayed silently, "Jingyun, run." Meanwhile, inside the Bai residence, the banquet was in full swing. Laughter filled the courtyard. Mu Jingyun stood in the yard, but suddenly his gaze froze, as if his soul had left his body. The surrounding clamor faded away, leaving behind dead silence. Seeing Mu Jingyun stop for no reason, Bai She called, "Jingyun, what are you doing standing there? Come greet your elders." A breeze swept across the courtyard, whipping up fallen leaves that drifted past Mu Jingyun. He slowly raised his head, gazing afar. A trace of inexplicable melancholy and palpitation flashed in his eyes. "It's nothing. I just thought of someone." Fallen leaves drift through streets, turning to spring mud. Naive, though Zhao Yigong and Mu Jingyun's meeting wasn't pleasant. Mu Jingyun represented the pursuit of a higher realm. This was pure belief. He was willing to give his life. Cold wind blew, carrying the sand pavilion towards the Bai residence afar. A silent vow echoed between heaven and earth. The first sword points at Zhao Taking. Heroes emerge. Clouds embraced the eaves. The setting sun dyed the earth orange-red. The guard outside was utterly bored. He had been waiting for half a day. Mu Jingyun's voice rang out behind. "Shizong, you've been waiting long." Startled, Shizong immediately stood up, then said, "Not at all." Mu Jingyun walked past Shizong. "Let's head back then." In a blink, night had fallen. Darkness shrouded the mortal world. Tiandihui hung lanterns along every path, allowing pedestrians to walk with ease. When they returned to the courtyard, Mu Jingyun stopped in his tracks. Shizong looked puzzled at the sight. "Young master, what's wrong?" Mu Jingyun looked in a direction. "We have a guest waiting." A burly man walked out from the right corner at that moment. The moment he saw the other person, Shizong's eyes widened. "Chief Yu Haran." Yu Haran is Blade King Sun Yun's disciple, Grand Chief of the Giant Ku sect, and the capable confidant of the association leader's third disciple, Wai Zhaoyan. Holding the title of one of the 5 tigers, he could be said to be the most outstanding rising star. Next, Yu Haran stared at Mu Jingyun with an indifferent gaze. "Is your aura sensing very strong?" Mu Jingyun recognized him as Wai Zhaoyan's confidant. He gave a faint smile. "Because you didn't deliberately hide your aura either." Yu Haran let out a light snort. Just as Mu Jingyun said, he hadn't hidden his aura at all. He believed that unless necessary, hiding one's tracks. Hiding was for spies and cowards. Yu Haran looked him up and down. "So this guy defeated Yu Wengchen and got the token representing the young lady's identity." Yu Haran couldn't figure out why Wei Zhaoyan would hand the token to such an insignificant brat. Even thinking about it made him feel extremely annoyed. After a brief silence, Yu Haran changed the subject. "The young lady wants me to bring you." Mu Jingyun didn't reply. He waited for the rest. Yu Haran wore a mocking smile. "But I'm not satisfied with you. Do you remember Yu Wengchen?" Mu Jingyun's mind conjured up the young man he met earlier in the blood-drinking ancient treasury. "You mean the guy in my way?" Yu Haran nodded. "He's my junior. Though he was in the wrong, if you want to say it. He was confined because of you, as his senior brother. How could I just sit back and do nothing?" Hearing this, Mu Jingyun felt like laughing inside. The other's actions were just an excuse. Who would have thought that in the next second, Yu Haran asked a question. "I heard you have the young lady's token." Mu Jingyun nodded in admission. With a clang, Yu Haran drew his large saber from behind. "I also have a token. How about a sparring match with the token as the stake? If you win, I'll give you the token I got from the Lord. But if you lose, I take back your token, and also settle the score between you and my junior brother." This was his true motive. Mu Jingyun laughed out loud. "Your abacus is being clicked a bit too loudly, isn't it?" Almost in an instant, a murderous aura surged from him. Just as he was about to move, Mu Jingyun waved his hand. "So you're jealous of me. I know that when you heard I got the token, your mood was terrible. You view her as your lord, and want to make her your woman. Why use your junior as an excuse?" Struck, Yu Haran flew into a rage. With the speed of lightning, he slashed his saber at Mu Jingyun's neck. "You brat, you're courting death." Mu Jingyun pushed Shizong aside, then sidestepped to dodge Yu Haran's strike. The blade cleaved the ground. Like a phantom, Mu Jingyun appeared before him. "I understand your mockery. Though you wish the one you admire well, if she becomes the successor, your relationship will only become more distant instead. So you don't care at all if the Lord becomes the successor or not." Yu Haran instinctively stepped back, but Mu Jingyun grabbed his saber. "Wanting to seize my token is because of these feelings, but do you have a way to take it?" A cracking sound echoed. The blade held tightly in Mu Jingyun's grip was slowly bending. Corrosive toxic gas hissed. Yu Haran realized something. This is poisonous technique. Almost in a flash, the poisonous mist of the poisonous scripture enveloped the two. Unbeknownst to them, another watcher stood hidden. She was Zhang Lingyu's confidant, Xu Huairen. Xu Huairen's jaw dropped wide open at that moment. He had originally been sent by Zhang Lingyu to lobby him, yet never expected this scene. Who was Yu Haoran, Tiandihui's top rising star, one of the 5 tigers and Blade King Sun Yun's official successor. Yet right now, Yu Haoran was corroded by the poison liar Sick Cat. Even his saber was tossed aside. He could only clutch his throat and circulate his energy to fend off the poison, coughing violently without stop. Xu Huairen could never have foreseen this. No matter how bold, he could never have imagined Yu Haoran would be defeated so easily. This was a major event that could alter the landscape of Tiandihui. Xu Huairen felt an urgent desire to report back to Zhang Lingyu. He knew his side miscalculated. Mu Jingyun's strength was even greater than Wei Xiaoyan's. Poison scripture, phantom blade, flowing step, and that familiar yet flawless exquisite sword technique. Every single one was an extremely difficult top-tier martial art. Mu Jingyun's value was too high. As Xu Huairen prepared to slip away, a hoarse voice came from behind. Now that really was quite an interesting show to watch. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the aureole behind. Just as Xu Huairen was leaving to report Mu Jingyun's information to Zhang Lingyu, a man's hoarse voice suddenly rang out. What an interesting show we've been watching. Startled, Xu Huairen used his footwork to distance himself and looked back. Yet there was no one in sight. Right at that moment, that voice echoed again from behind Xu Huairen. My gaze has always been fixed on Mu Jingyun down below. Such an interesting person to appear behind me without a sound, without sensing the slightest aura. Even now, I can't feel him standing right behind me. Xu Huairen was trembling all over, looking terrified to the extreme. The man wore a slight smile. Why are you shaking? Weren't we both watching a good show earlier? With a chilling sensation down his spine, Xu Huairen couldn't turn his head. The man's mouth curled into a smile. I wondered if it would end boringly, and if I should leave one for my juniors. But now it seems that would be a terrible pity. Hearing this, Xu Huairen's pupils constricted sharply. Could he be the eldest young master, as Xu Huairen anticipated? Luo Liang's figure appeared directly before his eyes the next second. His words were devoid of emotion. I think you should take a rest. Meanwhile, the two who had just decided the victor below looked at each other. Finally, Mu Jingyun stepped forward to break the stalemate. Yu Haoran coughed incessantly. Poisoned by the bow, he was like a lamb awaiting slaughter. Just when Yu Haoran thought he was dead, Mu Jingyun didn't kill him. Instead, he reached into his chest and retrieved the token bearing Wei Xiaoyan's identity. Her gaze was full of disdain. I don't care who you lie, so you don't need to worry. I will tell the young lady about this jealous gamble of yours. How regrettable. As he spoke, a snap was heard. The token from Wei Xiaoyan was crushed by Mu Jingyun. Looking at the shattered token, Yu Haoran couldn't hide his loss. He had intended to use this token as proof of his feelings the moment he became the most important person to Wei Xiaoyan, but now, it vanished like a bubble. Seeing this, Mu Jingyun was satisfied, as he planned to make Yu Haoran lead him to her. A sense of crisis descended. That was because the aura of the woman watching him had vanished. Then, the guards collapsed. Unconscious for unknown reasons, Yu Haoran, poisoned by the bow, also closed his eyes and fell unconscious. The entire courtyard was now enveloped in an eerie and deathly silence. Sensing danger, Mu Jingyun looked around, yet he sensed nothing at all. To knock out the guards and Yu Haoran, without a single trace of aura or movement. Who could this be? Little did he know, Luo Liang had already appeared behind Mu Jingyun. His tone was full of banter. Take a guess. Mu Jingyun whipped his head around, yet the place where the voice came from was completely empty. It was as if he had just been hearing things. Luo Liang's voice rang out behind him again. Where are you looking? Can you really guess? Barely hearing movement, the opponent vanished from his sight in an instant. Mu Jingyun confirmed one thing. This person's speed was superior. This meant the opponent's realm was above his. This mysterious man should be much stronger than Yu Haoran, one of the 5 tigers, at least a master-level expert. Kingling, possessing the puppet, now revealed herself. She began observing Luo Liang's appearance from Mu Jingyun. Kingling's description recalled Mu Jingyun's previous conversation with the dark sect leader. That was a description of the sect leader's eldest disciple. One pupil was normal black, while the pupil of his other eye was greyish-white. Indeed, a man with sharp facial contours and a tall, handsome figure. Mu Jingyun was now certain that this man was none other than the senior martial brother of Wei Xiaoyan and Zhang Lingyu. He was Luo Liang, the eldest disciple of the Heaven and Earth sect leader. So the next second, Mu Jingyun cupped his fists, bowing slightly forward. Mu Jingyun, disciple of the dark sect, pays respects to the eldest young master. Hearing these words, Luo Liang fell into a brief silence. Then, he suddenly poked his head out from Mu Jingyun's right side with some surprise. How interesting. How did you know my identity? This was the first time Mu Jingyun locked eyes with Luo Liang. The moment they met, a bizarre thought suddenly arose in his mind. It was undeniably the feeling of meeting one of his own kind. I remember the Poison Valley Master, Li Xian, once said that as long as one obtains all 4 first-place medals, they could ask the Heaven and Earth sect leader for martial arts guidance, and the Dark sect leader had also mentioned something similar. Since the Blood Valley opened, the only person who won all 4 first-place medals possessed overwhelming skill, and closest to the sect leader was none other than the eldest young master, Luo Vliang. This truly was a shocking fact. The Dark sect leader had then added another sentence. If the second young master and third young lady were chosen for their talent, then the eldest young master climbed his way up from the very bottom, reaching his current position entirely through his own strength. To put it bluntly, in terms of both literary and martial talent, the eldest young master is undoubtedly the undisputed choice for the next sect leader. Mu Jingyan pondered slightly. Then why the succession dispute? Who would have thought the Dark sect leader would say something extremely unexpected? Perhaps the sect leader fears him. Hearing this, Mu Jingyan frowned. This is too bizarre. As one of the universally acknowledged 6 heavens in the world, the Heaven and Earth sect leader is actually guarding against his own eldest disciple. The Dark sect leader took a sip of hot tea. The eldest young master is indeed brilliant and exceptionally talented in both civil and martial arts. The eldest young master is indeed brilliant and exceptionally talented in both civil and martial arts, making him the best successor. Even though the other disciples are excellent, they cannot compare to him. Yet the reality is he only received a 40% approval rating. Mu Jingyan raised an eyebrow. Could it be that Luo Vliang has a fatal flaw capable of overturning all this, unless he has a serious defect? The sect leader has no reason not to name him as the successor, the Dark sect leader explained in a meaningful tone. He is different from others. Mu Jingyan pressed on. What does this difference mean? The Dark sect leader thought, just as it sounds. The eldest young master's mindset, way of thinking, and even emotions are vastly different from ordinary people. I don't know if he was born so, or if it was caused by environmental factors, but this difference seems to prevent the sect leader from making up his mind. Now, truly facing Luo Vliang face to face, Mu Jingyan still couldn't understand what the Dark sect leader meant by different from ordinary people. However, for the first time, a strange emotion welled up inside him. It was the feeling of kindred spirits attracting one another. Yet the one who felt this was not just Mu Jingyan. The moment their eyes met, Luo Vliang was likewise enveloped by a peculiar feeling, a marvelous sensation never before felt around ordinary people, radiating from the kid before him. Luo Vliang instinctively sensed that even though the opponent already knew his identity, his gaze did not waver in the slightest during their eye contact. He couldn't help muttering, "Interesting." Mu Jingyan asked, "What are you talking about?" Luo Vliang's eyes lit up. "You are one of my kind." Mu Jingyan's gaze turned sharp. Luo Vliang chuckled lightly. "I used to wonder why a righteous fellow captured as a hostage would join the Heaven and Earth sect. Now it seems I understand the reason. You don't fit in with those pedantic righteous folks. The righteous path is boring." "Right." Mu Jingyan turned and glanced at Luo Vliang. "I don't know what you mean." Luo Vliang slowly walked a circle around Mu Jingyan. His gaze was full of scrutiny. "You're playing dumb, but that's not the point. Anyway, how did you know my identity?" Mu Jingyan answered casually. "I guessed it on intuition." Luo Vliang stroked his chin. "Purely on intuition, with no evidence." Mu Jingyan raised a hand and pointed somewhere. "It's not without evidence. You knocked out Wei Zhaoyan's aide, Grandmaster Yu Heron, and young Master Zhang Lingyu's close aide Xu Huiren, didn't you?" Hearing this, Luo Vliang was taken aback. He clearly hadn't expected Mu Jingyan's perception to be so sharp. Mu Jingyan continued his analysis. Figures capable of easily knocking out those two fellows, they were very few indeed. Among them, the distinguished guests attending the Poison King's grandson's birthday banquet were only the successors. Those two had no reason to attack their own confidence. Luo Vliang picked up the thread. "That leaves only me." Mu nodded. "Exactly." After a silence, Luo Vliang spread his arm. "Smart. Figuring out her identity from aura. Truly excellent. At first, I thought handing you over to my junior disciples would be a fun idea, but after seeing you in person, but I can't do that now." Kingling, possessing the puppet, appeared at this moment, leaning close to his ear. "He seems to want to win you over. You can use this opportunity to get close to the sect leader." Who would have thought what came out of Luo Vliang's mouth would be entirely unexpected? "You must have sensed that you and I are actually of the same kind, so I've changed my mind. Someone lie you. If you cannot be controlled, it's better to kill you now." Realizing something was wrong, Mu Jingyan reached for his sword. When Sword Kai arrived instantly, with a loud bang, he was sent flying backward. This sudden accident caused Kingling's expression to change drastically. Luo Vliang leaped onto the eaves, that feeling of meeting one's kind, rather than recognition. It's more like disgust. Hitting the wall, Mu Jingyan was covered in blood. His eyes were filled with gravity. Kingling loudly warned him at that moment, "I don't know why this is happening. You better be careful." He reached the transformation realm. At this moment, the round moon hung high in the sky, and the chilly night wind rustled their clothes. Sharp sword he condensed from true ki surged from Luo Vliang's joined fingers, making him look like a heavenly god about to judge the demon king. Mu Jin was in grave danger now. surpassing mortals, possessing the apparent strength to split mountains and seas, seemingly calm, yet containing power that could erupt at any moment. That was the transformation realm, with Luo laying at the center. Surging true ki spread in all directions. Mu Jingyun could feel that the opponent was covering the surroundings with true kai. Having done all this, Luo Liang wore a faint smile. Now, even if we make a scene, no one will come to interfere with us. Who would have thought the very next second, a bolt of sword ki appeared before Mu Jingyun in the blink of an eye. Mu Jingyun sidestepped to dodge Luo Liang's strike, which split the building in half. Had he been slightly slower, Mu Jingyun's body surely would have been cleanly sliced in two. Luo Liang, who had reached the transformation realm, could actually display such astonishing explosive power. Then, Luo Liang unleashed a burst of sword that thrust straight at Mu Jingyun's head. Reacting too late, Mu Jingyun spat a mouthful of blood and was sent flying backward. Seeing this, Luo Liang stamped his heel on the ground and pursued Mu Jingyun like an arrow leaving a bow. His tone was filled with iciness. I was going to shatter your skull, but you actually managed to instantly dissolve the force. Is this talent? Mu Jingyun parried with his sword. Their figures clashed continuously across the spacious plaza. The sound of clanging metal rang out one after another. Sparks from the collision of weapons flashed in the night sky. At this moment, brilliance flickered in Luo Liang's eyes. He let out an exclamation. Since that guy from the Five Tigers, you're the first to last this long. Truly excellent. The wounds on Mu Jingyun's body were multiplying crazily. I know why you want to kill me. The others probably won't understand. Right, Luo Liang chuckled. Powerless. You can only wag your tongue. Mu Jingyun's tone was calm. I just want to stay alive. Luo Liang extended two fingers and thrust them straight at Mu Jingyun's eyes. You have no eyes. Mu Jingyun dodged instinctively, while using the momentum of a palm strike to push Luo Liang away. Then he swung his sword to take the chance and thrust at the opponent's neck. Who would have thought Luo Liang didn't dodge or evade at all? Something unexpected happened the very next second. For some reason, Mu Jingyun was blasted flying backward, and even the wicked sword was knocked out of his hand. Mu Jingyun flew back, filled with confusion. He didn't understand why his attack failed. Luo Liang's force injured him. He suffered internal injuries. Luo Liang appeared above Mu Jingyun. He slashed with sword energy. Mu Jingyun used his stance. He tried to deflect the attack. But this time, he didn't get his way. Luo Liang mocked him. Then he pierced his wrist with his sword. Looks like you're out of tricks. A squelching sound followed. Sword energy drew blood. Luo Liang laughed wildly. You're not afraid of death. I'm curious, though, if I cut off your limbs, would you keep that expression? People are most vulnerable when they are overconfident. Mu Jingyun waited for this. He unleashed the poison palm. It struck Luo Liang's chest, but just then, Mu Jingyun felt sharp pain. Luo Liang's sword energy. It tore his waist. Everything froze in that moment, just as he thought it worked. Luo Liang patted his chest. You have many tricks, don't you? Mu Jingyun stumbled, clutching his waist. He was out of options. This poison palm. Kingling explained the realms. Victory isn't just about levels. But the Huajing realm is different. I finally understand now. Even if I land a hit, I'm the one who gets hurt. Even poison doesn't work on him. Mu Jingyun collapsed to the ground. He dragged himself backward, leaving a trail of blood. He had to use words to buy time. I can use these skills for you. Luo Liang sneered. Work for me. Ridiculous. You'd just stab me in the back. Mu Jingyun argued. You don't trust me enough. Luo Liang pressed on. I'm sure. From the desires I feel in you. Only your killing intent is real. Mu Jingyun didn't know what to say. Luo Liang stared, seeing through him. That is your life's meaning. Am I wrong? Mu Jingyun's mouth twitched. Luo Liang's sword energy shimmered. I can spare your life, sure. But you must lose your limbs. Become a cripple who can't eat without help. Luo Liang's eyes gleamed with anticipation. I'm curious to see your expression. Let's start with your hands. But just then, blood droplets flooded in from everywhere. The ground and walls turned blood red. Luo Liang looked at the blood sea. He couldn't understand this change. Kingling's voice rang out. I didn't expect you to exist. Trying to kill the sect leader's disciple. The change shocked Luo Liang. He stopped playing around. He attacked directly, trying to kill Mu Jingyun. His blade slashed toward his neck. But at that moment, something blocked his sword energy. It was a smoking pipe. A flash of red light pushed him back. Kingling descended from the sky. She stood between them, eyeing Mu Jingyun. Kid, run to that old poison master. Leave this guy to me. Kingling in red. Who is stronger? Stay tuned. Cold crows and moonlight. All trees bow to the ghost. This was the closest Mu Jingyun had been to death. Luo Liang, at Huajing, suppressed him just as he was about to die. A figure in red descended. Kingling blocked the fatal blow. Kid, run to that old poison master. I'll handle this guy. Mu Jingyun stood up shakily. He wanted to say something. Kingling whispered a reminder. I can only hold on a while. You must have felt it too. A monstrous aura from afar. It's dangerous if we're found. Kingling's hair fluttered. I'll use energy he won't detect. Take this chance and run. Mu Jingyun said, I'm counting on you. Then he turned and left unsteadily. Luo Luliang fired a blade of energy. Kingling deflected its path. The wall was sliced in half. The scene fell silent. Luo Luliang looked at Kingling playfully. Junior sister, what are you doing? Because of Master's health. I haven't seen you in a while. Hearing this, Kingling had a guess. Did this guy mistake me for that girl? Luo Luliang questioned her. Why don't you answer? Angry because I attacked your man. Kingling was now certain. He really did mistake her. We do look alike. No need to clarify my identity. Kingling swung her pipe. Red light and black energy hissed. To stay hidden, I'll use her arts. I'll use that girl's martial arts. I'll use her heavenly sword stay. A murderous aura filled the yard. Kingling shone under the night sky. She unleashed the star sword technique. Countless sword beams rushed at Luo Luliang. Though she hated that girl, she had to admit that Stay's power. Facing the overwhelming attack, she doubted Luo Luliang could escape. Booming sounds echoed constantly. Sword energy crisscrossed the yard. The force pushed Luo Luliang back. He had to find a counter. Luo Luliang leaped up. He used Kingling's own move. He laughed loudly. Your sword skills have improved. I thought you were just a physique. Your strength wasn't mature. I didn't expect such progress. It truly amazes me, junior sister. Both their moves were powerful. As they clashed, energy surged in all directions. The ground was left in ruins. Even the eaves were shattered. Next, Kingling's pipe bit like a snake. Luo Luliang didn't retreat. He swung his sword to meet it. Another intense clash of steel. This time, Kingling was sent flying. She had to admit he was strong. Luo Luliang laughed and pressed on. Why are you silent, junior sister? Are you really that angry? The light from their clash almost hid the night. The beautiful pavilions were destroyed. Kingling gripped her pipe tightly. I'm not using my own source. I can only use a little energy, but he's starting to keep up. I can't beat him quickly. Maybe I should risk killing him. Just as she prepared a new move, Luo Luliang sneered. Are you not stopping? Since you don't know when to quit, I'll have to use this. In the next second, his right eye turned silver. Kingling was stunned. He's gathering energy in his eye. His right eye has a special power. Long ago, non-human blood dripped into it. By focusing his energy there, he can see weaknesses and flow. Though it causes pain and can't be held long. With this ability, he can suppress even stronger foes. He calls this transparent. In an instant, Kingling exploded with power. She pushed him back with one move. In Luo Luliang's view, through his eye, he felt no human aura from her. Only a cold, dead silence. It was eerie, making him doubt she was human. This discovery moved him. He stopped attacking. He stared at her. You're not Wei Zhuoyan. Kingling's heart tightened. I have been discovered. Before they could move, dangerous aura came from nearby. Both were shocked. They turned to look. A figure sat there. It was Mu Jingyun. He's the most dangerous protagonist. Every step is a trap. He learned poison in one afternoon. Returning at night, he faced Yu Haran. Just after solving that, a bigger problem followed. Luo Luliang had been lurking. If not for Kingling stopping the Huijing expert, Mu Jingyun would be dead. Then, as Luo Luliang saw through her, a dangerous aura came from nearby. It was where Mu Jingyun was. Kingling was shocked. Why didn't he leave? Why is his aura so dangerous? Unlike death energy, this dark aura is. Minutes ago, while they were fighting, Mu Jingyun clutched his wound. He stumbled into a corner. He looked back at the fight. His wound was still bleeding. Luo Luliang will hunt me down. I can't escape. Even if I did, I'd be caught. It's an instinct and a certainty. Mu Jingyun knew no other way. He had to gain more power. He had to reach Huijing. Luo Luliang and the Poison King are experts. He remembered the breakthrough. Can I do it? Can I be reborn? When the Poison King crossed the barrier, Mu Jingyun watched his meridians. He remembered it all. Energy through 3 points. The process of gathering spirit. He didn't know the theory, but he remembered the scene. He was confident he could do it, but without understanding, forcing the energy. Mu Jingyan was worried. Maybe I'll go mad. My life is at stake, but seeing their fierce fight. Mu Jingyan made his bet. The most dangerous one of his life. Success or failure. Death is coming anyway. Better to bet my life. Mu Jingyan sat on the ground. He began to circulate his energy, copying the Poison King's path. My energy is death energy. I must reverse it from the lower dantian, then through the middle and upper. Just then, a metallic taste rose in his throat. He coughed up blood. The ground was stained red. He wiped his mouth. Breathing hard. His eyes were firm. Too dangerous. Unstable breathing. Almost died. I must try again, slowly this time. The gathering is called Three Suns. Yang within yin, yang within yang. Returning to the heavenly palace. This process is balance, but since I'm learning in reverse, it's the three yins gathering. From yin within yang to yin within yin, then yin within yin and yang, the energy returns to the palace. Finally, the 5 vital energies circulate. The second phase goes smoothly. The 3 yin converge at the crown. Mu Jingyan opens his blood-red eyes. Crossing the barrier is difficult. Sweat trickles down his forehead. A faint mist exhales from his mouth. The aura Mu Jingyan gathered must pierce his crown. Yet since it's not an epiphany, but forced cultivation breakthrough, it is exceptionally arduous. While keeping guard against Luo Vliang, Qingling observes Mu Jingyan's changes. Sock flickers across her cold face. This is simply absurd. To undergo rebirth right here. Unlike the light when Bai Shay broke through, Mu Jingyan is surrounded by dark purple kai. His hair scatters like snakes. His eyes gleam with eerie light. Anyone unaware of the situation would definitely think a heavenly demon had descended, taking advantage of Tingling's distraction. A figure suddenly flashes past. Activating his eye and lightness skills, Luo Vliang strides toward Mu Jingyan. He attempts to disrupt him. After all, during a rebirth, the slightest interruption will surely cause kai deviation. Luo Vliang pictures the scene. Madness fills his handsome face. How wonderful it would be to chop off his hands and feet now. Cold sweat breaks on Qingling's face. He must not let Luo Vliang interrupt. Instantly, his figure vanishes. He reappears, blocking Luo Vliang's. I won't let you interfere with him. This has got to be the boldest protagonist ever. Right in front of his enemy, he breaks through without a care. Even Qingling is dumbfounded. Luo Vliang leaps toward Mu Jingyan like lightning. Madness fills his eyes. This is so interesting. The kid is undergoing rebirth. What if I hacked off his limbs now? What would ensue? Qingling's expression changes drastically. He rushes to the rescue at top speed. He cannot let him be disrupted. His state is already unstable. During his rebirth, even if just a feather lightly brushes him, will cause kai deviation. Next moment, Luo Vliang unleashes a sword wave, intent on slicing off his arm. Mu Jingyan is focused on the breakthrough, completely unable to move. Yet at this critical juncture, a crimson flash appears. Their sword strikes crash together. Dispersing energy instantly pierces the surrounding buildings. Debris cascades down like a waterfall. Fortunately, it doesn't affect him. Then Qingling fires a red beam aimed at Luo Vliang's head. Sensing danger, Luo Vliang spits and gathers power to counter. Another magnificent clash of techniques. The glare of clashing weapons lights up the dark night. Luo Vliang realizes at this moment he must first deal with this woman resembling Wei Zhaoyan. Otherwise slaying him is difficult. Clutching his resolve to protect, Qingling's aura declares his stance. He will protect him no matter what. Clanging sounds ring out continuously. Man and spirit erupt into a fierce battle in the night. Two figures trade blows from one end to the other. Where they pass, sand is kicked up. The courtyard is woven from sword ki. The figures of Qingling and Luo Vliang are now nearly invisible to the naked eye. Only the sparks of their clashing moves flash constantly. Seeing the deadlock continue, Luo Vliang, keeping his insight eye open, stops holding back. He unleashes the Heavenly Pulsar Sword Art, one of the 3 ultimate techniques, Heavenly Sword Meteor. In an instant, Luo Vliang's sword traces gorgeous trajectories in the air, resembling falling meteors. Qingling's gaze turns icy. This sword art was created by that fellow gazing at falling stars, though he holds deep resentment. Those 3 ultimate techniques are indeed peerless moves, one must acknowledge. Qingling dares not release more power, terrified that his aura, or he'll be detected by Zhao taking. Thus in the ensuing battle, Luo Vliang manages to suppress Qingling. Then in the next second, taking advantage of Qingling dodging, Luo Vliang charges like a beast. His laughter is unbridled, having already sentenced Mu Jingyan to death in his heart. Just a little closer and he can touch him. What happens if he touches him? Will you die? Simultaneous, Qingling stops suppressing his power. A sky full of red light shoots straight into the clouds. An aura exclusive to spirits spreads like a tidal wave. The isolation array Luo Vliang set up with Truki is shattered by the shockwave. Kingling's aura is terrifyingly strong. Ordinary martial artists might not see it with the naked eye, but Prime Pavilion's Zhao Tating is already alerted. Beside him, Tulu and Qingyuan have eerie glows in their eyes. Zhao Tating wears a cold sneer. He has identified Kingling's location. He strikes the ground with his staff. Tulu and Qingyuan follow orders and charge at the red light source. Knowing he is exposed, Kingling burns boats. He releases all his spiritual power. His golden hair flutters. His red eyes flash with gold. Spiritual ki surges around the pipe in his hand. Looking entirely lie, he's about to use his ultimate move. Luo Vliang glances back instinctively to see the woman resembling Wei Zhaoyan. Standing under the moon, countless sword auras formed from blood ki rotate outward, centered on the full moon. The moon swordsman makes an instant entrance. Luo Vliang senses danger. He turns to counterattack. The heavenly swordsman descends. This is a clash between the moon and heavenly pulse sword arts. After centuries, both moves possess explosive power. The moment they make contact, surrounding buildings are destroyed. Fragments splash in all directions. Kingling must admit, the heavenly swordsman from that fellow's hand is indeed extraordinary, yet it is not without flaws. Having pondered it repeatedly for a full century, he finally discovered the sole weakness in this technique. So the next moment, Kingling thrusts forward with his smoking pipe, straight into the single flaw revealed. Amidst the dense meteor sword moves, a red beam pierces defense, appearing before Luo Vliang's chest. Who would have thought that at this moment, an unexpected turn occurs? Luo Vliang's technique shift. Kingling's pipe, condensed with spiritual kai, is smashed to pieces. His research of centuries becomes a joke. However, not the end. Luo Vliang takes advantage of the momentum to slash Kingling with sword kai. Kingling dodges with his technique. After all, he underestimated people in this world. As sword techniques evolve, flaws are mended. That is natural. Yet Kingling hadn't anticipated this. Lost in the past. Meanwhile, the aura emanating from Mu Jingyan undergoes a sudden mutation. The man and spirit currently in combat both halt their actions. Kingling's eyes are filled with disbelief. What is going on? Why is his aura so ominous? Thinking this, Kingling asks himself in his heart, is he really undergoing rebirth properly? Luo Vliang reacts swift. Using his insight eye, he perceives that Mu Jingyan's presence feels increasingly dangerous. He immediately strides toward him. It's about time to end this. Understanding Luo Vliang's intent, Kingling roars angrily, launching his sword. You think you can. Countless ribbons formed from crimson blood ki begin to surround Luo Vliang's body, controlling the blood threads. Kingling pulls hard, intending to halt his opponent's movement this way. Luo Vliang can only focus his target ahead, on the evil marsh sword stuck in the ground. Just as his right foot is about to kick the sword free, Kingling, already bleeding from 7 orifices, releases a blood palm to grab his ankle. Yet he is a step too slow. Expending all strength, Luo Vliang finally kicks the evil marsh sword toward Mu Jingyan. Seeing this, Kingling lets out a shrill wail. Yet this cannot stop the sword's forward trajectory. Time ticks away bit by bit. Every second feels like a year. Just as the evil marsh sword is about to pierce that ominous aura, a hand reaches out from within it. The entire scene freezes at this moment. Luo Vliang and Kingling both wait for the result. They stare without blinking. The mist around Mu Jingyan crackles and pops. Then, in an instant, joy fills Kingling's face. While Luo Vliang looks stern, a figure steps from the mist. That silhouette is none other than Mu Jingyan. The realm gap has been wiped away. Wielding the evil marsh sword, Mu Jingyan tears off his tattered outer garments and pulls out the fragment beneath his red sleeve. Kingling's eyes are full of relief. He reached the Hua realm. Peerless geniuses often accomplish feats beyond ordinary mortals. Mu Jingyan and Luo Vliang are about to clash after breaking through. This battle between peers begins anew. Who is stronger and who is weaker? Stay tuned. 3 flowers gathering at the crown, 5 vital energies circulating. This breakthrough to the realm of transformation should have been flowing with golden light. However, when it came to Mu Jingyan, it turns into a bizarre scene wrapped in ominous ki. Fortunately, he succeeded. Seeing this, Kingling's face is full of excitement. You did it. You've reached Hua realm. Watching Mu Jingyan slowly walk out from the pitch-black mist, Luo Vliang instinctively activates his insight eye. He clearly sees the black ki surging all over the opponent's body. It is a horrifying sight he has never witnessed before. Right now, Mu Jingyan is surrounded by materialized ominous ki. A gateway stands behind him, as if a demon is locked inside that red iron gate. It makes Mu Jingyan look like a fiend crawled up from hell. In Luo Vliang's vision, Mu Jingyan's entire body seems intertwined with darkness and chaos. He feels sucked into an abyss. How can such evil and violent energy exist in this world? Harboring anxiety in his heart, Luo Vliang glares fixedly at Mu Jingyan. You're practically a monster. Are you even human? Hearing this, Mu Jingyan looks down at his palm. A demon. Luo Vliang also looks at his own palm, now covered in Mu Jingyan clenches his fist. This feeling isn't bad. Like a demon's aura. Luo Liang has been observing Mu Jingyun's changes with his inside eye, and an answer forms in his mind. That is indeed the case. A wisp of black ki materializes in Mu Jingyun's hand. This is demonic ki. I call this demonic power. Hearing these words, though Luo Liang had long sentenced Mu Jingyun to death in his mind, he still wears a look of utter disdain on the surface. You talk as if you just invented something entirely new. Luo Liang stretches lazily, his muscles and meridians bulging. He glances at Mu Jingyun. You have a misunderstanding. You've only just stepped into the Hua realm. Based on that alone, a single mistake will send your head rolling. Kingling flies to his side. Kid, he's stronger. We must join forces to fight him. Mu Jingyun shakes his head. Kingling, not now. I have a spare puppet. Hurry up and hide inside. Kingling raises an eyebrow. Why? Mu Jingyun looks up in a certain direction. You should be able to sense it. An extremely powerful master is approaching from over there. Things will get even worse once he arrives. Hearing this, Kingling hesitates slightly. Mu Jingyun urges us, quickly disperse the aura of the blood-killing realm. Hide yourself now. Kingling raises his hand and sweeps his pipe across the air, recalling the blood sea. Yet before entering the puppet, he leaves a parting remark. If things go south, immediately flee to that old poison master. Just like that. That woman resembling Wei Zhaoyan suddenly vanishes from Luo Liang's inside eye. Witnessing this, she is utterly confused. What is this woman? How did she disappear? In the next second, Luo Liang looked up at Mu Jingyun. Where is that woman? Mu Jingyun shrugged. What are you talking about? Luo Liang said in a low voice. My junior sister. No, it's that bizarre thing disguised as my junior sister. Mu Jingyun tilted his head. You are seeing things. Looks like that eye of yours isn't working too well. Seeing hallucinations in the middle of the night. Do you need me to help you dig it out? At these words, Luo Liang was left speechless. The entire courtyard plunged into a dead silence at that moment. The two of them stared at each other from afar, then struck together. A murderous aura instantly spread all around them. Leaping into the air, Luo Liang unleashed his sword ki, stabbing straight at Mu Jingyun's chest. Seeing this, Mu Jingyun raised the A's sword to block. They clashed on the pavilion. Before long, that already overburdened little building was completely destroyed by their radiating energy. Then, Luo Liang used ultra-high-speed Qinggong, appearing above Mu Jingyun. With a loud bang, Mu Jingyun, arms crossed in defense, was kicked flying backward. The tiles on the roof rattled noisily. That was when Mu Jingyun managed to steady himself. A flash of surprise crossed Luo Liang's eyes. This guy actually blocked my attack. Unwilling to keep tangling with him any longer, Luo Liang immediately unleashed his ultimate move. The Luoxing blade among the heavenly swords gleamed brilliantly as his sword slashed down life-falling stars toward Mu Jingyun. Mu Jingyun silently circulated the demonic energy within him. A pitch-black full moon appeared behind him. Unlike Kingling's earlier display, a different moon swordsman made his debut. Both the heavenly and moon swordsman possessed explosive sword techniques. Both were transformation realm. Figures shifted across the yard. As blades collided, the splashing cyan light bloomed like fireworks. Naturally, the destructive force was quite disastrous too. The courtyard's buildings were now completely destroyed beyond recognition. Wherever the two of them went, countless flying stones and sand were kicked up. The might of the transformation realm was truly terrifying. Then came another fierce exchange of blows. Through the ghost eye, Mu Jingyun spotted a flaw in Luo Liang's sword technique. Then he thrust his sword forward without hesitation, facing the sword thrust straight at his face. Luo Liang's penetrating eye flashed with silver light. He evaded the strike with exaggerated speed. Still, a trail of blood was left on his cheek. Blood drifted in the air. Neither Mu Jingyun nor Kingling expected that Luo Liang would actually dodge it successfully. Luo Liang seized the chance to grab Mu Jingyun's sword-wielding right wrist, while condensing sword ki in his left hand to slash at his neck. Seeing this, Mu Jingyun had no choice but to let go of the eye's sword, pulling back his right hand to grab Luo Liang. His slashing hand, Luo Liang raised his leg and kicked his opponent in the abdomen with his knee. It's useless even if you possess this bizarre energy. With a loud bang, Mu Jingyun was sent flying backward out of control. In an instant, Luo Liang used Qinggong to give chase. Before he could react, Luo Liang opened his palm, curling his fingers into claws. Sword ki coated his fingers. Laughing wildly, he drove his fingers straight into Mu Jingyun's chest. Above and below heaven, I alone am supreme. Ha! You are worthless to me. Seeing Mu Jingyun in imminent danger, Kingling, possessing the puppet, changed expression drastically. Who would have thought that at this critical juncture, a white-clad figure was charging in from afar? His voice was furious. Young master, what are you doing? The poison king Bai Shai dropped from the sky, eye splitting with rage. He knitted his brows and questioned Luo Liang. Eldest young master, why must you deal such a fatal blow to my disciple? Only death brings life. Desperation breeds opportunity. Watching the furious Bai Shai descend from the sky, Luo Liang looked surprised. The Poison King is here. Someone's going to meddle, but I'm not about to just walk away. Yet at this moment, the corners of Mu Jingyan's mouth curled into a bizarre smile, and he directly gripped Luo Liang's right arm. Thanks for walking into this. At that very instant, with a crisp snap, Luo Liang's wrist was snapped clean in half by Mu Jingyan. He couldn't even pull it back at all, even when using 10% of his internal energy. That was because Mu Jingyan's internal energy had doubled since before. His upper body was overrun with black veins, and his bulging blood vessels turned pitch black and ferocious. These were the symptoms of practicing reverse dark arts. Unable to retract his arm, Luo Liang could only condense sword ki in his left hand. Yet just as he tried to slash at Mu Jingyan's neck, Bai Shay appeared in a flash and grabbed his wrist, caught in a pincer attack. Luo Liang roared in fury. Poison King, get lost, Bai Shay shouted. You dare attempt to murder my disciple right before my eyes. Luo Liang never expected that the Poison King would protect a disciple who broke his own wrist. He could only lower his voice in warning. Over a mere disciple, you're going to make an enemy of this young master. What good for the Bai family? A trace of anger crept into Bai Shay's tone. Are you threatening me? Luo Liang, who had always been stubborn and self-willed, sneered coldly. If that's how it is, then bring it on. From now on, you and I are mortal enemies. Clearly, Bai Shay hadn't expected Luo Liang to be so irrational. Mu Jingyan seized the chance to pull Luo Liang into his embrace. This move left both Luo Liang and Bai Shay dumbfounded. Mu Jingyan cried out, Master, help me hold him down tight. Bai Shay didn't understand Mu Jingyan's intent for a moment, knowing he couldn't let this go on. Luo Liang smashed his head violently against Mu Jingyan's forehead. As the saying goes, every action has an equal and opposite reaction. Even though Luo Liang was the one who initiated the attack, his own head ended up covered in blood as well. Like a madman, he kept headbutting him again and again. Go ahead and hold on. I want to see how long you can last. Yet Mu Jingyan showed no intention of letting go at all. Dark green poisonous suddenly erupted from within his body, corroded by the poison. Luo Liang's face twisted in anger. A scream pierced the skies. Emitting poison from his entire body was a state achievable only by reaching the 8th layer of the Wave Demon Poison scripture. Bai Shay couldn't believe everything happening before his eyes, while Mu Jingyan wore a cold sneer. Even if you're a transformation realm expert, it is utterly impossible to withstand the poison of a venom man. This was the first time since his debut that Luo Liang had ever faced such a painful predicament. His wrist was broken and rendered completely useless. He could only use his left hand, which the Poison King was, gripping to condense sword ki, attempting to drive the sword ki into, piercing his skull. Thereby piercing his skull. Immobile, Mu Jingyan's pupils constricted. He watched helplessly as the sword ki neared. Yet at this critical moment, Luo Liang's sword ki and he went blank and dazed. Bai Shay had knocked him out from behind. Even so, the decisive Mu Jingyan continued to assail Luo Liang's body with poisonous ki. Seeing this, Bai Shay yelled to stop him. Stop right now. Mu Jingyan shook his head, resolute. I have to kill him. Bai Shay snapped sharply. No matter the reason. If we kill the eldest young master, we'll die at the sect leader's hands. Do you still insist? The sect leader is the only one who knows information about the ghost sword. Mu Jingyan hesitated briefly, then ended his venom man state. The unconscious Luo Liang collapsed weakly to the ground. Mu Jingyan glanced at the fallen man, then turned to Bai Shay. Troublesome. Compared to making an enemy of the sect leader, it's better for the eldest young master to be our enemy. Hearing this, Bai Shay couldn't help clicking his tongue. It seems I really hadn't seen this kid's true colors before. Then he pulled out a golden pill exuding a faint fragrance from his robes and fed it to Luo Liang. This was the antidote pill, which possessed the best detoxifying effects. Just when the Poison King thought it was settled, Mu Jingyan squatted before Luo Liang. Bai Shay's heart tightened. What are you doing? Mu Jingyan said in an icy tone. Though I won't kill him, this thing has got to go. With a squelch, Mu Jingyan shoved his fingers into Luo Liang's eye socket. Then, exerting force with his fingers, he forcefully gouged out Luo Liang's right eyeball. Mu Jingyan's sudden, drastic action left Bai Shay momentarily speechless. He picked up the gouged out eyeball. Since we're enemies either way, we might as well strike first. This special eye. Watching Mu Jingyan's blood-soaked face as he emitted a gloomy, chilling sneer, along with Luo Liang's still dripping eyeball, even the weathered Bai Shay felt a chill down his spine. What monster did I take as a disciple? Is he really from a righteous background? How is he even more ruthless than me, a higher-up in the demonic sect? Life was always so unpredictable. An hour ago, the Poison King was reveling in supreme joy over mastering his poison arts. Now, he had made an enemy of the heavenly sect leader's eldest disciple. If Luo Liang were to die here, he'd become the sect leader's enemy. Knowing he couldn't let things worsen, Bai Shay fished a fragrant golden pill from his robes and fed it to Luo Liang. Mu Jingyan, now robe, asked a question. What was that? Bai Shay replied, an antidote pill. Mu Jingyan murmured, an antidote pill. Bai Shay nodded. It can neutralize the vast majority of lethal poisons. It's just that refining a single one takes 10 years of time. The required materials and crafting process are also quite difficult, making it extremely precious. But your poison is overbearing, and now is not the time to be stingy. So I had to burn an antidote pearl. Mu Jingyun lowered his head respectfully. I'm so right that because of me, Master, you've been dragged into this. Bai Shay didn't reply. He stared at Mu Jingyun, then patted his shoulder. No matter. It's all right. Don't dwell on what's happened. A flicker of light flashed in Mu Jingyun's eyes. He was surprised by the Poison King's choice. Bai Shay smiled gently. This old man never abandons family. Mu Jingyun felt a jolt of astonishment. The Poison King has forged a terrifying enemy. Just because he treats me like family and is willing to protect me. This is truly beyond unexpected. Mu Jingyun thought of his grandfather. Bai Shay gave him a similar feeling. That familial, fierce protectiveness. Bai Shay changed the subject. We don't have much time left. Let's clean up this place first. But before that, I have questions for you. If you trust your master, answer honestly. Though Mu Jingyun trusted no one, since Bai Shay opposed Luo Liangform, now that they were in the same boat, sharing intel was necessary. Bai Shay gathered his thoughts. How did you conflict with the eldest young master? Mu Jingyun answered truthfully. He was the one who attacked me first. Bai Shay furrowed his brows. Why would the eldest young master do such a thing? Mu Jingyun shrugged. I don't know the reason. I do have a guess. He seemed to harbor deep wariness toward me. The Poison King crossed his arms. Wary. Bai Shay's gaze shifted between Luo Liang and Mu Jingyun's faces, then stroked his beard. In just a single hour, Mu Jingyun went from superb to transformation realm. That certainly warrants caution. Bai Shay calmed his surging emotions. Second question. When did you reach transformation realm? Mu Jingyun remained calm. Right when I was fighting him, I successfully broke through and stepped into the transformation realm, even with prior anticipation. Upon hearing Mu Jingyun's word, Bai Shay was deeply shocked. When did you learn the wave demon poison scripture? I only showed you a portion. Mu Jingyun said, I only read it once, and I learned it. Bai Shay's jaw dropped. Mu Jingyun raised a finger to point at his own head. Based on that portion, I deduced the rest of the scripture myself. Those techniques were branded into my mind. Bai Shay was utterly terrified. A 7-year-old youth could materialize astral phenomena. This is truly astonishing. Even Bai Shay himself could only trace moves in his mind. After reaching the peak of Supreme Realm, he had to admit, that kid is a monster. Bai Shay glanced at Luo Liang. I understand why he fears Mu Jingyun. Mu Jingyun's talent is dazzling. Not only does he grasp secret techniques at a glance, liar, monster, he can even achieve epiphanies and break barriers mid-combat. This talent is simply terrifying. And his combat power. Perhaps I am witnessing the birth of an unprecedented monster in martial arts history. At this rate of progress, this kid might reach the peak of the martial world in 20 years, the realm of 6 days. Thinking of this, Bai Shay could no longer hide the excitement in his heart. He began trembling involuntarily. Good thing I took him as my disciple. He is a rare prodigy. The world's most precious treasure. I finally don't have to worry about the demonic poison classic lacking a successor. Watching the Poison King alternate between frowning and excitement, Mu Jingyun looked puzzled. What kind of daydream is this old man having? A moment later, Mu Jingyun hoisted Yu Haoran up and parted ways with Bai Shay. I'll go find third young lady Wei Zhaoyan now. Watching Mu Jingyun retreat, Bai Shay's gaze grew deep. Clearly, this guy's my disciple. Yet I can never figure out what he's thinking. I never imagined he'd make this choice. Let's pull the timeline back. Bai Shay held up 2 fingers in front of Mu Jingyun. Although we have 2 options, there's really only one. We've thoroughly offended the eldest young master. If he becomes sect leader, we're bound to be in grave danger. Saying this, Bai Shay stared intently at Mu Jingyun. Since that's the case, what should we do? Mu Jingyun remained calm. We must ally with another candidate and support them for the throne. Bai Shay snapped his fingers. Exactly. That's precisely what this old man means. Only by doing this can our master disciple do weather this storm. Then Bai Shay nudged the unconscious Luo Liang with his foot. But as you can see, this eldest young master's talent is astonishing, leaving the other 2 candidates practically 0 chance of winning. However, the situation has changed. Mu Jingyun raised an eyebrow. How? Bai Shay then leaned his arm on Mu Jingyun's shoulder and said with a meaningful tone, everything has completely changed because of your choice. A massive organization is inevitably made up of members from various backgrounds. Within the Heaven and Earth sect, there are numerous factions and gangs. Once these forces unite, they form a formidable power. The Poison King's gaze was profound. Of course, certain groups play a particularly crucial role among them. Most representative are the Bai family and the secret archives holding all the intelligence for anyone vying for succession. When considering the future, the power of these 2 groups is truly weight-bearing. Mu Jingyun seemed to realize this and nodded in agreement. Bai Shay shrugged triumphantly. However, 2 variables are unpredictable. You and your master. We have reached the transformation realm. The transformation realm alone rivals the power of a mid-sized sect. Just you and this old man are enough to turn the tides. Bai Shay had burst into laughter. That is the true weight of someone who has stepped into the transformation realm. In other words, whoever you choose to support, their chances of becoming the sect leader will be much greater. Kingling, possessing the puppet, thoroughly agreed. That is the weight of a transformation expert. Bai She stared at Mu Jingyun. I was too eager to explain and got a bit carried away in my excitement. Anyway, it's time to make a decision. I'm leaving the choice to you. So, who will you choose? The courtyard under the night sky fell into silence. With only the breeze rustling, Bai She had a candidate in mind. The third disciple, Wei Zhaoyan. After all, the second young master, Zhang Lingyu, is somewhat treacherous and not a reliable person. Wei Zhaoyan lacks supportive forces. With the addition of the Bai family, the secret archives, and their master-disciple duo, she would be fully capable of rivaling the eldest young master, Luo Liang. Who would have thought that just as Bai She expected Mu Jingyun to reach the same conclusion? The kid said something astonishing. I'll choose second young master Zhang Lingyu. Bai She's expression froze. He felt disappointed by Mu Jingyun's unexpected choice. Why on earth did you pick that brat? From Bai She's perspective, Zhang Lingyu has the weakest arts and is cunning to the point of lawlessness. He is actually the least fit to be sect leader. Mu Jingyun looked serious. Although Zhang Lingyu lacks integrity, his confidants are fiercely loyal. Looking at third young lady Wei Zhaoyan, on the other hand, her subordinates don't treat her as master, but as a woman they are infatuated with. Hearing this, Bai She frowned. A disappointed sigh escaped him. This means Wei Zhaoyan completely lacks the talent to lead subordinates. Could it be because of her beauty? After a moment of silence, Bai She patted his shoulder. Then let's do it your way. Convey your intentions to Zhang Lingyu. Master will tidy up here. Then inform the secret archives, and discuss the alliance between the archives and the Bai family. Mu Jingyun acknowledged. Understood. Then he hoisted Yu Haran onto his shoulder again. Bai She was puzzled. What are you planning? Didn't I say I would clean up this place? Do you plan to gift him to Zhang Lingyu? However, Mu Jingyun gently shook his head. I plan to visit Miss Wei Zhaoyan first. Bai She's confusion grew. Why would you do that? Mu Jingyun leaned close to the Poison King and whispered in his ear. Hearing this, Bai She grew worried. Is that even possible? I'm afraid doing this will needlessly provoke Miss Wei Zhaoyan. Yet Mu Jingyun didn't care. Just wait and see. Just wait for the good news. Watching Mu Jingyun retreat, Bai She clicked his tongue. Hope everything goes smoothly. On the way to find Wei Zhaoyan, Mu Jingyun recalled something and called out, Kingling. Kingling raised her head, smoking pipe in hand, and asked, what is it? Mu Jingyun's mouth curved upward. I just remembered what you said to me earlier. If I entered Transformation Realm in 2 years, you would call me Master. Kingling reacted with intense resistance, instantly letting out a scream. Even Mu Jingyun, who was usually indifferent to most things, found it way too loud. His eardrums felt like splitting. This continuous screeching only stopped when Mu Jingyun declared the bet void. Kingling acted as if nothing happened. Shut up. At this moment, Kingling looked thoroughly helpless. He was a divine spirit. If he still had to serve Mu Jingyun like a servant, he might as well fade away. Who cultivates martial arts and hits transformation in 2 months? Kingling felt the bet was a mistake. Perhaps Mu Jingyun was a collection of heavenly anomalies. Meanwhile, watching where Mu Jingyun left, Bai She stood there a while, then walked to unconscious Luo Liang. Sensing no one else around, Bai She stepped on the young master's right ankle, channeled his internal energy, and stepped down lightly with a sharp crunch. That was the crisp sound of an ankle bone breaking. Bai She chuckled coldly. Your right wrist is already broken. If your ankle is taken by Mu Jingyun and breaks here, there's nothing strange about that, right? The intense pain caused Luo Liang to twitch unconsciously. Bai She's gaze turned cold. Since you touched my disciple, prepare to bear the consequences. Now, the sect leader's eldest disciple Luo Liang was severely wounded, effectively a cripple. It would certainly take time for him to recover, and this gap would be Mu Jingyun's window for growth. Bai She sighed with emotion. From now on, things inside the Heaven and Earth sect are going to get much more interesting.